This young man is none other than the master of the hidden sword peak of the Kunlun sword sect. But this dude just wants to live a quiet life on the mountain, growing vegetables and raising chickens. The other disciples of the sect all look down on Qin Tian as a good-for-nothing who can only farm. But they have no idea he's a legendary half-saint who has awakened a system. Every time he successfully tills a piece of land and completes a mission, he gets a new top-tier cultivation technique. The sect master is seriously pissed seeing Qin Tian slacking off every day. With so much to do, this guy's just sitting around reading. It was such an eyesore that she beat him up and forced him to go recruit a disciple. No work, no food. Hearing that the Kunlun sword sect was recruiting, countless people came to sign up. Among them was a beautiful girl named Miaoling, who had awakened the bloodline of the Phoenix. Seeing this, the elders weren't afraid to throw down, each wanting to be her master. But Miaoling announced that she wanted to be the disciple of Qin Tian, the notoriously useless peak master, leaving the young man completely floored. Seriously, what is even happening? It turns out Miaoling is a reincarnated empress being hunted by the demon sect. Her goal is to join the Kunlun sword sect and find a clueless master to hide her identity. And with his goofy-looking facade, she chose him. Afterward, Qin Tian led his new disciple back to the hidden sword peak to prepare her room. The moment he opened the door, she saw a room so dilapidated that even a dog would turn its nose up at it. But Qin Tian still insisted the room suited her, leaving him Miaoling speechless. Just then, the system suddenly announced, "Congratulations, host, for accepting the reincarnated empress as your disciple. You have immediately received the supreme sword art, the heart sword scripture, and a supreme-grade imperial weapon, the Bingli sword." The young man never expected to score such amazing loot just by picking up a disciple. Sweet. Seeing her master suddenly dancing around like a lunatic, his new disciple wondered if he was all there in the head. After calming down, Qin Tian gave Miaoling a gift to commemorate her becoming his disciple. At first, she was a bit dismissive. What good could a mere spirit realm cultivator possibly have? But her face quickly went pale with shock when she realized it was a supreme-grade imperial weapon. Oh my god! Even in her past life, she had met a fatal end just for a low-grade imperial weapon. My master may be a bit of a weirdo, but he's also ridiculously generous. And Miaoling immediately performed a blood pact to bind the sword to herself. Unexpectedly, this caused a strange phenomenon to appear in the sky above the Kunlun sword sect. The incredibly powerful spiritual energy drew the attention of all the great masters on the continent. But with a single wave of his hand, Qin Tian made it all vanish from the heavens and the earth. The sky cleared up just as the sect master, Mo Wentian, arrived at Hidden Sword Peak to demand answers. She didn't even have to ask. She knew this troublemaker was behind the recent disturbance. Before Qin Tian could explain, she smacked him on the head with her pipe. All he could do was take it. Before leaving, Mo Wentian warned them to be careful, worried that the phenomenon would bring trouble to Kunlun. And Miaoling looked down at the Bingli sword in her hand. What kind of person, she wondered, could casually pull out a supreme-grade imperial weapon? And then, with a flick of his wrist, make the celestial phenomenon disappear? It seems her master is definitely not the useless farmer everyone says he is. The next day, at the Demon Beast Pagoda, where demonic beasts are imprisoned, in a cell, a bird was frantically doing push-ups, over 3,600 of them. To him, only by training diligently every single day could he hope to escape from the cruel Demon King. But before he could even finish his morning workout, the so-called Demon King had him by the neck. Even a divine bird is just another meal when it runs into the main character. At noon, Qin Tian went to call Miaoling for lunch, but his disciple coldly refused, saying she didn't want to eat. Qin Tian immediately laid down the law. "Here, my word is the rule. No talking back." And Miaoling was stunned. Is this a rule or the law of the jungle? Back in the room, she saw the table filled with tempting dishes giving off an intoxicating aroma. Even though she was an empress in her past life, and Miaoling couldn't resist. My master may have a shameless face, but his cooking skills are on another level. Qin Tian told her that after this one meal, she would be able to break through to the first level of the Golden Body Realm. Of course, his disciple didn't believe him. Did he really think raising one's cultivation level was as simple as eating a meal? But the moment Miaoling tasted a spoonful of the soup, she instantly broke through, leaving her utterly terrified. Only then did Meowing realize that the bird Qin Tian had caught for his chicken soup was the three-legged golden crow king. Adding this to all the other strange things she'd seen, she began to suspect he wasn't a useless spirit realm cultivator, but a saint in disguise. Could it be that he's already discovered my true identity? But before his disciple could voice her suspicions, her master shut her down. He simply said that everyone has their own secrets they don't wish to share. After the meal, the satisfied master strutted off, leaving him Meowing to clean up the dishes. This is so infuriating. He's taking advantage of me again. Sooner or later, I'll chop off your hands. The next day, Qin Tian went to the demon beast's territory again. The three demon kings were furious when they saw him. He had captured and cooked so many of their comrades. Return the demon kings you captured. Now, Qin Tian, why don't you stay and have a drink with us today? Qin Tian stood motionless. His cold gaze swept over the posturing group before him. Don't worry, they're living quite well. Free food and shelter. As for the drink, I'll pass. Actually, I came here today to borrow a little of your Demon Emperor's blood essence. He clasped his hands behind his head. He continued in a casual tone. The more, the better. Like, draining you all dry would be great. The female demon had been mesmerized by Qin Tian since she first saw him. She giggled, covering her mouth with her hand. You're quite the talker. The demon next to her roared, Snap out of it. He wants to slaughter us all. How can you still be laughing? The red dragon bellowed in rage. In your dreams. You insolent fool. You've gone too far. He brandished his weapon, aiming it at Qin Tian, as if he wanted to kill him on the spot. Qin Tian swiftly dodged the attack. But just then, the monkey demon beside them lunged forward. Taste my staff. The powerful staff flew toward Qin Tian. But once again, he nimbly dodged it. Qin Tian stepped back, a slight smile on his face. Not willing to lend it to me, then I'll just have to take it myself. No sooner said than done. With a single wave of his hand, one of them fell dead. That's one down. Qin Tian calculated. Then he looked at the crowd before him. Come at me together. I need to hurry this up. I have other things to do. Without waiting for an order, the red dragon signaled the attack. The female demon replied. It's a shame to ruin such a handsome face. Despite her words, she unleashed her technique without hesitation. Wind and lightning fusion art. A stream of purple light appeared, swirling around the female demon and the red dragon. Seeing the two figures before him slowly transforming, Qin Tian mused, a fusion technique? What a coincidence. I know one of those too. Qin Tian yelled. 4 symbols transformation, white tiger of the west. Waves of blue energy enveloped his body. Next, he simply uttered 2 words, heart sword. The Bingley sword multiplied into thousands of blue blades. They shot towards the 2 raging demons. They had no time to react. They only had time to scream. How was this possible? Before being torn apart, they collapsed to the ground, knocked out cold. Just then, Qin Tian's nose twitched. His brows furrowed. You might wonder what he was doing. Turns out he just had to. Achoo! Snot and tears went flying. Wiping his nose, he thought to himself, I've only been gone a few days. Could it be that Meowing already misses me? I got the essence. I should head back to Hidden Sword Peak right away. Good thing those guys were knocked out. Otherwise, not even their bones would be left. On the way back to Hidden Sword Peak, a deafening explosion rang out, shattering the silence of the night. Meowing stepped outside, looking towards the source of the sound. Isn't that the alchemy room? Could he be back? Smoke billowed from the alchemy room. Qin Tian emerged from the rubble. His face was covered in soot. Ahem, ahem. A woman's voice came from behind him. That was quite a commotion you just caused. Meowing was already standing behind him. She continued. Did you blow up the alchemy room? Qin Tian turned around, overjoyed. Meowing, you're just in time. With that, he shoved a round, green object into her hand. It was still smoking. While it's still hot, hurry up and eat it. This is something I, your master, refined especially for you. Meowing stared at the object in her hand, astonished. Isn't this a Demon Emperor pill? She gasped in horror. This is a supreme, heavenly grade Demon Emperor pill. Even in my past life as an empress, it was incredibly difficult for me to obtain one. Then she looked back at Qin Tian, deeply moved. So, the reason Master disappeared for these past few days was for me? Qin Tian saw her, still holding the pill. Why haven't you eaten it yet? Is the medicine bitter? Meowing gave him the side eye. Whatever. Master, do you really think this is an appropriate place for this? Just then, the sign for the alchemy room fell to the ground. The crash made them both jump. Qin Tian looked around awkwardly. You might be right. This setting isn't quite fitting. The two returned to their rooms. Miaoling quickly popped the pill into her mouth. Her body began to burn with intense heat. Qin Tian assessed the situation. Her condition this time isn't bad, it seems. Before he could finish, Miaoling pushed him onto the bed. Master, I want you. Qin Tian hastily tried to calm her down. Miaoling, snap out of it. We can't do this. But Miaoling wasn't listening. She pressed her body closer to his, running her tongue along his neck. The taste of my master. As Qin Tian struggled, he saw a faint blue light emanating from Miaoling. He thought to himself, this is bad. The effects of the Demon Emperor pill are running wild. First of all, I am a gentleman. I just need to draw out the medicinal power inside her so she can awaken. This is purely for professional reasons. He wrapped his arms around Miaoling's waist, trying to push her away. Good God, what the hell is wrong with you? Are you trying to bite me? Suddenly, a drop of sweat fell into Miaoling's eye, triggering an explosive breakthrough within her. Qin Tian stared at her, barely believing what he just witnessed. System notification. Host disciple has awakened the Imperial-grade Ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline. Realm has broken through to the first level of Nirvana. Reward for the host. Aptitude increased to 7th grade. Skills improved by 60%. Qin Tian let out a sigh of relief. So it was a success. He looked down at the unconscious Miaoling in his arms. He gently poked her cheek. So the awakening knocked her out cold, huh? A few hours later, Miaoling awoke. Qin Tian was sipping a cup of hot tea when he heard her voice. Master, what just happened to me? Qin Tian put on a grave expression. As your master, I am a man of integrity. You were the one who initiated everything. He gently set the teacup down on the table, reminding Miaoling, you should be more careful in the future. After all, there are boundaries between a master and their disciple. As soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly left the room, leaving Miaoling to stare after him in a daze. Once Qin Tian was far away, Miaoling looked down at her own 2 hands. Suddenly remembering everything, she screamed, Damn you, master. You get back here. And Miaoling was about to chase after Qin Tian. But just as she stepped out the door, she was met by a group of people waiting for her. The atmosphere was suffocatingly silent. Suddenly, a woman spoke up, breaking the quiet. Miaoling, has your bloodline awakened? Yes. And Miaoling replied, her tone calm, but her gaze sharp. The woman smiled, her face filled with pride. Excellent. The heavens have blessed Kunlun. This is the saint realm. We're about to have a second saint. The crowd around them began to murmur excitedly. A man spoke up, Sect Master. I don't think Miaoling can stay on Songjian Peak any longer. Someone with her talent can't be held back by Qin Tian. She needs a worthy master to guide her. Hearing this, Miaoling's eyes turned cold. This awakening was entirely thanks to my master. If you dare to belittle him again, please leave Songjian Peak immediately. You are not welcome here. The group stared at each other, stunned. Someone muttered, what's with this girl? Has she been bewitched by Qin Tian? Just then, a disciple sprinted over from the distance, screaming, Sect Master, this is bad. The Yao clan is about to attack Kunlun. The woman immediately snapped. Compose yourself. A disciple of our sect, acting in such a panic? The disciple, gasping for breath, stammered, my apologies. The Yao clan, they're almost here. After saying that, he fainted on the spot. The woman gave an immediate order. Miaoling, find Qin Tian and get out of here now. The man beside her hurriedly tried to shake the disciple awake. Yuan, say that again. Are the Yao clan really on their way? The space around them suddenly descended into chaos. Dark clouds swirled. A cold wind blew, carrying with it a sense of gloom. Someone in the crowd said, it must have been the phantom of the Ice Phoenix that attracted the Yao clan's attention. We have to go check it out immediately. Gusts of fierce wind swept in one after another. A bone-chilling cold enveloped everything. Suddenly, from high above, crimson flames rained down. They merged into a colossal red dragon. Its eyes were filled with killing intent. It growled, enunciating each word. The ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline, it's here. The red dragon spread its wings and soared into the sky. Looking down on the crowd below, it roared. Hand over the one with the Ice Phoenix bloodline at once. Flame shot from its eyes. Flickering embers danced all around it. If you refuse, today I will bathe Kunlun in blood. With that, it waved a hand. A fierce gale erupted. Trees, rocks, and earth were ripped into the sky. The world descended into turmoil. The sect disciples couldn't help but groan. Ugh, this aura, it's too powerful. In another corner, a meowling was looking for a way to escape. Her heart was pounding in her chest. It felt as if someone was squeezing her heart. She thought to herself, this is the aura of a Jiaolong clan's demon emperor. But why does it feel so familiar? It's as if it's resonating with me. I understand now. The supreme grade demon emperor pill also had the aura of the dragon clan. The blood dragon within the pill met my blood phoenix, triggering the truest emotions from the depths of my heart. That's why images of the previous night's events flashed through her mind. She sprinted to Qin Tian's room. She kicked the doors open, sending them flying. She screamed, Master, did you do all of this on purpose? But the room was empty. All that was left were the two doors lying broken on the cold ground. She stared blankly. Where'd he go? Back with the red dragon and the sect members. The female sect master spoke coldly. Just a puny Jiaolong demon emperor, yet you talk so big. Seeing her opponent's momentum falter slightly, she pressed on. Where'd all that ferocity from a moment ago go? The red dragon grew furious. It lunged at the sect master, but she just scoffed. You think you can destroy Kunlun with that level of strength? The red dragon laughed, full of arrogance. True, my strength alone isn't enough. But if you add Qing Peng and Miho, 3 demon emperors working together, that should be enough, don't you think? Within 5 minutes, they'll be here. By then, no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to protect this sect. Haha. Hearing this, a sense of dread washed over the sect master. He has other demon emperors with him? At that moment, Miho and Qing Peng were on their way, arguing as they flew. Miho complained, why weren't you resting and healing? What was so important about watching Chaotic Sword God? We're late now, Qing Peng retorted. It was such a short episode. I really thought we'd make it on time. Meanwhile, Qin Tian was sitting leisurely on a strange object. It looked like a cat's food bowl, only slightly warped. He gently blew on a paper airplane he had just finished folding. A number was written on it. He then gave an order. 10 contestants, number 78. The paper airplane flew off, chasing after the 2 demons. Miho and Qing Peng noticed something was off. Miho turned and asked, I was wondering about this earlier. These paper airplanes have been following us the whole way. Is this a new pet of yours? Qing Peng was surprised. How is that possible? Just then, the small paper airplane suddenly shot out a few small sparks. Miho only had time to scream, look out, before dodging to the side. The tiny airplane exploded, creating a massive cloud of smoke. Miho and Qing Peng managed to escape, but they were still shaken. What in the world was that? Looking closer, they saw a giant pot with a blue-haired man sitting on it. It was none other than Qin Tian. He chuckled softly. His tone was challenging. Gentlemen, this path is closed. You should go back to wherever you came from. Miho and Qing Peng recognized their old enemy. Qing Peng pointed a finger straight at Qin Tian, enraged. You're a member of the Kunlun sword sect? Qin Tian crossed his arms, lounging casually on the upside-down pot. Congratulations. You guessed right. Here's your prize. As soon as he finished, he shouted. Great freedom transformation technique, dragon form. A massive golden dragon claw descended from the heavens, crushing the 2 demons. Crunch. All that remained were 2 deep craters in the ground. Qin Tian looked down and sighed. You 2 are still this weak. Can't even take 1 hit. Back with the red dragon and the female sect master. The 2 were still facing off in silence. The sect master spoke first. It's been almost half an hour. It seems your allies aren't very reliable. The red dragon was furious. He turned to his subordinates. We're leaving. Let's go back. I'll be sure to deal with those 2 properly. The sect members breathed a collective sigh of relief. Someone cheered. We're saved, as expected of the great sect master. But the sect master paid no mind to the praise. She was only worried. The entire Yao clan in the Manhwa mountain range has their eyes on Miaoling now. She needs to leave this place at once. The red dragon, after leaving, was still seething. He muttered, they actually dared to stand me up. Those 2 bastards. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. A green frog hopped over, offering him a cup of water, and advised in a soft voice. "Don't be angry anymore, boss. Have some tea." Already furious, the red dragon turned and smacked the green frog. "Tea, my ass. If you were just a little stronger, that rotten woman wouldn't have beaten us this badly." Qin Tian sat by the stove. "Hell, what a thought. It's been so long since I've had buffalo meat. I'm definitely having a feast today." Below the pot's handle, a large buffalo had been tied up at some point. Its face was still bewildered, clueless about its impending fate. Back in the quiet of his room, Qin Tian fell into a deep sleep until the glaring sun shone directly on his face. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the warm rays of sunlight on his face. So bright. But wait, something's not right. From my room, you can only see the sunset. Did I really sleep for an entire day? It turned out he'd slept so well because he hadn't been pestered by meowing. Every other day, she would relentlessly barge in to wake him up, reminding him, "Get up and cultivate. Stop sleeping." Qin Tian's eyes lit up as he said joyfully, "After a month of suffering, meowing has finally stopped tormenting me. How could I possibly pass up such a momentous occasion?" He hurried off to carve up the buffalo for a grand celebratory feast. The buffalo was speechless. "What the hell does your happiness have to do with me?" From afternoon until the moon rose, the preparations were finally complete. Qin Tian went to call him Meowling for dinner, but all he found was a person cocooned in a tangled mess of red threads. And the person in the center was none other than a Meowling. Qin Tian grabbed a red thread, shaking it gently as he called out, "Meowling, dinner's ready. We're having a big feast tonight." But she replied coldly, "I don't need to eat." Qin Tian struggled through the tangled red threads, like a spider's web, to get closer to her. "You weren't this ice queen before. What are you doing?" Without even opening her eyes, she answered, "Don't touch me. This is merely a side effect of cultivating the supreme, emotion-severing record, Qin Tian." Stuck in the tangled threads, he heard this and began to ponder. The supreme, emotion-severing record. I feel like I've heard of that somewhere before. To forget emotion for the sake of heavenly destiny. To gather the 5 elements that create and overcome. The supreme emotion-severing record is a cultivation method for the great Tao of absolute apathy. It leads directly to enlightenment. I remember now. He stepped forward and gave him Meowling a sharp bonk on the head, saying, "You've completely misunderstood." Then he put his hands together like a monk and explained, "Supreme indifference isn't about being emotionless. It's about not being burdened by your feelings, not suffering because of them. It's about handling them cleanly." And Meowling also knelt and clasped her hands, listening intently. "So emotionless or emotional? I was wrong." Qin Tian put on a loving expression and continued, "In truth, neither having emotions nor lacking them is right for your personality. The way of the sword is better suited for one who acts as their heart desires. Therefore, you should cultivate the sword Tao, and at the same time, practice the supreme heart sword art." Then he continued his sales pitch. "So what do you think? It's only 200 taels." And Meowling looked up. "The supreme realm. Is that a realm above the emperor realm?" "That's right," Qin Tian confirmed. "Then I'll buy it." And Meowling quickly placed the money in Qin Tian's hand and snatched the book, as if afraid that if she were a second too late, someone else would take it. Qin Tian was overjoyed and praised her. What a generous lady. But when he looked closer, he only had 2 measly coins in his hand. He stared blankly at the excited Meowling, but she paid him no mind. All she knew was that the technique she couldn't find in her past life, despite facing countless dangers, she had obtained so easily today. And Meowling turned around. "Master, thank you truly." Seeing her adorable expression, Qin Tian felt it was all worth it. As dawn broke, Qin Tian's voice rang out, "Ahem. Let's go cultivate. And while we're at it, we'll deal with the lingering effects of that supreme, emotion-severing record on you." As the two were getting ready, a young woman in white called out, "Junior Martial Uncle." Qin Tian quickly raised a hand to signal for quiet. This was Yin Qing Si, Mo Wenran's personal disciple. "Junior Martial Uncle, what are you two doing?" Yin Qing Si asked curiously. The method she was practicing before was wrong, Qin Tian replied. "So is Meowling okay?" Yin Qing Si asked again. Qin Tian's gaze shifted to Meowling, who was cultivating. He replied, "She's fine. With my help." She's already practicing a new technique. It's much more powerful than her old one. Yanqing gave him 2 thumbs up in praise. You're amazing, junior martial uncle. Just then, and Miaoling sat with her hands crossed, cultivating quietly in a corner. But her ears were filled with constant whispers. This is delicious. What is this? These fries aren't bad, huh? My skills are top-notch. Junior martial uncle is the best in the sect. This is so damn annoying. And Miaoling's brows furrowed tightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She snapped her eyes open and yelled, "That's enough. Can you 2 go somewhere else? I'm trying to cultivate here." Before her were 2 people who had just stuffed themselves silly. They were sprawled out on the ground. Qin Tian sighed. I know, but Miaoling, do you know why I'm doing this? He then became serious. It's so that external things can no longer affect you. Only by forging a heart that can remain calm in the face of any distraction can you walk further on the path of cultivation. Therefore, I'm training your state of mind. One preaches, the other cheers. Qin Tian launched into a grand lecture. Beside him, Yanqing cheered him on relentlessly. Junior martial uncle is the greatest, she praised. Meanwhile, and Miaoling was still bewildered. Are they telling the truth? Next, Qin Tian held out his thumb. If you let Coke sit out for too long, it'll go flat. And if you let fries sit for too long, they'll get soggy. So, you have to eat them quickly. Hearing this, Miaoling smiled confidently and drew her sword. Qin Tian asked, What are you drawing your sword for? She just chuckled lightly. Today, I must do something truly disrespectful. Sword in hand, she roared. I'm going to kill my master. Seeing the commotion, the 2 immediately scrambled to get away. But Miaoling stubbornly chased after them with her sword, refusing to let them go. This disciple is way too fierce. The moon rose high over a hill of flowering reeds. Qin Tian sat before a simple table with wine. A moment later, Iho arrived, carrying a large ruler on his shoulder. You've come. I'm here. But you shouldn't have. But I had to. Qin Tian raised the wine cup to his lips and took a sip. You haven't changed a bit. Instantly, Iho swung the ruler at him. A fierce battle erupted. Iho launched several attacks, but Qin Tian dodged them all. He deftly weaved past Iho's weapon and sent him crashing to the ground with a single kick. While Iho was sent flying and was struggling to get up, Qin Tian had already reached out and grabbed a jug of wine, despite the monkey's frantic attempts to stop him. That's my wine. Put it down now. Too late. It's mine now. He slapped a piece of paper with his name, which he had prepared beforehand, onto the jug. My name is on it. Therefore, this wine is mine. Hearing this, Iho was so angry he could spit blood. He stammered, You. He didn't just take 1 jug. He swept a whole pile of them into a net and tied it up tightly. Time to head back and enjoy some fine wine with Miaoling. Sitting on his familiar pot, he remembered something. Got a sign-in first. The cumulative number of sign-ins has reached a new milestone. System notification. Cumulative sign-in reward. Great transformation freedom art upgraded to the 11th stage. Eternal immortal body. First layer. Time-space order. In times of great danger, you can activate the time-space order to summon a spirit entity for assistance. At Sword Hiding Peak, Yanqing cheered with delight. I've finally grasped sword intent. I've been bothering you for 10 years. Thank you, Sister Miaoling. The girl tossed her sword aside after a slash that severed a cluster of bamboo stalks. Yanqing said, Miaoling, I have to go tell Master the good news. I'll go on ahead. See you later. Miaoling waved her goodbye. After Yanqing left, Miaoling stretched wearily. I'm covered in dust from cultivating. I need to take a bath. In the middle of the bamboo forest, there was a small hot spring. The moment she dipped a foot into the water, she exclaimed with pleasure, this feels amazing. But he didn't get to enjoy the feeling for long. Qin Tian appeared, swinging between 2 bamboo stalks. He whispered, Miaoling, Master just cooked up a delicious meal. Hurry and come get a late-night snack. And Miaoling, annoyed at being interrupted, fumes. It's always such a coincidence. She flashes back to the past. One time, he called her to eat while she was changing. Another time, he wanted a late snack while she was bathing. She turns and yells furiously, Master, are you doing this on purpose? Or are you just that clueless? Still swinging between the bamboo, Qin Tian replies, On purpose. Definitely on purpose. You know it. In moments like these, All you need is a confident smile. With blood streaming from both nostrils, Qin Tian just chuckles. Tonight, your master got his hands on some 800-year-old wine. So, hurry up and get dressed, and let's have a drink. Don't worry, your master here isn't a heavy drinker. His words successfully enraged and meowing. She hurls her bath towel straight at his head. A bright, full moon hangs high in the sky. Qin Tian sits listlessly in his chair, thinking. A girl in the house grows up so fast. Before he could finish the thought, and Meowling's voice cuts in, Master, what are you thinking about now? And with such a sleazy grin, seeing the beautiful woman before him. A fresh stream of bright red trickles from his nose. And nothing. I wasn't thinking about anything. Nothing at all. He sits up properly at the dinner table, complimenting her. You look beautiful in that outfit. And Meowling replies shyly. It is beautiful. It's just that the dress Master bought is a little tight in the chest. It's a bit hard to breathe, as if to illustrate her discomfort. The decorative stone in the center of her chest pops off, flying far away. Qin Tian couldn't help but mutter, but after that, he was definitely tackled by Meowling and hit somewhere. His fearful cry rings out. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound comes from the pot of food still bubbling over the fire. Wow, Master's cooking is getting better and better. And Meowling offers a few words of praise. Qin Tian coaxes her to eat a little more. Amidst the peaceful scene, a strange sound suddenly reaches Qin Tian's ears. A worried expression crosses his face. Seeing this, and Meowling asks, Master, what's wrong? A half-saint has brought people to Kunlun. Looks like they're here to cause trouble. Qin Tian explains. Let's go to the main peak and see. Master. And so, the two of them head to the main peak. At Kunlun's main martial arts arena, thousands of people are gathered. The air buzzes with constant chatter. The female sect master turns to the man beside her and asks, I've heard that Elder Lung Yai recently took the head disciple of his sect to challenge the young disciples of various other sections. What is this all about? The old man beside her smiles warmly and replies, A misunderstanding. This old man is Lung Yai, the grand elder of the Penglai sect. He continues, Xiaohua has hit a bottleneck. So he wanted to spar with disciples from other sects to find a breakthrough. Actually, we came here this time hoping to meet the legendary ancient bloodline. The female sect master knew in her heart that this old fox was up to no good. He definitely had another motive. She states bluntly, My apologies. Meowling is currently in seclusion. The old man chuckles softly. Then it seems we've come at an inconvenient time. Just then, by Xiaohua, the head disciple of the Penglai sect, scoffs. Is the lightning induction not finished yet? I'm getting bored. Another man named Shi Lei, the son of the master of the thunder-taming peak, with bulging muscles, sneers, You've waited a long time. You'll regret letting me complete my thunder guide art. Don't go crying to your mommy when I blow you to bits in a minute. As he finishes speaking, he throws a lightning punch toward Bai Xiaohua. Bai Xiaohua doesn't seem the least bit concerned. Really? A pity. To me, this is all you've got. With that, he lightly points a finger at Shi Lei. Mid-grade heaven rank, martial skill. One sword to rule the rivers and mountains. A spark flies toward Shi Lei and explodes, sending him flying back to shatter a piece of the wall. Shi Lei's father, watching from the sidelines, cries out in alarm, Tianer. The others murmur amongst themselves. What just happened? It was too fast. I couldn't see. Bai Xiaohua cocks his head arrogantly to the sky. Too weak. Señor my apologies. I really didn't expect him to be unable to block that. The thunder-taming peak master is furious. He's about to rush in and fight him to the death, but is held back by his disciples. Peak master, please calm down. Having defeated one opponent, Bai Xiaohua looks for his next. He asks who wants to end up in the same position as the last guy. Pointing at a few people, you, or you. Despite his taunting gaze, everyone below remains dead silent. No one dares to speak up. This bores him greatly. What's wrong? Is no one brave enough? Just then, Yin Qingshi gently shakes the sect master's shoulder. Master, let me go up. If this continues, our disciple's confidence will be completely crushed. The sect master agrees, but reminds her to be careful. Yin Qingshi continues. To be safe, master should call junior sister in over. The sect master looks at her doubtfully. What good would calling her do? Right now, she's still a bit lacking. Understanding her master's concern, Yin Qingxi explains, Master, you don't know. Under the guidance of our little master uncle, Miaoling has already comprehended sword intent. It's because of that I was able to perceive sword intent as well. The sect master asks again, Qin Tian taught swordsmanship, and Miaoling comprehended sword intent? Are you sure? Regarding her master's doubt, Yin Qingxi replies with conviction, absolutely certain. After hearing everything Yin Qingxi said, the female sect master rests her chin on her hand, deep in thought. The way you put it, I can't help but feel there's something very strange about that boy. He's definitely hiding something. Yin Qingxi walks straight onto the martial stage. I'll be your opponent. Everyone is stunned to see the girl before them. When Bai Xiaohua sees her, the disdainful smile on his face widens. He scoffs. Since the senior sister of Kunlun has graced the stage, why don't we make a bet? Let's bet a spot in the Xiaoyao secret realm. He looks up at the sky again, full of himself. Defeat me, and my spot is yours. If you lose, you have to give me one of yours. The female sect master, standing above, partially guesses that their main purpose for coming here is the Xiaoyao secret realm. As for Yin Qingxi, after hearing his challenge, a voice rings in her ear. Agree to his terms. Seeing Bai Xiaohua's arrogance, Yin Qingxi resolves to accept his challenge. Bai Xiaohua smugly draws his sword, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. Then let's begin. Senior sister of Kunlun. He quickly brandishes his sword. A gale of sword intent erupts. Streams of green energy coil around the blade. Yin Qingxi doesn't flinch. She quickly executes the clear wind sword intent to block the blow. Seeing this, a flicker of interest appears in Bai Xiaohua's eyes. I didn't expect you to also understand sword intent. Looks like I'll have to use my real strength. The two exchange blows relentlessly. Flashes of sword light illuminate the entire arena. Yin Qingxi smiles faintly. Her voice is challenging. Anyone can talk big. Hearing this, Bai Xiaohua's anger flares. He decides to teach her a lesson. Then watch closely. He shouts, and his sword energy explodes violently. A higher realm of sword intent. The fusion of sword intent and sword skill. Heaven rank, supreme grade sword skill, Gale Sword. A massive green tornado engulfs Yin Qingxi, throwing her into the air. Severely injured, she coughs up blood and is thrown from the stage. Her sword falls to the ground, far from where she landed. The sect master looks toward her worriedly, while the old man from Penglai appears pleased. Bai Xiaohua shields his eyes from the sun with his hand, unable to hide the contemptuous smile on his lips. Just as Yin Qingxi thinks she's about to die, two figures appear just in time. A man swiftly catches her falling body. We're here, Qin Tian shouts. The two who just appeared are none other than Qin Tian and Miaoling. Yin Qingxi weakly whispers, Little Master Uncle, and she passes out. Qin Tian's appearance causes a stir among the female disciples. Little Master Uncle is so cool. I'm so jealous of Senior Sister Yin. I wish Little Master Uncle would princess carry me like that too. Bai Xiaohua hears this, seething with jealousy. Cool? What's so cool about that? I just don't get how these commoners think. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Miaoling. He gave a faint smirk and stepped forward. I am Bai Xiaohua, head disciple of the Penglai sect, the top prodigy of my generation. And what might your name be, junior sister? Let's get to know each other. A flicker of infatuation flashed in his eyes. This junior sister is gorgeous. Truly a nation-toppling beauty. The old woman in the stand smiled knowingly. The final target has appeared. Besides the bloodline, I need to confirm her aptitude. Qin Tian immediately shoved Bai Xiaohua's hand away, his voice cold. Get your filthy hands off her. Bai Xiaohua was furious. Who is this pig calling filthy? You rotten piece of trash. Seeing Qin Tian being insulted, the two junior sisters shouted, You're the rotten trash. That's my master. That's my junior martial uncle. Junior martial uncle? Wait a minute. Rumor has it that Kunlun has a useless, but very handsome junior martial uncle. Looks like that's him right there. They've been captivated by my face. I will save them. I'll show everyone that strength is what truly matters. Bai Xiaohua started laughing like a creep. It was an eyesore to Qin Tian. A disgusting laugh like that. He must be thinking of something vile. Master, later, I'll finish him in 3 moves. I'll leave Penglai with a shred of dignity. The sect master of Kunlun looked at Qin Tian with displeasure. How long do you plan on holding my little disciple? Yin Qingti is injured. Take her down for treatment at once. Qin Tian quickly explained. I'm helping junior sister Yin to keep her injuries from getting worse. On the stage, Bai Xiaohua analyzed with confidence. Her cultivation level is definitely no higher than Yin Qingdi's. With my strength, I can end this in one blow. He sneered. He invited him Miaoling to fight. Junior sister, please. In the blink of an eye, a flash of sword light. Before Bai Xiaohua could react, he was struck by a painful blow, and Miaoling said softly, first move. If master hadn't told me to leave Peng Lai some dignity, you'd already be on the ground. Bai Xiaohua was enraged. Veins popped on his face. You wretched woman, if I hadn't intentionally gone easy on you, how could you have possibly hurt me? He immediately unleashed a technique. Sword intent martial skill. Gale sword that settles mountains and rivers. But the moment he executed the move, and Miaoling shattered it before his eyes. She shook her head gently. How bland. Even your Gale sword is all for show. Then, a giant wall of sword flowers materialized. A powerful sword intent enveloped the entire stage. True sword intent should be like this. Sword intent bone. Bai Xiaohua was knocked off the stage, spitting a mouthful of blood. The surrounding crowd was stunned. Murmurs and whispers spread everywhere. Now that's what you call a genius. That Bai Xiaohua is just an ordinary talent. He's no match for her at all. After being defeated, he knelt on the ground, utterly and completely convinced of his defeat. Great accomplishment, sword intent. How is that even possible? And why not? This is my final move. As she spoke, a giant bird appeared, ready to charge straight at Bai Xiaohua. Immediately after, the girl unleashed her technique, turning him into a stone statue instantly. She won. It seems the younger generation of your sect is truly extraordinary. Excellent. We have to go celebrate for 3 days and 3 nights. The old woman, despite the loss, didn't seem bitter. She just quietly took the Xiaoyao Mystic Realm token and said, thank you. After concluding her business, she left. But on her face was a cryptic smile. Elsewhere, Palace Master, we have found the most suitable host. She possesses the ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline, and has also mastered great accomplishment sword intent. Well done, Lungya. When I obtain what I need, I will surely unite the Eastern continent. At that time, your reward will not be small. The speaker was the Palace Master of the Heavenly Demon Palace, Mu Yixue, the emotionless female emperor. All the humiliation you caused me, I will make you pay back 100-fold. At the Xiaoyao Mystic Realm, a place of scenic beauty, everyone knew that this was a mystic realm that the 3 great sects, Kunlun, Penglai, and Taibai, had paid a great price to open, and it only appeared once every 20 years. Inside held countless opportunities like spirit herbs, treasures, and many other things. Once everyone had gathered, Qin Tian's senior sister began to briefly explain the place and offer a reminder. But this mystic realm has 2 restrictions. Only those below the Nirvana realm are allowed to enter. Anyone above that will be ejected. Second, each time it opens, a maximum of only 9 people can enter. The key to entering the mystic realm is the token in your hands, meaning only those who possess a token are allowed to enter. She pointed towards the mystic realm and added, everyone must remember, after you go inside, you only have 7 days to explore. Use this time effectively. If there are no other questions, then let's depart. We will await good news from you elites. After listening, the chosen ones quickly leaped down into the mystic realms area, including Miaoling, Yin Qingti, and 2 others. While falling, and Miaoling's token suddenly fell, followed by a strange wisp of black smoke. At the Heavenly Demon Palace, Mu Yixue quickly assessed the situation through a black smoke. She couldn't hide her excitement and exclaimed, she's entered the mystic realm. Immediately, Mu Yixue ordered her subordinate to follow in Miaoling's tracks and bring her back to the palace. As the master of the Heavenly Demon Palace, you will follow my instructions. The subordinate heard this and immediately obeyed. In this mysterious landscape, and Miaoling still hadn't sensed any sign of danger. In fact, she was able to stroll leisurely through the forest, nibbling on a ripe red strawberry in her hand. Upon entering the mystic realm, everyone was scattered in different directions, and Miaoling had now lost senior sister Yan's group. So, she could only wander around here to look for them. Peak Lord Su had never mentioned a situation like this, so in Meowling couldn't help but worry. As she was enjoying her strawberry, she suddenly detected a noise from a nearby bush. And Meowling stopped chewing and called out, "Who's there?" As soon as she finished speaking, a strange creature shot out from the shadows towards her. However, before it could even get close, it was easily beheaded by Meowling. Notably, she didn't show any fear, though the strawberry in her hand had fallen to the ground at some point. The unlucky black crow that had just been sliced dropped a scroll onto the ground, and Meowling looked down at the scroll, wondering, "What is this scroll?" She walked over, picked it up, and examined its contents with a look of amazement. It seemed this was the opportunity that Peak Lord Su had mentioned. So Meowling let her guard down completely. Inside the scroll was a treasure map for the Heavenly Phoenix sacred fruit, with a specific location clearly marked. Looking at the map, she suddenly recalled some important information. The expression on her face immediately changed. She thought to herself, "I remember now. If I can just eat it, I can break through to the peak of the Nirvana realm, just one step away from the creation realm." After realizing the importance of the Heavenly Phoenix fruit, and Meowling quickly set off. She said excitedly as she walked, "All right, let's start searching for the Heavenly Phoenix fruit." At that moment, on a branch not far away, a black crow with blood-red eyes was watching her every move. Its body emanated a heavy, sinister aura. Reflected deep in its blazing red eyes was the image of a Meowling, cheerfully on her way to find the Heavenly Phoenix sacred fruit. She was completely unaware of the danger stalking her, still strolling casually along the path. Suddenly, her steps halted as she saw what she was looking for appear right before her eyes. She looked up at the miraculous fruit and exclaimed, "Found it!" Unexpectedly, a mystical magic circle appeared beneath and Meowling's feet, surrounded by countless chains. To think there'd be a trap in a place like this, she thought, with just a glance, and Meowling immediately recognized it as a sealing formation. It put her in a difficult position, as her power was completely suppressed. Her body no longer obeyed her will, bound by chains filled with a dark aura. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed, "Your body is mine." Mu Ishue approached from behind, her eyes gleaming like a predator that had caught its prey. Despite the danger, and Meowling remained calm. She glanced at the mastermind beside her and said, "So, it really was a conspiracy. Moreover, the one behind it is a saint's soul from the saint realm. Your goal is to seize my body for your rebirth." Hearing this, Mu Ishue didn't seem surprised. But suddenly, she felt that something was wrong. The moment she realized the strangeness, before her eyes, and Meowling's body had turned into a sparkling block of ice. Mu Ishue couldn't believe she'd been fooled by such a simple trick. She angrily shattered the ice clone and Meowling had created and roared, "Damn it! To think I was played by a little brat. Get out here now." Mu Ishue spun towards the nearby bushes and unleashed a massive burst of flame, hoping to drag and Meowling out of her hiding spot. And, just as expected, a pair of slender legs slowly emerged from the shadows. Upon seeing the real person, Mu Ishue couldn't hide her excitement and exclaimed, "That face! You really are the emotionless empress." And Meowling's figure appeared faintly through the gray smoke. She leisurely chewed on a blade of grass in her mouth and asked, "Who are you?" And Meowling's question drove Mu Ishue into a rage. She roared so fiercely that the ground around her began to crack. "You caused my heavenly demon palace to be annihilated. My body was destroyed because of you, and you don't remember any of it." Faced with Mu Ishue's absolute fury, and Meowling simply replied, "I don't remember." That answer nearly drove Mu Ishue insane. She lunged toward Meowling with all the pin-up rage in her heart. The tension between the two women was so thick that a single word could ignite a brutal war. Mu Ishue, standing not far away, sneered mockingly, "I heard the Empress had vanished. Looking at you now, I suppose you've been reincarnated, haven't you?" Hearing this, and Meowling refused to back down, she replied defiantly, "Why don't you try me and find out?" Mu Ishue was getting impatient now. A wicked smile spread across her lips as she declared, "I believe the rumors are true." The moment she finished speaking, Mu Ishue attacked. For green tails sprouted from her back, giving Meowling no time to react. Mu Ishue was brimming with confidence. She knew that Meowling had lost her Emperor Realm strength. "Now, you're just a weakling in the Nirvana Realm. Meekly hand over that body to me." One of her tails whipped forward, but Meowling managed to dodge it. From the void, she drew the ice departure sword, her familiar weapon. With the sword in her hand, and Meowling moved with nimble grace, evading every one of her opponent's attacks. The clash between the two women wrought incredible destruction. The peaceful forest was instantly engulfed in flames. Every step they took left a trail of violent explosions. Through the thick smoke, and Meowling emerged, her body intact. Not a single scratch on her. The ferocious flames still licked at her heels. Mu Ishue pursued her relentlessly. The four enchanted tails attacked continuously, giving Meowling no chance to escape. The battle was currently tipped completely in Mu Ishue's favor. She was ecstatic. Her eyes gleamed as she watched Meowling trapped in a perilous situation. This sword has always helped you block every attack, hasn't it? Today is truly my lucky day. Not only do I get a body with unparalleled talent, but I'll also acquire a peerless, emperor-grade weapon. Mu Ishue relentlessly pressed her advantage with new techniques. She instantly morphed her magic tails into the shape of hands, ready to snatch her prey. The giant hands shot towards Meowling at breakneck speed, intent on capturing her. Mu Ishue shouted confidently, "Empress, surrender obediently. I'd hate to damage my own body." However, Meowling showed no fear. Without hesitation, she swung her sword, cutting down the grotesque things before her, and retorted, "Don't be ridiculous. You're nothing more than a Saint Realm spirit who's lost her body. The rules of this secret realm restrict all outside power. Cultivators beyond the Nirvana realm must seal their own power to enter. And you are no exception." The tides of battle suddenly turned as Meowling shifted from defense to offense. She used her ice departure sword to relentlessly slash at Mu Ishue's green tails, leaving her opponent no time to react. At that moment, Mu Ishue had all but lost her advantage. But suddenly, a savage grin spread across her face. "You're right. In theory, that's how it works. But every rule has its loopholes." As she finished speaking, Mu Ishue's neck suddenly cracked and shattered into pieces, revealing the dark aura escaping from within. The stone mask that covered half her face also crumbled away, exposing her severely damaged flesh beneath. Mu Ishue let out a crazed laugh. Her eyes were cold. The Xiaoyao secret realm is no exception. As her true face was revealed, a terrifying source of power was unleashed. A hideous monster appeared behind Mu Ishue, shaking the very space around them. And Meowling was stunned. Her eyes flew wide open at the sight before her, as she mumbled, "A half-saint." She had just recognized the terrifying entity when it vanished from her sight. She could feel the frightening surge of power coming from Mu Ishue, while Meowling was still in shock. Mu Ishue appeared behind her back. She whispered in her ear, "To be precise, a half-saint on the verge of breaking through to the saint realm. I'm finally about to have a body." Mu Ishue pressed close to Meowling's ear. Her voice was a whisper, but it was filled with power. Meanwhile, her hands were already restraining her, and Meowling's body instinctively froze solid. Under the pressure of Mu Ishue's hands, an invisible thread was formed, binding Meowling's entire body. She quickly realized something was wrong when she couldn't move freely. She thought to herself, "Damn it, I can't move." Since when? Mu Ishue was filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. She closed in on Meowling, her face a mask of pure triumph. Full of glee, she said, "To gain the power to surpass the Nirvana realm, and be able to use it in this realm, I had to endure so much bitterness." As she spoke, painful memories of what Mu Ishue had suffered flashed through her mind. "Hurry up and recover. My soul, I can't fall here. I still have enemies to kill. I still have to get my revenge." The vicious words, filled with killing intent, echoed endlessly in Mu Ishue's head, making her even more agitated. "It can't end here. You're nothing but a half-saint beast. Even with my cultivation sealed by the secret realm, I can still kill you." While Meowling was in extreme danger, fear began to rise within her, and suddenly, in her mind, she called out to her master. She tried to move her finger toward the small object on her clothes, hoping her master would appear in time to save her from this life-or-death situation. "Master, it's time for you to appear," she thought. Meanwhile, the city was as bustling as ever. Qin Tian walked along a familiar street. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a certain spot. A memory of a quiet, moonlit night surfaced, when he and Miaoling sat together on a rooftop. In 3 days, the Xiaoyao secret realm will open. If you encounter danger inside the realm, activate the time-space order. Qin Tian had carefully instructed his disciple before her departure, and Miaoling held the order in her hand, listening attentively to her master's detailed instructions. "Remember to keep it close," he said. She turned and asked, "Close to me?" Qin Tian turned back, winking as he replied, "Of course. When the time comes, I'll appear from the order to help you." Hearing this, and Miaoling obediently complied and carefully tucked the order into the most discreet place possible. This action caused Qin Tian, who was sitting right beside her, to get a massive nosebleed. He hadn't meant for her to keep it that close, but in the end, Qin Tian was treated to a steamy sight. The memory ended. Qin Tian returned to the present, to the familiar scenery of the city. His voice rang out as he walked down the street. Miaoling has gone with senior sister Su Gang to the Xiaoyao secret realm. My days of living alone are back. Qin Tian appeared with a bright expression, elated to experience the feeling of living by himself again. He was so overjoyed he couldn't contain himself, making passers-by question his strange behavior. After acting like a fool in the street, Qin Tian stopped by a nearby noodle shop. A bowl of hot beef noodles, steaming, was brought out to him. Even the most exquisite delicacies can't compare to simple, everyday food. Qin Tian looked at the bowl of noodles before him and couldn't help but exclaim with excitement, "Smells amazing!" The beef noodles of Chongming City truly live up to their reputation. With that, he picked up his chopsticks and began to enjoy the delicious noodles. In the middle of his meal, and Miaoling's voice suddenly echoed from thin air, "Master, help me." Hearing it, Qin Tian immediately looked around, guessing, "Sounds like a distress signal from the time-space order." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Bai Xiaohua, with an injury on his hand, was walking into a nearby eatery to enjoy a bowl of sweet red bean soup, right across from where Qin Tian was eating his noodles. But in an instant, he had vanished into thin air before Bai Xiaohua even had a chance to see him. In the Xiaoyao secret realm, the endless battle between Mu Yixue and Miaoling was still raging. Mu Yixue had completely bound, and Miaoling's body with her spider-like threads, leaving her unable to move. Mu Yixue's hand clamped down on Miaoling's neck. She said coldly, "Empress, this was my countermeasure. Don't bother struggling. It's useless." Unexpectedly, Mu Yixue had been one step ahead. She had already snatched the order from Miaoling's body. She threw the token on the ground and grabbed Miaoling by the throat, warning her. Unfortunately for her, it had no effect at all, and Miaoling was in a life-or-death situation. The discarded token suddenly began to glow, as if it were sending out a distress signal. Then, a hand suddenly reached out from the void and grabbed the token. That person was none other than Qin Tian. He held the token in his hand and asked doubtfully, "No effect, you say?" Mu Yixue sensed someone's presence and immediately whipped around, shouting. But before she could even turn her head fully, a powerful punch from Qin Tian landed squarely on her face, giving her no time to react. The force of the blow sent Mu Yixue flying, creating a brilliant flash of light as she crashed to the ground. Qin Tian, wearing a mysterious mask, quickly moved to catch Miaoling. He tore off all the spider silk from her body. Then he asked gently, "Are you okay? What happened?" After catching Miaoling, the two of them slowly descended to the ground. The moment their feet touched the earth, Qin Tian hurriedly asked Miaoling, "Where are Qingxi and the others? Why weren't they with you?" He gently helped her down while Miaoling couldn't stop coughing. Her throat was raw. She struggled to get the words out. "I'll transfer the memory to you." With that, Miaoling placed her hand on Qin Tian's forehead. Instantly, a jolt ran through his mind. Images of the battle between Miaoling and the demoness Mu Yixue flashed through Qin Tian's consciousness, leaving him utterly astonished. After receiving the massive amount of information, Qin Tian finally understood the situation. His expression turned serious. "I see. So Lung Yai and this woman were working together. Lung Yai wanted to find a suitable body for her, so he took that fool Bai Xiaohua around to challenge everyone." And Miaoling's gaze suddenly fixed on the monkey-shaped mask on her master's head. She asked with a look of disdain, "Master, why are you wearing a monkey mask? It looks incredibly stupid." Hearing this, Qin Tian broke into a wide grin. This is the secret that allows your master to use the power of a half-saint to break the restrictions of this secret realm. The principle is very simple, and Miaoling stared blankly as her master explained the ugly, hairspray-stiffened monkey mask. According to Qin Tian, after he killed a demonic beast in the secret realm, he just had to use its soul to disguise himself as a part of the realm. After hearing the explanation, and Miaoling realized that for the woman to use half-saint power, she must have killed a half-saint demonic beast. Qin Tian stood to one side, nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, Mu Yixue, after taking the full force of Qin Tian's punch, had been sent flying hundreds of meters. Her back slammed hard into a distant hill, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get back up after that devastating impact. Mu Yixue groaned in pain. Such terrifying power. A single punch shattered my soul. It seems the bee soul on him is the saintly spirit ape. It possesses unrivaled strength in the center of the secret realm. My soul is already too weak to take over the Empress's body. Furthermore, I'm no match for that man. The only option left is to use my backup plan. Mu Yixue slowly reached for a blue circle, her heart filled with resentment. Damn you for turning me into a beast. When her finger touched the blue circle, a strange mark suddenly appeared on her hand. It was shaped like a spider. Meanwhile, Miaoling and Qin Tian were still unaware of the approaching danger. They were still joking around with each other. And Miaoling said to him in amazement, "Master, you got here so fast. I had just used the spatial token to call for help, and you appeared." Hearing this, Qin Tian's face filled with pride. "Of course, your master is a man of his word. When I say I'll be there in a flash, I'll be there in a flash." While the two were lost in conversation, a large object suddenly appeared beneath Miaoling's feet. She immediately sensed something was wrong and shouted, "There's something in the ground." The two of them instantly became alert, focusing on the strange thing beneath the surface. Suddenly, from above their heads, a hideous monster appeared, and on top of it was Mu Yixue, hurtling towards them with a look of pure ecstasy. She screamed, "The Empress and that meddling man. I'll kill you both." The monster gathered all its strength and fired a green energy ball at the two of them, roaring die. Queen's venom. Qin Tian hastily dodged to the side, avoiding the attack. Then he turned and shouted in Miaoling's ear, telling her to get out of there fast. The monster still hadn't given up its attack, and Miaoling quickly warned, "Master, be careful." Qin Tian reassured her that he had the situation completely under control. Then he unleashed a continuous flurry of fierce punches. The afterimages of his fists assisted him. Each punch was enough to stagger an opponent, let alone hundreds of them raining down in succession. However, the monster seemed completely unfazed. It looked at Qin Tian with contempt. "Your fists are so much weaker than before," it taunted. Qin Tian admitted it through his own words, "Tough hide." Just then, before he could think of a new plan, the monster bared its sharp teeth and long, coiling tongue, preparing to attack Qin Tian. In an instant, he was put on the defensive. He could only shield himself with his arms, but he was still knocked back a long way. Before he could react, Qin Tian detected another threat. Monstrous demoness art. Thousands of green tentacles shot up from the ground, attacking him. Thanks to his sharp reflexes, Qin Tian launched himself high into the air, escaping the danger. However, while dodging, a corner of his outer robe was touched by a tentacle and was instantly corroded, leaving a large hole. It seems these tentacles are poisonous. Qin Tian realized, "I can't let them touch me." While he was struggling to deal with the chaotic situation, and Miaoling suddenly shouted from a distance, "Master, watch out!" Thanks to the warning, Qin Tian became aware of another danger, but it was too late. Before him was the God-sealing spiderweb formation. A gigantic spiderweb was slowly closing in, wrapping around him like a cocoon. The spider demoness shouted with delight, "Checkmate!" and Miaoling hid in the bushes, watching the scene with a lump in her throat. This is bad. Master's been trapped by the spiderweb. She frantically tried to figure out what to do, but a second later, as if she'd realized something, she whispered, "I see." The spider demoness looked at the cocoon before her and laughed triumphantly. "I've won. Ha ha ha." She cackled over and over, then opened her stinking maw, lined with teeth as sharp as knives. Next is my enemy. Her two glowing red eyes were an omen of the crime she was about to commit. But her satisfaction was short-lived. From within the cocoon, a brilliant golden light suddenly burst forth. Something was about to break free from the cocoon, stronger than before. Just as expected, the sword in Qin Tian's hand flashed like lightning, leaving only a brilliant gleam in its wake. And in the blink of an eye, the cocoon that had just enveloped him was reduced to a pile of shredded silk. Qin Tian landed from above. His tone was calm. I forgot I still had the Bingli's sword. Good thing Miaoling reacted in time. The moment his feet touched the ground, the spider demoness snapped out of her shock. She stammered in disbelief. How? How is this possible? Without giving Mu Yixue any more time to recover, Qin Tian immediately declared, Now it's time for our counterattack. Hand seal, sun moon seal. With that, he leaped high into the air. Body seal, poison seal, were the next techniques he used, combining their power with his previous skills. And finally, the heart seal, gourd seal. 3-in-1 version. Finishing his chant, he shot straight toward the spider demon. By now, the monster knew fear. Block him for me. Thousands of giant tentacles rose from the ground, forming a barrier in front of Qin Tian, trying to stop his attack. It seemed like it might work, but Qin Tian's ultimate technique easily pierced through the defensive wall that the spider demoness had desperately erected with her last shred of hope. No! The spider demoness only had time for one last scream before she was defeated by Qin Tian. Qin Tian stood there, looking at the victory before him. A smirk played on his lips. After defeating the cunning spider demoness, Qin Tian left its corpse lying on the ground and hurried off in another direction. He tossed the sword that had just saved his life into Miaoling's hands, saying, Here's your sword back. Oh, right. There's one more good thing. They both walked to the base of a tree, where a cluster of glistening, ruby-red fruits stood out against the lush green leaves. Qin Tian shielded his eyes from the blinding light and exclaimed, It really is here. And Miaoling looked up and couldn't help but gasp, Sky Phoenix fruit. And it's still perfectly intact. Qin Tian quickly reached out and picked the cluster of fruit, saying, This proves the divine fruit belongs to you. The cluster of fruit was quickly placed into Miaoling's hands. Hurry up and eat it. Your master will protect you, he said with determination. And Miaoling listened to her master. She quickly put the fruit in her mouth. Before long, a torrent of energy flowed through her body, seeping into every cell, reinforcing her latent power and pushing her to a new level. Qin Tian completed his mission. The system displayed a notification. Congratulations, host disciple has reached the peak of the Nirvana realm. Host's reward is doubled. And Miaoling excitedly felt the change within her body. When I get back to Songjian Peak, I'll definitely go into seclusion for a while. I can finally ascend to the creation realm. At that moment, Qin Tian held an iron chain glowing with purple light and said, There's one more thing you need to take care of first. And Miaoling was still lost in her newfound power. Not understanding Qin Tian's meaning, she asked, What is it? A loud rumble echoed as Qin Tian yanked hard on the chain. Rocks and dust flew everywhere. He shouted, Got you. To think you were hiding thousands of meters underground. His hands deftly pulled the chain out. Finally, he gave one last powerful tug and dragged out a very familiar-looking, white-haired old man. The old man was pulled to the ground, and Miaoling quickly recognized him. She cried out, The great elder of Penglai, Lunya, isn't it? The old man, lying on the ground, didn't forget to reply, Everyone said the junior martial uncle of Kunlun was a good-for-nothing, but it seems you fooled them all. My work here is done. Qin Tian turned to leave. Before he left, he said to Miaoling, I just remember my bowl of beef noodles. If I don't eat it now, it'll get cold. I'll leave this old man to you. And Miaoling asked worriedly, Master, you're leaving already? He patted her shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. I've left the remaining power of the spirit burst ape to you. Then he smiled. Right now, you temporarily possess the power of a half-saint. After speaking, he vanished like the wind, disappearing from her sight. Only his voice echoed from the distance. I'll be waiting for you at Songjian Peak. The old man who had just been bound in iron chains a moment ago was now sitting up, muttering, It seems he's very confident in you. To believe that your temporary half-saint power can defeat a veteran half-saint like me. In response to the contempt in his words, and Miaoling replied calmly, Only heaven knows. Why don't you give it a try? He said smugly, gripping the sword in his hand tightly. Then let me see what you're made of. With that, he unleashed a heavenly demon slash toward the Meowling. But she deftly spun around, dodging it with ease. Only now did a Meowling truly feel the change. She thought to herself, my body feels even lighter than I imagined. Is this the feeling of a bloodline after a realm breakthrough? The old man saw her standing still, thinking she was having problems. He said with glee, what's wrong? Didn't your master teach you how to use your own power? As he finished speaking, he once again attacked a Meowling. A pair of golden shoes landed on the tip of his sword. It was none other than a Meowling. She walked lightly, sword in hand. Her posture was calm, yet filled with confidence. I was just getting a feel for it. And Meowling said, seeing her standing on his weapon. The old man furiously swung his sword, intending to throw her off. But Meowling easily dodged with just a small leap. You have the power of a half-saint, and all you know how to do is run? The old man's cold voice rang out. Just a useless girl. I'll finish you before you even hit the ground. After successfully evading the old man's relentless attacks, and Meowling landed softly. A cold smile spread across her lips. My turn. She raised her sword. Her shout echoed. Heavenly demon slash. A fierce gale erupted. Her figure vanished in an instant, startling the old man. She disappeared? He muttered. But before he could finish his sentence, a Meowling appeared behind him at an astonishing speed. That's right, and I have power too, she added. At the same time, she threw a punch straight at his face. The force was far beyond anything she had ever shown before. With just one punch, the old man was sent flying, slamming hard into the cliff face behind him. This all ends here, and Meowling declared, let me put an end to this chaotic drama. The old man slowly stood up, his muscles bulging. Today, I'll show you what a real half-saint is. And Meowling chuckled softly. A half-saint. I've killed plenty of people who call themselves that. With that, she launched the heart sword strike at the old man. A massive explosion erupted, shaking the very heavens and earth. Meanwhile, Yin Xingti's group was frantically searching for Meowling. Meowling, where are you? Junior's sister and... After a long while, Yin Xingti finally saw her and shouted, I'm over here, senior sister Yin. Yin Xingti rushed over and hugged a Meowling. You scared me to death. What happened? Why weren't you with us? After we entered the mystic realm? And Meowling gently replied, I just ran into a small fortuitous encounter. That's all. Yin Xingti asked curiously, Meowling, what kind of encounter did you have? The others who were with them also asked eagerly, Junior's sister and... Tell us about it. We're really curious too. Meowling replied without hesitation. All right. When I stepped into the vortex, a gemstone suddenly appeared in my hand. The next scene cuts to a noodle shop. My noodles. I'm back. Qin Tian had just returned to see his bowl of noodles overturned on the ground. What happened here? Just then, the sounds of fighting and panic screams came from outside. Princess, run. It turned out to be two soldiers in pursuit. The princess fled in a hurry. But before she could get away, a strange man in black blocked her path. And where does the princess think she's going? Seeing the fear on her face, he commanded coldly, surrender now. Nearby, another man in black was holding a woman and a young boy hostage. He sneered, Princess, surely you don't want to see your people get hurt, do you? His smug laughter echoed, making the princess even more anxious. She didn't know what to do. While she was in a panic, at the noodle shop, Qin Tian was still cradling his noodle bowl and wailing, my beef noodles. Oh heavens! I didn't even get to take a single bite. Seeing Qin Tian standing nearby, the princess grasped at him like a lifeline. She quickly said, Young master, I am Princess Minglian of the Chongming Kingdom. I beg you, please help me. Hearing her cry for help, the man in black immediately let go of the woman and child. He roared, Kid, this is the demon's sex business. Stay out of it. Qin Tian, who was already mourning his lost noodles, was now being disturbed. He flared up. So noisy. Can't you hear I'm having a moment with the heavens? Annihilating Dragon Claw. A terrifying surge of energy descended from above, creating a massive crater. The man in black was buried within it. The princess couldn't help but exclaim, so powerful. She then ran over and tugged on Qin Tian's sleeve. Thank you for saving my life, young master. Why don't we return to the imperial palace together to discuss how I can repay your kindness? Qin Tian immediately refused. No, I have things to do. The princess hurriedly called after him. Sir, wait. Before the princess could finish her sentence, the young man had already pulled out his wok and vanished in a flash. He's gone, the princess exclaimed in disappointment. But a moment later, a smile returned to her face. Luckily, I used an image stone to record his appearance. When I get back, I'll have the intelligence agency investigate who he is. While flying, Qin Tian thought to himself, it'll probably be a while before Miaoling returns to the sect. I guess I'll make a trip home. As soon as he arrived, he noticed a strange aura surrounding his house. A cold sweat broke out on his brow. He wondered nervously, why is there a saint-level formation set up here? Looking at the empty house, Qin Tian thought, not a single person in sight. It must have been abandoned for at least half a month. Mom, Dad, I hope nothing happened to you too. He climbed onto the roof and jumped inside. He had only taken a few steps when it seemed he'd stepped on something. A brick shot up as a voice rang out. Ambush! Qin Tian froze. Before he could understand what was happening from beneath the ground, two figures appeared. It was the image of his parents. The figures projected the images of the master and madam. A voice echoed, son, we've gone out with the servants. Don't worry about us. But remember to watch out for the books. Hearing this, Qin Tian had a bewildered look on his face and wondered. Watch out for what? He walked on, counting on his fingers and mumbling. Year of the Tiger. Doesn't get along with the monkey? Excellent. Then he smiled cheerfully. My luck's not bad today. Time to sign in. Though, he had no idea what he was even calculating. Afterward, Qin Tian opened the system to sign in. A notification appeared. Cumulative sign-in reward. All learned martial arts skills have been upgraded by 2 levels. Miniature Super Ball X1. Suddenly, a polygonal object appeared and rolled on the ground. Qin Tian was focused on the notification, which added 1 merit point. A moment later, he finally noticed the polygonal object. He picked it up to examine it. A large question mark appeared in his mind. Angrily, he threw the ball with a curse. Are you kidding me? I've signed in for 7,749 days, and you give me a ball? Don't think I wouldn't recognize this piece of junk just because you changed its shape. I'm so over Pokemon. Suddenly, a fox appeared out of thin air. It leaped high into the air under Qin Tian's astonished gaze. Immediately after, a mystical beam of light shot out from the polygon he had called a ball. The fox was sucked into the ball, leaving Qin Tian with a face full of doubt. When it landed on the ground, it beeped continuously. Qin Tian's interest was piqued. He mumbled, this is a poke dash. He picked up the polygon. He examined it and wondered, why does this thing keep beeping? It's not going to do this all day, is it? While Qin Tian was focused on the polygon, a large man suddenly appeared behind him, smirking. Hith hith. Spirit Dynamic Realm Brat. Scram. This box that captured the Qingxiu Fox Empress now belongs to me. Qin Tian turned around. He looked at the large man with a skeptical expression and mumbled. The legendary Qingxiu Fox Empress? Doesn't really look like her. The large man saw Qin Tian's face. His attitude suddenly changed. Whose kid is this handsome? The man approached, wrapping an arm around and squeezing Qin Tian's shoulder. He said, this fox is definitely the Qingxiu Fox Empress. Uncle is certain. What's more, she's the one the Emperor's Alliance wants to capture. The Emperor's Alliance is terrifying. Be a good boy and give it to me. Later, Uncle will take you somewhere, where we can have fun and raise our cultivation together. This uncle here is a Saint Realm expert, you know. This moment was like a tune that awakened a long-buried memory in Qin Tian's mind. A moment later, he started to get angry. Don't you come near me, you old perv. Hearing this, the big man's face fell. How dare you say that word? He started bawling, crocodile tears streaming down his face. This guy was completely unstable. As he spoke, he took out a giant clamp, threateningly. I'll clamp you to death so you can never open your mouth again. Although the guy seemed like a pervert, the power of his clamp was truly immense. A single strike sent tremors through the entire area, forcing Qin Tian to dodge to the side. Such immense force. The big man's eyes suddenly turned blood red, looking incredibly menacing. Stop running, you bastard. And that box. Give it back to me now. Qin Tian immediately put on a disdainful expression. Don't lie so blatantly, you old creep. This box is mine. Hearing the insult, the The bald man started crying again and charged at Qin Tian with his giant clamp. You said that word again. I'll grind you into mincemeat. In his fury, he unleashed a move that flattened several nearby trees. The explosion echoed across a wide area. The two continued to play cat and mouse until nightfall. Qin Tian sat on a high tree branch, his eyes fixed thoughtfully on the polygon in his hand. This crow's beak of mine has been beeping all day, but every single thing it said came true. Just as he finished speaking, the sphere in his hand suddenly emitted a brilliant golden glow, making him sigh in relief. Finally, it's quiet. At the base of the tree, the large man was clutching his metal clamp. He was breathing heavily, muttering, "That slippery little eel." Qin Tian looked down from above. He waved provocatively. "See ya, old perv." The man roared back in anger, "You little brat. Don't even think about escaping." But it seemed he had used too much energy throughout the day. He was now completely exhausted. He couldn't give chase. Qin Tian smiled. He pulled out his magic pan and soared into the sky. Still fiddling with the polygon, he thought to himself, I wonder if this fox is edible. At sword-hiding peak, the evening sun was setting, painting the entire sky in shades of orange and gold. The little fox slowly woke up in an unfamiliar space. Her legs had been carefully bandaged. She looked out the window, her heart full of doubt. Where is this? It doesn't look like the Emperor's alliance at all. The view outside the window made her realize she was in a completely different place. Her gaze was filled with wonder as she thought, could it be that someone saved me? Qin Tian sat nearby, sipping a cup of hot tea. He finally spoke up. You're finally awake. The little fox was startled. She turned to him and asked warily, Who are you? He looked at the steaming tea and answered in a casual tone, This is the Kunlun sect, and I am the one who saved your life. The little fox gave him a skeptical look. Her voice was filled with disbelief. Stop bluffing. You're only in the spirit dynamic realm. How could you possibly have saved me from that Saint Realm expert? With that, she turned her face to the window, ignoring Qin Tian as he continued to speak. Believe it or not, but I already blew that freak up like a firework. Also, before he could finish his lie, the little fox had already leaped out the window. She paid Qin Tian no mind. He simply added softly, When the rain fell, it hit my magic treasure. Hearing this, the little fox couldn't help but be astonished. Her eyes widened as if trying to understand everything. Instantly, her body was rigidly pulled back by the force of the treasure in Qin Tian's hand. Meanwhile, Qin Tian sat perfectly still, his legs crossed. He explained gently, You formed a preliminary contract with it. So for now, you can't get too far away from it. The little fox was forcibly dragged back. Her face was panicked. She repeatedly begged Qin Tian to break the contract for her so she could leave this place immediately. However, Qin Tian did not respond as she had hoped. He said seriously, I can't. The instruction manual clearly states, if the preliminary contract is broken, you'll instantly explode and die. It seems we have to form a complete contract. Otherwise, you'll also explode and die after 3 days. As he spoke, he glanced at the system screen. Hearing this, the little fox was filled with suspicion. She thought Qin Tian was exaggerating and immediately retorted, 3 days? Who are you trying to scare? You think I'll just explode because you say so? Qin Tian remained calm. He held up the polygon and said, You know what a sea of consciousness is, right? Try to feel the contract's signal within your sea of consciousness. The moment he finished speaking, the little fox felt the contract's signal. A light flashed in her eyes, and she thought angrily, My sea of consciousness. It's dying. It's just as he said. Is there really no other way? Feeling she had been cornered, the little fox had no choice but to accept. Her sharp gaze fell to the floor. She quickly began calculating a plan in her head. The little fox put on a pitiful expression, as if on the verge of tears. Listen, I was framed, she began, trying a different tactic. I've made enemies of some very powerful people. If you sign a contract with me, you'll be taking on all of my bad karma. It's a burden that will only end up hurting you. It will surely bring harm to you, Qin Tian. But after hearing this, not only did Qin Tian not change his mind, he even laughed and replied, It's just a contract. Besides, I'm incredibly powerful. I'm not afraid of any karma. Hearing this, the little fox froze on the spot. She resigned herself to the fact that she was dealing with a delusional idiot who couldn't be reasoned with. She decided to find an opportunity to snatch the polygon and then escape. While she was lost in thought, Qin Tian suddenly walked towards her. He held out his hand, demanding to sign the contract with her. The term is 100 years, or until your realm surpasses mine. Hearing this, the little fox was instantly stunned and asked, "Surpass you?" Her attitude changed in an instant. Her face lit up, eager to sign the contract right away. "Why didn't you say so sooner? This condition is too easy. I just need to train hard for a while, and I'll be able to surpass you. Let's sign it quick." As their foreheads touched, instantly, from the point of contact, a flash of light erupted, marking the formation of the contract between the little fox and Qin Tian. The system quickly updated and announced, "Congratulations, host, for completing a master-slave contract with the Empress of Qingqiu. Reward: Supreme Technique, Supreme Sky Fox Art, and a Supreme-Grade Imperial Treasure, the Sky Fox Pearl." Qin Tian had completed his mission smoothly, and the little fox beside him also wore a look of satisfaction. "I have to cultivate diligently. I'll restore my cultivation quickly and then break this contract." In her state of excitement, a sudden jolt of pain from the wound on her leg shot through her, making her cry out, "Damn it, I'm too seriously injured right now." After signing the contract, Qin Tian turned to look at the little fox and sighed. "Man, this is a lot of work." After a few complaints, he stood up, ready to leave. As he reached the door, he called back, "Hey, scruffy mutt. I'll be back a bit. Go ahead and eat first." Hearing herself called a scruffy mutt, the little fox exploded with anger, letting out a torrent of curses. "You're the scruffy mutt. Your whole family is scruffy mutts. Damn it. I'm not going to eat." Her anger didn't subside easily. She continued to curse. Her tail slammed repeatedly on the ground, showing her frustration. However, after a while of ranting, the little fox started to get tired. She stood silently for a moment, her mind a mess. Suddenly, her stomach rumbled, forcing her to her final option. She cautiously approached the lavish meal Qin Tian had prepared, telling herself, "I'm only eating to get my strength back for cultivation." That's right. The little fox gently picked up a hot piece of meat from the plate and nibbled on it. As the delicious meat melted in her mouth and went down to her stomach, she realized it was the meat of a demon king, a delicacy she had always dreamed of. Her eyes lit up as she savored the exquisite dish. After finishing the piece of meat, the pain in her body suddenly vanished. A stream of light enveloped her body. She dove into the feast. Unable to restrain herself, she cried out, "I think I've been played. If I eat this whole table of Demon King meat, I'll definitely break through far beyond the spirit realm." As night fell, the scenery of the Kunlun sect became mystical under the crescent moon hanging overhead. Past the vast bamboo forests, a brightly lit stream appeared. In this setting, Qin Tian was roughly forcing the little fox. The small girl, in the role of the victim, struggled to escape his grasp. But Qin Tian insisted on bathing with her. His reason was that the little fox was injured and her cultivation level was too low. It seemed the little fox was about to escape, but her claws slipped from the bamboo stalk due to Qin Tian's immense pulling force. She let out a piercing scream as she was flung into the air in shock. Her body hit the water surface, creating a loud splash. A moment later, her body was still submerged. Only a few drops of water splashed up. Qin Tian tilted his head. His eyes scanned the entire hot spring, but he couldn't see any sign of the little fox. Only an uncertain silence remained. He searched frantically for any trace of her in the hot stream. Suddenly, the back of a girl broke the surface of the water. She roared with fury, "You damn bastard!" Hearing the shout, Qin Tian quickly turned around. Just then, the little fox leaped at him, causing both of them to crash into the water. "Bastard! Don't you understand human language?" As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, and the figure of a young woman appeared before Qin Tian. The first thing he saw was the little fox's voluptuous human form. "So big, so white. You're actually quite pretty, little fox. And your figure isn't bad either." The little fox asked, confused, "My figure?" And she looked down and realized. Instantly, she quickly ducked back into the water to hide. "Get out, now!" Qin Tian smirked. "A wise man seizes the opportunity. And you wanted to get out now? I was just about to give you this." The little fox was furious. You pervert! I never take anything from you. But before she could finish her sentence, she gasped in surprise. Is that the Sky Fox Pearl? If I remember correctly, this kind of heavenly demon pearl is formed when a heavenly demon condenses all of its spiritual power and laws into a pearl before death. The one condensed by the Fox clan is called the Sky Fox Pearl. The one condensed by the Dragon clan is the Sky Dragon Pearl. Regardless of which race it belongs to, it's an ultimate treasure. Are you really giving it to me? Of course, there's a condition. What condition? Give me a kiss. The girl immediately recoiled. Are you kidding? It's just one treasure. And you're demanding my first kiss for it? Don't be so quick to judge. The young man then took out a technique manual. He gently fanned the girl with it to cool her down, then said, not only that, but after the kiss, I'll also give you this technique manual along with the Sky Fox Pearl. The girl burst out laughing. I wondered what it could be. Turns out it's the Supreme Sky Fox Art. I don't need that kind of technique. My Fox clan's nine-tailed heavenly scripture is the #1 imperial grade technique. Don't be so hasty. You better take a look before you say that. The young man then tossed the manual to the girl. Fine, I'll look. I refuse to believe there's any technique in this world more suitable for the Fox clan than the nine-tailed heavenly scripture. After studying it for a moment, the girl exclaimed in shock, is this real? This method can actually cultivate to the Sky Fox realm. In hundreds of thousands of years of history, the Fox clan has only ever produced a single Sky Fox, and even she needed a rare, fortuitous encounter to break through. If I cultivate into a Sky Fox, getting revenge on the Emperor of the Underworld will be as easy as flipping my hand. Are you really going to give it to me? When the girl turned back, the young man had vanished. Where did he go? It turned out he was already sitting and pouring tea. He said nonchalantly, a gentleman's word is his bond. No takebacks. When did you get over there? A cup of wine after a bath is simply wonderful. So, is it a fair trade? The girl blushed. She hesitated for a moment, then said, a kiss is a kiss. I agree. I'm ready. Just as the two were about to share a kiss, a sword suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Whoa, that was close. That was barely a centimeter away. What's going on? An enemy? Because I promised master. I returned to the hidden sword peak as fast as I could the moment I left the secret realm. Wait, meowing. Let your master explain first. You beast. Instantly, a massive pillar of ice shot out, accompanied by the young man's screams of pain. Amidst the rushing, turbulent waterfall, a lone nine-tailed fox sat in meditation, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Her shimmering fox tails appeared in the water, glowing with a faint pink aura. Suddenly, the nine-tailed fox flicked her tails and soared into the air. She waved her hand proudly. After 5 years, I've finally reached the half-saint realm. The Empress of Qingqiu by Xiaoru has returned, both beautiful and powerful. She had restored her strength, but the contract had yet to be broken. Bai Shiru was furious. She forcefully pushed open the door to where Qin Tian was relaxing. Just as Qin Tian and Miaoling were enjoying a peaceful moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Contracted Beast by Xiaoru has restored her strength to the half-saint realm. Host reward. Grade increased to the 9th rank. Mark reward increased by 1 level. Qin Tian replied calmly. Who can say what will happen with the contract? Bai Shiru, you're out of line. Qin Tian, you liar. Bai Shiru's shout sent the entire hidden sword peak into an uproar. From within a dark mountain, the abode of 10,000 demons, a stern voice echoed. You three, you are not in your own territory. What are you doing here? The Lord Half-Saint sat in the darkness, facing the 3 small creatures before him. One of the demons spoke up. We discovered the ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline, but there is a powerful expert protecting her. We were unable to bring her back. We were severely injured because of it. We've only just recovered today. Hearing about the Ice Phoenix bloodline, the Lord Half-Saint showed a flicker of interest. Interesting. So where's this bloodline now? The demon replied. She is at the Kunlun Sword Sect. The answer annoyed the Half-Saint demon. The sect of those 3 old immortals. If I hadn't been ambushed back then, my cultivation wouldn't have stagnated for so many years. The Half-Saint demon gave a decisive command. The 3 of you, summon the Yao clan at once. In 3 days, you will follow me to destroy the Kunlun Sword Sect. The The battle between the Yao clan and the cultivators is about to begin. The three demons quickly assembled a vast army of lesser and greater demons of all strange shapes and sizes, determined to fight for the Ice Phoenix bloodline. At the same time, the Kunlun sword sect received news of the Yao clan's movements. Mo Wentian stood before the ancestral hall, pleading for the ancestor to come out of seclusion to help eliminate the Yao clan. The ancestor's voice boomed out. Remain calm. Unite with Penglai and Tai Bai. Leave the rest to the three sect ancestors. Mo Wentian had no further doubts, and immediately obeyed the ancestor's command. Meanwhile, at Songjian Peak, Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru were practicing their techniques together. As for Qin Tian, he was lounging lazily in a tree, enjoying the rewards from the system. 3 days passed in a flash, and the Great War was about to begin. The sky rumbled. Thunder cracked. The ground was filled with the roaring flames of the Yao clan. Under the command of He Diao, they charged forward ferociously. The Kunlun sword sect was not to be outdone. Mo Wentian mobilized all the cultivators to defend the sect together. The two sides clashed violently, neither willing to back down. From a distance, Sulan unleashed her sword technique. A brilliant green light illuminated the entire area. He Diao sneered. Just a petty trick. My turn to attack. It quickly absorbed the energy, gracefully dodging Su Lan's attack. From beneath the ground, Yao Shu appeared, coiling around Su Lan's leg, giving her no time to react. This is bad, Su Lan cried out in alarm. Yao Shu bound her as easily as tying up a chicken. Sharp thorns wrapped tightly around her body, the layers constricting her, making it impossible to breathe. Mo Wentian, in the midst of her own fight, was distracted. But she still had to face the whole long before her, and couldn't provide aid in time. He Diao arrogantly prepared to finish Su Lan. The Peak Lord of Jade's Sword Peak. Thunder Phoenix Lightning Strike. The sound of colliding spiritual energies created a medium-sized explosion. Su Lan was rescued. Miaoling appeared amidst the smoke and flames. She was surrounded by a great aura. Her pink hair glowed brilliantly. Your opponent is me. Miaoling's voice was filled with determination. He Diao laughed with delight. You've finally shown yourself, Ice Phoenix bloodline. Miaoling ignored He Diao's nonsense. She turned to Su Lan and told her to rest. Leave this place to me, not far away. Bai Xiaoru and Qin Tian were secretly observing the battle. You scoundrel, are you going to sit there and watch? Qin Tian remained silent, his eyes fixed on the unfolding battle. Miaoling appeared before He Diao. Without a hint of fear, she attacked directly. He Diao didn't hesitate to engage. The sound of sword and thunder axe clashing shook the space around them. The two were evenly matched, and it was hard to determine a winner. The fierce confrontation between Miaoling and He Diao had choked the air with thick dust and smoke. The ground was shattered into fine pieces. The cultivators standing around couldn't even track their movements. They could only stand helplessly, enduring the terrifying power radiating from the fight. Truly extraordinary, everyone thought to themselves. Suddenly, a flash of light burst from the dark clouds in the sky. Before anyone could realize the change, He Diao shot straight towards Miaoling. Its power was amplified by resonance with the lightning. He Diao attacked relentlessly, but every blow was easily dodged by Miaoling. On the contrary, due to its arrogance and focusing solely on attack while neglecting defense, He Diao took a critical kick from its opponent. The unexpected blow sent He Diao spinning, knocked back several meters. When it regained its balance, its face was a clear picture of defiance. Just a measly second-level creation realm cultivator dares to damage my peerless face? Unforgivable. Rage twisted He Diao's face even more, unable to hold back any longer. He Diao frantically attacked Miaoling with its thunder axe. He Diao had even lost control, seeing Miaoling as a delicious morsel and hammering at her relentlessly. As Miaoling parried the blows, she realized her energy was about to run out. She couldn't keep resisting. She could block one blow, but not necessarily the second. Miaoling was gradually becoming exhausted. Suddenly, He Diao threw a kick at Miaoling. It was too sudden. She couldn't dodge in time and took a powerful palm strike from He Diao. Pressing its advantage, He Diao used its claws with terrifying power to send Miaoling flying thousands of miles away. He Jiao's kick was strong enough to pierce through a mountain. The tide of the battle had turned completely in He Jiao's favor. From high above, He Jiao stood motionless, but not to stop the fight. It was condensing an extremely massive amount of power to finish Miaoling. In this critical situation, everyone was worried for Miaoling, but no one was capable of blocking the powerful attack that was coming. Bai Xiaoru and Qin Tian were still watching the battle from a distance. Bai Xiaoru couldn't hold back any longer and screamed, "It's over! You rotten scoundrel! What are you still standing there for? Go save her!" Just as she was about to rush down to help Miaoling, Bai Xiaoru was grabbed by the collar by Qin Tian. "Don't be rash. She'll be fine," Qin Tian said calmly. Bai Xiaoru struggled like a fish on a cutting board. "All right, I know. Now let me go." Qin Tian continued to watch calmly. "I didn't expect Miaoling to still have a part of the half-sane energy I transferred her last time." Amidst the smoke and flames, Miaoling appeared. Her expression was unchanged. She was not defeated yet. He Jiao roared in anger. "Damn it. Not done yet? My condensed power is about to come down on Miaoling." Miaoling clenched her teeth. "This is the last of my power." Crack! Miaoling's ultimate power was unleashed. He Jiao launched a myriad of strikes at Miaoling, but she had already vanished. She moved so fast his eyes couldn't keep up. He Jiao was shocked. How was that possible? Miaoling appeared as a phantom, her eyes as sharp as swords, piercing straight through He Jiao. In the sky, a massive explosion erupted. The situation became unpredictable. Miaoling landed on the ground, looking up at the result of her attack. Unexpectedly, He Jiao had been saved by a giant golden dragon hovering in the dark sky. He Jiao was overjoyed. "Lord Demon Saint." The Lord Demon Saint spoke with a majestic voice. "A half-saint realm demon emperor. It's hard enough for one to appear. You cannot die here just yet. As for the Phoenix bloodline, it is the most important sacrifice for me to enter the emperor realm." From the moment he appeared, he had his sights set on Miaoling. The golden dragon appeared, overwhelming all other forces in the area. It lashed out at Miaoling, saying arrogantly, "Come to me." But before the golden dragon's strike could reach Miaoling, it was blocked by unexpected attacks. "With the three of us sect ancestors here, you think you can achieve your goal?" Miaoling was frozen like a statue before the golden dragon's attack. She only snapped out of it when she heard the call for reinforcements. Wentian wasn't comfortable letting the three sect ancestors fight the golden dragon alone. Miaoling hesitated, but faced with the determination of all three, she had no choice but to obey. In contrast to the fierce battle raging outside, the warehouse of Tsangjian Mountain was still peaceful. Not a drop of blood. Not this one. "This one's no good either," Bai Xiaoru muttered amidst a mountain of Qin Tian's belongings. Annoyed, she asked, "Why did you suddenly want to come back and get something?" Qin Tian casually replied that he still had a play to prepare. Back on the battlefield, the three ancestors were fighting fiercely with the golden dragon. The dragon's arm was shattered by their lightning-fast attacks. The three ancestors combined their power to create the three talents formation. A giant sword appeared, charging straight at the golden dragon. That was the world's sundering greatsword. The golden dragon replied coldly. Still the same old trick from 300 years ago. Because he had witnessed this technique before, the golden dragon countered with the finger of destruction, spitting a horrifying stream of magical power at the sword. The collision between the magical power and the sword shook heaven and earth. The shockwave was so powerful that disciples thousands of miles away couldn't keep their footing. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere. The carriage of the Lord Half-Saint was thrown into the air. He appeared and commented, "Not bad." With just one finger, he blocked the magic sword that the three ancestors combined their power to create. The Lord Half-Saint sneered, "You can even break my candy. But if you want to defeat me, you're still lacking a little." His true form was a golden-haired youth. His appearance was young, but his cultivation was difficult to gauge. Nothing could stop him from reaching the Emperor realm now. The dragon's foot stepped closer to Miaoling. The Lord Half-Saint was about to achieve the Emperor realm. Wentian, standing nearby, could only watch as Miaoling was about to be taken. In this dire situation, when even Miaoling couldn't think of a way out, a sudden flash of light erupted from her chest. Another person emerged from within Miaoling's body. She let out a gasp of shock, caught completely off guard. The dragon's advance was halted by a strange, unknown hand. A man in golden robes, wearing a paper hat, had appeared. He declared war on the Lord Half-Saint. Dressed in a bizarre outfit, he floated in the air with a cape that looked like a tablecloth, announcing loudly, "The hero is here." Miaoling shouted in anger, "Who are you?" Faced with the paper-hatted man's nonchalance, she screamed, "You bastard. You think it doesn't hurt when you just pop out of someone without warning?" The man in the paper hat seemed a bit confused. "A moment ago, you asked who I was. I am the Sword Lies Sovereign, the protector of Kunlun." His nonsensical words only made Miaoling even more furious. The Lord Half-Saint sneered. His voice dripped with contempt. "Protector of Kunlun? How ridiculous. Today, I will raze this place to the ground, and no one can stop me." His arrogant words only emphasized the absurd power he now possessed. However, the Sword Lies Sovereign merely swung his divine sword gently and completely blocked one of the Lord Half-Saint's attacks, leaving the demon utterly astonished. The Lord Half-Saint's eyes widened. His voice was filled with disbelief. "How is this possible? How could you pierce my scales so easily?" Before he could even process it, one of his arms was severed from his body. The Sword Lies Sovereign turned back and looked at him with a cold gaze, adding a taunt. "You've never seen Zidian, the Sword of Wisdom, have you? It makes flowers bloom for a lover and opens the lid for a coffin. You should learn the difference." The Sword Lies Sovereign, though not famous, his skill was truly exceptional. Hearing those words only enraged the Lord Half-Saint further. He despised those who acted so high and mighty. How detestable. What Zidian, Sword of Wisdom? It's just an ordinary imperial weapon. But it was that very imperial weapon that had handed the Lord Half-Saint a humiliating defeat. "Isn't your reputation a bit overblown?" The Sword Lies Sovereign chuckled. His voice was challenging. "In that case, let's see how you handle another strike from me." This battle seemed more difficult than the Lord Half-Saint had imagined. He hastily reinforced his scales, his face twisting into a ferocious snarl. The Sword Lies Sovereign didn't hesitate. He swung his sword in a graceful arc, striking the Lord Half-Saint's draconic defense head-on, causing it to shatter into pieces. His draconic scales had once withstood the swords of the three great sect ancestors, and now they were broken by a single imperial weapon. How utterly shameful. The Lord Half-Saint was completely dumbfounded. He never expected this outcome. His draconic scales were shattered. Even his reinforced hide was destroyed by the Sword Lies Sovereign's flowing attack. He was sent flying. How far, no one knew. It was simply an immeasurable distance. Following the impact, a massive explosion rang out. It turned out the Lord Half-Saint was all talk, defeated by a nameless warrior wielding an imperial weapon. The Sword Lies Sovereign stood calmly, like a certain bald-headed hero. He had ended his foe in a single blow. Without even looking back at the result, he said nonchalantly, "It's over." The weak fire dragon was bound in golden threads. It no longer had the strength to struggle. It knew that any effort was futile. Only then did Mo Wentian appear. She asked about Miaoling's condition. Knowing that Miaoling was safe, she felt a wave of relief. Mo Wentian was puzzled about the strange man who had emerged from Miaoling's body. She had just witnessed him send the entire demon lord flying with a single slash. Miaoling was about to say it was Qin Tian, but then she remembered. If Qin Tian went to the trouble of disguising himself, he definitely didn't want anyone to know. So, she had to keep a secret. Miaoling quickly explained. He must be the hidden trump card left behind by Ancestor Jiang. Master must have found and activated it. Mo Wentian didn't doubt it for a second. Ancestor Jiang? That's wonderful. If it's her doing, then this battle will surely end quickly. Miaoling never would have guessed that the beautiful and talented Sectmaster before her had an IQ of 0. What a shame. The Lord Half-Saint, though defeated, was far from done. He cursed endlessly through gritted teeth. Damn it, I underestimated you. Kunlun's sword sect. It seemed he was still preparing to unleash some kind of technique. This feeling was dangerous. Not safe at all. Just as she suspected, he unleashed the dragon's secret art, ultimate dragon transformation. The aura he emitted was immensely powerful and vast. The demon lord was truly not so easily defeated. Amidst the massive explosion, the Lord Half-Saint's laughter echoed through the air. It was a terrifying sound. The Sword Lies Sovereign turned his head. He saw only smoke and fire. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind blew past, affecting everyone nearby. It was impossible to see what was happening. The strong wind carried an overwhelming aura. Thanks to you, I've broken through again. The Lord Half-Saint had ascended to another level. Now, below the Emperor realm, I am invincible. I'll have to repay you properly for this. My great benefactor, the Half-Saint's idea of repayment was to tear the sword-lie sovereign into 100 pieces. He would leave no one alive. Where he stood, the very ground cracked and split apart. The power radiating from him was enough to make others tremble. It was terrifying. Wentian and Miaoling watched the scene in shock. He's even stronger than before. A third-level breakthrough. Can Master really win this? Miaoling had a very bad feeling. Even though Qin Tian was incredibly strong, facing a saintly demon who had just broken through, could he still be as dominant as before? The Lord Half-Saint laughed maniacally. If he could get the support of the Ice Phoenix bloodline, he would become the new demon emperor, ruler of all demons. Arrogance was in his nature. The Half-Saint demon declared with certainty that the Kunlun sword sect would die by his hand alone. Today, right now, his head left his body, before he could even finish his boast. What the? The sword-lie sovereign had no intention of letting him live any longer. He planned to end him directly. The Half-Saint demon was stunned. He had worked so hard to break through to the third level. The sword-lie sovereign wiped his blade, cleaning off the stain. I was planning to have a proper fight with you, but you just talked too much nonsense. The sky gradually cleared after the fierce battle. The demonic races were captured, tied up in large sacks without distinction. They had lost all will to fight now that their king was gone. The Half-Saint demon died before he could even enjoy the pleasure of his breakthrough. How tragic. The sword-lie sovereign used his gourd to suck the Half-Saint demon's corpse inside. And got it. The golden dragon body of a saint. Truly a precious item, he said with a satisfied tone. After completing his task, the sword-lie sovereign indicated he wanted to return with Miaoling. And she wanted the same thing. No, you'll have to wait. The sword-lie sovereign said coldly. His lecherous gaze was fixed on Miaoling. What do you want to do? Miaoling asked. But the sword-lie sovereign didn't answer, instead diving back in her body once more. A soft sensation enveloped his body, ignoring Miaoling's protests. From a distance, Wentian, who was escorting the captured demons, called out to Miaoling. Has that sovereign left already? Miaoling didn't know who Wentian was talking about. The one who just helped us. I didn't even get a chance to thank him. Wentian explained. Although the sword-lie sovereign's origins were unknown, Wentian noticed something strange was happening to Miaoling. A part of her body seemed to be swelling and steaming. How strange. Meanwhile, as soon as Qin Tian returned, he immediately used the Half-Saint demon's corpse to begin alchemy in the pavilion. Outside, Bai Xiaoru had done nothing all day. She was bored to death. She couldn't even be bothered to lift a finger during the battle. So boring, she muttered. Qin Tian's been in the alchemy room for over half a day now. Bai Xiaoru watched the sparrows hopping on the ground. You guys have nothing to do either, just like me? We're really all the same. A while later, she drifted off to sleep without realizing it. She vaguely heard someone call her name. Xiaoru, why are you sleeping here? Where's Master? Bai Xiaoru slowly opened her eyes. She saw Miaoling sitting in front of her, looking at her with concern. Bai Xiaoru threw her arms around Miaoling. You're finally back. He's in the alchemy room. I have a really bad feeling about this. Indeed, a person's intuition can sometimes predict the future. Just as Bai Xiaoru said, the alchemy room was suddenly filled with black smoke. The cultivation-boosting cauldron is cracked. Bai Xiaoru cried out in a panic. Master must have been the one who broke it. In contrast to Bai Xiaoru, Miaoling was much calmer. She had anticipated this problem. The black smoke obscured their vision. We need to clear this smoke, Miaoling. Bai Xiaoru agreed. She used her wind spell to sweep away the black smoke. Bai Xiaoru waved a large fan a few times. The black smoke immediately dissipated. The scene gradually became clear. Miaoling said with satisfaction, There we go. This is much better. From within the wreckage, Qin Tian climbed out, shouting, I did it. I succeeded. Qin Tian's system chimed. Congratulations, host, for successfully refining the special item, Holy Dragon Essence. Reward, recipe for the Holy Pill. The following ingredients are required. Dragon Essence, Holy Spirit Fruit, Chongming Flower. In the changing room, Bai Xiaoru and Miaoling were trying on new outfits. Bai Xiaoru asked hesitantly, What kind of clothes are these? They look so strange. Meowling nodded in agreement. I'm not sure either, but compared to the ones Master bought for me before, this one looks much better. It shows off my curves more. Normally, Meowling was already graceful in her sect uniform, but today, she looked even more stunning. Bai Xiaoru sighed, but it's so tight. Meowling looked down at her chest and said softly, Master said we'll get used to it. From behind the screen, Qin Tian stood up and called out, Are you ready yet? It's time to cultivate. Qin Tian's eyes sparkled as if lost in a daydream. Being a man, no, cultivation is wonderful. But before he could celebrate, something was thrown at his face, along with a shout, Get lost. Don't you try any of your perverted tricks. Qin Tian and his disciples prepared for their cultivation session. Inside a small tent, Meowling and Bai Xiaoru were lying face down on a bed, ready for the exercises guided by their master, Qin Tian. Qin Tian began to warm up. He cracked his knuckles like a professional. Great desolate heavenly manipulation. Witness my 99 press frequency. That will make both your bodies and souls submit. Qin Tian made his move. His muscles bulged as power surged into his arms. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Every one of my strikes will transform into super energy. Each 100 press frequency will conquer your muscles, your meridians, and your sinews. Picking up the pace now, like a cage bird returning to its nest. Qin Tian seriously performed the movements. Pressing the outer gate point, the inner gate point, pressing the inner meridian point, the gate point. Your whole body will go stiff, sending us to heaven together. Qin Tian's muscles rippled. Like a water buffalo, constantly steaming, he performed the acupressure techniques on his 2 female disciples. Both disciples seemed to be very satisfied with their master's unique cultivation session. How did it come to this? This was just a normal nightly training session at Sword Hiding Peak, not intended for disciples who are not of age. Half an hour earlier, Qin Tian had met with a flat-out refusal. No way, I don't want to. Absolutely not. Meowling and Bai Xiaoru resolutely refused to participate in the late-night cultivation session Qin Tian had proposed. Massage to enhance physical absorption? That's just a lie. I think you just want to take advantage of us. Bai Xiaoru said bluntly. Qin Tian, feeling wronged, tried to explain that his 2 disciples were misunderstanding him. With your current cultivation level, you can't absorb the golden dragon essence blood into medicinal ingredients. That's why I need to use some other methods to assist you. As promised, Qin Tian pointed directly at Bai Xiaoru. Don't you want to catch up to me? To surpass me? And then break the contract between us? Then he turned to Meowling. Haven't you always wanted to raise your cultivation level quickly? This is the best opportunity. Faced with Qin Tian's seemingly convincing words, Meowling and Bai Xiaoru exchanged glances. Finally, they agreed. Fine, we'll give it a try. But don't you dare try anything funny. Back to the present. Under the clear moon and cool breeze, the atmosphere was filled with suggestive sounds, creating a surreal scene. Slow down a bit, Qin Tian. Master, that's too fast. The 2 disciples cried out. Qin Tian, drenched in sweat, still didn't let up. This is the final move, he said. His hand moved quickly, full of hidden meaning. Then his hand suddenly landed on their lower backs, unleashing the godly knowledge 1-finger technique. It made the 2 female disciples scream for mercy. No, not there. A loud boom echoed. A powerful shockwave spread out. Qin Tian smugly declared, Complete. You bastard. The 2 female disciples angrily retorted. You were clearly just toying with us. Bai Xiaoru glared at Qin Tian. Her eyes looked like they wanted to tear him to shreds. Qin Tian wiped the blood from his nose. You can insult my character, but don't you ever insult my technique. Meowling and Bai Xiaoru soaked together in the spring. The speed at which they absorbed and converted spiritual energy had increased several times over. It turned out, Qin Tian hadn't been deceiving them at all. Qin Tian looked sullenly at the 2 in front of him. There were people who only saw him as a scoundrel. The system suddenly appeared. Host disciple, and Meowling, has broken through to the half-saint realm. Reward for the host. Cultivation aptitude upgraded to saint grade. Login rewards increased by 50%. It really worked. Meowling had made a spectacular breakthrough. Bai Xiaoru felt remorseful. She whispered something to Meowling. Finally, they approached Qin Tian, who was soaking not far away. Meowling wrapped her arms around Qin Tian, calling out, Master. At this moment, even the hardest of hearts would have softened. Bai Xiaoru also hugged Qin Tian, calling his name. Qin Tian's eyes were suddenly covered. He was confused about what these two were planning. He only heard them call out, Qin Tian. Master! A soft sensation touched both of Qin Tian's cheeks. He could only be defeated by someone stronger, or by a beauty. After the Great War with the Demon Clan, the morning at Sword-Hiding Peak was unusually quiet. Qin Tian and his disciples were still deep in sleep, even though the sun was already high in the sky. A rooster's crow echoed, signaling the start of a new day. But just then, a sound that shook the heavens and the earth rang out. Benefactor Qin, please help me. Qin Tian slowly rubbed his eyes. He stepped out of his study. A look of annoyance was clear on his face. Who comes to bother people so early in the morning? While Bai Xiaoru was still dreaming, Miaoling had been woken up by the noise. It seems someone is here to see Master, she said. Her eyes were filled with suspicion. The sound grew closer and closer, repeating over and over, Benefactor Qin, Benefactor Qin. Qin Tian shouted in frustration. Stop yelling. Miaoling stood beside him, her expression still doubtful. Suddenly, a girl with long black hair appeared before them. Her eyes lit up as she looked at Qin Tian. Greetings, Benefactor Qin. This is wonderful. I finally found you, she said. Her voice was full of excitement. Qin Tian recognized this person immediately. It's you. Miaoling frowned. Master, you know this person? Faced with her suspicion, Qin Tian and the black-haired girl had to explain everything in detail. After everything was made clear, Qin Tian turned to the girl. What business do you have coming here to find me? The girl in black. Her sparkling eyes seemed filled with anxiety. She pleaded for help. Benefactor Qin, you saved my life before. Please, help me just one more time. Without any hesitation, she knelt down. Her voice was filled with determination. I want to become your disciple. Before Qin Tian could react, the girl continued. My father, the emperor, intends to pass the throne to my younger brother. He fears I will fight for the throne, so he wants to marry me off. She thought of the prospect of being married to an ugly king. Her eyes were filled with worry. As long as I am beautiful, after I enter his harem, the countries of Zhou and Chongming will forever be brothers. She then remembered the lustful gaze of a certain general who had once looked at her. The princess is growing more beautiful by the day. Whoever marries the princess will be blessed for 3 generations. Those words still echoed in her head. The more the black-haired girl thought about it, the more confused she became. Without a powerful force backing me, it will be difficult to escape the fate of being married off. Therefore, I wish to ask to become your disciple, benefactor, to have a chance to decide my own destiny. Hearing the girl's heartfelt words, Miaoling and Qin Tian couldn't help but be moved. Qin Tian was a bit hesitant. He said, I can accept you as my disciple, but you must promise me one condition. Under the girl's curious gaze, Qin Tian stated his request. I want to obtain the national flower of the Chongming kingdom, the Chongming flower. The black-haired girl exclaimed in worry. Each Chongming flower requires a great deal of money, time, and manpower to cultivate. Normally, only the new emperor ascending the throne is gifted one to aid in their realm breakthrough. Therefore, I cannot fulfill this condition of yours. Qin Tian replied calmly, It's simple. I'll help you become the successor. You give me the Chongming flower, and we're even. At Qin Tian's outrageous words, both Miaoling and the black-haired girl broke out in a sweat. But after thinking it over, they realized that the condition Qin Tian proposed was mutually beneficial. The black-haired girl hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. I promise you, I will do my best to help you obtain the Chongming flower. Qin Tian said solemnly. From now on, you are my disciple. Follow me. The black-haired girl happily followed Qin Tian. But just a moment later, she suddenly screamed for help. Qin Tian frowned and asked, Ming Ilian, why are you running? Ming Ilian ran and cried. No kidding, if I don't run, I'll die for sure. Faced with Ming Ilian's resistance, Qin Tian replied irritably, What's with that face? What's with that look in your eyes? And what do those tears mean? Sure enough, Qin Tian was holding a large woodcutter saw, aggressively chasing after Ming Ilian. Ming Ilian ran even faster. I'm not learning anymore. I don't want to be the successor anymore. Exhausted, Ming Ilian fell to the ground. But she still didn't give up, pleading, Please, let me go. Riding on a frying pan, Saw in hand, he chased after her. Don't run, Ilian. Charge towards me. Will those tears help you grasp your own destiny? Ming Ilian continued to run forward aimlessly. I can't do it, master. Someone will die. Under the beautiful, clear blue sky, Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru were leisurely enjoying tea, while Qin Tian and Ming Ilian were playfully chasing each other nonstop. Bai Xiaoru suddenly asked Miaoling with a skeptical look, do you really think this kind of training is effective? Meanwhile, in the inner palace of the Chongming kingdom, an eerie silence pervaded. The closer one got to the inner depths, the clearer the sounds of weeping became. Your Highness, please let go. Your Highness. A young palace maid was being choked to the point of being unable to speak, her face pale from lack of blood flow. Only weak, indistinct calls remained. The one choking the girl replied in a cold voice. Didn't you promise to offer everything to me? Don't blame me. The weeping grew more sorrowful. The cruel face of the crown prince of Chongming, Ming Guangjian, became even more bloodthirsty. His eyes were as red as blood. Tears streamed down his face. It seemed as though the crown prince was being forced to do evil by an invisible force. If you want to blame someone, blame that old immortal and my imperial sister. They're the ones who killed you. The more he spoke, the tighter the crown prince's hand squeezed the girl's neck, causing her to gradually lose her strength. The last tear fell as she took her final breath. Once he was sure the girl was dead, the crown prince slowly released his grip, muttering, Palace Master, I have fulfilled my promise to you. His terrifying face made even himself tremble. He stared at the corpse before him. You should fulfill your promise as well, shouldn't you? As soon as he finished speaking, the window burst open. A formless black shadow shot into the room at lightning speed. The shadow gradually took shape. Blood-red hair appeared, blending into the black smoke. Mo Tianluan, the sect master of the demon sect, appeared. In his hand, he held a crimson magic orb, foretelling a great disaster about to befall the mortal world. Since you have kept your promise, the demon sect will do everything in its power to help you ascend the throne. The magic orb in his hand glowed brilliantly, like a warning of what was to come. A great calamity was about to befall the mortal world, bringing with it chaos and unease. Meanwhile, at Songjian Peak, the scene was a complete contrast to the turmoil in the Chongming kingdom. A peaceful atmosphere enveloped the place, creating a stark contrast. At this time, Qin Tian's 3 disciples were diligently training. Bai Xiaoru, with a confident air, unleashed a foxfire technique and proudly declared victory. If you're going to use magic, then don't blame me for bullying you. Facing her were Miaoling and Ming Ilian. Miaoling had just shouted, Charge! And Ming Ilian immediately obeyed, unleashing a counterattack. Bai Xiaoru shouted angrily, Hey, I didn't say it was 2 against 1. Ming Ilian calmly replied, Winning is what matters. Losing is just losing, that's all. With that, she unleashed the sacrificial charge technique, a powerful blow that Bai Xiaoru couldn't face directly. Bai Xiaoru screamed in anger. Are you trying to kill me? Why are you using such a powerful technique? While shouting, she fled in frustration. After unleashing the technique, Ming Ilian was exhausted, but Miaoling didn't let up. She continued to order her to attack again. Ming Ilian, though tired, still mustered all her strength to obey. The battle between Ming Ilian and Bai Xiaoru grew increasingly fierce. But on Ming Ilian's side, Miaoling stood by, constantly urging her on. Ilian, attack. Ilian, get up. Qin stood by, silently observing, letting things unfold. Qin Tian was suspicious. A spirit treasure battle? In the end, Bai Xiaoru had to admit defeat. Panting and waving her hands, she pleaded for a truce. However, Ming Ilian remained determined, chasing after her with a blade. As if blades and swords knew no sentiment, Miaoling hurriedly stopped her, praising, After a few days of special training with Master, Ilian has improved a lot. Ming Ilian also nodded in agreement, admitting that Qin Tian's strange training methods, though somewhat harsh, were undeniably effective. Remembering the arduous days of training, Ming Ilian broke out in a cold sweat, telling herself she didn't want to go through it a second time. Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru agreed. Suddenly, a strange sound came from Ming Ilian's stomach, attracting Bai Xiaoru's attention. Ming Ilian, not surprised, explained, This is a communication device from the Chongming Kingdom. My father was worried about me, so he gave me this. She took out a box-like device engraved with a bagua symbol and continued. My father is sending a message from afar to call me. From the device, a holographic screen gradually appeared, causing Bai Xiaoru to stare wide-eyed. On the screen, the image of the king of the Chongming kingdom appeared, his face filled with fear, urgently calling his daughter's name. Ming Ilian stood frozen, her heart filled with a horror so great she couldn't speak. Only a few choked sounds came from her throat. Ilian, don't come back. The emperor of Chongming, with a face full of worry and sincerity, warned his beloved daughter. Suddenly, a black hand, dripping with fresh blood, appeared on the screen, terrifying all three of them, especially Ming Ilian. The bloody hand pierced through the emperor. The blood-soaked face of Ming Guangjian gradually came into view, witnessing her father being murdered right before her eyes. Ming Ilian felt her world turn upside down. She screamed in agony, "Father, please answer me. Don't let anything happen." Her cries caught the attention of the crown prince. He turned to look at Ming Ilian, his face bloodthirsty and triumphant. He pulled his bloody hand out of the emperor's body. A demonic voice echoed, "Big sister, father is dead." The crown prince, her brother, licked his blood-stained hand, no different from a blood-sucking demon, and blamed everything on Ming Ilian. At this moment, Ming Ilian was helpless, unable to believe what she had just witnessed. Her face was pale, drained of all blood. She couldn't understand how the crown prince could do something so cruel. The crown prince was not yet finished. He stepped on the emperor's head. He continued his tirade, his voice dripping with venom. "You ask me why? Let me tell you. I was supposed to inherit the throne. But after our father found out you joined the Kunlun sword sect, he changed his mind. He wanted you to be the empress. So I had to kill him. So you see, this is all your fault." Ming Ilian could no longer contain her rage. She lunged towards the screen, screaming that she would kill the crown prince. Bai Xiaoru, standing beside her, did her best to calm her down. The crown prince blinked. His tone was full of sarcasm. "Why so angry?" "I'm so scared, sister. If you have someone to blame, blame yourself. If you had just obediently married him off, none of this would have happened." The demon sect master suddenly appeared. The familiar black aura swirled around him. "Well done. As promised, the demon sect will perform the sacrifice in Chongming City." The appearance of the demon sect stunned the three of them. The demon sect master looked at the crown prince. "You won't go back on your word, will you, your majesty?" The crown prince sneered. "Of course not. You are my greatest benefactors. The entire city's population is yours to do with as you please." Hearing those words, Ming Ilian was consumed with rage. She swore to teach her little brother a lesson he would never forget. Miaoling had noticed the demon sect's arrival. She frowned in thought. Ming Ilian was so angry she wanted to flay her despicable younger brother, Ming Guangjian, alive. "How dare you conspire with the demon sect? What do you people really want?" Before she could get to the bottom of it, the communication box was smashed. All Ming Ilian could do was cry out in despair. "Tell me, what are you going to do to the people of the city?" Now, all she could do was scream in helplessness. The future of the people of Chongming Nation seemed to be engulfed in a sea of fire. Bai Xiaoru tried to reason with her. "Ilian, I know you're furious, but please calm down." However, her advice seemed to have no effect. As a distraction, Bai Xiaoru pointed to Qin Tian, who was casually eating in a tree. "In this situation, if you want to save Chongming City and defeat that half-saint, Mo Tianluan, you'll need your master's help." Only then did Ming Ilian come to her senses. "That's right. I still have my master." Qin Tian had a carefree expression. His mouth was full of watermelon juice. He clicked his tongue. What a pain. Meanwhile, Chongming Nation was in chaos. "Hurry, everyone hurry." The people of Chongming Nation hastily packed their belongings and fled towards the city gates. Everyone pushed with all their might, hoping to escape this place. Suddenly, long, writhing tentacles shot up from the ground and wrapped around them. No matter how much they screamed, the more they screamed, the tighter the tentacles squeezed. Finally, the tentacles dragged them deep into the earth. They disappeared into a bottomless sea of blood. Only their mournful cries remained. "I don't want to die." The sea of blood seemed to swallow everything. The more terrified the people became, the more rampant the demons grew. "Someone, save me." The cries gradually faded into the sea of blood. On the other side, the demon sect's blood sphere had shown him everything that had just happened. Not a single detail was missed. Mo Tianluan was extremely pleased with the scene that had just unfolded. He said, "After this sacrifice in Chongming City, I will finally break through." A bald head slowly emerged. "Congratulations. You have ascended to the Saint Realm, Mo Tianluan." The voice echoed in the desolate space. The bald man continued, "Now you are worthy of a deeper cooperation with us." The bald man's strange attire and grating voice cast a gloomy pall over the hall. He held a book with a strange pattern in his hand. At the royal palace of Chongming Nation. On the outside, it was still magnificent, as grand as any other palace. But few would suspect that this place was the demon sect's nest. Ming Yilian threw open the city gates. Her voice echoed as she called out the crown prince's name. "Ming Guangjian, come out and face me." Ming Yilian's face suddenly darkened, because the entire palace was shrouded in a thick black smoke. In the distance on the dragon throne, a strange creature appeared, with a long, coiling tail that reached the palace doors. In reality, there were 3 people sitting on the throne. Their heads were sewn together into a 3-headed being. They were Ming Yilian's brothers. In agony, they cried for help. At this sight, the 3 of them couldn't help but be shocked. Ming Yilian cried out in pain, calling her brothers' names. Guangwei, Guangbao, the demon sect master appeared. His pure red hair was his most striking feature. "You finally arrived." Following the demon sect master was the bald man from before, still holding the strange book. He seemed to know Qin Tian well. "It's been a long time, Qin Tian." Qin Tian showed no surprise. He just asked coldly, "What have you done to them?" The demon sect master calmly explained about the 3-headed person. "Guangjian wanted to increase his strength, so he came to me. I used a secret art to sew him and his brothers together into one being, helping him quickly achieve the power he desired." Ming Yilian could bear it no longer. She screamed, "I'll kill you." She ran into an invisible barrier. Unable to take another step, she stood there, staring at the demon sect master, unable to do anything. Ming Yilian felt utterly helpless. She pounded on the barrier repeatedly. Her heart was filled with hatred, but she couldn't break through. Qin Tian asked coldly, "Hey, you bald guy with a book. Who are you?" It turned out that Qin Tian didn't know his identity either. The bald man's voice was full of pride. The book in his hand suddenly began to float. "Before I introduce myself, let's change locations." The book suddenly flew open. Glowing text appeared on the pages. They flipped rapidly. A powerful aura emanated from it. A blinding light, like a fireball, hit everyone in the eyes. In just an instant, the palace had vanished. In its place was a vast desert. Ming Yilian looked around curiously, while the recent flash of light had nearly blinded by Sheru. Against the vast sky, amidst the endless mountains, the demon sect master spread his wings in the air. His brilliant red hair reflected the sunlight, exuding an indescribable majesty. "My holy maiden, I never thought we'd have the chance to meet again. I missed you so much I could just die." The demon sect master's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. It even carried a hint of a threat. Facing him, and Miaoling sneered dismissively, "I've missed you so much I want to tear you to shreds." Miaoling's aura was cold and resolute, especially when facing the demon sect master. She cannot be underestimated. Elsewhere, the bald man led Qin Tian to a land of nothingness. There was no end in sight. He introduced himself. "I am Wenya, a saint-level disciple of the bald-headed sect. I'm one of the avatars of the 9 great divine tomes. The Tome of Space. My true body is currently confronting the Qin family in the myriad universes." Every word he spoke only confused and suspicious of Qin Tian. Qin Tian's bewildered expression made the space between them feel suffocating. Losing his air of dignity, the bald man tried to speak, but Qin Tian cut him off. "I remember now. I almost forgot. It was that night." Strange words came from 2 bizarre puppets dressed in ancient costumes. It turned out they were Qin Tian's parents. They warned Qin Tian to be careful of the book. Then they went for a walk with their servant, telling Qin Tian not to miss them. At the time, Qin Tian was still confused. He didn't know whether to believe them or not. Careful of what? A book? So confusing. Now, Qin Tian finally understood his mother's warning. So that's what Mom meant when she said to be careful of the book. Is that all it is? I thought I was going to have to face another difficult test. One that I couldn't let go of. How fortunate, Chin Tian thought to himself. It seems my parents have been hiding a lot from me. The next time I see them, I'm definitely going to get all the secrets out of them. Chin Tian turned to ask the bald man, what did the Chin family do that you have to deal with them? Suddenly, the book flashed with a blinding light. Like 1,000 galaxies exploding, a voice rang out. Then we must start from the beginning of the myriad universes. After a great explosion that shook the endless void, the myriad universes were born. To prevent the chaos and collapse of a universe after its formation, the 9 great divine tomes appeared, including the tomes of time, spirit, and destruction. We maintain the order of the myriad universes, helping it to stabilize and develop. However, anomalies like you, Chin Tian, occasionally appear. For example, your father. The bald man explained in detail. People like you disrupt the natural order, leading to the destruction of the entire multiverse. Therefore, we are forced to eliminate you. As the representative of the multiverse, I hereby declare your death sentence, Chin Tian. After his explanation, without waiting for Chin Tian to react, he immediately began to absorb energy from the book. His hand drew in the brilliant golden aura emanating from the tome. As he received the energy, his entire body began to glow. His cloak fluttered within the golden light. The bald man suddenly declared, when I merge with this, I will become invincible. This meant, after integrating with the book, he would achieve an unbeatable level of power. The book had transferred its ambition to kill Chin Tian into his mind, not just for the sake of the multiverse, but also to free himself from the curse of baldness. Faced with the bald man's threatening question, do you wish to die by my hand? Chin Tian seemed completely unconcerned. He even asked with naive curiosity, that thing turned into a cloak? After absorbing the energy, the book didn't merge into his body, but instead transformed into a cape for the bald man. Sounds pretty invincible. Chin Tian's eyes lit up. Whoa, what kind of magic is this? I seriously want one. With no time for chatter, the bald man immediately unleashed his baldy's critical hit fist, intending to finish Chin Tian in a single blow. Chin Tian didn't just stand there and take it. He looks cool, but this seems dangerous. He immediately launched his transformation Freedom Dragon Fist. The 2 powerful punches collided, creating a terrifying explosion that echoed across the heavens and earth. No one would have believed that such a massive explosion was created by just 2 people. The battle between Chin Tian and the bald man was incredibly fierce. They both unleashed earth-shattering techniques, shaking the skies and moving the clouds. The sea waves crashed violently. They continuously flew apart to create distance, buying time to gather power for their next attack. The bald man remarked with a suspicious look. It seems you've caused a major anomaly. I bet you've been hiding your true cultivation level. He couldn't help but be surprised to find that Chin Tian's strength was no less than his own. Both had reached the Saint Realm. Despite the praise, Chin Tian remained vigilant. He wouldn't let himself be fooled. The bald man's cloak suddenly spoke. Its voice was full of discontent. Why can't you just die? Your existence will cause this world to collapse. And Miaoling, Bai Xiaoru, and Ming Ilian, all of them will have to be sacrificed because of you. Chin Tian just scoffed. His eyes were filled with doubt. I'm not stupid enough to believe your fabricated lies. This is all just a trick. Seeing that it couldn't convince Chin Tian, the cloak had no choice but to order the bald man to use the power of the divine book to end his opponent quickly. The bald man immediately unleashed his God's Descent breakthrough technique. At the same time, he uttered a cryptic sentence. I will kill Chin Tian before she has time to react. Hearing this, Chin Tian couldn't help but be shocked. Isn't what's in front of me the Emperor Realm? How is this possible? Before he could think further, he was sent flying thousands of feet by the bald man's multi-hit burst fist. The bald man unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. 77_, giving Chin Tian no chance to fight back. All Chin Tian could do was grit his teeth and endure each powerful blow from his opponent. Finally, the bald man unleashed the finishing blow of his multi-hit burst fist. He focused all his power to push Chin Tian down into the depths of the 10,000 fathom sea. The water's surface exploded in a violent spray. The impact with the water was incredibly fierce. It seemed there was no way for Chin Tian to survive. With a triumphant look, the bald man stood high above, a contemptuous smile on his face. He believed that his own power combined with the divine book had allowed him to eliminate the threat known as Chin Tian. "It's over," he said to himself. His eyes were filled with smug satisfaction. A thunderous explosion echoed in the void. A cackling laugh suddenly rang out. "Ha ha 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 ha. Big sister, you've been at sword hiding peak for so long and still haven't learned a thing." As it spoke, it raised its bow, aiming straight at Ilian. 3 glowing green arrows zipped through the air, sealing off every escape route. "Just be a good girl and die," it chuckled. Its voice was full of cunning. Ilian faced a relentless barrage of attacks. She continuously dodged left and right to avoid the fatal blows. "The attack speed is too fast. I can't even get close." Worry flooded her heart. The 3-headed monster saw her struggling. It jeered smugly. "Is that all you've got?" It smirked. Its 2 small fangs were showing. Its eyes were full of excitement as it saw the anxiety in Ilian's eyes. Noticing that it was focusing all its attention on Ilian, Xiaoru quickly snuck around behind it. This is my chance, she thought. Her intention was to attack the monster from behind while it was distracted, hoping to injure it and slow its reactions, creating a better opportunity for them to attack. But no one expected that there was another face on its back. Her eyes stared intently at Xiaoru. She froze. She had no time to react. That face roared. "What do you think you're doing?" Xiaoru's eyes widened. "There's another one on its back." Its mouth yelled, "Don't you come over here." But from its mouth, a brilliant golden light shot out. The beam of light shot straight towards Xiaoru at a terrifying speed. "This is bad." Xiaoru realized something was wrong, but it was too late. The energy blast threw her into the air, then slowly circled and sucked her into the mouth on its back. Xiaoru was completely absorbed by that horrifying thing. Ilian, witnessing the scene from a distance, screamed in horror. "Xiaoru." One of the monster's 3 heads spoke. "Well done, my father." The old face on its back, with bloodshot eyes, said to Ilian, "You must live. Run now." The 3 heads being dragged along behind it irritably ordered him to stand still. "Don't move." Ilian heard that voice. Her heart suddenly remembered a sound she had longed for. A sound she hadn't heard in a very long time. Her eyes welled up with tears. She thought to herself, "That voice, it's father's." Seeing her still standing there, crying, unwilling to leave, the face on the back grew even more furious. It repeatedly urged her to leave this place. "What are you doing back here?" A scene from the past suddenly flashed through Ilian's mind. At that time, she was huddled in a corner, silent with fear. Her father walked in. His gentle voice rang out. "There you are. So this is where you were hiding. It was your little brother who scared you with that mask. Hurry up and apologize to your big sister." Her little brother, having just been scolded by their father, whimpered, "I'm sorry. I was wrong." Her father approached Ilian. His voice was reassuring. "It's okay now." He reached out and gently stroked her head, saying, "You're a princess, yet you're so timid. Father will protect you. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid." Despite the head on its back warning, "You've said too much, old man." The back still relentlessly urged Ilian to flee this place. Ilian remembered the past again. A rebellion had broken out. Her father told her to quickly leave the palace and seek refuge. He promised that after he had dealt with the battle, he would help her return. Even though she didn't want to leave, he still had his men take her to safety. He only said one short phrase, "Go now." That phrase was exactly the same now as it was back then. Suddenly, the man's eyes turned completely red. Ilian was filled with determination. She thought, "Father, this time I'm not leaving." Hearing this, the horrid thing seemed pleased. Its voice was full of confidence. "Even in death, you still worry so much for your big sister, old man. Just let me absorb you obediently." Ilian charged forward with her sword, her heart resolute. "All this time, Father has always protected me. This time, let me be the one to protect Father." After Tula's triumphant moment of knocking Chin Tian into the sea, he suddenly noticed the shadow of a giant whale looming beneath the water surface. It was slowly approaching him. Tula's eyes widened, staring at the shimmering silhouette of the whale. His heart was filled with doubt. Suddenly, the whale leaped out of the sea, revealing a familiar figure on its back. Chin Tian landed lightly on the water surface, a confident smile on his face. If it weren't for my superior skills, I might have actually died back there. Now it's my turn to counterattack. Qin Tian waved his hand in the air. A cosmic black hole appeared. From it, he drew a sword he called the Sword of Life and Death. The sword had a black blade adorned with silver patterns. It was surrounded by swirling black energy. Seeing this, Tula's eyes lit up with fury. His voice was filled with rage. Even if that's an emperor-grade weapon, you're no match for me either. He expertly swung his sword. A dark red aura, mixed with black, enveloped him. Then let's find out. He said to Qin Shula. This move is called the Deathly Stillness of the Nine Springs. Qin Tian charged at Qin Shula like a storm. His sharp sword was in hand. Qin Shula tensed his muscles. His aura sword, even with divine power. You can't break through my defense. A voice echoed from somewhere. Fool, get out of the way. The dark red and black energy completely overwhelmed the golden light on Qin Shula. Qin Tian not only shattered his defense, but also stabbed him straight through the chest. Who told you this was only at the imperial level? Qin Tian sneered. Shula's mouth fell open. Divine form. How can this be? I was careless. He looked up. A massive lightning bolt struck down from above. Shula realized in horror that this was the destructive power of deathly stillness. His cloak was the first victim, and the next was him. Shula was instantly obliterated. Qin Tian looked at his own hands. The very thing that had just sent Qin Shula to another world. This is the first time I've had to go all out against an opponent. I must become stronger. System notification. Detecting the host's desire to become stronger. The path of mortal transformation can be activated. The path of mortal transformation seals one's spiritual power to temper the heart in the mortal realm. To comprehend the heart through suffering. In the middle of a vast desert of white sand. Someone lay motionless. Their head was bleeding. Unconscious. Ha ha ha. You don't know your own limits. A small, three-headed demon stood behind them, cackling with delight. Father, look here. This is the dear older sister you love so much. Its filthy black tail relentlessly tightened around Ilian. Its mouth spewed constant taunts. This is the sister you cherish so much, and yet she couldn't even take a single blow. The heir to the Chongming kingdom must be strong. And that person is me. The black tail continued to tighten its grip, wrapping firmly around Ilian's neck. It made it so hard for her to breathe that she could only choke out two words. Father. Her eyes filled with tears, pain and despair. The three-headed demon only grew more excited at the sight. Besides crying and running away, what else can you do? Why would Father pass the throne to you? You're despicable. Just die for me. The tail squeezed tighter, as if wanting to snap Ilian's neck. It made her scream in agony. Just then, from behind, the smaller figure began to stir. She groggily sat up. She put her hands together, preparing to launch an attack. A golden orb of energy formed between her hands. A golden light radiated outwards. Fox Art, Shiru shouted. Her attack exploded, creating a terrifying wave of power. Elsewhere, Miaoling was facing the demon's sect master. The landscape was a ruin of shattered rock. Dust flew everywhere. The sect master spoke to Miaoling, his voice full of dark intent. In this space, there's only you and I. You can't escape this time, and no one is coming to save you. Miaoling carefully executed her technique, a disdainful smile on her face. You think I'm still that weak girl? The saintess of the demon's sect, who only knew how to run? The sect master probed Miaoling's cultivation level, astonished. In such a short time, you've already broken through to the half-saint realm? Miaoling didn't give him a chance to investigate further. In her eyes, the sect master was no longer the untouchable opponent he once was. Prepare to die. Miaoling was determined. The sect master stood still. His cold voice rang out, a pity. I am now in the saint realm. The sect master's entire body tensed. His demonic energy erupted violently, as if it could incinerate the very sky. The immense spiritual power radiating from him pierced through space, enveloping both heaven and earth. He activated demonic earth dragon. Giant dragons of earth erupted from the ground, forming a solid wall of defense before him. Miaoling was blocked by the earth dragons. Her attacks couldn't reach the sect master. Rage burned within Miaoling's heart. She charged straight towards him. The earth dragons were torn to shreds under the power of her ice. The seemingly invincible earth dragons were now just a pile of rubble at her hands. The chilling wind from Yaoling transformed into an ice phoenix. The frozen bird spread its wings in the air, diving towards the sect master at terrifying speed. The sect master was unfazed. He summoned a fireball, launching it straight at the ice phoenix, shattering it into 100 pieces. It fell weakly to the ground. From above the sect master's head, a massive, divine figure appeared, radiating an overwhelming power. He spoke with a triumphant voice. "Your efforts are useless, Meowling. Just be a good girl and come back with me to be the saintess of the demon sect." The divine figure created a violent torrent of fire, forming the ink shadow sphere. Its cultivation level was unfathomable. The ink shadow sphere plummeted to the ground. The flames were brilliant yet menacing, striking fear into all who witnessed its impending explosive power. Suddenly, a cold, blue stream of light shot through, extinguishing the ink shadow sphere in an instant. The fierce flames were snuffed out like a thin piece of paper. Meowling had used the void-shattering slash, a technique that didn't require much internal energy but was powerful enough to destroy the sect master's ink shadow sphere. She sneered, "Mo, Tianluan, I see your saint realm is nothing special." The sect master felt insulted, thinking Meowling was getting arrogant just because she blocked one move. Meowling replied haughtily, "Arrogant or not, you'll find out soon enough." Her words didn't frighten the sect master. He just thought she was bluffing to intimidate him. The sect master gently waved his hand. A demonic energy pill pierced through the barrier of the void-shattering slash, stabbing straight into Meowling. But her body suddenly glowed. She wasn't injured at all. From within her form, countless ice butterflies flew out, revealing the truth. The body the sect master had just attacked was merely formed from ice butterflies. The sect master stared in astonishment at the surreal scene before him, unable to believe his eyes. Tens of thousands of ice shards separated and then reformed. Meowling's true form gradually appeared. In the blink of an eye, Meowling had appeared right in front of the sect master. Her lotus sword slashed towards the giant figure above him. The sect master was startled. He couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? Before he could react, Meowling's blade easily tore the illusion created by the sect master into two pieces. The figure exploded violently. A loud boom echoed, as if mocking the sect master's arrogance. On the other side, Bai Xiaoru and Ming Ilian were in a critical situation. Bai Xiaoru's hand trembled. Her strength was almost completely gone, but she still clung to her will to save her fellow disciple. A wave of electrical shock erupted. Fox art. A giant fox enveloped the three-headed, half-snake creature. The size difference was unimaginable. The three-headed creature was bewildered, not having processed the situation yet. Bai Xiaoru seized the opportunity. She channeled her magic and shouted. The great fox crushed the three-headed creature in its palm, creating an immense pressure that resulted in a massive explosion. Ming Ilian was freed. She gasped for air, feeling lucky to have just escaped death's door. She couldn't help it, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Bai Xiaoru tried to reassure her. "Ilian, this is our chance. I can only hold him for so long. The rest is up to you." Ming Ilian struggled to her feet, preparing for a decisive counterattack. The three-headed creature, trapped in by Xiaoru's fox art, roared in fury. "Damn you! Let me go!" Ming Ilian held her sword. Exhaustion washed over her, but she mustered her last bit of strength to continue fighting. She remembered her first days at Song Jian Peak, when Qin Tian trained her so harshly. His words still rang in her ears. "How can someone like you become a sovereign? How can you protect your people? The first principle of a sovereign is that their word is law. A promise made must be a promise kept." Ming Ilian remembered every word. She charged towards the imprisoned three-headed being. Determination shone in her eyes. Everyone was right. In the past, I only knew how to run away. But now, I will never run again. The three-headed being sneered. "Wait, are you serious? You really dare to strike?" That body contained Ming Ilian's own flesh and blood, her brothers and her father. The three-headed being laughed mockingly. "I don't believe you will." Before he could finish, a single slash from Ming Ilian's sword cut the figure into pieces, ending the lives of all four of them. Ming Ilian said resolutely, "You're wrong. I will." The three-headed being's body was nearly disintegrated, but he still refused to accept his fate. "Impossible. I can't die here. I still have to become an emperor." His ambitious words were now just meaningless echoes. Ming Ilian turned to look at the slowly fading figure. Farewell, father. The scene shifts to where Miaoling is standing. Mo Tianluan is furious at the collapse of the masterpiece he had painstakingly built, all in the blink of an eye. Unforgivable. How did you reach the half-saint realm in less than 100 years? And how is your half-saint power even greater than my saint realm? The demon sect master's words were an admission that Miaoling was stronger than him. Miaoling. Her pink hair fluttered in the wind. She said disdainfully, people like you, who only rely on heresy and sacrifice, are like a castle built on sand, slowly crumbling. Your saint-level strength is weaker than an ordinary cultivator who has just reached the upper half-saint realm, in my opinion. Those words enraged the demon sect master to the point of apoplexy. You insolent girl. I am a saint. I can even absorb your essence to reach the emperor realm. I will become the #1 demon emperor in this world. The more the demon sect master spoke, the more arrogant he became. He charged straight at Miaoling, no longer able to maintain his previous composure. A faint smile played on Miaoling's lips. In the blink of an eye, the demon sect master was defeated. Miaoling gently slid her blade through him, slicing his arrogant body in two. Before losing consciousness, the demon sect master continued to mumble about essence and the emperor realm, things he had never even touched in his entire life. But now he had to die here. Miaoling slowly approached the demon sect master. Don't worry. On your way. You won't be alone. With that, she raised the tip of her sword, ending the life of the wretched demon sect master who had once treated her like a puppet in his hands. This heretical demon sect master will soon be keeping you company. The illusion began to crack. Baishiru realized that the space created by the bald man was about to collapse, and in this situation, they would be thrown out. Ming Ilian asked in a panic, what should we do? The outcome of the battle was clear. Hidden Sword Peak was completely victorious. My precious Tian. It's been a long time. The puppets of Qin Tian's parents spoke. It seemed they were still enjoying their wonderful vacation. Lady Qin snapped at old Qin to watch his words, and he immediately obeyed. Not daring to talk back. If you're seeing us again, it means you've come into contact with the divine tome, and you've also resolved these troubles. Lady Qin explained, our puppets will help you gather the energy of the divine tome. With that, the two puppets opened their mouths and sucked in the residual energy of the divine tome, and the divine tome gradually returned to its original state. Qin Tian exclaimed in surprise. The book is restoring itself. The puppet continued. I know you have many questions in your heart, but wait until after you return. I will answer each of your questions. The book was fully restored. Its name appeared in golden characters, Brahma's Void. The two puppets advised Qin Tian to focus on his cultivation, to strive for the emperor realm with all his might. Qin Tian paid no attention to their words. He just stared at the divine tome in admiration. How miraculous! Staring at the newly restored book, Qin Tian made a resolution. I will reach the emperor realm, and then I'll be waiting for you. At Chongming Nation, the court officials performed a sacrifice before the imperial court's gate. Together, they performed the ceremony to enthrone the new empress. We pay our respects to Empress Ilian. Long live the empress! Long live, long live! They shouted in unison. Then they prostrated themselves at the feet of Ming Ilian, the new ruler of Chongming Nation. Ming Ilian was adorned in a golden imperial robe, embroidered with crimson patterns. She declared majestically, you may rise. The court officials replied, thank you, your majesty. Ming Ilian looked up at the sky and suddenly saw a flying frying pan approaching. On it were her master and her two fellow disciples, Miaoling and Baishiru. She suddenly remembered what she had said when the battle ended. I can't go back to Hidden Sword Peak anymore. Miaoling and Baishiru were not surprised. They hugged Ming Ilian tightly and comforted her. We all understand. A nation cannot be without a ruler. You're staying here for the people of Chongming. Don't be sad. When you have free time, we'll come visit you. Qin Tian, standing beside them, felt he should also say something. He added, if you run into any trouble in Chongming, just find me or Miaoling. We'll help you. Hidden Sword Peak will always be your home, and we will always be your family. Ming Ilian finally heard the words she had been longing for. Tears immediately streamed down her face. Really, back to the present. Ming Ilian looked up at the sky, silently bidding farewell to her master and fellow disciples, thanking them for always caring for her. The frying pan gradually flew away. Miaoling asked, "Master, we've obtained the Chongming flower. Where are we going next?" Qin Tian replied, "We're going to the Hidden God Forest. For the next 10 days or so." 533_. You girls help Ilian rebuild the Chongming Imperial Palace. As for me, I'm going to gather some information. Qin Tian suddenly realized he had used the wrong word and quickly corrected himself. Not fraternize, but gather information. I wasn't cuddling with beautiful women like I just said. How embarrassing. Then he proudly recounted that he had heard news about the Holy Spirit fruit. But his flimsy excuses didn't convince Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru in the slightest. And so, they continued their journey to the Hidden God Forest, which might be the final destination of the Holy Spirit fruit, whether it was speculation or truth. In the dark corner of the Hidden God Forest, bolts of lightning continuously struck a fixed point. In the middle of a dark cave, an object in the center emitted a sparkling light. Spiritual energy filled the space. The Holy Spirit fruit radiated an extremely powerful spiritual force, attracting all attention. Surrounding it was a ferocious, great black serpent, ready to destroy anyone who dared to approach the Holy Spirit fruit. The Hidden God Forest is a forbidden area in the eastern continent of the 9 prefectures continent, with an area of over 5 million square kilometers. Qin Tian glanced at the forest and sighed to himself. This forest is too vast. When will we ever find the Holy Spirit fruit? Under the scorching sun, the patience of all three was wearing thin. Miaoling suggested they split up to search and regroup before sunset. This plan was immediately agreed upon by Bai Xiaoru. After that, they split into 3 groups, promising to meet when the sun went down. The sun had long set, but there was still no sign of the Holy Spirit fruit. Qin Tian sat leisurely on a log, roasting meat while complaining to himself. His hands skillfully rotated the piece of meat over the fire, praising himself as a talented chef. Suddenly, a rustling from the bushes caught Qin Tian's attention. Before he could react, Bai Xiaoru burst out of the bushes, shouting. She crashed straight into Qin Tian, sending the piece of meat in his hand flying. Miaoling approached, picked up the piece of meat lying on the ground, and placed it back on the roasting rack with a look of concern. Qin Tian was panting heavily. I can't breathe anymore. Bai Xiaoru realized the situation, quickly apologized, and sat up. A while later, the meat was almost cooked, but none of the 3 touched it. The atmosphere became tense. Qin Tian reluctantly spoke up. What's wrong with you two? He crossed his arms and said casually. One is as cold as an ice queen. The other is as panicked as if she's being chased by a dog. As soon as he finished speaking, Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru replied in unison. The atmosphere returned to its initial silence. Qin Tian continued, Xiaoru, you go first. Bai Xiaoru didn't hesitate. Actually, outside the forest, I saw people from the Emperor's underworld. She recounted meeting a figure in a black robe, wearing the insignia of the Emperor's underworld. He was conducting business in the Hidden God Forest. He even gave a warning. The Emperor's underworld is at work. All uninvolved parties, leave immediately. Bai Xiaoru was terrified. All she could do was hide behind the bushes, hoping the others would find her. Qin Tian remained calm. Not a single ripple of emotion. By the way, I haven't asked you, why are you being hunted by the Emperor's underworld? Bai Xiaoru hesitated for a moment before answering. It all started with the grand ceremony when the Daliang Empire and the Qixin Empire declared war. Her expression became more serious. She continued. Then, both nations were attacked by another power. Before the war broke out, I met with the great Liang Emperor and the Qi Tian Emperor in a secret realm. Because of that, the Emperor's alliance framed me for starting the war, claiming it was all my fault. That is the reason why Bai Xiaoru is being hunted by the experts of the Emperor's alliance. They want to eliminate any future trouble. Miaoling couldn't help but wonder. Bai Xiaoru is clearly the Qingxiu Fox Empress. Why didn't Qingxiu step in to protect her? Bai Xiaoru explained that the Emperor's alliance had initiated a purge, making the entire continent want her dead. Faced with such an overwhelming force, even Qingxiu couldn't protect her, unless she could find evidence to prove that the Emperor's alliance was framing her. Qin Tian took a bite of meat, chewing quickly. Don't worry, I will protect you and clear your name. Touched by Qin Tian's sincerity, Bai Xiaoru hugged him tightly. She thanked him profusely. Finally, Qin Tian understood the deeper reasons behind the incident. He turned to Miaoling to ask for more details. Before Miaoling could answer, she recalled a moment from earlier, when she happened to see soldiers from the Kuan Yuan Empire searching for something. They didn't even know what they were looking for. They only knew they were ordered to the Hidden God Forest to search for a mysterious object. In their conversation, they mentioned that a military order was absolute, which made Miaoling ponder for quite some time. Qin Tian suddenly spoke up. After all these years together, do you still not understand how I and the little fox operate? We would never betray you, he said. Miaoling sensed the sincerity in the words of both Qin Tian and Bai Xiaoru. She sighed. All right. Miaoling hesitated for a moment, unsure if she should say it. She confessed, actually, I am a reincarnator. In my past life, I was the emotionless empress. Bai Xiaoru was confused by the concept of a reincarnator. She didn't even understand. What is an emotionless empress? She became even more bewildered. Qin Tian was also lost in thought. He didn't know what to say. He just responded with a soft They stared at each other. Both Qin Tian and Bai Xiaoru were absorbed in thought about the new concept Miaoling had just revealed. Less than a moment later, Qin Tian had an exaggerated reaction. Whoa, a reincarnator, the emotionless empress. Under the disdainful gazes of both Bai Xiaoru and Miaoling, Miaoling said in annoyance, All right, that's enough, master. You don't have to pretend anymore. I want to ask how you figured out my identity. It turned out that Qin Tian had known about Miaoling's origins for a long time. She was the only one who had waited until now to admit it. Miaoling continued to explain. In my previous life, I, along with the Kuan Yuan Great Emperor, Old Ancestor Mu Su, and Old Ancestor Kuei-Yu, 3 third-level Emperor Realm experts, joined forces to explore a forbidden life zone. However, the 3 of them ambushed me. They pushed me into a prearranged formation. They used the formation to refine me alive. Their main goal was to seize my low-grade Emperor weapon. Miaoling's calm expression gradually turned to one of indignation. She spoke with a resentful tone. So, even if I don't actively seek revenge, once they discover me, they will definitely take the initiative to deal with me. Qin Tian had already prepared a plate of meat for Miaoling. He kindly offered it to her and said, This grudge must, of course, be avenged, even if it means crossing a mountain of blades and a sea of fire. He would help her get her revenge. Qin Tian looked at Miaoling with an affectionate gaze. Here, the meat is cooked. That gaze couldn't help but move Miaoling. Then Qin Tian continued to wonder, is a low-grade Emperor weapon really that important? A third-level Emperor Realm expert wouldn't have one. Bai Xiaoru immediately replied, Only the most talented among the Emperor Realm possess an Emperor weapon. Many powers have Emperor Realm masters, but Emperor weapons are one of kind. Miaoling further explained that Emperor weapons are very rare because the 9 provinces lack the materials to forge them. And more importantly, there is a lack of people capable of forging them. Finally, Qin Tian understood why people would be willing to harm each other over a single low-grade Emperor weapon. Qin Tian thought to himself, if the system could teach me how to forge Emperor weapons, I probably would have become the richest person in the capital long ago. The moon rose high. The night had grown late. Only the faint light from Qin Tian's group pierced through the thick, enveloping darkness. Between the 2 mountain ranges separating the east and central continents, a stream of purple energy flowed from the east, and from within the mountain range, bordering the 2 realms, a secret realm of a peak-level Emperor Realm Master suddenly appeared. In the Divine Wind Empire, King Fengyang, a first-level Emperor Realm expert, stood high above, observing the strange celestial phenomenon. This secret realm can only accommodate cultivators at the Saint Realm. Therefore, the half-saint prodigies of the Divine Wind Empire shall enter first to claim the treasures, he declared. In the Sword God Valley, Sword King Chun, also a first-level Emperor Realm expert, after witnessing the celestial phenomenon, immediately gave an order. An Emperor Realm's secret realm has appeared. The half-saint disciples of Sword God Valley are to proceed to the border of the 2 continents at once. Sword King Chen's subordinates immediately carried out the order. In the Haotian Empire, Empress Xian Miao, a third-level Emperor Realm expert, also did not miss the opportunity. The half-saint geniuses of the Hautian Empire shall join in on the excitement. Her subordinates quickly carried out her instructions. Throughout the major cities, notices flew everywhere, signaling that a major event was about to take place. From within the hidden god forest, a loud explosion rang out. The half-saint from the Kuan Yuan Empire roared, "Emperor's Alliance! Get out here! The Holy Spirit fruit belongs to my Kuan Yuan Empire." Just as he finished speaking, soldiers from the Emperor's Alliance appeared. One said with a contemptuous tone, "Where are your soldiers? It seems they're all dead." 3 soldiers from the Emperor's Alliance, all half-saints, appeared one by one, Wu Wen, Wu Ting, and Wu Shi. They stepped out with arrogant expressions. "I only see one person here. You should go and check. This treasure will surely belong to us." One of the 3 said with a mocking tone. Under the malicious words, the Kuan Yuan half-saint became furious. He charged at the 3 of them. "Scram! This is a gift I am presenting to the Kuan Yuan Great Emperor." But the 3 from the Emperor's Alliance did not back down, because their alliance master also wanted to claim this treasure. The battle erupted. Fierce blows were exchanged. From a distance, Qin Tian and his 2 disciples observed quietly from the bushes. Qin Tian gave a signal. Bai Xiaoru and Miaoling immediately charged in. Miaoling used her Ice Phoenix to attack the Kuan Yuan half-saint, while Bai Xiaoru used her Wind Blades to assassinate the other 3 half-saints. The Kuan Yuan half-saint angrily swung his mace towards Miaoling. "Who are you? How dare you ambush my Kuan Yuan Empire?" Miaoling replied bravely, "The one who will kill you." On the other side, the Emperor's Alliance soldiers tried to take down Bai Xiaoru. "A little mouse like you should scurry away." Bai Xiaoru let out a soft chuckle. "I am the one who is confronting the Emperor's Alliance." The 3 factions were locked in a stalemate with no end in sight. A gathering of half-saints was truly a formidable sight. Watching from the sidelines, Qin Tian quietly harvested the Holy Spirit fruit, which emitted a soft, pleasant light. "You all can just keep fighting. The Holy Spirit fruit belongs to me." Suddenly, Qin Tian noticed something else was present. It wasn't just the Holy Spirit fruit. From beneath the murky water, bubbles rose to the surface. Qin Tian watched with curiosity, but he still couldn't make out what was hiding at the bottom of the water. Suddenly, a great serpent emerged from the water. Its body was thousands of times larger than Qin Tian. The appearance of the great serpent caused the battle on the other side to come to a halt. When Bai Xiaoru saw the great serpent, her expression suddenly changed. The Kuan Yuan half-saint's jaw also dropped. He stared wide-eyed at the giant monster that had appeared before him. Everyone was shocked by the appearance of the great serpent. So there was a guardian beast. The great serpent's form was that of a 4-headed snake, with skin as black as ink. Its back was like a giant hill. Just looking at it was enough to strike fear into one's heart. Qin Tian stared blankly at the pitch-black snake in front of him, thinking to himself, "I wonder if it's edible." Miaoling couldn't wait any longer. She directly launched the first attack, using her Ice Phoenix slash to attack one of the snake's heads. But the snake's hide was incredibly tough. Even under the pressure of Miaoling's powerful blow, it was completely unscathed. Miaoling was utterly astonished. An attack from an emperor weapon has no effect. Another head of the snake shot directly towards the Kuan Yuan half-saint, causing him to let out a terrified scream. The snake bit down hard on the Kuan Yuan half-saint, killing him instantly. On the other side, the 3 half-saints from the Emperor's Alliance were also sweating bullets. But behind them, 2 of the snake's heads were menacingly staring at the prey before them. One of the snake's heads also stared intently at Qin Tian. He didn't react. He just silently observed this giant snake. The 2 sides faced each other. After a long while, it seemed the snake was starting to become wary of Qin Tian. One of the 3 half-saint imperial soldiers had its head bitten off by the snake. The remaining one was terrified. His face turned pale. He noticed that all 4 heads of the snake were staring at a person in the distance. It was Qin Tian. Then, the second of the 3 imperial soldiers was also devoured by the snake. The last one cried out in grief for his 2 ill-fated brothers. Miaoling also looked on with some confusion. This is no ordinary snake demon. But before she could finish her sentence, Miaoling witnessed an unbelievable sight. Qin Tian was sitting on one of the heads of the giant snake. To explain the confusing situation, Qin Tian said calmly, "It seemed to be afraid of me, so I try to control it. In Qin Tian's hand was the Saint Spirit Fruit. I didn't expect it to be so obedient. So how's that for cool? It was true. If Qin Tian hadn't spoken up, Miaoling probably would have been scared out of her wits. Miaoling shouted, "Cool my ass. Why didn't you do that sooner?" The Imperial soldier watched the scene unfold, his eyes wide in admiration. A human can actually control a guardian beast? Is he really that powerful? Qin Tian sat on the large, unthinking snake, conversing with the furious Miaoling below. Only the Imperial soldier remained, both amazed and wondering what kind of deity Qin Tian was. Seeing the Imperial soldier still standing there, perhaps he wanted to die. Qin Tian ordered the snake to attack. The Imperial soldier was so scared by the snake that he ran for his life, crying for help as he fled. After a moment of silence, Qin Tian had the Saint Spirit Fruit in hand and had tamed the guardian beast. He carefully tried to remember what he had forgotten. Not far away, ever since the large snake appeared, Bai Xiaoru had been running as if her life depended on it. At the Cyan Fox Emperor beast. It was unexpected that she would be so afraid of snakes. The little girl licked her ice cream cone, her eyes asking, "Yuan, do you think it will explode this time?" The two beautiful, pink-haired girls looked ahead with apprehension as they ate their ice cream. One replied, "I think it will explode. After all, it always explodes." The little fox asserted, "It will explode." The other girl didn't hesitate. "It will explode." As soon as they finished speaking, a loud explosion came from the house in front of them. At first, it was just a small explosion. Then the whole house blew up. Finally, the alchemy room sign in front of the door shattered into pieces. The two girls eating ice cream were also caught in the blast. Their hair blew around like a storm. Miaoling said calmly, "See, it exploded." The little fox's expression didn't change. She licked her ice cream and hummed in agreement. It seemed that explosions were a perfectly normal occurrence. Along with the loud explosion came a joyous shout. "I did it! Oh heavens! I succeeded!" Qin Tian's face was covered in soot. He held up a tiny vial, smiling smugly. "Tada! The Saint's supplementing pill. Those below the 3rd level of the Saint realm who drink this can advance a small realm. It only works the first time you drink it." He looked absolutely pathetic. His clothes were tattered, not even fully covering his flat behind. He leaned towards the two girls. They both quickly leaned back, but they still had to exclaim, "So powerful! It's a good thing, a really good thing. But you should put on some proper clothes." His shirt was thrown up. As Qin Tian was getting dressed properly, he said seriously, "I have to refine the pills now. I'll need to go somewhere later." Miaoling and the little fox stood outside the door and asked, "Where?" Qin Tian's voice came from inside the room. "It's a secret. You'll find out when the time comes." Miaoling frowned in annoyance. So mysterious. Suddenly, he threw a vial at her. "Catch!" She quickly raised her hand to catch it. By now, he had finished changing his clothes. He walked out looking sharp. He straightened his robes and said, "After you drink this, focus on refining it. Come find me when you're done. After you drink it, you will break through to a new realm below the 3rd level of the Saint realm. I won't help you this time." And Miaoling held the vial and asked happily, "Is this really for me?" He tilted his head back and replied with amusement, "Of course, if you don't want it. That little fox is also looking at you with admiring eyes. She wants it too, you know." Unexpectedly, and Miaoling boldly turned, cupped his face, and gave him a firm kiss on the cheek before saying shyly, "I want it." "Thank you, master," he exclaimed in surprise, unable to react. After kissing his cheek, she walked to the door, her face blushing, and turned back to say, "Then I'll be going first," leaving him standing there in a daze. Qin Tian touched his cheek, only now processing what had happened. He smiled blissfully and said, "I didn't expect this girl to be so forward. Could it be that she already likes me?" The little fox looked at him, lost in his happiness, and puffed out her cheeks, saying, "I want one too." His smiling face suddenly turned surprised. The sky was turning red. The sun was setting. He held the pill and raised it disappointedly, saying, "I thought the little fox meant she wanted something else. Turns out it was the immortal pill." He stood opposite the little girl, holding up the pill and shouting, "Are you ready?" The little girl quickly sat down, getting into position and nodding eagerly. Her eyes were fixed on the pill. He waved the pill and shouted. The little girl frowned, staring intently at the pill. She wished she could eat it right away. Qin Tian flicked the pill into the air. The little girl immediately jumped up and snatched it. Once she had the pill, She quickly chewed it, her face blushing. She cupped her cheeks and exclaimed with delight, "Immortal pill!" She was so happy that she wagged her tail continuously, which caught his attention from behind. Unexpectedly, he grabbed her long, soft, furry tail and rubbed his cheek against it, saying with satisfaction, "It's just as I imagined. So soft." She was taken by surprise. Her whole body trembled, her face flushing red. Her eyes welled up with tears. A strange feeling washed over her. The little fox spun around and shouted, "You rotten scoundrel! Don't you know that you can't just touch a Fox clan member's tail?" In the quiet space, he still held her tail tightly, ignoring her protests. "It's fine. Let me touch it and see if there's any problem," he said with an innocent look. The little girl said helplessly, "Only a Fox clan member's mate is allowed to touch their tail. If you do this, who will I marry in the future?" He still didn't let go, only replying, "It's fine. I'll take care of you from now on." And then he gradually fell asleep. The next morning, from the house came the sound of chanting, "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits." Qin Tian was on his knees, his hands clasped together, praying earnestly, "Taishang Laojun, Yuan Shi Tianzuan." Then he stood up, stepped onto a large rock, and pointed straight at the sky. In front of him was the system screen. His voice rang out clearly. "Tathagata Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Jade Emperor, Jesus Christ, Holy Allah, show yourselves. As the law commands." He pressed the check-in button and shouted, "Give it to me." Immediately, the system announced, "Congratulations, host, on checking in. You have received numerous rewards." He looked at the screen, his hand trembling as he pressed the checked-in button. Then he angrily raised his middle finger and cursed. "Still no good stuff." Just then, a meowling walked over. "Master, what are you doing?" He immediately looked over, his hand still in the same position. "Meowling, you're here." Then he turned and said, "I need you to go to a mystic realm. An emperor realm, mystic realm with a realm restriction." After hearing this, she asked again, "An emperor realm, mystic realm with a realm restriction?" In the clear blue sky, a few birds were circling. In front of the Two Worlds mountain gate, a group of people were talking. An old man stroked his beard, explaining to his disciple, "An Emperor Realm Mystic Realm with a realm restriction is a place where a peak Emperor Realm expert left their legacy before dying. This mystic realm is looking for an inheritor. Besides cultivation techniques and martial arts, it may also contain Emperor-grade spirit herbs, and even Emperor-grade weapons, although the probability is very small." His disciple, a seemingly naive young man, said excitedly, "Master knows so much." Behind them, another group was also discussing the matter. One man stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming. "I heard this secret realm might belong to the great Emperor Gaiong, a peak third-level Emperor realm expert from 30,000 years ago. If I can find his inheritance, I'll become a top-tier expert." The man in white standing next to him turned and said coldly, "Keep dreaming. Rogue cultivators like us don't stand a chance. Give it up. Can't you see? The three biggest powers around the Twin Peaks Mountains are all here. We're completely out of our league." In the tense atmosphere, Lan Feng, the prince of the Shenlan Empire, stood between his two companions, Mu Qingqing and Jian Beishan. All three carried themselves with an elegant and refined air. Lan Feng crossed his arms, his tone arrogant. "I didn't expect to see you two here as well." Mu Qingqing, daughter of the Ice Immortal Empress of the Haotian Empire, with her white hair and blue dress, replied with a playful wink, "If you can come, why can't we? This is a matter concerning an imperial weapon, after all." Jian Beishan, the successor of the Sword God Valley, holding his long sword blindfolded, chimed in, "That's right. The great Emperor Guiyang's imperial weapon can only belong to our Sword God Valley." Lan Feng suddenly pointed to the sky, where the graceful figure of a woman was slowly descending. Everyone looked up. Lan Feng exclaimed, "It seems an extremely powerful figure has arrived. It's Meowling." Meowling, with a thin mask covering half her face, still exuded an irresistible beauty. As her feet touched the ground, Jian Beishan immediately sensed the powerful sword intent coming from her, in no way inferior to his own. Mu Qingqing couldn't help but be curious as well. "I've never seen her before. Could she be a prodigy from another region, without even a proper greeting?" Lan Feng rushed forward, shouting, "Even with that veil covering your face, this prince can still tell your beauty." Mu Qingqing watched him go, warning, Acting so rashly won't end well for you. Lan Feng leaped up, kneeling in midair before Miaoling. Her eyes widened. She asked in surprise, "Is there something I can help you with, sir?" He stood up and declared arrogantly, "I'm the prince of the Shenlan Empire. Woman, take off your veil." With that, he lunged forward, trying to snatch the veil from her face. But before he could even touch it, Miaoling swung her sword, her voice sharp. "Get lost!" Her powerful slash forced Lan Feng to raise his arms to block. He was furious. He gritted his teeth. "A single slash shattered my protective spiritual energy and injured me." The crowd below gasped in amazement. So strong. How could she injure the prince of the Shenlan Empire so easily? Another person spoke up. "I wonder which power this prodigy comes from. Could she be from outside the Central Plains region?" Lan Feng stared at the girl, thinking to himself, her realm is only the second level of half-saint. But her sword intent is a bit stronger than mine. He stared intently at the sword in her hand and said excitedly, "Then this sword of hers must be extraordinary. It has to be at least a half-emperor grade weapon. It might even be a low-grade imperial weapon." Lan Feng drew a longsword. He charged forward and yelled, "You dare to injure me? Then leave your sword behind as compensation. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving here today. I possess the saint-grade imperial bloodline of the Shenlan Empire." The girl let go of the sword in her hand. A stream of water gradually appeared. It coiled around the sword. She sneered, "I don't need a weapon to deal with you." Lan Feng gripped his sword with both hands. He charged, shouting arrogantly, "Today, I'll show you how formidable this prince is." He laughed triumphantly, slashing powerfully towards her. But she simply grabbed his clothes with her bare hands. The Miaoling slammed him hard onto the ground. His python manifestation was also pinned down by her water phoenix. Lan Feng was smashed into the ground, leaving the crowd completely dumbfounded. I can't believe the saint-grade imperial bloodline of the Shenlan Empire was completely suppressed by her bloodline. Someone next to him asked, "What kind of bloodline does she have?" Lan Feng lay on the ground, his eyes wide with rage and humiliation. He muttered, "Such a powerful bloodline. If I can take her down, then whether it's her sword or her bloodline, it will all be mine." He writhed on the ground, screaming, "Uncle Long." His scream made him Miaoling turn around in surprise. Lan Feng, without a shred of shame, continued to yell, "Take this woman down for me." She looked down at him, confused, and said sarcastically, "Only children call for help when they fight." From the distance, a figure approached her, speaking, "Little miss, the prince has given his order." It was an old man with white hair, Uncle Long, a third-level Saint Realm Master, the protector of the prince of the Shenlan Empire. The old man shouted urgently, "Come back to the Empire with me now." But before he could finish, a wave of black energy suddenly struck. It slammed into the old man, knocking him far away. Both Uncle Long and Lan Feng were pushed back, forced to cross their arms in front of their chests to defend themselves. They were completely unable to fight back. The two of them stared at Miaoling with astonished eyes. One of her arms had transformed into a man's arm. Her other hand held a strange black demonic sword. They stammered, asking, "This is her protector?" She looked at them and smiled faintly. "Did you really think only you have protectors?" Her arm was raised. Qin Tian's voice echoed, "There's no need for me to appear. I'll stop them from the shadows." She replied, "Master." Uncle Long helped Lan Feng up. He whispered, "Prince, perhaps we should take a step back. We can settle this after we leave the secret realm." Lan Feng nodded reluctantly. "I'll listen to you, Uncle Long." Even though he had lost before leaving, he still tried to act tough. "Young lady, I'll let you off the hook for today." The surrounding crowd murmured amongst themselves, disappointed. "I can't believe they stopped in the middle of it." One person spoke up. "Why did they stop fighting? If those two got injured, we'd have two fewer competitors." The person next to him stroked his chin. "What are you thinking? After we enter the secret realm, we need to stay far away from those two. I bet they're going to have a huge fight." The other person nodded. "You're probably right." The gate of the Twin Peaks Mountains suddenly began to stir. The atmosphere grew lively. Lan Feng and Jian Beishan seemed to be very close. And Miaoling crossed her arms and observed, thinking to herself, "It seems the prince of the Shenlan Empire and the successor of the Sword God Valley have teamed up." Suddenly, Mu Qingqing approached her. With a friendly smile, she said, "Hello," and Meowing was slightly surprised. Mu Qingqing placed a hand on her chest and introduced herself. "I am Mu Qingqing. I'm sure you've noticed that Lan Feng and Jian Beishan have joined forces. To deal with them, I was hoping to cooperate with you. We'll split whatever we find evenly. What do you say?" And Meowing was silent for a moment, then nodded. After a while, shouts of "It's open! It's open! The secret realm is open!" echoed throughout the mountains. The gate of the Twin Peaks Mountains gradually materialized, revealing a desert landscape with a blazing red sun. Just looking at it made one feel the heat. The crowd immediately began to push and shove. They ran like mad towards the gate, screaming, "Charge!" More and more people poured through the gate, stepping onto the sun-scorched, sandy desert. In the middle of the desert, a city wall faintly appeared in the distance. 3 men walked, shielding their faces from the sun and the swirling sand. They complained. This great Emperor Gaiong must have had nothing better to do. He even placed a restriction on flying, forcing us to walk like this. The man with him, struggling with the desert heat, reminded him, "Talk less. Save your energy. Walk and recover at the same time. Otherwise, by the time we reach the ancient city at the end of the desert, you won't have a chance." The third man nodded in agreement. "That's right. Everyone will be fighting fiercely for the treasures then. There won't be any time for you to recover." The scorching desert sun felt like it was burning through the soles of everyone's shoes. Lan Feng and Jian Beishan, drenched in sweat, looked ahead, panting. Finally, we're here. Before them was the blazing sun and the imposing ancient Gaiong city. Around them, a few others had also made it, but everyone was out of breath. Jian Beishan shouted, "Let's go, let's go." One man even fainted, foaming at the mouth, crying out, "Help me." On the ground, a few more people collapsed, and beneath the layers of desert sand, countless skeletons lie buried. The glaring sun beat down on the sand, turning the desert into a fiery mountain. Nothing but sand and sun. The gates of the ancient Yang city slowly closed. The master and disciple had made it inside. The disciple turned to his master with a worried look. "Master, the gates are closed." The old man stroked his beard, reassuring him, "Don't be afraid. We're already inside." Suddenly, the entire ancient Yang city was sealed. A beam of golden light shot down from the sky. Inside the city, a person was now running at full speed, running for his dear life. It was the master from before. He ran, screaming in panic. How did it come to this? Behind him, his disciple, with a blood-soaked face, was giving chase. His mouth endlessly repeated, "Master, wait for me." He was as pale as a corpse. His entire body was a sickly green. Blood streamed from his eyes, nose, and mouth. His grotesque running gait was enough to make one's hair stand on end. He mumbled as he chased, "Why are you trying to run away? Am I not your good disciple?" The master, while running, suddenly saw a room with an open door. Without hesitation, he dove inside and slammed the door shut. The disciple's pitch black, overgrown fingernails clawed repeatedly at the door, leaving long gashes. He shrieked from outside, "Master, open the door. Hurry up and open the door." The old man held the door tight. His face was flushed with anger. He roared, "Damn it. This secret realm of the great Emperor Guiyang is a trap." He squeezed his eyes shut. His whole body trembled. He held the door fast and muttered, "No flying and no magic. It's turned us into ordinary mortals. How treacherous." Outside, the sound suddenly stopped. The old man gradually let his guard down. He breathed a sigh of relief. The noise has stopped. As he left, the old man turned to look around the room and suddenly noticed something strange. He was surrounded by large earthen jars. It looked like a storeroom. He carefully locked the door and approached the jars. On each jar was a red paper label with the words "Saint Nourishing Pills." The old man read aloud in surprise, "Saint Nourishing Pills?" A joyous smile spread across his face. He hugged one of the jars. As he opened the lid, he said, "I didn't notice this when I ran in here. It seems my luck isn't so bad after all. This room must be specifically for storing pills." Inside the jar was a pile of tightly packed golden pills. He exclaimed in amazement, "There are so many in just one jar." Then he laughed loudly. "Looks like I've struck it rich." But suddenly, his face went pale. He looked down into the jar in horror. A hand shot up from within the jar. The disciple's voice rang out coldly, "Master, I've found you." The old man let out a blood-curdling scream. He instantly let go of the jar. That arm shot out quickly, dragging the entire jar with it as it pursued the old man. Gradually, the disciple's entire body emerged from the jar. He crawled toward the old man, his mouth repeating over and over, "Master, don't run." The old man stood frozen to the spot. His whole body trembled like a leaf. The disciple's face was covered in blood. His eyes were pitch black, as if he had completely transformed into a demon. He bared his sharp teeth and roared, "Come to hell with me." The master's scream echoed through the desert, piercing the sky. Ah! The three leaders of the sect stood suspended in midair. Their eyes were fixed on the Twin Peaks gate in anticipation. They were Jian Wushan from the Sword God Valley, King Lan Yang of the Divine Lan Empire, and Mu Yunzi of the Haotian Empire. Higher above them all, Qin Tian looked down, shouldering his sword. He let out a smug chuckle. "So you've all arrived," he continued. "I have a feeling that this time the reward from a system is going to be something special." With that thought, he opened the system to check. "Let's see, Miaoling side need to speed things up to." In a mysterious building, thick smoke billowed out. The statue in the center was absorbing spiritual energy from the four people kneeling on the ground. The more it absorbed, the more intensely the statue glowed. The four of them sat in a daze. They showed no reaction. They simply let the statue absorb their spiritual energy. Just then, a tiny Qin Tian crawled out from between Miaoling's breasts, his voice echoing, "Strange. Are we done for?" He suddenly realized, looking at the golden statue that was continuously absorbing spiritual energy. He quickly emerged. "This is bad. This thing is absorbing your spiritual energy, Miaoling." He quickly materialized. Drawing his black sword, he slashed fiercely at the statue, shouting, "Sword of life and death." Instantly, the sun emblem on the statue's head was shattered. The statue's eyes opened. It opened its mouth and roared, "Who dares to ruin my grand plan?" Meanwhile, he laughed cheerfully. "Done. Time to scram." Then he dove back into her cleavage. He vanished in an instant. Her chest looked no different than before. The others were still in a daze. Thanks to him, they snapped back to their senses immediately. And Miaoling asked with a start, "This is—" Mu Qingqing put a hand to her forehead, saying in alarm, "Damn it. After we entered the secret realm, we unconsciously walked into an illusion." Lan Feng also raised a hand to his face in shock. "This bronze figure has absorbed the blood of all those dead prodigies. What is it trying to do? Is it trying to resurrect itself?" Jin Beishan speculated. "Perhaps this bronze figure is the corpse of the deceased great Emperor Guiyang. And this isn't a secret realm at all, but a trap deliberately set by the great Emperor Guiyang for his resurrection." The golden statue from before suddenly moved. Its wide mouth revealed sharp teeth as it roared. "Since you've all figured it out, then you can all die here." Mu Qingqing recognized the gravity of the situation. She quickly turned to the other three and shouted, "There are only 4 of us left. We have to team up now." Lan Feng reluctantly nodded in agreement. "It's the only way," he snarled. His entire body burst into flames. His voice was filled with contempt. "A few pathetic half-saints dare to be so arrogant. I have already recovered to the 2nd level of the Saint Realm. Now, you will all obediently become the nutrients for my ascension to the Emperor Realm." With that, he lunged straight at them, and Miaoling looked at him. She stated coldly, "He's coming." Everyone immediately drew their swords, preparing for battle. Mu Qingqing shouted, "Let's go." Jin Beishan quickly responded. They charged forward to attack in unison, and Miaoling drew her sword, chanting, "Heart Sword Art." Mu Qingqing also rushed forward, shouting, "Haotian Art." Jin Beishan swung his sword in a powerful slash. Divine Knowledge slash. Lan Feng raised his flaming sword, roaring. Lan flamed 20 techniques. He gripped his sword with both hands. He leaped high into the air and brought it down with a decisive chop, his voice booming, "Juniors, let me show you the battle arts of a great emperor." 18 hells. Blade spring hell. An earth-shattering explosion rang out. A ferocious fire erupted. In just an instant, all that was left of him was a shattered arm. His sword was also burnt black. His body collapsed to the ground. He coughed, stammering, "The sky has darkened." The moonlight shone down on the desert. The group watched as his corpse dissolved into the sand. But he was still mumbling, "Resurrection. The Twin Peaks gate rumbled again, and Miaoling supported a coughing Mu Qingqing as they walked out. As soon as they were out the gate, Lan Feng rushed after the two girls, shouting, "The treasures of the great Emperor Guiyang are in that woman's hands." Before he could get out, Jin Beishan blocked his path. He pushed him aside and said, "The Guiyang ring is in Mu Qingqing's hands." Lan Feng was shoved to the side. All he could do was roar in frustration. Suddenly, the space around them shifted. The Twin Peaks gate opened into a new domain. Everyone immediately fell silent. Seeing this, Mu Yunzi looked at the two men and asked loudly, "Sword King Chun, King Lanyang, do you wish to start a war between the Haotian Empire, the Divine Lan Empire, and the Sword God Valley?" King Lanyang laughed smugly. "Enough talk. How could I possibly lay a hand on you and the princess of the Haotian Empire?" Sword King Chen also spoke up. "I only want the Guiyang ring in the princess's hands." Lan Feng's master held up two fingers, saying sternly, "Jin Beishan is right, Mu Yunzi. Don't talk nonsense. It's 2 against 1. You're no match for us." Jian Wuchen also held up 2 fingers. She glanced at him and replied coldly, "The Emperor-grade weapon belongs to my Sword God Valley. The woman is yours. The sword in her hand is no ordinary blade. Furthermore, she possesses other treasures. So you're not getting a bad deal." The other guy nodded. The two were so engrossed in dividing the spoils that they didn't notice someone approaching. Mu Yin heard them looking down on her. She raised her scepter. "I won't let you have your way." Suddenly, she stopped. Startled, she looked towards the men. An arm wrapped around their shoulders, making them both jump. Qin Tian had appeared, standing between them. With his arms draped over their shoulders, he asked softly, "What's this?" He sneered. "Trying to bully my disciple?" He glanced at them, his eyes challenging. "How about you two play around with me?" Everyone fell silent, listening to him. "If you lose, this ends here. Deal." Mu Yin looked at him, thinking to herself, this man. She blushed, appraising him. He's so handsome. His spatial magic is incredible. The Lanyang King whipped his head around in shock, thinking, when did he show up? I didn't sense a thing. Jian Wuchen also broke into a sweat, his brow furrowed. Spirit movement realm? Someone in the spirit movement realm can't fly. The two men easily slipped out from under his arms. They asked in unison, "Who are you?" Qin Tian floated in front of the 3 of them and answered calmly, "I'm just here to play a game." Jian Wuchen couldn't hold back. He quickly drew his sword and slashed at him, roaring, "How dare you disrespect me?" The Lanyang King also charged forward. "Even if you're disguised as someone in the spirit movement realm, I'll rip that facade right off." Qin Tian just smiled lightly. He easily dodged both attacks and looked at them. His eyes sparkled with defiance. "Is that so? Then let's go." With that, he yelled, "Life and Death Sword." An intense bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens. Mu Yin quickly raised a hand to shield her face, thinking in alarm. Just drawing his sword creates such terrifying power. Who in the world is he? Qin Tian rested the black sword on his shoulder, one hand on his hip, taunting them. "Whatever moves you've got, bring them all on." The Lanyang King bit his lip, thinking this is bad. This man is no ordinary person. Jian Wuchen also realized it, muttering, "Is that an Emperor-grade weapon in his hand?" "No, that's..." A game piece was placed on the board, inside the Two Worlds Mountain Gate. The 4 disciples were gathered, playing Go. Jin Beishan crossed his arms, watching the others sweat over the game. "So what are we doing here?" Lan Feng, while contemplating his next move, said, "Don't worry. My father will definitely defeat whoever's blocking the way. This side will fall apart on its own, without us even needing to fight." Mu Qingqing made her move and said, "You're kidding, right? Do you think she's a pushover? She's definitely going to win this game." Lan Feng held a game piece in his hand, sweating and thinking nervously. The main problem is this woman next to me. She's not someone to be trifled with. Otherwise, I would have made my move already. And Miaoling seemed to read his thoughts. She glanced over and let out a soft humph as a warning. Lan Feng immediately became flustered. He tried to hide his embarrassment by slamming his piece down, shouting. Suddenly, a voice called from outside. "Miaoling, Miaoling, are you in there?" She heard Qin Tian's call. She looked up and wondered, "Master?" The others also looked up, and Miaoling cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Master, I'm in here." Mu Qingqing looked at Lan Feng, a faint, mocking smile on her face. "Now it's 2 against 2. Your father doesn't stand a chance." Lan Feng touched his chin, sweating. Are you kidding me? He thought in frustration. Damn it. I didn't even consider that this woman had master. This isn't good. Qin Tian called into the barrier. Are you okay in there? Are you hurt? She shouted back. I'm fine. We're just playing go in here. The moment she said that, the others quickly clamped their hands over her mouth. They motioned for her to be quiet. Everyone's face was pale with fear. Mu Qingqing held her tightly and said, Quick, quick, quick. Shut up. Don't say it. Jin Beishin also raised a finger, saying fearfully, That's right. The elders are fighting outside, and we're in here playing games. How would that look? Hearing this, Qin Tian smiled happily. Oh, that's great then. It seems you're all fine. That's a relief. From behind, the Lanyang King, wreathed in flames, launched a sneak attack on Qin Tian. Damn you! Who are you ignoring? Suddenly, a shout was heard. Ice pillar! A column of water shot out to block him. Intercepting the sneak attack meant for Qin Tian. Muyin had stepped in to help. The Lanyang King roared in anger. Stop meddling in other people's business. She looked at him and said, You're wrong. I'm just protecting my niece. She said confidently, Leave the Lanyang King to me. She officially joined forces with Qin Tian against the other two. Qin Tian frowned and replied, Well then, I'll leave it all to you. The Lanyang King roared with fury, flame form. His whole body transformed strangely. His eyes turned a dark, blackish red. With a single slash, he shattered Mu Yun's ice. He pointed his sword at Mu Yun and shouted at Jian Wuchen, That arrogant man is yours to deal with. Jian Wuchen replied coldly. Then he raised both hands and roared, Open domain. With absolute confidence, he activated his spatial magic. Forbidden. A giant red orb appeared, swirling furiously and emitting mysterious black streams of power. The two were instantly pulled into another dimension. Jian Wuchen leaped into the air, sword in hand. He said in a provocative tone, Now it's just the two of us. You won't be getting any help from that woman anymore. Qin Tian calmly held his sword, his cold gaze fixed on him. So this is the domain that only those in the Emperor realm can comprehend? With that, he drew his sword. He thought to himself, Interesting. The gravity in this space has increased significantly. The pressure is so palpable that I can only resist it with spiritual energy. He frowned and charged forward to attack, calculating his moves carefully as he fought. However, his spiritual energy was depleting rapidly and couldn't be replenished, because within this domain, he couldn't absorb spiritual energy from the outside world. He planted his feet on the ground, gathering momentum for a counterattack. He said with a proud voice, But it's useless against me. His entire body erupted with power. He shot towards Jian Wuchen, roaring, Indestructible body, activate. Jian Wuchen watched Qin Tian charge at him, thinking to himself, He's not using a domain. He's relying solely on his physical strength to withstand my domain. Could he be a body cultivator? Thinking this, he said with a confident tone, But I am a sword cultivator with the strongest attack power. The two men rushed at each other with their swords. Jian Wuchen roared as he unleashed his technique. 1,000 swords as one. Qin Tian didn't flinch. He gripped his black sword tightly. From it, thousands of dazzling lightning bolts shot out. Hard sword strike. Solitary peak. The two powerful swords clashed. Sparks flew everywhere. Jian Wuchen remarked, Such powerful strength. As expected of a body cultivator. His sword skills are also formidable. Jian Wuchen held his sword in one hand and performed a technique with the other. He roared, But the sharp sword of a sword cultivator is not limited by a physical blade. However, the sword in his hand had already begun to crack. Qin Tian quickly raised his sword to block Jian Wuchen's light sword slash. His eyes widened, astonished by the incredible power of the sword. A giant pillar of fire shot down from the sky, straight at him. Thick dust and smoke filled the air. A few small sparks of lightning still lingered in the smoke. The silhouette of Jian Wuchen appeared. He said in a challenging tone, Sword cultivator. You got some skill. But he didn't expect it. Qin Tian shot up from behind him like a flash of lightning, his hand gripping his sword tightly. He said with amusement, An eye for an eye. You slashed me once, so I'll return the favor. Jian Wuchen exclaimed in shock, so fast, but a vague sense of fear began to grow in his heart. Did I really land a hit on him? With a serious expression. He gave a faint smile and said, Now it's my turn to slash you. Hard sword strike. As the blade swung, the sword chi surged forward like a vanguard, forcing his opponent to leap into the air to dodge. He felt a cold wind brush past him, but still didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, his entire body was slashed to pieces. His clothes were torn to shreds. From head to toe, countless wounds bled profusely. He asked himself in a daze, "What is this? Just a light slash, yet so powerful. It severed my very foundation, even within my own domain. My arms can no longer regenerate." His blindfold was also cut, revealing his blank white eyes. He thought to himself, "This kind of technique? Could this man be a peak great emperor?" The black sphere in the air shattered. Mu Yun, who was in the middle of a battle, instinctively looked up. Jian Wuchen's barrier sphere had broken. Qin Tian leaped out, while the other man fell in agony. He landed with a thud on the ground. Blood trickled from his mouth. His white eyes were helpless. Seeing this, Mu Yun sneered and said, "King Lanyang, what do you want to do now? Do you still want to continue fighting?" The barrier trapping the 4 disciples also disappeared. Lan Feng said in surprise, "The domain has been broken." Jian Beishan rushed over to the other man, calling out, "Master Uncle." The 4 members of King Lanyang's group supported each other as they left. But they still boasted, "You guys are lucky this time. Brother Wuchen, let's go. Let's get out of here." The master and disciple, Qin Tian and Miaoling, also ran to greet each other. She waved and called out, "Master." He looked at her and smiled in response. Miaoling. Mu Qingqing was just as much of a fangirl as her master. She blushed and said loudly, "So handsome." He patted Miaoling's head and praised her. "Good job." She blushed with pleasure. She took out the storage rings and gave them to him. Here, I got the storage rings." Mu Yun approached them and said, "Hello, I am Mu Yun, Mu Qingqing's aunt." He also turned to reply, "Hello, I am Qin Tian, and Miaoling's master." The beautiful Mu Qingqing stepped in front of him and called out sweetly, "Uncle Qin." He frowned and pointed at himself, asking in disbelief, "Uncle, am I that old?" Mu Yun hurried over. She pushed her niece's head down and said, "Have some respect. Hurry up and apologize to Senior Qin." The little girl quickly complied, saying, "I'm sorry, Senior Qin." He put his hands on his hips, puffed out his chest, and replied, "Little girl, you can't say that. I'm still a handsome young man, you know." Mu Yun extended a hand in invitation. The Qinhao Empire is not far from the Twin Peaks Mountains. I wonder if fellow Taoist Qin has time to be a guest in our Haotian Empire. But he refused immediately. "No, that's all right. Miaoling and I have been away from the Kunlun Sword sect for too long. We have to go back and report that we're safe." The woman gave him a command token and said, "That's fine then. When fellow Taoist Qin has time, please come to the Haotian Empire. You can inform me through this command token." He reached out and took it. For the first time, he agreed. "No problem." The master and disciple flew back on a frying pan. He commented, "So the Emperor Realm's secret realm adventure has come to an end. I wonder what kind of reward the system will give me this time." Just then, the system's voice rang out. "Congratulations, host disciple has successfully completed the mission." He shouted with joy. "It's the Imperial weapon forging method." He jumped up and down on the flying frying pan, cheering, "Haha! So happy I could fly." This made a Miaoling cry out in alarm. What's with the craziness now? At Huasho village in the Haotian Empire, Qin Tian was busy forging iron. Seeing a Miaoling step out, yawning, he greeted her, "Good morning, Miaoling." She yawned back, "Good morning. It's been 3 months since we left the great Emperor Guiyang's secret realm." She remembered that day when they returned to Hidden Sword Peak. She didn't understand how her master had gone so crazy. That day, he stood before her with his hands on his hips. She and the little fox shouted, "Everyone is here. I have an announcement to make." It turned out he was announcing that he would seal his spiritual power in storage rings. He would begin cultivating his mind in the mortal world. She rubbed her eyes. She walked over to him and asked, "Master has been forging iron in Huasho village for 3 months now. What's it all for?" He continued to work without stopping, replying, "To cultivate a peerless divine art, of course. Tonight, I will open your and Xiaoru's eyes." Just then, a sleepy Xiaoru also opened her door and stepped out, asking, "Lunchtime?" Seeing the little girl like that, he couldn't help but say, turning to her, "It's been 3 months. Eat, then sleep. Wake up, then eat again. You're a fox, not a pig." Although his words were a bit harsh, they were the undeniable truth. And how could she argue? He stubbornly continued to forge iron until the sun went down. At night, as if to check his temperature, she put a hand on his forehead and said worriedly, "No fever." And Meowing then took his arm to check his pulse. His pulse is normal. It doesn't seem like he's sick either. He stood between the two girls and snapped, "I don't have a fever, and I'm not sick. In a little while, you two will see how formidable I am." He placed his hand on the circular mark on the table. "First, place your hands here." The three of them stood around the forge, which was sealed with a star-shaped pattern. He pointed and said, "Since I've sealed my spiritual power, the control of the forge and the subsequent formation will be left to you two." Qin Tian raised the hammer high and shouted, "Get ready." Then he gathered all his strength and brought the hammer down hard on the forge table, accompanied by a powerful shout, 10,000 folds, 1,000 refinements method." And Meowing's eyes widened in amazement. She exclaimed, "This forging method is terrifying. Each strike is twice as powerful as the last, and no matter how great the force of the strike, it's always precise, without damaging the workpiece. It continuously forces out impurities. This kind of forging method, even in my past life, I only heard of it in rumors. I never saw it with my own eyes." She watched Qin Tian relentlessly hammering. Then she exclaimed in admiration, "Moreover, each strike consumes twice the stamina." Right now, Qin Tian has no spiritual power, which means he's relying entirely on his extraordinary physique. As if dodging the flying sparks, she asked worriedly, "Maintaining the 10,000 folds, 1,000 refinements method, a technique that consumes so much energy, can he really last for 3 days?" But it seemed her worries were for naught. Just 3 seconds later, the hammer in Qin Tian's hand could no longer be lifted. He was like a skeleton. His whole body trembled. He struggled to lift the hammer, breathless, and whispered, "I can't go on anymore. Let's stop." And Meowing's eyes widened, and she snapped, giving up so soon. Then she suddenly stopped. Her gaze was fixed on the forge. An iron axe had appeared. She was shocked. A cold sweat broke out on her brow. She muttered, "This isn't," as if her face had also turned pale. She shouted, "Really?" Both girls cheered in unison. Success! Qin Tian also looked at the axe in surprise. He grunted. He used a cloth to grip the handle of the axe. He held it up proudly, puffing out his chest, and saying, "From now on, you shall be called the dragon-patterned Emperor Blade." Suddenly, a noise came from outside the door. Qin Tian turned his head to look, full of suspicion. As if opening the door, she discovered 2 men lying face down outside. She quickly shouted, "Qin Tian, there are people collapsed at the door." A flickering flame was lit. The 3 of them stood by the bed, staring at the 2 strangers. And Meowing observed, "They're barely injured. I just simply bandaged their wounds." Qin Tian turned his back and grunted, "Good job. They don't look like bandits. Let them rest here for the night. Everyone is tired today. Let's get some rest." Suddenly, the younger of the 2 men shouted, "Grandpa, Grandpa, where are you?" Qin Tian turned to look. He wondered, having a nightmare? He went over to take a look. Then he was startled to find a small flame emanating from the old man's body. His face turned pale. He exclaimed in shock, "This is..." Within the old man's body, a sealing talisman was clearly visible. Qin Tian exclaimed, "A cursed seal." The next morning, the old man sat upright within a magic circle. The 2 girls were doing their best to channel energy into him. Slowly, he opened his eyes. He immediately saw his grandson energetically chopping firewood. The boy asked, "Grandpa, are you feeling better?" The old man smiled and replied, "Yenner." Beside them, Qin Tian held a megaphone and urged, "Stop slacking. There's still 100 pounds of firewood left." The old man turned back. He bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank you for your help, young ladies." And Meowing replied politely, "It was nothing." Zhong Yin clutched the bundle of firewood, sobbing, "How could this be? Wasn't it only 50 Jin?" Qin Tian chuckled lightly and held up a hand. 100 Jin is a bargain. If it weren't for us, your grandpa would be dead in a month." Zhong Yin turned in surprise and asked, "A month? Grandpa? Is that true?" The old man, who was bowing to the 2 girls, also turned around with a start. Qin Tian took a sip of hot tea and said, "Tell me, why do you have a curse mark on you?" At a large tea table, Qin Tian sat at one end. while the grandfather and grandson sat at the other. He asked, "Who exactly are you?" The old man replied, "I am Zhongwu, and this is my only grandson, Zhongyan." The old man frowned as he recounted his story. "Not long ago, Sect Master Luoho of the Rakshasa sect and I went searching for treasure together. The two of them discovered 3 precious sabers. They couldn't help but exclaim, 'These are half-step emperor weapons.'" The old man laughed heartily. "Luoho, am I seeing things?" Luoho gave a wicked smile. "No, you're not seeing things." The old man never expected that Luoho had already prepared a cursed doll with a pin in it. The life-severing curse. Luoho held up the doll and said, "These 3 sabers are all half-step emperor weapons." Remembering this, the old man clutched his head in anguish. In order to obtain the half-step emperor weapons, Luoho plotted against me. This type of life-severing curse could have been removed at first, but Luoho did everything he could to keep me detained. The old man placed a hand on his chest, recounting the painful memory. By the time I managed to escape, the curse had already fused with my body. It's been constantly eroding my life force. I can only use my cultivation to suppress it, to slow down the process. Zhong Yin jumped up beside him. He clenched his fists and asked, "Grandpa, does that mean our Zhong clan is?" The old man frowned at his grandson and nodded. "Yes." After that, Luoho wiped out everyone, leaving no one alive. He remembered that night. The entire Zhong clan was submerged in a sea of blood. A savage laugh echoed. "Huh, worthy of an emperor weapon, Zhongwu. Destroy them all for me." The old man sighed. "They slaughtered my entire clan. I risked my life and was only able to save you." Zhong Yin trembled with rage. "Damn it." Qin Tian listened, propping his head on his hand as he asked, "What realm is Luoho? In other words, who is the strongest in the Rakshasa sect?" Zhongwu replied, "The strongest is Luoho himself. He's a second-level Emperor Realm expert." Qin Tian poured another cup of tea, smiling. "A second-level Emperor Realm, you say?" He raised his teacup and said, "Then you shall make a heavenly Tao oath. After that, I will impart to you the sitting and forgetting longevity scripture." Hearing this, the old man's face turned red. His eyes bulged as if he were choking. "What? Even though you saved me, benefactor, you can't just force me to be your servant. You could at least be a little more tactful about it, couldn't you?" Zhong Yin, sitting beside him, also blushed. He was at a loss for words. Qin Tian looked at the two of them and said gently, "Although you're safe for the moment, the curse has not been lifted. You could die at any moment. Only the sitting and forgetting longevity scripture can remove the life-severing curse within you. Of course, this also comes at a price." Zhong Wu asked seriously, "What is the price?" Qin Tian raised his teacup. "Everything." After those words, the space suddenly fell silent. Qin Tian scratched his head and chuckled. "Just kidding, why so serious? I just want you to be my guard." Seeing this, the old man finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I can be your bodyguard, sir, and I can also make the heavenly Tao oath. However, I have one condition. I want revenge." On a stormy night, violent thunder and lightning echoed across the sky. 3 treasured swords were arranged neatly in a box. Suddenly, the old man, Luoho, was startled awake. He had been in deep meditation. He suddenly felt a sense of unease, an ominous premonition. The old man's eyes shot open. A cold sweat broke out all over his body. He thought to himself, "I have a bad feeling. Someone is trying to harm me." Truly, when one does evil deeds, one cannot sleep peacefully at night. The next morning, at Qingyun City, the place was bustling with prosperity. Grand houses stood side by side. A young scholar smiled brightly. His heart was overflowing with happiness. He spread his arms and said, "The meaning within this painting makes me feel as though I can hear the call of the sea, echoing yet tranquil, like the breath of the universe." The scholar frowned, continuing, because I couldn't comprehend the artistic conception of water. I was stuck at the first level of the Nirvana realm." The scholar held up the painting to admire it, saying, "The artistic conception of the mountains and water in this painting suits me perfectly. It can help me achieve a breakthrough." His eyes sparkled as he asked loudly, "Shopkeeper, how many spirit stones for this painting?" The old man replied, 100,000 spirit stones. But it's currently on sale for 20% off. So it's only 80,000 spirit stones. Hearing the price, the scholar's face paled. He broke into a sweat, thinking, *80,000, but he was determined. I must buy it today. With that thought, he threw his money pouch onto the counter. He shouted with fierce determination, I'll take it. Money is just a worldly possession. Once I break through, I'll earn it back quickly. The old man took the money, smiling apologetically. Thank you, valued customer. If you need anything else, please come again. With the transaction complete, the scholar left with the painting. His heart ached as if it were being torn apart. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he lamented to himself. But why does my heart still hurt so much? Oh, my money. Just then, a young lady walked into the shop. The shopkeeper smiled brightly, welcoming her. Welcome, valued customer. From the balcony above, Chin Tian and another person looked down at the young man clutching his painting, who was mumbling, Forget it, I must be strong. And Miaoling crossed her arms. Master, we left Peach Blossom Village and came all the way to the nearby Qinyan City. Just to buy a painting? He chuckled lightly. That's right. As far as I know, this is the liveliest place around here. She glanced at him with a suspicious eye. Somehow I feel like this isn't as simple as just buying a painting. Chin Tian looked up at the sky. A hint of arrogance was clear on his face. A painting isn't that precious. You should trust your master. Just then, the sound of a barker from the brothel across the street rang out. Gentlemen, come on in and have some fun. A plump woman stood by the road, waving a handkerchief and calling out loudly. All the girls are awake now. Half price for the next 3 days. Chin Tian fell silent. He didn't know what to say. There was no way to deny it now. A Miaoling forcefully twisted his arm behind his back. She slammed him to the ground. She shouted in anger. Buying a painting, huh? Half price, is it? Just a convenient trip downstairs for you, right? He lay flat on the ground, unable to move. All he could do was cry out in pain, begging for mercy. It's breaking. Despite his screams, the sound of cracking bones was even louder. Chin Tian lay on the ground. He was helpless, his eyes welling with tears. He thought to himself, in reality, I just wanted to complete the system's mission. That day, while he was forging iron, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Branch mission activated, tempering the heart in the mortal world. The night had grown late. He sat at the tea table. He summoned Zhongwu. The old man stood straight with his hands behind his back and asked, Sir, you were looking for me? He took a sip of tea and said, It's been almost 2 months since we first met. Zhongwu replied, Indeed. He smiled faintly. Now that the life-severing curse has been removed, and your cultivation has been restored to the 2nd level Emperor realm, I don't think you need to stay here any longer. Tonight, you should set out. Hearing this, the old man was stunned. His eyes went wide. He stared at him with his mouth agape. Chin Tian held up a large iron knife, making a chopping motion. He said, I see you don't really have a weapon. If you don't mind. He looked up at the old man. I have this pig butchering knife here. Would you like to take it? It's normally for chopping meat. It's quite useful for slicing meat or whatever. Hearing this, the old man was startled and wondered, what? Bringing a vegetable cleaver to a fight? Isn't he underestimating his opponent too much? But when the old man took the knife, he was even more astonished. He was ecstatic. He stared at the blade before him. It's actually an emperor-grade weapon. Who in the world is this gentleman? Others would fight tooth and nail for something like this. Yet this gentleman casually hands it over as a gift. Is he testing me? Also, why does an emperor-grade weapon look so ugly? Although he thought this, he still took it. That night, the sky was full of thunder and lightning, as if foretelling that this would not be a peaceful night. The old man went to his enemy's residence and shouted, Old man Luoho, get out here. Someone came out immediately. I was wondering who would be so bold. Luoho stepped out with his subordinates, his hands clasped behind his back, his face full of arrogance. He said condescendingly, So it's you. I've been looking for you for a long time. Standing on high, he pointed at Zhongwu. His eyes were cold and merciless. I didn't expect you to walk right into your own grave today. The old man just snorted softly. His eyes showed clear contempt. The old man's face showed steely determination. His eyebrows were furrowed. Veins bulged on his forehead. I hope you'll still have the strength to laugh later. In his hand, he tightly gripped the meat cleaver that Chin Tian had given him. The ugly cleaver immediately attracted the attention of Luo Ho's group. They raised their eyebrows, looked closely, and then burst out laughing. Immediately, the whole group was clutching their stomachs, roaring with laughter. One by one, they threw out insults. Haha, Zongwu. If you don't have a weapon, I can lend you one. Another one chimed in, Palace Master. Do you think Zongwu has lost his mind? Another one replied, Definitely. Ha ha ha. But Zongwu turned red with shame. He held the cleaver horizontally across his chest. His voice was full of fury. Luoho, enough talk. Today, I will wipe out your entire clan to avenge my own. Seeing the old man's fierce determination, Luoho became even more contemptuous. He was still baring his teeth in a mocking grin. Sorry. The esteemed Zone Clan's clan head brought a vegetable cleaver to a fight. I can't stop laughing. Did the Zone Clan not give you money to buy a weapon? No, wait, I remember now. His expression suddenly changed. His tone was filled with malice. The Zone Clan has already been wiped out by me. His words were like a dagger straight to Zongwu's heart. The old man couldn't hold back any longer. He charged forward with the cleaver, his body brimming with energy. He shouted, Prepare to die. Luoho drew his long sword and said contemptuously, Humph. You really don't know your own limits. The two weapons clashed. A terrifying burst of power erupted, shooting straight up into the sky. Zongwu swung the cleaver, slashing hard at Luoho's longsword. The cleaver remained unscathed, while his longsword was already cracked. Zongwu relentlessly attacked, each slash coming one after another, forcing Luoho to constantly retreat to dodge the blows. The sword in his hand soon broke in two. Luoho's face turned pale. He looked at the broken sword in his hand in alarm and muttered, How is this possible? This sword is a half-step Emperor-grade weapon. The old man also glanced at the crude cleaver in his hand in surprise and smiled. Unexpected, isn't it? The knife in my hand is a genuine, bona fide Emperor-grade weapon. After finishing his sentence, Zongwu madly swung the cleaver straight at Luoho. He fled in a panic, crying and calling for help. Elders, help me! Zongwu shouted furiously as he attacked. Even calling your father won't save you. At that moment, the fat man put 2 fingers to his mouth and muttered an incantation. Secret technique, Rakshasa Ajura. The thin man also quickly crossed his hands in front of his chest, casting the spell together. Immediately, a giant monster skeleton appeared, charging straight towards the 2 fighting men. It reached out and grabbed Luoho, making him scream, Quick, defend! Zongwu frowned, his eyes wide, observing the situation. The giant skeleton let out a roar and charged at the old man. Just then, square wooden planks covered in talismans appeared. They linked together, forming a sturdy chain that wrapped tightly around the skeleton. Luoho had already hidden inside the skeleton. He ordered his 2 subordinates. You 2 elders, hold him off for me. The 2 men replied in unison, As you command. Then they quickly gathered their strength. Luoho pulled out a curse doll, intending to use another dirty trick. I'll use the curse doll again. The giant skull skeleton relentlessly attacked Zongwu, but the old man leaped high into the air, dodging with ease. The old man's eyes blazed with anger. He shouted, You think hiding in a turtle shell will stop me? With that, the old man unleashed his technique. Zone Clan sword and saber, dragon's roar. Fierce flames erupted around the old man. You have underestimated the power of an Emperor-grade weapon. The old man's technique was like a lightning bolt, piercing straight from the skeleton's foot to its head. It made the skeleton roar in pain. With just one move, the entire skeleton shattered. Those hiding inside were also thrown out. Zongwu charged straight at Luoho. There's no one to stop me now. Luoho, die. Luoho held the curse doll in his hand and challenged. Zongwu, you're still one step too late. The curse is already complete. He held up the curse doll. Curse of extinction. D. Immediately, Zongwu's heart felt like it was being squeezed by chains. The pain was excruciating. The talisman and the chains radiated a dark power. Luoho shouted, growing stronger in an instant. You escaped last time, but not this time. Zongwu clutched his chest, his face contorted in pain. The curse tightened its grip. Luoho's voice echoed in the old man's ears. You can't escape. Die here. It seemed as if the old man's heart would be crushed. But suddenly his heart swelled, shattering the chains. He broke the curse in an instant. Luoho watched the doll in his hand burn to ashes. He was so shocked his mouth fell open. How was that possible? How is the curse of extinction ineffective? Zongwu stood opposite him, explaining coldly. Because my young master taught me a cultivation technique that just so happens to counter your curse of extinction. Luo still didn't believe it and argued, how is that possible? There's no way to counter the curse in this world. Unless. He paled. Could it be? Impossible. Zongwu held his knife. Its sharp edge gleamed. He said his final words. You can take that question with you to the grave. With that, the old man swung his knife. Luoho's body was severed. The next morning, Zongwu returned and gave the knife back to Qin Tian, saying, It is done. Thank you, sir. Qin Tian took the knife and nodded in response. That's good. Suddenly, the old man clasped his hands and bowed. Sir, there's a matter I was wondering if I could ask you about. Qin Tian looked up, looked at the old man and asked, What is it? The old man frowned, his face full of confusion. He said, This knife's power is not small. I was wondering if you could tell me about its origin. Hearing this, Qin Tian was filled with pride. He was even a little arrogant. He held the knife high and said, I made this knife myself. The kitchen was missing a vegetable cleaver, so I tried to make one. Zongwu was even more confused. What? You made it yourself? Qin Tian held the knife with both hands, a smug look on his face. It was supposed to take 3 days and 3 nights to complete, but I only needed 3 seconds. To be honest, even I didn't expect it. The old man was now completely stunned. He was so shocked. He broke out in a cold sweat. His eyes were wide and his mouth was agape. He thought to himself, I can't believe the gentleman is capable of this. Ever since you taught me that cultivation technique, I knew you were no ordinary person, but I never expected you to be this extraordinary. Never mind 3 seconds. An emperor-grade weapon can be forged that easily and with such immense power? The old man stammered, It's unbelievable. Qin Tian placed the blade on the table and smiled faintly. Zongwu, as long as you are loyal to me, in the future, I will forge you an imperial weapon. The old man's eyes sparkled. Really? Qin Tian picked up his teacup, took a sip, and added, And Tong Yin, your grandson, will also have an imperial weapon. At this, Zongwu completely broke down. He fell to his knees, one hand on the ground, the other on his thigh. He declared with reverence, Zongwu swears eternal loyalty to you, sir. Sir, to be honest with you, I doubted you before. Qin Tian turned to look at the old man in surprise. The old man bowed his head and said frankly, For saving my life, sir, I had intended to repay you with all my might. The old man recalled the previous night, walking through the forest with a blade in hand, lost in thought. Who would forge an imperial weapon into a vegetable cleaver like this? Is this really an imperial weapon? I was once wiped out for just half an imperial weapon. The old man lamented as he walked. There's no such thing as a free lunch. The sir must be joking with me, right? Seeing that I have no weapon in hand. The old man raised the blade in disappointment and sighed. Hey, this kind of thing. Suddenly, the old man swung the blade down hard, and its extraordinary power erupted before him. Looking at the deep trench in the ground, the old man was stunned. He couldn't believe it. Qin Tian turned to ask, So you're the one who created that trench? The old man bowed his head in shame and said, I'm sorry. I'll fill it in later. He took a sip of wine. A cryptic smile on his face, he said slowly, Before that, there's a matter to be resolved. This morning, Zhong Yin fell into the trench while chopping wood. I tried, but I couldn't get him out. This time, I can't think of a way either. The old man could only exclaim in helplessness, Could it be? He concluded decisively, That's right, it's the trench you dug. In the deserted forest, Zhong Yin was stuck in the middle of the trench, crying out pitifully for help. Help me, he sobbed. Tears and snot streamed down his face. I don't want to die here. I still want to get married. His cries for help echoed everywhere. But who knew when he would be rescued? Who was to blame now? In a bustling street, in front of Grand Shop, Qin Tian sat at a table. In front of him was a half-read book. He looked up at the girl and said, Welcome. The girl glanced at him and asked, Why did the shopkeeper change? He replied, Are you looking for Zongwu for something? The girl smiled brightly. I had an appointment to pick up 3 famous sword paintings from the previous shopkeeper. I'm here to get them today. Just then he realized. So it's you. He took a red scroll from the cabinet next to him and explained, A few days ago, Zongwu asked me to paint some famous sword paintings. The girl exclaimed, So, you're the one who painted them? Lin Bian stared intently at the young man before her. She recalled what Zongwu had once said. I'm not the owner of this shop. The one who paints these conceptual paintings is not me either. She became even more certain and shouted, "Could it be that all these masterpieces were painted by you?" He broke out in a sweat and replied in confusion, "What's wrong?" Leaving her speechless, she just stared at him, thinking to herself, "Primekan sinsan audonim." But he can paint such a profound, conceptual painting. Could it be that this person is a senior in the Emperor realm? She accidentally glanced down at the table and saw the book he was reading. She pointed to the book and asked, "Senior, did you write this as well? May I take a look?" He agreed immediately. "Of course you can." She picked up the book to look at it. It was titled The Legend of the White Snake. The story told that, on a rainy day, Bai Sujin was sitting on a bridge at Westlake. She happened to meet Su Xian, an employee at a pharmacy. Lin Wan sat reading the book. Qin Tian handed the paintings to the servant. "The paintings are all ready. You can take them." The girl took the paintings and said, "Thank you, shopkeeper." The more Lin Wan read, the more interested she became. She couldn't help but exclaim, "This story is really fascinating." She quickly flipped to the last page, where the words appeared, "If you want to know what happens next, please read the next chapter." Seeing this, her face changed and she yelled, "Hey, why is it over?" Qin Tian stood behind her and asked softly, "What do you think of my Legend of the White Snake?" She didn't hesitate and immediately affirmed, "It's great. Extremely interesting." She held the book up to cover her face and added shyly, "It's just a little too short. Not enough to read." He covered his mouth with his hand and coughed lightly. "Ahem, I'm writing it. I'm writing it." In his heart, he thought, "After all, I'm not the real author. Just relying on a little memory from a modern world. It's quite difficult. Copying is not a good behavior. But I can't help it." Lin Wan looked at him excitedly. "I see." Immediately after, she picked up the book, placed a hand on her chest, and seriously proposed, "Senior, would you consider letting our merchant guild print and sell this Legend of the White Snake? My name is Lin Wan. Our Lin Merchant Guild is one of the 2 largest merchant guilds in Qinyan City." Qin Tian was surprised. He was a little stunned. He thought for a moment. This time, it's like a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Just before this, I was rejected by the Chung Moon Merchant Guild, one of the 2 largest merchant guilds in Qinyan City. And then I met the Lin Merchant Guild, which wants to print and sell it. Thinking this, he quickly agreed. "I'll leave the printing and distribution of the Legend of the White Snake to you." Lin Wan smiled brightly. "Excellent. When the time comes for the profits from the Legend of the White Snake, our Lin Merchant Guild will only take a 20% share. The remaining 80% will go to you, Senior." The 2 girls had finished their shopping. They were on their way back. The maid, carrying the paintings, followed behind Lin Wan. "Miss, I don't understand. Why did you offer such a profit share? Won't our merchant guild lose money?" Lin Wan wagged her finger and explained in detail, "You silly girl. The reason for that profit share is because the Legend of the White Snake itself is not about the money. Most cultivators lead very boring lives, so they need a little entertainment to regulate themselves. Reading is one of their leisure activities." She continued, "The purpose of the Legend of the White Snake is to advertise. The more people read it and like it, the more they will remember our merchant guild. The customer traffic to our merchant guild will naturally increase a lot." Hearing this, the maid suddenly realized. "So that's how it is." Lin Wan smiled and said, "Silly girl, you have to learn carefully." 1 month later, throughout the city, there wasn't a single household that didn't know about the Legend of the White Snake. Everyone was buzzing about it. "Have you read the latest chapter of the Legend of the White Snake?" "I have. Let me tell you, this Su Xian is really no good." That's right. Bai Sujin helped him so much, and yet he betrayed her. At the Qing residence, a terrified scream rang out. "Father, something's wrong." The old man, sitting in the house, asked, "What's the hurry?" A girl walked in and called out, "Father." The girl was Qing Yu, the head of the Qing Merchant Guild. She said harshly, "The Legend of the White Snake, published by the Lin Merchant Guild, is extremely popular in Qinyan City. Many people have been drawn to them, and we're in a very passive position because we just received a large shipment half a month ago. If we can't sell it, our merchant guild will be short on a lot of spirit stones for circulation." The old man, Qing Hongming, who was holding a teacup, was startled. He broke out in a sweat and his eyes widened. He asked, "What did you say?" "Quickly summon all the managers and shopkeepers of the branches for an emergency meeting." The meeting was held quickly. The old man, Hongming, sat at the head of the table. His associates sat below. He said, I want you all to think of a solution for me. Otherwise, you can all get out. At this time, a man named Chun and sat with his hands on his knees. He looked worried. The person sitting next to him was Li. He noticed Chun An's anxiety. So he cupped his hands and reported, Chairman, I have an idea. Seeing this, Chun An's face turned pale. He thought to himself, this bastard Li is trying to step on me to get a promotion. Li recalled the scene from before, when Qin Tian brought the legend of the white snake to Chun An, but was scolded by him. Get lost. Our Qing Mu Merchant Guild doesn't accept things that are useless to cultivators. This scene was witnessed by Li. The old shopkeeper turned back. He bowed his head in thanks. Thank you for your help, young ladies. And Miaoling replied politely, it was nothing. Zhong Yin clutched the bundle of firewood, sobbing. How could this be? Wasn't it only 50 Jin? Qin Tian chuckled lightly and held up a hand. 100 Jin is a bargain. If it weren't for us, your grandpa will be dead in a month. Zhong Yin turned in surprise and asked, a month? Grandpa? Is that true? The old man, who was bowing to the two girls, also turned around with a start. Qin Tian took a sip of hot tea and said, tell me, why do you have a curse mark on you? At a large tea table, Qin Tian sat at one end, while the grandfather and grandson sat at the other. He asked, who exactly are you? The old man replied, I am Zhong Wu, and this is my only grandson, Zhong Yin. The old man frowned as he recounted his story. Not long ago, Sect Master Luo Ho of the Rakshasa sect and I went searching for treasure together. The two of them discovered 3 precious sabers. They couldn't help but exclaim, these are half-step emperor weapons. The old man laughed heartily. Luo Ho, am I seeing things? Luo Ho gave a wicked smile. No, you're not seeing things. The old man never expected that Luo Ho had already prepared a curse doll with a pin in it. The life-severing curse. Luo Ho held up the doll and said, these 3 sabers are all half-step emperor weapons. Remembering this, the old man clutched his head in anguish. In order to obtain the half-step emperor weapons, Luo Ho plotted against me. This type of life-severing curse could have been removed at first, but Luo Ho did everything he could to keep me detained. The old man placed a hand on his chest, recounting the painful memory. By the time I managed to escape, the curse had already fused with my body. It's been constantly eroding my life force. I can only use my cultivation to suppress it, to slow down the process. Zhong Yin jumped up beside him. He clenched his fists and asked, Grandpa, does that mean our Zhong clan is? The old man frowned at his grandson and nodded. Yes. After that, Luo Ho wiped out everyone, leaving no one alive. He remembered that night. The entire Zhong clan was submerged in a sea of blood. A savage laugh echoed. Huh, worthy of an emperor weapon, Zhong Wu. Destroy them all for me. The old man sighed. They slaughtered my entire clan. I risked my life and was only able to save you. Zhong Yin trembled with rage. Damn it, Qin Tian listened, propping his head on his hand as he asked, what realm is Luo Ho? In other words, who is the strongest in the Rakshasa sect? Zhong Wu replied, the strongest is Luo Ho himself. He's a second-level Emperor Realm expert. Qin Tian poured another cup of tea, smiling. A second-level Emperor Realm, you say? He raised his teacup and said, then you shall make a heavenly Tao oath. After that, I will impart to you the sitting and forgetting longevity scripture. Hearing this, the old man's face turned red. His eyes bulged as if he were choking. What? Even though you saved me, benefactor, you can't just force me to be your servant. You could at least be a little more tactful about it, couldn't you? Zhong Yin, sitting beside him, also blushed. He was at a loss for words. Qin Tian looked at the two of them and said gently, although you're safe for the moment, the curse has not been lifted. You could die at any moment. Only the sitting and forgetting longevity scripture can remove the life-severing curse within you. Of course, this also comes at a price. Zhong Wu asked seriously, what is the price? Qin Tian raised his teacup. Everything. After those words, the space suddenly fell silent. Qin Tian scratched his head and chuckled. Just kidding, why so serious? I just want you to be my guard. Seeing this, the old man finally breathed a sigh of relief. I can be your bodyguard, sir, and I can also make the heavenly Tao oath. However, I have one condition. I want revenge. On a stormy night, Violent thunder and lightning echoed across the sky. 3 treasured swords were arranged neatly in a box. Suddenly, the old man, Luo Ho, was startled awake. He had been in deep meditation. He suddenly felt a sense of unease, an ominous premonition. The old man's eyes shot open. A cold sweat broke out all over his body. He thought to himself, I have a bad feeling. Someone is trying to harm me. Truly, when one does evil deeds, one cannot sleep peacefully at night. The next morning, at Qingyun City, the place was bustling with prosperity. Grand houses stood side by side. A young scholar smiled brightly. His heart was overflowing with happiness. He spread his arms and said, the meaning within this painting makes me feel as though I can hear the call of the sea, echoing yet tranquil, like the breath of the universe. The scholar frowned, continuing, because I couldn't comprehend the artistic conception of water. I was stuck at the first level of the nirvana realm. The scholar held up the painting to admire it, saying, the artistic conception of the mountains and water in this painting suits me perfectly. It can help me achieve a breakthrough. His eyes sparkled as he asked loudly, shopkeeper, how many spirit stones for this painting? The old man replied, 100,000 spirit stones. But it's currently on sale for 20% off. So it's only 80,000 spirit stones. Hearing the price, the scholar's face paled. He broke into a sweat, thinking, 80,000, but he was determined. I must buy it today. With that thought, he threw his money pouch onto the counter. He shouted with fierce determination, I'll take it. Money is just a worldly possession. Once I break through, I'll earn it back quickly. The old man took the money, smiling apologetically. Thank you, valued customer. If you need anything else, please come again. With the transaction complete, the scholar left with the painting. His heart ached as if it were being torn apart. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he lamented to himself. But why does my heart still hurt so much? Oh, my money. Just then, a young lady walked into the shop. The shopkeeper smiled brightly, welcoming her. Welcome, valued customer. From the balcony above, Qin Tian and another person looked down at the young man clutching his painting, who was mumbling, forget it, I must be strong, and meowing crossed her arms. Master, we left Peach Blossom Village and came all the way to the nearby Qingyun City. Just to buy a painting? He chuckled lightly. That's right. As far as I know, this is the liveliest place around here. She glanced at him with a suspicious eye. Somehow I feel like this isn't as simple as just buying a painting. Qin Tian looked up at the sky. A hint of arrogance was clear on his face. A painting isn't that precious. You should trust your master. Just then, the sound of a barker from the brothel across the street rang out. Gentlemen, come on in and have some fun. A plump woman stood by the road, waving a handkerchief and calling out loudly. All the girls are awake now. Half price for the next 3 days. Qin Tian fell silent. He didn't know what to say. There was no way to deny it now. A meowing forcefully twisted his arm behind his back. She slammed him to the ground. She shouted in anger. Buying a painting? Huh? Half price, is it? Just a convenient trip downstairs for you, right? He lay flat on the ground, unable to move. All he could do was cry out in pain, begging for mercy. It's breaking. Despite his screams, the sound of cracking bones was even louder. Qin Tian lay on the ground. He was helpless, his eyes welling with tears. He thought to himself, in reality, I just wanted to complete the system's mission. That day, while he was forging iron, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Branch mission activated, tempering the heart in the mortal world. The night had grown late. He sat at the tea table. He summoned Zhong Wu. The old man stood straight with his hands behind his back and asked, Sir, you were looking for me? He took a sip of tea and said, It's been almost 2 months since we first met. Zhong Wu replied, Indeed. He smiled faintly. Now that the life-severing curse has been removed, and your cultivation has been restored to the second-level Emperor realm, I don't think you need to stay here any longer. Tonight, you should set out. Hearing this, the old man was stunned. His eyes went wide. He stared at him with his mouth agape. Qin Tian held up a large iron knife, making a chopping motion. He said, I see you don't really have a weapon. If you don't mind. He looked up at the old man. I have this pig butchering knife here. Would you like to take it? It's normally for chopping meat. Just a small achievement, and you're already so arrogant. Fine. Let's go discuss this further. That day, the weather was beautiful and sunny. TT sat in a large chair. a glass of shimmering red wine in his hand. He had the air of a king. Zhongwu stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He smiled and said, "You've arrived." Lin Zhou clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. "Mr. T, I am here." The old man was startled and looked up. He saw Zhongwu standing behind Qin Tian, his whole body glowing. How strange, he thought. This aura makes it hard to breathe. It's like it's crushing you. This is definitely an Emperor rank cultivator. His face paled and his brow furrowed. Emperor rank. This person next to Mr. Qin is an Emperor rank cultivator. Thinking this, he clasped his hands and bowed low. He trembled and stammered. "I am Lin Zhou, head of the Lin Merchant Guild, and father of Lin Wan. I heard you were interested in recruiting our Lin Merchant Guild." He thought to himself, to have an Emperor rank cultivator as a subordinate. Just how powerful must this Mr. T be? He's untouchable. Our Lin Merchant Guild can't afford to offend him. Qin smiled, his eyes crinkling. He said, "My offer. I'm sure your daughter has already told you. You don't need to doubt my words. In the future, I will provide you with Emperor-grade weapons and pills. But not now. Right now, you're not worthy of receiving such things. You need to make the Lin Merchant Guild stronger." He placed the wine glass down next to the knife. "And I will help you achieve this goal." Qin Tian flicked his wrist, throwing the knife forward. It flew through the air and landed on the ground right in front of Lin Zhou. Seeing this, Lin trembled all over. He screamed in terror, "The knife! It landed right between my feet." Qin Tian looked at the old man and smiled faintly. "You can pick it up and take a look." Lin Zhou was sweating profusely, his face beet red. He looked down, speechless. His hand trembled as he picked up the knife. He thought to himself, "This is just a vegetable cleaver." But immediately, he realized something was off. His eyes widened. He exclaimed in his mind, "This isn't right. This is no ordinary vegetable cleaver." Lin Zhou held the knife with both hands, his mouth agape. His eyes were so wide they looked like they would pop out of their sockets. His heart was filled with terror and awe. Oh my God! This brilliant light, this mesmerizing feeling. It makes it impossible to look away. Isn't this an Emperor-grade weapon? Who could have created such a thing? Why would someone forge an Emperor-grade weapon without making it look more refined? But one shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Qin Tian sat in his chair, observing Lin Zhou's expression with satisfaction. He raised a hand to his chin and said seriously, "I forged this Azure Dragon and Emperor Saber for cooking." Then he turned to Zhongwu and smiled with delight. "Food made with an Emperor-grade weapon is incredibly delicious, isn't it, Wu Zong?" The old man immediately nodded vigorously. "Yes, sir. Absolutely exquisite." When Lin Zhou heard this, his knees suddenly gave out and he collapsed to the ground. He sat there, hugging Qin Tian's leg tightly. His eyes shone like a puppy who had found its owner. He shouted, "On behalf of the Lin Merchant Guild, I swear to the heavens, the Lin Merchant Guild will be loyal to young Master Qin for life." His face was flushed, filled with happiness. He thought to himself, "Oh my God, this is no ordinary senior. This is a super-duper grand senior. If I miss this chance to latch on as such a powerful backer, I'll be a complete idiot." Seeing this, Qin Tian called out, "Zhong Yan, you can come in too." Lin Zhou looked towards the door in surprise, seeing a figure entering. He wondered, "There's someone else?" A voice rang out. "Hello, everyone." Zhong Yan entered with a flamboyant flair. His voice preceded him. "I am the impossibly handsome and charming, universally unrivaled alchemist Zhong Yan." Seeing this somewhat childish young man, everyone fell silent. No one said a word. Lin Zhou, who was hugging Qin Tian's leg, suddenly felt a sense of unease. Did I just swear my oath a little too soon? Qin introduced him. "This is Zhong Yan, our alchemist." Hearing this, he put his hands on his hips. His eyes sparkled with amusement. Yes, that's me." The old man exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Then he narrowed his eyes. A look of suspicion was clear on his face. Can a young alchemist like him really refine pills that surpass those of the Qin Moon Merchant Guild? Without hesitation, the old man boldly asked, "May I ask, what grade of pills can you refine?" Zhong Yan proudly held up 4 fingers. "Before, I could only refine 2nd-grade pills. But thanks to the gentleman's guidance, I can now refine 4th-grade pills." The pills that were previously delivered to the Lin Merchant Guild were all refined by me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zhou's hand had already wrapped around his waist. The old man couldn't contain his joy. He lifted Zhong Yan up and shouted, "So those pills were all refined by Sir Zhong Yan. This is wonderful. With Sir Zhong Yan's help, we will surely defeat the Qing Mu Merchant Guild." Ignoring Zhong Yan's screams of, "Damn it, let me go," Qin Tian rested his cheek on his hand and looked at the old man, saying, "I have brought you all together. If you cannot completely defeat the Qing Mu Merchant Guild, then you are not worthy of being my subordinates." The old man's determined voice echoed through the room. "Your subordinate will definitely do everything in his power to defeat the Qing Mu Merchant Guild." While Zhong Yin continued to shriek, "Let me go." On the market, the situation was extremely volatile. The endless war between the two renowned merchant guilds raged on. At the beginning of the month, the Qing Mu Merchant Guild called out, "Come, come. Auction for new, high-quality goods." The Lin Merchant Guild side was even more crowded. "We have better products." By the middle of the month, the Qing Mu store had become desolate. Not a single customer was in sight. Forced to have a clearance sale. In the last 3 days of the month, the Lin store became increasingly crowded. 5% off. First come, first served. But by the end of the month, the Lin store officially went out of business. Not a single person all day. Finally, they had to transfer the lease. That night, at the I Jing Art Studio, on the table was a thick ledger. Qin Tian looked at the report and said, "Did a good job. In just 1 month, they caused the Qing Mu Merchant Guild to lose half of its inventory. If we continue like this, we'll soon be able to drive the Qing Mu Merchant Guild out of Qingyan City." However, as he examined the books, he noticed something unusual. But why are the sales of Liaoling pills and Zhongling pills so high? Su Wu, who was standing beside him, replied, "In recent months, the spiritual energy in Qing Yun Mountain outside the city has increased dramatically, leading people to speculate that a treasure is about to be unearthed. Thanks to the appearance of Qing Yun Mountain, disputes in the surrounding area have been on the rise, driving up the demand for these 2 types of pills." Hearing this, a question flashed in his mind, and immediately, the system displayed the information. The Azure Dragon vein has the ability to increase the concentration of spiritual energy within a 30-kilometer radius. He stared at the system and wondered, is this one related to land? Suddenly, his eyes lit up, as if he had been enlightened. He clapped his hands together and shouted, "So that's it. The 3 submissions of the system correspond to wealth, fame, and Tao Companion, cultivation techniques, and earth veins. In cultivation, besides elusive opportunities, which can be encountered but not sought, the most important things are wealth and fame. These 5 elements are essential resources for a cultivator, but they don't just appear out of thin air. Therefore, one must fight for them, seize them." His spirit soared. He clenched his fists, determined. With the system, I've never had to worry about these things, so I became complacent. What I lack is not the Tao, but a steadfast heart for the Tao. Su Wu looked at him with a confused expression, a cold sweat breaking out. He thought to himself, this gentleman feels completely different from before. Just then, the system displayed another notification. "Congratulations, host, on your successful enlightenment." He wondered in surprise. Completed the mission? Could it be that I need to seize the Azure Dragon vein? Late at night, he said excitedly to Zhong Wu, "Zhong Wu, in a while, we'll go to Qing Yun Mountain to join in the fun." The old man nodded. She complied. "Yes, sir." Time passed peacefully for a few days. Then, one morning, 4 figures appeared in the forest. Qin Tian, Zhong Wu, Ziru, and Miaoling. The old man put 2 fingers to his mouth and whistled. Instantly, a sword flew to him. He said, "We've arrived at Qing Yun Mountain." Looking at the golden light spreading across the ground, thick with spiritual energy, he remarked, "The spiritual energy here is very rich. It seems the previous rumors were true. There really is a treasure being born here." Hearing this, Ziru was overjoyed. She clenched her fists and cheered, "Yay! Let's go find the treasure." But before they could act, 2 strangers suddenly appeared behind them. Ziru broke out in a cold sweat, nervous as she heard their voices. One of them said, "I was just planning to try my luck here." The girl holding a fan next to him replied, "I didn't expect to run into the person the Alliance Master wants to capture. We're really lucky." As fast as lightning, Ziru ran behind him, Miaoling, crying out for help. "Miaoling, save me." Zhong Wu, seeing the situation was not good, asked, "Who are you?" The boy sneered. "Quite a lot of people, aren't there?" These two looked extremely sinister. The girl folded her fan and introduced herself with a smile. I'm the lucky grass of the Emperor's underworld, Yahello. Please enlighten me. The other one stuck out his tongue, like an animal, and said, I'm the demon dice of the Emperor's underworld by Ing. Suddenly, the girl's expression changed. Her eyes were terrifying. She held out her hand. In that case, there's a problem. Can you hand by Xiaoru over to me? And Miaoling shouted threateningly. Xiaoru is one of our family. We will absolutely not hand her over to you, Emperor's underworld. Xiaoru stood there, her eyes shimmering with emotion as she looked at Miaoling. She called her name tenderly, Miaoling. Meanwhile, Bai stuck out his long tongue, a triumphant expression on his face as he shouted. Then there's no other way. Domain. Zhongwu reacted quickly. He raised 2 fingers and shouted. Instantly, the surrounding space transformed. The sky turned pitch black. The group was pulled into the domain. Zhongwu suddenly felt uneasy. A cold sweat broke out. He wondered in a panic. What's happening? My domain is being completely suppressed. I can't open it. Bai smiled smugly. His tone was full of sarcasm. Didn't expect that, did you? That's because I've abandoned all the useless abilities in this domain. And the price for abandoning all abilities is... He pointed to the sky, where countless large red eyes were staring down. Then he shouted, Welcome to... With a wave of his hand. The eyes multiplied, and in their midst, a game board appeared. His voice echoed through the air. The game of life. The surrounding eyes will act as impartial referees, judging your every action. Bai Ing stood by the game board and announced triumphantly, Now, I will explain the rules of this game world to you. He pointed to the human-shaped game pieces marked with a red X and continued. You will play the roles of 4 spirit realm disciples of the Hidden Sword Sect. You'll go to Qingyun village to deal with the demons hiding in the village. In the game, all actions and abilities of the puppets will be decided by a 100-sided die. The green die represents the tens, and the white die represents the units. The smaller the number, the higher the probability of success. He held up the white die and added, If the result is between 00 and 05, that's a critical success. You will receive a special reward. And from 95 to 99 is a critical failure. You will suffer a heavy penalty. In that case, take out the dice in your hands. Qin Tian also showed interest. He picked up the 2 dice and said, This seems quite interesting. Bai Ing bared his sharp teeth and continued. Let's begin this fun game. Transforming your characters now. Instantly, all 4 of them, including Qin Tian, were turned into game pieces on the board. Each of them had different functions. Qin Tian smiled darkly, as expected of the system, and Miaoling frowned. Her eyes were fixed on her game piece. This is my character card. On the card, Ziru was staring intently at the character in her own image. She put her hand on her chin and thought, a mage who can use the 5 elements of magic? Not too different from me. It was Zhongwu's turn. He suddenly realized, because I'm good with a blade, I became a bladesman. Bai Ing pointed to the game board. His voice was clear. Then you will go to the village entrance and meet the village chief of Qingyun village, Zhonghua. He is very happy to see you. On the game board, a game piece in the shape of a bald old man appeared. It was the village chief. You finally arrived. This is great. Recently, villagers have been seeing corpses appearing in the village. Furthermore, whenever the villagers want to leave, a thick fog appears, preventing everyone from leaving. Now, everyone is terrified. Yahello smiled wickedly. So what will you do? Leave or enter the village? 2 choices appeared before the village chief. A was to leave. B was to inquire. Zero was quick. I want to inquire about the details of the corpses. I choose B. As soon as she finished speaking, her game piece immediately jumped in front of the village chief. A question appeared above Ziru's game piece. Village chief, I want to know when the corpses started appearing. And before they appeared, were there any unusual signs? The village chief's game piece replied, 3 months ago. A loud noise was heard from the back mountain of the village. Since then, corpses have started appearing around the village. At first, there was only one, but after a month, there was another one. It's been 3 months now. So there are currently 3 corpses around the village. While everyone was having fun playing, Miaoling suddenly realized something. She quickly asked, Wait, you still haven't told us the conditions for us to win and the penalty for failure. Siekao narrowed her eyes slightly, her voice cold. A good question, miss. Only when you find the real culprit of the case in this village can you win the game and leave my domain. Otherwise, his voice became threatening. You will be sealed in the puppets and stay in my domain forever. But Qin Tian was not intimidated. He put his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. It seems we only have one choice. Let's go. Zhongwu turned to look at him in surprise and said frankly, You seem very excited, sir. Everyone stepped on a game board. A voice rang out. You enter Qingyun village with the village chief. Then you quickly go to gather information from the villagers. Unfortunately, you don't gather much useful information. A villager saw them and said, I ate salmon today. I wonder if I'll mutate. The sky gradually darkened. Bai Ying's voice rang out again. Night falls. The village chief leads you to a room to rest. The village chief said, The 4 of you Taoist masters, please rest in this room for the night. Bai Ying glanced at Siekao with a cunning look. Then let's get to the next part. She also looked at him and nodded in agreement. Instantly, he clapped his hands together, and with a flick of his wrist, he shouted, The show is about to begin. In the middle of the night, while you are sound asleep, outside the room, the living dead are slowly approaching. Now I will decide the number of living dead that appear. Huh. Siekao took out a cage. Inside were several people trapped in a 4-leaf clover. She said with a smile, 4-leaf clover, oh 4-leaf clover. Curse others. Bring harm to others. Instantly, the 4-leaf clover in her hand emitted black streams of energy, which entered the people trapped inside. Bring good luck to young Master Bai Ying. He threw the dice down. The probability of 1 living dead appearing was 50%, 2 was 35%, 3 was 15%. The 2 dice rolled over and over. After a while, the green die shows 0. The white die shows 3. He cheered excitedly. Critical success. This number is not in your favor. Tonight, 3 zombies will attack you. Immediately, 3 zombie chess pieces appeared before everyone. These 3 zombies looked grotesque. They were peak stage, spirit, dynamic zombies. Bai Xian shouted. Because it was a critical success. The zombies are not only fully enhanced, but their cultivation has also been raised by 1 step. Siekao held up the cage containing the zombies. She said, Let the battle begin. You get to attack first. Roll the dice. Zhongwu clenched the dice in his hand. Let me roll, he said. He released his hand. The dice fell. The 2 dice rolled evenly on the ground, finally stopping on green 3 and white 5. Seeing this, Bai Xian held up 3 fingers and said, Successful attack. Zhongwu used his saber technique to sever the left arm of zombie number 3. Zombie number 3 is severely injured. The moment he finished speaking, Zhongwu's chess piece slashed fiercely at the zombie. Miaoling was also excited. Now it's my turn. She dropped the 2 dice. Her dice landed on green 1 and white 0, a total of 10. Bai Xian shouted. And Miaoling used her Ice Phoenix sword technique to freeze zombie number 2. Zombie number 2 cannot move for 2 rounds. Xiaoru also clenched the dice. Next, it's me. Her dice fell. Green 0, white 3. Critical success. Bai Xian shouted. Impressive. A critical hit. Siekao chimed in. Next, Xiao Bairu uses the extreme insect magic. Xiaoru said with delight. Excellent. Hit them with a critical strike. Her chess piece charged forward. Go! She unleashed a wind fist, remnant cloud strike. Instantly, all 3 zombie chess pieces were sent flying. The 2 girls were very happy. Xiaoru cheered. Kill them. And Miaoling also smiled and said, Well done, Xiaoru. Qin Tian stood beside them, stroking his chin in thought. I have a feeling it's not that simple. Hearing this, Siekao's face darkened. A sinister glint flashed in her eyes. You're right. In a moment of crisis, zombie number 1 used Endure, a skill that can only be used on a critical success. On the board, the green die showed 0, and the white die showed 3. After using the Endure skill, it forces the opponent to have only 1 drop of blood left and immediately gets to take an action. The moment she finished speaking, zombie number 1 raised both hands to the sky. It charged forward aggressively. On the board, it was the only zombie left alive. Bai Xian dropped the 2 dice. Licking his lips, he said, Next, it's my turn. Both of his dice showed 0. The group shouted, 0, 0. Critical success. Zombie number 1 has used the skill Devour Comrades. It immediately devoured the remains of its teammates. After it was done, it staggered back and forth. Then, it suddenly grew to a massive size. It fully recovered from its injuries and ascended to the golden body realm. Everyone stared at it in astonishment. Tian was also a little surprised. The zombie now looked incredibly terrifying. Its body was huge, and its strength had increased significantly. Bai Xian picked up the dice. Since zombie number 1 has ascended to the golden body stage, it gets to act first. With that, he rolled the dice. Another critical success. Use Poison Claw to attack Zone Wu and in Meowing. Skill, Twin Flying Poison Claws. Instantly, it landed a critical hit on the two of them. They both cried out in pain. Zone Wu's arm was injured, blood dripping from it. They looked down at their arms in surprise. The wounds were identical. And Meowing was confused. The wound on my arm is just like the puppets. Zone Wu also realized it. Could it be that the wounds the puppets receive are transferred to our bodies? 1,000 red eyes in the sky watched them intently. Only then did Bai Xian reveal his true, cruel face. He said, "That's right. This is the true effect of Bai Xian's domain. Of course, this effect is two-sided. If my puppet is injured, I will be injured as well. But can you last until Mai and see Yahello's puppets appear?" The group burst into triumphant laughter. "Huh," the woman added. "Not only that, but within the domain, we are also aided by Yahello's luck. So, basically, whatever number we want, that number will appear." Xiao Ru shouted in anger. "You despicable villains." He rolled the dice. Zombie number 1 has the agility attribute. It can act twice in one round, so I can attack one more time. The dice once again showed 2 zeros. 0, 0. Critical success. He ordered, "Go, zombie number 1. Continue using Twin Flying Poison Claws to attack Zone Wu and in Meowing." Bai Xian licked his lips wickedly. "Take out 2 of them. And Meowing and Zone Wu, go and die." Seeing this, Tian just chuckled lightly. "I wouldn't be so sure about that." On the chessboard, Tian's piece suddenly grabbed the zombie's 2 fingers and didn't let go. Then it slowly broke its bones. The zombie shrieked in pain. Bai Xian immediately broke out in a cold sweat, terrified and confused about what was happening. Tian chuckled softly. Just a little update. He propped his chin on his hand. A triumphant smile was evident on his face. It turned out his body had the ability to transform. "This is my true character card." Both opponents were horrified. Bai Xian gritted his teeth in anger. How can this attribute change like that? Yahello was no less astonished. She stammered, You're cheating." Tian crossed his arms. He taunted them confidently. "This is a domain you opened. The rules were set by you. How could I possibly be cheating?" Everyone stared at him in amazement. Even the zombie chess piece on the board had been defeated by him. He thought to himself, "No matter how strong your domain is, it can't compare to my system." "Huh." Bai Xian held up 2 fingers. He closed his eyes to check. The girl beside him turned and asked, "Ah Xian, how is it?" He gritted his teeth. He struggled to answer. "It's no good. The domain says he isn't cheating." Hearing this, Tian shouted, "All right. Now it's my turn to counterattack." Immediately, their chess pieces were empowered. Tian pointed an angry finger. "Bring out those 2's puppets for me." Bai Xian shouted, "Demons, take form. Appear." In the middle of the board, a golden-bodied demon appeared. Tian leaped up. He landed a punch straight into its face. Seeing this, the opponent grew even angrier. He roared, "Damn it! Fox Spirit, appear! By now." He had lost control of the board. There was no need to roll the dice anymore. The only way was to fight directly. Tian once again landed a powerful punch on the tiger's head. Bai Xian was now in a panic. He clutched his head. He threw out all his moves. Evil Flood Dragon, appear! But the monsters he summoned were instantly punched to death by Tian the moment their heads appeared. After a while of slaughter, Tian stood on the chessboard. In his hand, he held a large piece of meat. The dragon essence meat shone brightly. His 2 opponents looked at him. They huddled together, trembling. Tian smiled menacingly. His face contorted. He raised a hand towards them. "Now it's my turn." The 2 of them knelt down. They hugged each other and begged, "Lord Tian, we know we were wrong. Please spare us." Yahello also trembled and pleaded, "Yes, Lord Tian, please spare our lives." But Qin Tian showed no mercy. He clenched his fist and said coldly, "You can repent in hell." A thunderous punch descended, sending them straight to heaven. When he was done, he chuckled softly. Everyone had escaped the domain. Outside, the night was late. He smiled and said, "Perfect timing. The dragon vein has appeared." Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky. Fierce bolts of lightning struck down, revealing the image of a giant dragon. In the forest, a group of people in white robes flew by at incredible speed. One of them exclaimed excitedly, "I can't believe it's a dragon vein." The other one was no less eager. Looks like this trip wasn't a waste after all. The others also scrambled to rush forward. One of them laughed loudly. "Ha! This dragon vein will definitely belong to my Han Yuan Empire. That's Han Yuan Xian of the Han Yuan Empire." He leaped up, threatening, "Useless weaklings. Get out of my way." At this moment, the ancestors of the Fei Xing Valley and the Fei Long Palace also appeared. That's right, the dragon vein absolutely cannot fall into his hands. Another person added, "We can't let the Han Yuan Empire take it. Otherwise, our sects will have no way to survive." In the distance, the ancestor of the Heavenly Saber sect and the ancestor of the Profound Weapon sect were facing off. "This dragon vein definitely belongs to my Heavenly Saber sect. Don't anyone dare to compete for it." Another old man roared, "What's the Heavenly Saber sect? My Profound Weapon sect is the true master." The two of them ran while pressing close to each other, fighting fiercely. Han Yuan Xian dodged an attack while running. The one attacking him was General Xiao Zhan of the Hao Tian Empire. He shouted, "Han Yuan Xian, how dare you trespass on the territory of my Hao Tian Empire? Get out." Han Yuan Xian turned back and sneered. "So what if I'm here? You think you can stop me by yourself?" But he didn't expect a few others to charge forward, heading straight for him, to stop the Han Yuan Empire from taking the dragon vein. "Prepare to die." Han Yuan Xian was unfazed. A ball of spiritual energy appeared in his hand. He sneered. "Every time there's a tasty treat, a bunch of flies show up." He gripped his sword and shouted, "So annoying." Then he unleashed two sword strikes that tore through space, sending the attackers flying. General Xiao Zhan blocked his attack. Han Yuan Xian laughed wickedly. "A mere shrimp like you wants to stop me? Truly a pipe dream." The forest suddenly fell silent again. Qin Tian's group hid in the bushes, observing the situation. Zhongwu was sweating. He whispered, "Sir, should we make a move?" Qin Tian quietly replied, "Wait a moment." He looked at Han Yuan Xian, who was holding his sword and hovering in the air. Next to the dragon, he wondered, third level Emperor realm strength. Then he turned to the two girls and asked, "Miaoling, is he Emperor Han Yuan?" Miaoling shook her head. "No, but he is Emperor Han Yuan's older brother. The one who attacked us back then, Han Yuan Xian." Hearing this, Qin Tian was filled with rage. He thought, "My enemy's brother." Zhongwu looked at him and said worriedly, "The Sir's aura has changed again." In the air, the two weapons clashed. General Xiao Zhan shouted angrily, "Han Yuan, you dog thief! Don't you dare touch the dragon vein." Han Yuan Xian sneered, "That's not for you to decide. Why want? I always get." General Xiao Zhan frowned and cursed angrily. "You have done many evil things. Today, I will end you." Han Yuan Xian laughed deceitfully. "You don't know your own limits." Han Yuan Xian swung his sword repeatedly, using the sweeping 1,000 armies technique. General Xiao Zhan shouted, "This is bad." A massive explosion erupted. Flames raged fiercely. Lightning crashed in the sky. Han Yuan Xian turned back, his eyes flashing with excitement. It's appeared. In the sky, a giant green dragon appeared. On its forehead was a glowing red gem. Everyone present shouted, "Look! The water spirit dragon vein has appeared." On the ground, two people helped each other up. The injured old man was lying flat, but he still eagerly commanded, "Xiaoer, quick, help me up. I have to seize the dragon vein." His disciple worriedly tried to stop him. "You can't. You're already seriously injured." But the old man still tried to reach for the dragon, weakly calling dragon vein, seeing that the time was right. Qin Tian waved his hand as a signal. Zhongwu immediately charged forward with his large vegetable cleaver. He swung it with a powerful slash. Zhong Clan Samsara slash. Han Yuan Xian gritted his teeth and turned back, cursing. Another rat. A massive explosion erupted. Zhongwu stood firm. The two weapons clashed, sending sparks flying. Hun Yuan Xian asked angrily, "Who are you?" Zhong Wu gritted his teeth and replied, "The one who has come to kill you on behalf of my master." Hun Yuan Xian was furious and unleashed a powerful move. "How dare you ruin my plans? You're looking to die." He gripped his weapon and shouted, "Ultimate move. Meteor 100,000 spears." A ball of energy shot from the tip of his spear straight at Zhong Wu. But all of his attacks were cut down by Zhong Wu. Zhong Wu swung his cleaver left and right, slowly breaking through all of Hun Yuan Xian's attacks. Hun Yuan Xian unleashed another large ball of spiritual energy, intending to bring it down on Zhong Wu. Zhong Wu thought irritably, "Damn it, still not done?" The two forces collided and exploded. Hun Yuan Xian pointed a spear straight at Zhong Wu and shouted, "Although you are strong, if I don't let you get close, you're out of chances. Time to kill you." Immediately, a series of explosions rang out. On the ground, only the cleaver was left, stuck deep in the earth. Zhong Wu was on his knees, his hand gripping the handle of the cleaver. He wiped the blood from his mouth and muttered, as expected of a veteran of the Emperor realm, "This continuous barrage of attacks is truly impossible to defend against." Suddenly, a shout rang out, "Fellow Taoist, I'm here to help you." Zhong Wu was startled and looked up. In the sky, General Xiao Zhan was charging straight at him with his spear. Xiao Zhan shouted, "Killing intent 100 battle spear." Then he turned to Zhong Wu. "This is our chance." Zhong Wu immediately flew up, attacking Hun Yuan Xian from behind. "Leave it to me." With that, the old man drew his knife. Zhong Clan Dragon's roar. Hun Yuan Xian was caught between the two. He gritted his teeth in anger. "Even if both of you attack at once." He swung his spear at Zhong Wu's cleaver. "You're no match for me." Qin Tian, who was hiding in the bushes, took out a wok. He turned to Xiao Ru. "It's our turn to appear now. Xiao Ru, take us to the dragon vein." Qin Tian quickly came up with a plan. He pointed at the dragon. "The dragon's head is being held off by Zhong Wu. Let's go to the dragon's tail." With that, they all climbed onto the wok and flew up. "Let's go." As they flew higher and looked down, Xiao Ru suddenly noticed something unusual. She said worriedly, "The dragon vein originates from this mountain cave." Two swords clashed. Two people were fighting fiercely. The old man shouted, "Damn it, stop fighting with me." The other one refused to back down and cursed back. "You want to talk? If you know what's good for you, you let me have it." While the two were fighting, one of them suddenly shouted, "Wait, someone is approaching the dragon vein." Both of them stopped. The other one was alarmed. "What?" Seeing his opponent distracted, the old man kicked him. So it was a trick. He was kicked far away by the old man. Only then did the old man show his true colors, laughing cruelly. "I told you, you're no match for me. And you still look around while fighting. Who taught you that?" The older, the wiser. After dealing with the other guy, the old man looked up at Qin Tian's group. "That kid who's not even in the Emperor realm. You won't be able to seal the dragon vein in a day." Qin Tian looked at the old man with displeasure. He was clearly being underestimated. Finally, they reached the dragon's tail. "We're here." Qin Tian stepped down. He said to the girls, meowing, "You stand guard at the entrance." She nodded. Then she immediately stood guard at the cave entrance. Qin Tian walked inside, smiling happily. "Next, system seal." Immediately, an intense golden light erupted. The dragon immediately shrank, gradually being pulled into the cave and disappearing. Qin Tian stood in the cave and held out his hand. The rescued dragon was sucked in. The people who were still fighting fiercely. Hun Yuan Xian turned back in surprise to look. Only now did he realize the dragon was gone. Even the white-haired old man from before stood there with his mouth agape, looking up. "The dragon vein," he roared. "The dragon vein has been sealed." The diamond on the dragon's head finally belonged to Qin Tian. The system immediately displayed a notification. Completed the mortal transformation mission. Unsealing. On the screen, a shining golden alchemy furnace appeared. The Nine Heavens mystic fire furnace, along with a sturdy iron hammer, the heavenly water forging hammer, and a small boy puppet. The demonic sound nullifying art. Qin Tian smiled with delight and said, "It's been a long time since I've felt this way." The place where he stood was suddenly filled with a massive source of power. He drew his sword and confidently declared, "Your big boss Qin is back." The two girls looked at him with astonished eyes. He leaped from the cave entrance, aiming straight for Kuan Yuanxian. He laughed triumphantly and shouted, "Heart sword art!" Then he slashed down hard on him. A single slash cut him in two. Kuan Yuanxian looked at the weapon in his hand in shock. His spear had been broken in half. He cried out, "It's broken! My Yuan Dragon Spear is a high-grade imperial weapon." Zhong Wu seized the opportunity to strike, beating a dog in the water. Returning Gale, Zone, clans. General Xuanzhan also rushed forward. That's right. Take his life while he's weak. Heavenly battle, killing aura. The two of them attacked him in unison. But a protective circle suddenly appeared around him. Zhong Wu's blade couldn't cut through it. A loud explosion rang out. Kuan Yuanxian landed on the ground. He looked up at everyone with resentful eyes. "You want me to die?" Then he quickly took out a talisman. "Then let's all die together." The talisman in his hand continuously emitted small sparks of lightning. Zhong Wu immediately turned around and discovered a giant talisman pressing down on Qin Tian from behind. General Xuanzhan shouted in alarm. "This is the Nine Nether Divine Thunder Talisman, a family heirloom of the Kuan Yuan Empire." Only then did Qin Tian realize and turn his head. Zhong Wu quickly shouted, "Young master, run." The power of this talisman is even more terrifying than a full power strike from a peak Emperor Realm expert. In contrast to everyone's anxiety, Qin Tian just smiled faintly and said, "It's useless. This talisman is locked onto me. No matter where I run, I can't escape." He charged forward with his sword, full of confidence. The only way is to kill Kuan Yuanxian before the talisman is activated. With that, he charged forward powerfully. Heart sword art, immortal from beyond the heavens. His blade accurately pierced his shoulder. But Kuan Yuanxian's eyes were still wide open. He smiled cunningly. It's too late." In the sky, a bolt of lightning struck down fiercely, right behind Qin Tian, just as he was stabbing him with his sword. Qin Tian turned to look in surprise. The lightning struck down like a massive waterfall. A tonnerre explosion. The ground seemed to want to explode. And Miaoling, seeing this from a distance, was extremely worried. She shouted, "Master!" Without thinking, she immediately flew to his side, as if also rushing to follow. Miaoling shouted, "Wait! It's dangerous!" The girl quickly landed on the ground. She ran towards the unconscious man. He was covered in blood. She knelt down and worriedly shook him. Her voice trembled. "Master, are you okay? Master?" As she supported him, she quickly took out a vial of medicine. She murmured, "Master, please be okay. Please be okay." She opened the vial with her mouth and poured a pill into his mouth. Her tears streamed down onto his face. She was both scared and worried. A moment later, he slowly woke up. He exclaimed, "So salty." By now, and Miaoling was crying so hard her tears flowed like a river. "Master," she called out, choked with emotion. He raised his hand and gently wiped her tears. He smiled weakly. "Why are you still crying?" "Master is fine." At the edge of the crater, as if looking down at the two of them, she called out anxiously, "Qin Tian, how are you feeling? Are you okay?" Qin Tian slowly moved his body. He tried to sit up. He reassured her, "I'm fine." He looked at the two girls. His eyes were gentle. "I'm sorry for making you worry." He picked up his sword from the ground and looked over at Kuan Yuanxian, who was lying face down on the ground. "He's dead," he thought to himself. "Good thing I have the undying ancient body and the supreme life and death sword to absorb most of the damage. Otherwise, I would have died here." He used his sword as a crutch and tried to stand up. He said to Miaoling, "Let's go. This Kuan Yuanxian has finally paid the price. It won't be long now. I'll take you to the Kuan Yuan Empire for a visit." He held out his hand to her. His eyes were full of affection, and Miaoling looked at him, moved and nodded. He stood in a desolate place, surrounded by sturdy pillars. This place was like a gloomy, sacrificial altar. It was the place for tribulation. From a distance, it looked like a piece of land floating in the air. It had a terrifying aura, as if looking worriedly and intently. Qin Tian is so seriously injured. Will it be okay for him to undergo tribulation now? Miaoling didn't answer. She just looked up at that place and prayed silently in her heart. She called out softly, "Master!" Just then, Mu Qingqing suddenly appeared from behind. She hugged Miaoling, startling her. The girl said cheerfully, "You didn't even tell me you were coming to the Hao Yan Empire." If General Xiao hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known you were here. And Miaoling turned and asked, Qing Qing, why are you here? Mu Qingqing smiled and replied, I missed you. General Xuanzhan stood behind her. He clasped his hands and bowed sincerely. My apologies. Because the sir wanted to undergo tribulation here, I was very worried. I have already reported it to my superiors. Just then, a stern voice rang out. Nonsense. As the princess of a nation, how can you be so disrespectful? A beautiful woman appeared. Her eyes were stern. A shy Mu Qingqing hugged and Miaoling's neck and tried to explain. Mother, don't worry. Miaoling is not a stranger. The woman standing before them was the Ice Empress Bingxian of the Haotian Empire, a super powerful expert who had reached the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. She was still furious. She scolded. This child will never grow up. I hope you don't mind. A Mu Qingqing quickly winked. She gestured towards her and introduced excitedly. That's right. Let me introduce you. This is my mother, Empress Bingxian. She smiled kindly and said to everyone, I've already heard about you from Mu Yun. You can call me Aunt Mu Xian. And Miaoling immediately clasped her hands and bowed politely. Senior. Hello, Aunt Mu Xian. Seeing this, a Mu Qingqing frowned and said casually, Miaoling, you're being too formal. Look at that General Xiao. He didn't even bother to greet us. General Xiao stood still but was still implicated. He quickly explained, My apologies. Greetings, Empress Bingxian Princess. Suddenly, a clap of thunder rang out, startlingly loud. It interrupted their conversation. Mu Xian said with a serious face, It's starting. She put her hand to her chin. A cold sweat broke out. She stared up at the sky. She could feel that these lightning tribulations were not ordinary. They were far different from the usual Emperor realm lightning tribulations. And Miaoling also turned to look. She was worried. What's going on? When I underwent the Emperor realm tribulation in my past life, the power of the lightning tribulation wasn't this strong. Thinking of Qin Tian up there, she prayed silently, Master, you must be safe. Qin Tian created a protective circle. He looked up at the sky and said to himself, It seems this time it's not just the Emperor realm tribulation, but also the lightning tribulation from my flesh and blood. A bolt of lightning struck down. A shout rang out, It's coming. The lightning struck hard, but with many protective circles. It was deflected elsewhere. Qin Tian observed silently. He exclaimed, A lightning person. In the distance, a pinkish-purple humanoid figure appeared. It was the lightning person. Mu Xian also saw it. She said in confusion, The lightning tribulation has taken a physical form. This is unheard of. And Miaoling's eyes widened in shock. What on earth has happened to Master's Emperor Tribulation? For there to be such a huge mutation? Qin Tian, high above, was also full of doubt. He stroked his chin and thought, As far as I know, there's no precedent for shape-shifting lightning tribulation in this place. Brother, are you sure you're in the right place? There are no nobodies here. You're all just a bunch of redheads. The lightning being, with a body as pale as a corpse, and eyes and mouth as red as blood, stood tall, emitting a bizarre sound. Suddenly, it let out a cunning laugh. 3 blood-red marks appeared on its forehead. It was looking more and more like Qin Tian. It said, Your whole body is covered in red hair. Qin Tian watched it transform, wondering, Did it just turn into me? That's right. The lightning tribulation had suddenly taken on his exact appearance. It lunged forward with a powerful punch, roaring. Qin Tian didn't hesitate. He switched into combat mode and charged forward to meet it head-on. The two sides clashed, creating a world-shaking explosion. Xiao Ru and Miaoling stood on the ground below. Their faces were pale from the terrifying force of the blast. A moment later, the space grew quiet again. The two of them stood facing each other. Qin Tian chuckled softly, assessing him. This guy's physique is truly exceptional. He unleashed a ferocious fire fist, shouting, Great freedom! Immediately, a giant, sharp monster claw materialized. It shot straight toward the lightning being. Its eyes went wide. Great freedom, dissolution. Qin Tian's attack vanished. It smiled triumphantly. Then it clenched its fist. A frenzied power. Indestructible body. Qin Tian had figured it out. He understood its nature. He chuckled softly and said, So that's how it is. This guy is a product of both an emperor tribulation and a physical body tribulation. The lightning being transformed into a long, purple-pink Electra dragon, roaring, tribulation lightning dragon. Qin Tian smirked. He raised both hands. Oomph. Let's see how you counter this. In a flash, he transformed into a ferocious monster. It had the form of a tiger, but with the horns of an ox. Majestic and powerful. Great freedom fire roar. His monster form spewed a ferocious torrent of flames. Every time it clashed with the dragon, its mouth would spit out flames millions of feet long. The dragon couldn't win. At this rate, the lightning being's dragon was sure to lose. The lightning being remained undaunted. It held up 2 fingers, preparing to unleash a new technique. It transformed into a great rock, spreading its wings in the sky, shrieking. Tribulation lightning great rock. Sky-filling flying feathers. Qin Tian spread his arms, mocking it. A golden-winged great rock this time? Great freedom, he roared. Transform into a koan. Instantly, a giant fish materialized. It swallowed everything. From Zhuangzi's free and easy wandering. In the northern darkness, there is a fish, and its name is koan. The koan is so huge. I know not how many thousand li it measures. It changes into a bird whose name is Peng. The back of the Peng. I know not how many thousand li it measures. The lightning being's jaw dropped. It was dumbfounded. It couldn't believe it. The giant fish swallowed all of its attacks, then slammed hard into the lightning being. A world-shaking explosion rang out. Smoke and fire billowed violently. Xiaoru quickly covered her face and dodged. This is bad. The Great Tribulation platform is about to collapse. Mu Qingqing tried to look up, reassuring her it won't. The Haotian Empire's Great Tribulation platform is very sturdy. It's reinforced with boundless spiritual energy. She looked up at the still intact platform and continued. It's designed so that those undergoing tribulations can face their ordeal without worry. However, the large pillars on the platform were beginning to topple from the force of the explosion. Qin Tian stood opposite him. His eyes were full of challenge. If you have any other tricks, you'd better show them now. The lightning being was now trembling all over, but still tried to act tough. You're forcing my hand. Its blank white eyes glared as it roared. Now despair. Its body erupted with countless bolts of lightning, large and small. Ultimate form. Lightning tribulation mode. Qin Tian stood frozen. He looked at it with an expression of shock. He said calmly, Hey, I told you to show me your skills, not to turn on your hacks. Its feet dug into the ground, bracing itself. Then it shot towards Qin Tian like an arrow. Its fist was clenched for a straight punch. Qin Tian quickly leaned back. He thought anxiously, damn it. Not fast enough, He took the full force of its punch. Blood sprayed from his mouth. But its lightning-fast fist didn't stop. Qin Tian refused to give in. He retaliated with a powerful punch of his own. Indestructible body. The lightning being also took the full force of his blow. The two of them separated. Their eyes were filled with challenge. The lightning being charged again, roaring, overload explosion. The moment it finished speaking, a giant pillar of lightning struck down. And Miaoling and Xiaoru watched from a distance. Their hearts were filled with panic. This battle is too fierce. She called out anxiously, Master! The smoke slowly cleared, revealing a giant green turtle shell. A ferocious turtle appeared. The lightning being looked at it with contempt. You think hiding in a turtle shell can save you from this tribulation? It split into 3 bodies, saying angrily, You underestimate this lightning. Qin Tian stood inside the shell. He wagged a finger. No. I'm just using the Xuanwu tortoise shell to buy a little time. He drew his weapon and stabbed it forcefully into the space. Since you've split yourself, he said with a confident smile, then I have no choice but to draw my weapon. The lightning being was instantly terrified. It screamed, wait, a supreme grade weapon. This isn't fair. This is just an Emperor Realm lightning tribulation. With a little bit of an Emperor Realm physical body tribulation mixed in. But Qin Tian wasn't listening. He even mocked it. A cultivator's treasures are a part of their strength. This is perfectly fair. With that, he leaped up. Next, don't blink. He drew his weapon threateningly. You're the first to witness a sword move from the Emperor Realm Heart sword art. A massive surge of green spiritual energy erupted from his body. The surrounding space was suddenly filled with an interweaving pattern of green and white flowers and leaves. It was breathtakingly beautiful. The entire arena was covered in flowers and leaves. Not only that, but the spot where Mu Huin and Mu Qingqing were standing was also enveloped in flora. Mu Huin was stunned and exclaimed, "A one-man formation." His voice roared fiercely, "Heart sword art. A single thought forms a world. Green lotus immortal formation." A stream of leaves flew out gently. The clones of the lightning being screamed in chaos, as if their formation had been broken. Let's create a protective shield. If he's a one-man formation, then his spiritual energy consumption must be immense, right? If we hold out until he runs out of spiritual energy, this sword formation will break on its own without us even attacking. With that, they worked together to create a sturdy, protective circle. Qin Tian saw this and chuckled softly. Once this green lotus immortal formation is established, it will continuously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish itself. Therefore, the heavenly spirit's sword, Qi, comes in endless waves. It's endless. You don't have a chance of winning. Hearing this, their faces contorted with rage. How can this be? Their defensive circle also shattered. An intense blast of spiritual energy shot straight into the sky. The dark clouds instantly vanished. The sunlight finally returned. The blue sky and white clouds were back. The system displayed a message. "Congratulations, you have reached the Emperor realm." He looked at the system, smiling smugly. "It's finally over." Everyone immediately ran to his side. "Congratulations, Taoist friend Qin Tian, on reaching the Emperor realm." Mu Huin stepped forward and said, "From this day forward, the world has another great emperor." Qin Tian smiled modestly. "You're too kind." Xiao Ru and Miaoling hugged each other joyfully. "This is wonderful." Mu Qingqing also appeared. She gave him a playful wink. "Uncle Qin Tian is super amazing," she said. Hearing that, he immediately got annoyed. "Don't call me uncle." Suddenly, a shout rang out. Reporting, "General Xiao, we have a major problem." General Xiao quickly turned around. What's with all the panic? A person was running frantically towards him, calling out, "General Xiao." He was in a panic. He couldn't catch his breath. He struggled to report. "The demon clan from the Qingyun mountain range is gathering. According to our scouts, the Yudi Black Dragon of the Qingyun mountain range is preparing to attack our Qingyun city." He knelt down and pleaded, "General, please come to our aid quickly." General Xiao crossed his arms and calmly asked, "Hey Long." Qin Tian, who heard the commotion from behind, stepped forward and offered, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, would you like to go together? Having just reached the Emperor realm, I'd like to test my skills. Let's see the power of the Emperor realm." Hearing this, Mu Xian also said, "If fellow Taoist Qin is interested, then let's go together and see what this Black Dragon Demon Emperor is made of." General Xiao placed a hand on the other's shoulder, reassuring him, "Don't be hasty. Qingyun City will not be in any danger." He asked anxiously why. General Xiao raised a hand to his lips, signaling for silence, and said, "Because the Long family didn't check the almanac before leaving the house." He continued smugly, "They chose to rebel on the very day that all the heroes are gathered. What bad luck." At Qingyun City, the bows were drawn, ready to fire. "Raise your spirits. Be careful. Slow down a bit." General Xiao commanded. "Load the piercing arrows. Fire all the spirit-exploding, city-breaching crossbows, and all the spiritual energy cannons. Load them as well." A resounding "Yes, sir," echoed. The once quiet Qingyun City was unusually peaceful, but that silence was suddenly shattered by resounding shouts. The two primordial emperors held the scales of the Tao and established the center. Spirits and gods travel far and wide, guarding the four directions. Around a round table, several old men were sitting and cultivating. In the center of the table was a giant ball of spiritual energy. The ancient heavens moved, and the earth stood still, revolving without cease. The water flows without stopping. Like all things, it begins anew. That ball of spiritual energy radiated a large protective barrier, enveloping Qingyun City. Endless cycle formation, activate. At that moment, a sturdy defensive barrier had appeared outside the city. General Xiao looked up, his heart filled with astonishment. Then he quickly reported, "That is the general situation. Everything has been well prepared. whether for offense or defense. We are ready. Mu Xian praised him. You have arranged things very carefully. Well done. General Xiao humbly replied. This is my duty. It is not worthy of praise. Mu Xian asked again. General Xiao, I heard your weapon was destroyed by Han Yuan Xian in the previous battle for the Dragon Vein. Is that true? He clasped his hands, bowed his head, and reported. Yes, that is why I intend to find Grandmaster Bai Li to forge a half-step Emperor-grade weapon for me. It's just that I'm not sure if it can be completed before the upcoming battle. Mu Xian nodded and said thoughtfully, Indeed. Besides whether there is enough time, we must also consider whether Grandmaster Bai Li can successfully forge a half-step Emperor-grade weapon. After all, even he cannot guarantee it. Qin Tian, who was sitting beside them, suddenly spoke up. Fellow Taoist Mu Xian, I think I can help with this matter. Mu Xian turned to him, surprised, and asked, Fellow Taoist Qin Tian, why do you say that? He put down his teacup and said confidently, Today I will show off a little. Forging weapons was his hobby. Last time, he spent several days just to forge a vegetable cleaver. He stood up, turned to the guard behind him. Zhongwu, the weapon I promised you before, I will fulfill that promise now. The old man standing beside him was moved to tears. Really? Qin Tian smiled and replied, Of course. Zhongwu immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Thank you, young master. Mu Qingqing, who was standing beside them, covered her mouth and called out to Miaoling, whispering, Miaoling, does Uncle Qin also know how to forge weapons? Miaoling said with pride, Not only does Master know how to forge weapons, but the weapons he makes are also extraordinary. Hearing this, Mu Qingqing couldn't help but admire him. Wow, so powerful. Afterwards, Qin Tian stood up and said, All right, let's go. That afternoon, in the backyard of the Yi Jing art studio, Qin Tian was enthusiastically hammering and forging. Behold, my 10,000 hammer forging method, he shouted loudly, while hammering down repeatedly. General Xiao and Mu Qingqing stood by, watching, dumbfounded and sweating. They whispered to each other, Princess, am I seeing things? The hammer that Senior Qin Tian is using to forge, it seems to be of the highest Emperor grade. Mu Qingqing was just as bewildered. You're not blind. I see it too. Neither of them could believe their eyes. Mu Xian, who was standing beside them, said thoughtfully, That's not the main point. The main point is... The two of them looked at her, bewildered. Her face was also filled with astonishment. She bit her lip, feeling dizzy. It seems that fellow Taoist Qin Tian is forging an Emperor-grade weapon. Finally, on the stone table, a saber appeared. Although not particularly eye-catching, it was a clear improvement over the previous vegetable cleaver, showing that his skills had significantly improved. Qin Tian picked up the saber and shouted proudly, Success! Not bad at all. The appearance is much better. From now on, I will call you the Zone Melon Saber. The crowd watching couldn't help but get goosebumps. Everyone was stunned. They all commented, one after another. General Xiao stammered, a master. Mu Xian also couldn't hide her surprise. Really? Just a few hammer strikes and it's done? Mu Qingqing exclaimed, Mother, it's really an Emperor-grade weapon. Qin Tian held up the saber and said, Zhongwu, this saber is yours. The old man knelt down, crying with emotion. Thank you, young master, for gifting me this saber. Zhongwu is willing to go through mountains of blades and seas of fire for you, young master. Qin Tian turned to the other three. Xiaozhan, your preferred weapon is a spear, right? Xiaozhan quickly stood up straight and replied seriously, Yes, senior. Mu Qingqing also pleaded tearfully, Brother Qin, I want an Emperor-grade weapon too. Qin Tian smiled and replied, No problem. Everyone will get one. That night, Qin Tian was still diligently hammering away, forging without rest. He wasn't tired even by the next morning. He continued his work for 9 whole days. Finally, he wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed in relief. Done. The result was a beautiful saber, a high-grade Emperor weapon, pink, with a jade rabbit on the hilt. It was named the Pink Fluffy Rabbit. In addition, he also forged a golden spear, also a high-grade Emperor weapon, named Lucky E. The two who received the weapons shouted with joy. Mu Qingqing asked, Why is my sword called the Pink Fluffy Rabbit? And General Xiao's is called Lucky E? General Xiao was also puzzled. That name sounds strange. Qin Tian explained, Because no one can endure the shame of being killed by the pink fluffy rabbit and this ancient superior weapon, Lucky E. That night, Mu Qingqing and General Xiao waved and bowed to Qin Tian. Goodbye, Uncle Qin Tian. General Xiao bowed his head and said, We have been a bother. Qin Tian replied without minding. Come visit again when you're free. A Miaoling stepped out and said with concern, Master, come inside. It's cold outside. Qin Tian turned to look at her, meowing. She draped a cloak over his shoulders and said solicitously, You've just recovered and you're already overworking yourself. You can't catch cold. Qin gently looked at her with affection. Miaoling was shy. She touched her face. Master, why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? Qin Tian replied. A little bit of beauty. She shouted in annoyance. You're teasing me again. You're not acting like a master at all. Qin Tian laughed happily. Huh, what's the use of acting like a master? Just then, Xiao Ru came running out like the wind. She couldn't stop in time and crashed into Qin Tian. He quickly caught her. But Xiao Ru's face was dark. She said in a panic, Qin Tian, save me. It's extremely urgent. Qin Tian asked in surprise, Xiao Ru? Seeing her like this, he asked calmly, What's wrong? What happened? Xiao Ru hesitated. My younger sister. She was so scared she started to cry. My sister snuck out to find me. But she was captured by the Emperor's men on the way. Late at night, in a vast forest, a giant piece of meat was being roasted over a crackling fire. A man and a tiger were enjoying a meal together. The tiger, after taking a bite of the meat, asked Qi Xiang, Are you sure that Bai Xiaoru will walk right into our trap? He just sneered. Then he picked up the piece of meat and continued eating. Bai Xiaoru and her younger sister, Bai Xiaoxiao, were as close as shadows. So, we knew that Bai Xiaoxiao had fallen into our hands. She would definitely come here to rescue her. The tiger, named Ma Shou, glanced at the man while eating. He was silent for a moment, then exclaimed, Sisterly love is truly admirable. Meanwhile, a blindfolded and gagged girl was hanging in midair. She called out silently in her heart, Sister, and Miaoling moved gracefully. With just one movement, she cut the rope holding Xiao Xiao, and Miaoling shouted, Xiaoru, catch her. The girl replied, Coming. Xiaoru quickly caught Xiao Xiao and placed her safely on the ground. Chitu wiped his mouth and said, See? Didn't she come? The tiger threw the bone in his hand and said in a gruff voice, As expected of Chitu, your calculations are very thorough. He put on his gloves and clapped his hands together. He prepared for battle. Then, let me cook this delicious dish. Powerful footsteps echoed on the ground. Zhong Wu charged forward with his blade. He decisively slashed Ma Shou away. The tiger was sent flying. Chitu asked in surprise, Why is there someone helping? Aren't these people afraid of the Emperor's underworld's revenge? Qin Tian stood with his arms crossed, facing them defiantly. Your intelligence is a few years out of date. You don't even know the people around Xiaoru. Chitu replied calmly, We've been in seclusion for 100 years. We only just came out recently. But it doesn't matter. The tiger prepared for battle. Defeating you and taking by Xiaoru is all the same. Zhong Wu warned, Young master, be careful. It seems they are veteran Emperor realm experts. The man replied confidently, No need to worry. Chitu opened a domain. His eyes were full of provocation as he looked at Qin Tian. The whole scene was familiar. It seems your domain has been completely suppressed by me. The two stood opposite each other. Cheetah boasted, But you can't be blamed for that. Who told me to be a second-level Emperor Realm expert, while you're only a first-level Emperor Realm? A white chess piece suddenly moved. Qin Tian stood silently. He looked at him with his arms crossed. A protective circle surrounded him. He felt a headache. He rubbed his temples and said, This boring kind of domain again. Have you ever considered that? I didn't need to use my domain because I thought you were weak. He picked up a black chess piece and said without a hint of shame, Nonsense. No matter how strong your defense is, in my infinite domain, it's all just decoration. Qin Tian frowned, his voice cold. Is it or isn't it? You'll know in a moment. He held up the chess piece threateningly. Go to hell. And he shouted, Infinite fortress. The chess pieces exploded like a continuous chain of bombs. Qin Tian held his sword in front of him. Great liberation, transformation art. His hand grasped a stream of spiritual energy. Undying ancient body. He slashed out with his sword. Life and death sword. Three aspects of power. His sword carried a terrifying power. 40-meter Great Dao, appear for me. A sharp slash shot straight towards him. Chitu tilted his head back, his mouth agape. What kind of power is this? The slash tore through space. Instant kill. Qin Tian's eyes were bloodshot. He raised his sword and smiled ferociously. One slash, two pieces. Then he swung again. Slash. The terrifying power exploded. Chitu's domain immediately cracked. His domain exploded after just a few moves. The fire raged. Xiaoru and Xiao Xiao hugged each other on the ground. They watched the battle in amazement. Qin Tian's feet touched the ground. He said softly, one down. Then he looked at the tiger in front of him. There's still one left. Zhongwu gripped the blade in his hand tightly. The tiger charged towards him, planning to attack first. It roared, Bladesman, you're strong. Fighting you makes my blood boil. Zhongwu raised his sword to block. The white beast slammed into the blade. He sneered. You're not so bad yourself. Zhongwu slashed powerfully. The tiger quickly jumped up to dodge. It dug its claws into the ground to keep from being thrown too far. Then it looked up. It's just a pity that you're old. His blade still charged forward powerfully. It quickly ducked to avoid it. Then it leaped and threw a punch. An attack like that lacks the vigor of youth. Zhongwu thought worriedly, this is not good. This guy seems to have endless stamina. Ma Shou's eyes were bloodshot. It charged towards him. A punch like this of mine. It then punched Zhongwu hard in the chest. How many times can you withstand it, sir? Zhongwu raised his sword to block again. He was punched hard to the ground. The force of the impact was so strong that sparks flew. The tiger was still not tired. It leaped again, ready to continue the fight. Go to hell. The sky turned crimson. Great liberation transformation art. A crimson space like a vortex appeared in the air. A sharp hand shot in. The tiger looked up in surprise. Zhong was also extremely surprised. A powerful dragon claw pierced through its domain. The tiger screamed in terror. What is this? The entire domain shattered. Qin Tian stood protectively in front of Zhongwu. The old man was stunned. He stammered. What just happened? He looked at the group of people, and Miaoling and the others, surrounding Qin Tian and cheering. He thought to himself, he's a veteran Emperor realm expert, after all. And yet the Sir, with one move. Qin Tian remained calm in the face of the girl's praises. The girl, Xiaoru, hugged him tightly. She said with a grateful voice, it's a good thing you were here. Otherwise, I don't know what I would have done. He gently comforted her. It's all over now. I've killed both of those assassins. Suddenly, Xiaoru seemed to remember something. She pointed to Xiao Xiao and introduced her. Oh right, this is by Xiao Xiao. My younger sister. The little girl obediently greeted, sister. Then, with a worried expression, the little girl asked, is he, your brother-in-law? Seeing her older sister being so intimate with a strange man, Bai Xiao Xiao burst into tears. I can't believe it. My proud sister, the Empress of Qingqiu, who always held her head so high, is now hugging a man. Bai Xiaoru quickly explained, her face blushing. Wait, it's not what you think. But Bai Xiao Xiao wouldn't listen. She decided, I have to go back and tell everyone about this. Bai Xiaoru pointed at Qin Tian. She tried to shout, don't talk nonsense, little girl. He's not my brother-in-law. Hearing this, Bai Xiao Xiao's lips curved into a smile. She turned back and asked, not your brother-in-law? Then what are you two? Bai Xiaoru was about to say something, but hesitated, not knowing how to explain. Wait, what is my relationship with Qin Tian? I can't say I'm his servant. If I say that, how can I face my sister in the future? Oh my god, what should I do? The next day, Miaoling suggested taking Xiao Xiao to play. As the girls walked hand in hand down the street, Zhongwu from behind asked young master, there are a lot of people of unknown origin in the city right now. Should I secretly protect them? Qin Tian held a teacup and replied, no need. They're just taking a walk in the city. Nothing will happen. Besides, I've already assigned that task to Miaoling. At the same time, Xiao Xiao was very excited to be taken for a walk in the city. The little girl ran and jumped everywhere. She was curious about everything. Sister, what's this? The shop owner immediately introduced, Little Miss. This is our shop's specialty, Mighty Manda. Just one cup is guaranteed to make you sleep like a log. It's very potent. Hearing this, the naive Xiao Xiao immediately wanted to buy some. That's amazing. Big sister, I want to buy this. But the two older girls frowned when they smelled the alcohol. Bai Xiaoru quickly waved her hand. No, children can't drink alcohol. I'll buy you candy when we get home. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao puffed out her cheeks in anger. I don't want candy. Just then, Xiaoru noticed that Miaoling was staring intently into the distance and asked, Miaoling, what's wrong? Miaoling was slightly startled. She quickly reassured her, it's nothing. I just saw an old acquaintance. You take Xiao Tang ahead. I'll be right back. With that, Miaoling immediately chased after the striking figure in red. She stayed close behind him, leaving the bustling streets and entering a deserted, secluded forest. Suddenly, the young man in red stopped. He turned around warily. All right, that's enough. You've been following me for a long time. When he saw Miaoling reveal herself, he asked bluntly, Who are you? Miaoling didn't hesitate to answer directly. I'm the one who's going to take your life. Today, consider this me collecting some interest. With that, she summoned her sword. Ready to fight. Zhu Qingquang looked at her with an interested gaze. In that case, I'll just capture you and ask again. The two of them drew their swords and charged at each other as if about to explode. The entire area was filled with thick dust and smoke. Miaoling raised her sword high and shouted, Zhu Qingquang, son of the blood region old ancestor, surrender your life to me. Before Qingquang could understand what was happening, he was bombarded by thousands of sword strikes. Within his opponent's domain, he was completely helpless. All he could do was stand there and take the hits. This isn't right. This isn't a real domain. It's a domain simulated by sword intent. If this continues, I'm going to die. I have to find a way to call for help. Qingquang struggled to get the words out. Father, save me, save me. The moment his cry ended, a beam of light shot towards them, creating a dazzling explosion. When the dust settled, a man in a red sphere appeared, protecting Qingquang. He was like an embodied consciousness. He stood before Miaoling and asked in a cold voice, Who are you? How dare you demand my son's life? Miaoling got a clear look at her opponent. She was utterly shocked. Even though it was just a spirit entity, she recognized him immediately. He was one of her three enemies, the blood region old ancestor, protected by his father. Qingquang immediately became arrogant. Father, capture her for me. In a bit. I want to play with her for a while. Hearing this, the blood region old ancestor sized up Miaoling from head to toe. Then he said, She's quite a beautiful woman. How about? Before he could say more, a snap of the fingers and a cold voice rang out. Do you two really think you've already won? Keep the blood region old ancestor busy for me. Immediately after, a young man carrying a giant ruler appeared. He continuously swung it, hacking at the red barrier. The relentless and powerful blows put both Qingquang and his father at a disadvantage. Although he managed to block the young man's next attack, he couldn't hide the worried look on his face. Kuan Yuan Xian. Why is this happening? A flashback washed over him. In a dark cave, a fierce battle had just ended. Miaoling knelt before Qin Tian. Master, what should we do with Kuan Yuan Xian's body? He looked silently at Kuan Yuan Xian's body and replied, I have a good idea. He used the demonic sound corpse controlling art, controlling the corpse through demonic sounds. The corpse's rank is below the supreme stage. For every level he increases, he can control one more person. Back to the present. In a moment of carelessness, without his father's protection, Qingquang was stabbed through the chest by Miaoling's sword. Oh no! Kuangye! Dongji! Qingquang's father's warning cry rang out, but it was too late. That warning couldn't catch up to Miaoling's sword strike. Heart sword art, shattered spirit. Miaoling continuously executed her sword techniques, leaving Qingquang with no choice but to helplessly endure the attacks. Watching his son's life thread being gradually cut short, the father couldn't bear the sight. He roared. He tried to find a way to get to his son's side. Kuan Yuan Xian leaped back towards Miaoling. Miaoling turned around and said to him, This is just the beginning. Kuei, you old ancestor. Sooner or later, I will send you to join your son. The blood region old ancestor's eyes were filled with fury as he watched his son die with his eyes open. Woman, you stay right there. Miaoling replied coldly. Blood region old ancestor, I'll be waiting for you. When he came to his senses, the man flew into a rage. He destroyed everything around him. He roared, Son, father will definitely avenge you. And that Kuan Yuan Xian too. I must find that Kuan Yuan Empire woman and get to the bottom of this. Night had fallen. The people who had been out enjoying themselves had all returned home. Chin Tian. We're back from our walk, someone said. Brother-in-law, this place is really interesting. I want to go out again tomorrow. Someone else added, Master, today I killed the son of the Blood Region Old Ancestor. On a day that was neither sunny nor rainy. The man who called himself the Black Dragon Demon Emperor appeared. He gathered his followers and stood in the air, shouting, Surrender, or you'll all be dead. Surrender. Chin Tian was having a barbecue with Mu Huin outdoors. Hearing the commotion, he looked up. Taoist Mu. It seems the Black Dragon has arrived. Mu Hui inside. Smells good. He really knows how to pick his moments. Let's go take a look. Chin Tian agreed. Zhong Wu brought over a jug of wine. Seeing that the two of them were about to leave, he said, Sir, this jug of wine was just brewed. Chin Tian waved his hand. It's fine. We'll be right back. Remember to strain it for me. Chin Tian and Mu Huin went to check on the situation. What happened, Xiaozhan? Why are you covered in blood? Your Majesty, Mr. Qin. Seeing the two of them, Xiaozhan reported, there are several factions within the city, including the Qingmu Merchant Guild, one of the two major merchant guilds, who believe that we will fail. They intended to launch a surprise attack on the city lord's mansion and open the defensive formation to surrender to the Black Dragon Demon Emperor. Therefore, I personally led a team to deal with these traitors. Mu Huin nodded. You did well. To dare to rebel against my Haotian Empire. These people deserve to be put in their coffins. No loss at all. Chin Tian cracked his knuckles. Finally, it's my turn to act. Mu Huin spoke up. Next, we'll have to rely on the mighty power of Taoist Qin. The Black Dragon Demon Emperor stepped out from behind the city's protective barrier. He glanced at Chin Tian with contempt. Has the Haotian Empire run out of people to send out a nobody like you to die? Where is Xiaozhan? Chin Tian replied provocatively. Xiaozhan is fishing in the city. As for me, I didn't come here to die. I came to take your dog life. The Black Dragon Demon Emperor sneered. His eyes were filled with amusement. How arrogant. And nobody dares to speak like that. Today, I will teach you a lesson about trouble coming from a mouth. Prepare to die. With that, he landed on the ground with a resounding thud. A sadistic smile spread across his face. He charged straight towards Chin Tian. Chin Tian smirked slightly. Just as expected, if this were the giant lizard, this might not have gone so smoothly. But now, the 40-meter Great Dao. 3 elephant strength. The sword in Chin Tian's hand instantly transformed. The Black Dragon realized the danger, but it was too late to dodge. At close range, Chin Tian's sword strike quickly sliced him into 2 even halves. The top half and the bottom half. The demons above gaped, stunned by the sight. What just happened? Lord Black Dragon was defeated in an instant. How is that possible? Chin Tian sneered, looking at the panicked demons. He raised his sword high. It's your turn, my lovely little minions. Another sword strike. But instead of splitting them in 2, Chin Tian let them feel the warmth of a massive explosion. The lesser demons all fell to the ground. Xiaozhan watched, sweating profusely. So powerful. Is this the Emperor realm of the gentleman? Mu Xian smiled impassively at Xiaozhan's astonishment and said, Xiaozhan, I'll leave the cleanup of the battlefield to you. Xiaozhan replied naively. I want to go eat grilled fish with the gentleman. Isn't the gentleman still there? But when he turned to look at the battlefield, Chin Tian's figure had vanished. While Xiaozhan was grumbling about cleaning up the battlefield, the fragrant wine was poured, and the grilled fish was cooked. Chin Tian and Mu Xian quickly appeared before the barbecue feast. The grilling time was perfect. You should try this fish. It's really delicious. Mu Xian commented. It really is very fragrant. The outdoor barbecue party lasted late into the night. Fellow Taoist Qin, you used warm wine to defeat the Dragon Emperor. I am truly impressed. I toast you with this cup. Mu Xian raised her cup. Huh, fellow Taoist Qin. Where's your wine? Mu Xian asked Chin Tian, who was drunk. He clung to Mu Xian's leg, his voice slurred. There's wine? Zhong Wu, bring out the wine. But Zhong Wu had already fallen asleep, hugging the wine jar. Chin Tian and Mu Xian giggled. Zhong Wu, wake up. The wine's all gone. I never thought Chin Tian's wine would be so strong. Even an Emperor Realm cultivator can get drunk. Qin Tian hugged the wine jug, his eyes shut tight. Of course, I used many spirit fruits and precious wines, and then refined them non-stop to create this emperor's drunkenness. Mu Xian was surprised. Besides forging, you also know alchemy? Qin smiled foolishly. Of course, emperor-grade pills are a small matter. 3 years after that messy party, Miaoling and Xiao Ru, holding their tools, were full of energy. They had been shouting since early morning. Qin Tian, Master, get up now. Today is Qingqing's succession ceremony. You can't be late. Xiao Ru scolded while brushing his teeth and doing Qin Tian's personal hygiene. Miaoling also grumbled while dressing Qin Tian. Over the years, everyone has always treated you as an elder or a master. If you're late, they'll be very disappointed. This time, you have to go to the ceremony alone. Miaoling and I are not going. Miaoling tilted her chin confidently. That's right, I have a feeling I need to go into seclusion. Bai Xiao doesn't want to go out, so Bai Xiaoru has to stay and take care of her. Qin Tian, though still sleepy, still grumbled. Fair weather sisters, indeed. After a series of grooming services, Qin Tian was kicked out with a bag of luggage, standing in front of his own house. Qin Tian was bewildered. Can someone explain this to me? In the capital of the Hao Tian Empire, Mu Xian gently combed her daughter's silky hair and answered tenderly. That's right. Fellow Daoist Qin is not only a talented alchemist, capable of creating emperor-grade pills, but he is also a master blacksmith, able to forge powerful emperor-grade weapons. Furthermore, it was thanks to his emperor-grade pills that your emperor realm broke through successfully. Therefore, we need to maintain a good relationship with him. Then she hugged Qingqing and said softly, Don't worry too much. Besides our relationship with fellow Daoist Qin, your abilities are also the most outstanding. That is what's most important. And it is also why I chose you as the succeeding empress of the Hao Tian Empire, outside the city gates. When the guards saw Qin Tian, they immediately blocked his way. Stop! The imperial capital is a restricted area. No entry is allowed. However, as soon as they saw Qin Tian's VIP membership card, all the guards bowed respectfully. Greetings, Your Excellency. Please, enter. Qin Tian held the card in his hand, and couldn't help but feel that having this token wasn't so bad after all. From inside the city, Xiaomeng ran out excitedly to greet him. Young Master Qin. Qin Tian was holding the card in his hand, bewildered. You know me? Xiaomeng proudly puffed out her chest and introduced herself. I am Xiaomeng, General Zhao's daughter. Looking at the girl in front of him, Qin Tian felt a clap of thunder in his heart. So he already has a daughter this old? Next to the stone wall, a young man looked annoyed, muttering, How annoying. I can't hear a thing. Who is this pretty boy to dare get so close to my Xiaomeng? The time has come. The ringing of the bell signaled that the time had come. The bell is ringing. We can go in now. In a large, square-like courtyard, famous figures lined up one by one and announced the gifts they had brought. This is a night luminescent pearl, specially presented to congratulate the new empress. The scribe confirmed and recorded it in the list. The Bai family presents a night luminescent pearl. Seeing the extravagant gifts of others, Qin Tian touched his own gift and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Oh no, I forgot to bring a congratulatory gift. Those two girls, Miaoling and Xiao Ru, didn't even remind me. Gong Yus saw Qin Tian's awkwardness, and a sly, amused smile appeared on his face. Gong Yus, disregarding etiquette, walked straight over and asked, Hey, pretty boy, what family are you from? Don't tell me you didn't bring a congratulatory gift. What a disgrace to your family. Xiaomeng saw Yus causing trouble, and quickly intervened before he did something irreversible. Gong Yus, you shut up. Do you have any idea who young Master Qin is? Yus rested his chin on his hand, his eyes full of scrutiny. I know all the famous young masters in the Hao Tian Empire, but this young master, who is only in the spirit movement stage, I've never heard of. It was Qin Tian's turn. He handed the scribe a piece of paper and declared it was his gift. It stunned everyone who witnessed it. Yus saw this and burst out laughing, mocking. The new emperor is ascending the throne, and you're just giving a piece of paper? I see you just came here to eat and drink for free, didn't you? I'm dying of laughter. So poor and yet so shameless. He laughed smugly for a while, and then continued. This time, you'll lose all face. You'll know what it means to be embarrassed. Xiaomeng leaned in and whispered, Hey, brother, why did you offend Gong Yus? He's a notorious playboy. If you've really offended him, you'd better go and apologize. Qin Tian glanced wearily at Yus, who was laughing gleefully behind him. How should I know? I don't even know him. The further in one's position, the higher their status. At the very top is the position of the emperor. Next are the 4 great families and the royalty. Then come the great ministers. And what about the position of a pretty boy like you? Don't tell me it's at the door? Yus put on a face full of contempt. Qin Tian asked, why are there 3 dragon thrones at the top? Yus sneered. A minor family is a minor family, indeed. I can't blame you for being a country bumpkin. Of those 3 dragon thrones, one is for the Ice Empress, one is for the new Empress, and the other is for Grandmaster Qin, the Emperor-grade blacksmith. Only someone like Grandmaster Qin is qualified to sit on equal footing with 2 generations of empresses. Qin Tian nodded as if he had just been enlightened. So that's Grandmaster Qin's seat. With that, he walked straight toward his seat. It made everyone at the banquet wonder what he was trying to do. But Yus was still reveling in his own knowledge. For someone like you to be able to witness the heroic bearing of Grandmaster Qin is a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Qin Tian placed his hand on the chair, rested his chin on it, and exclaimed, a dragon throne is really different. It feels so comfortable to sit on. It can't be compared to ordinary chairs. Gong Yu saw this and shouted, how dare you? A spirit movement stage nobody like you dares to sit on a dragon throne? This is a seat reserved for the Ice Empress, the new emperor, and Grandmaster Qin. Your actions are a provocation to the imperial authority. The people around them heard this and also started to gossip. A spirit movement stage indeed. Could he be the foolish son of some family? This time, his family will definitely be heavily implicated. That's right, when he presented his congratulatory gift. Do you know what he gave? A piece of paper that said, exclusive forging, one time. How ridiculous. A person from the crowd stepped out. It was Gong Yus's father, Gong Yumixian. He said sternly, ignorant brat. Is this a place you can just sit? Do you know you could die 100,000 times for this? Hearing this, Qin Tian tilted his head slightly. A faint smile played on his lips. You ignorant brat. Were you to dare speak to me like that? I didn't expect you to be so tired of living at such a young age. Then he turned to Gong Yus. Suye, help me capture this little thief who dares to challenge imperial authority. The father and son, Gong Yumming and Gong Yus, immediately rushed forward, preparing to attack. But just as they were about to strike, a powerful wave of qi sent them flying. Gong Yumming coughed up blood, his face full of admiration. How can this be? Qingqing appeared beside Qin Tian. She looked at the father and son with a cold gaze. Ow! You dare to attack Grandmaster Qin, an imperial-grade spirit tool master? You dare to touch my Uncle Qin? The father and son were stunned speechless. What? He's Grandmaster Qin? Qingqing continued, her voice full of authority. Since you have offended my Uncle Qin, don't blame me for being impolite. Then she turned and announced to the crowd, from today onwards, the Gongyu family will be erased from the Haoyan Empire. All their assets will be confiscated. Gong Yumming quickly protested, wait, you don't have the authority to do that. Empress Bingxian will not agree. But unexpectedly, Mu Xian also appeared. Her voice was as cold as ice. In this Haoyan Empire, anyone who dares to offend Grandmaster Qin also offends me. No matter who it is, I will show absolutely no mercy. From this moment on, the Gongyu family will be erased from the Haoyan Empire. All their assets will be confiscated, and they will be forever banned from setting foot on the Empire's territory. Hearing those words, Gong Yumming completely collapsed, his voice trembling. The Gongyu family is finished. After everything was settled, the banquet gradually got to the main point. Qingqing said cheerfully to Qin Tian, Uncle Qin, today is my succession ceremony. Can I make a slightly unreasonable request of you? Qin Tian immediately replied, as long as it's not too unreasonable. Qingqing winked playfully. I want to be your disciple. Hearing this, Qin Tian gave her a thumbs up in agreement. Of course, no problem at all. Seeing everything go so smoothly, Mu Xian said with satisfaction. Now you're happy, aren't you, my daughter? My silly daughter, the Empress Mu Tian of my empire. Suddenly, Qin Tian paused, thinking, Since when did Empress Miaoling become my disciple? The disciples I've taken in after this are truly astonishing. All my disciples are empresses. A month had passed. Master, These are the clothes I bought while we were out before. Try them on. The old saying, clothes make the man, is really true. Qin Tian's handsomeness seemed to have been elevated. How do I look? Do I look good in this, meowing? The one who had chosen the clothes seemed very pleased. Very handsome. From now on, master, you should wear this outfit. Qin Tian asked if she had bought anything for herself. She indicated that she didn't want to. Qin Tian's eyes lit up with curiosity. He thought to himself, it seems she bought something very interesting. I'll have to take better care of Miaoling's boudoir from now on. Suddenly, someone flew over the roof, leaving a large hole in the wall. Seeing Qing Qing trying to enjoy life, Qin Tian quickly ran to catch her. Qing Qing, why the hurry? What's wrong? Looking at the atmosphere around, the aftertaste still lingered. How long are you two going to hug? Qing Qing said decisively to Qin Tian. Oh, right. Save me. The great Emperor Kuan Yuan and the Blood Domain ancestor have joined forces to attack my mother. She can't hold them off by herself. Mu Xian was in a fierce battle with the Blood Domain ancestor. We used the Blood Domain's grip. A giant red hand reached out to attack Mu Xian. Mu Xian quickly deployed the Haotian shield to defend herself. The battle became intense. From a distance, a figure held a sword firmly in her hand. Bing Xian, you can't defeat me in the Blood Domain alone. With that, she swung her sword and shattered Mu Xian's defensive layer. A wise person submits to the circumstances. Surrender. As long as you surrender and hand over the Haotian Empire to my Kuan Yuan Empire's rule, I will spare your life and your daughters. The blood ancestor's eyes were bloodshot. His voice was full of rage. The one who killed my son is definitely hiding in this Haotian Empire. I will make that woman wish she were dead. Just then, Qin Tian appeared unexpectedly with a shimmering sword in his hand. His voice was full of confidence. Who did you say you were going to make wish they were dead? Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Tian swung his sword, as if opening up a vast universe. The Blood Domain ancestor quickly raised his shield to block. But a few thin shields were not enough to withstand the terrifying damage and monstrous attack stats of Qin Tian. Mu Xian struggled to her feet, clutching her wound. She said, fellow Taoist Qin, you've arrived. Qin Tian shouldered his sword and replied, Qing Qing told me you were injured. I came as soon as I could. The Kuan Yuan Empress looked at Qin Tian with contempt. Bing Xian, is this the help you found? So weak, only at the first level of the Emperor realm, and yet he dares to dream of saving the Haotian Empire? He can only use petty tricks like sneak attacks to push back the Blood Domain. If he faced him one-on-one, he would definitely not be the Blood Domain's opponent. The Blood Domain leaped up from a pit, holding the blood sword in his hand. Qin Tian looked at him and smiled with amusement. Fisk, so you're still alive. The Blood Domain's eyes were white with rage. He roared, a weakling at the insignificant first level of the Emperor realm like you dares to sneak attack me, I will tear you into 100 pieces. With that, he slashed down. A stream of red chi, like a raging waterfall, poured down. Qin Tian gently stepped back a few paces, easily dodging the Blood Domain's attack. Qin Tian turned to Mu Xian. Fellow Taoist Mu, can you still move? I'll leave the Kuan Yuan Empress to you. Mu Xian gripped her sword tightly. She replied confidently, of course. Then I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Qin with the Blood Domain. Kuan Yuan looked at the battlefield. Her eyes sparkled with amusement. Things are getting more interesting. Before the decisive battle, Qin Tian began with a taunt. Old man of the Blood Domain. Before we fight, I need to make one thing clear. The death of your son causes me great pain and sorrow. After all, he died a tragic death, and it was my own disciple who did it. I also played a small part behind the scenes in that battle. Don't get too emotional. Hearing these words, the Blood Domain exploded with rage. He gathered his blood chi to form a weapon and charged at Qin Tian. You bastard, I'll make you pay dearly. I'll take your life to wash away my hatred. However, all his attacks were blocked by Qin Tian's sturdy shield. He stood there, leisurely watching the Blood Domain. Old man of the Blood Domain. If you have any other tricks, just use them all. Don't hold back. Otherwise, I'll think you're just a coward who only knows how to run and hide. The sound of the Blood Domain's grinding teeth seemed to echo everywhere. You lowly brat, only at the first level of the Emperor realm, and you dare to be so insolent. acting so high and mighty above me. I'll chop you into 100,000 pieces and vent all the hatred in my heart." Then he frantically slashed at the mirrors reflecting Qin Tian's image. Qin Tian continued to taunt him through the mirrors. "Your techniques are so powerless." Being criticized, the blood domain immediately switched to a firepalm. One move shattered all the mirrors Qin Tian had created. But the more he broke, the more mirrors appeared. Qin Tian sneered. "Blood domain ancestor, you disappoint me. With just this little skill, I really don't understand how you reach the Emperor Realm. You're a disgrace to the title of Emperor Realm. Listen to me. Go home and go to bed early." The blood domain let out a roar. Power exploded around him. "You rotten brat. You dare to insult me? I will definitely take your life." In an instant, he deployed his expanding domain, surrounded by rivers of molten lava. Qin Tian looked around. He seemed curious. So this is the blood domain ancestor's domain? The blood domain stood amidst Qin Tian's mirrors, roaring, "You rotten brat. Open your domain. I'll shatter it. I'll crush you. I'll make you experience the ultimate despair and fear." Qin Tian, from one of the mirrors, raised his sword high and sneered. "Arrogance and ignorance are your fatal flaws. To deal with you, I don't even need to use my domain. I can shatter your domain with just my skills. I'll use the Divine Buddha to teach you a lesson." Qin Tian appeared in all the mirrors. They simultaneously raised their swords and attacked. Outside, the two women were no less fierce, making the battle even more tense and exciting. Kun Yuan glanced at the domain space with an amused expression. A domain for power. It seems Shuiyu is finally getting serious. It's very likely that young man will have his soul scattered for your sake. My dear Bing Quan. Bing Quan let out a faint chuckle. It's not over till it's over. Just as Mu Xian had said, inside Shuiyu's domain, after an indeterminate amount of time, he had fallen before Qin Tian. Have I really lost? He thought. A third-level Emperor Realm expert, defeated by someone who was only at the first level of the Emperor Realm. He didn't even bother to open his own domain. How is this possible? This is unbelievable. If this is just a dream, let me wake up quickly. Qin Tian looked at him with pity in his eyes. He said softly, "It's over." Then, with a single slash of his sword, Qin Tian effortlessly tore apart Shuiyu's domain. He shattered the confining space, creating a massive explosion. The two women who were dueling heard the explosion and turned in shock to see what was happening. After the dust settled, they saw Shuiyu standing motionless. He was holding his blood-red sword. Behind him, Qin Tian gently patted his skull, smiling as he said, "And yet, I still let his emperor's soul escape. But without Shuiyu's body, his emperor's soul will be much easier to deal with. Sooner or later, I'll find him and scatter his soul to the winds to avenge Miaoling." Kun Yuan watched this scene. Her arrogant expression vanished, replaced by anxiety. What's going on? Did Kueyu lose? A third-level Emperor Realm expert was defeated by a first-level Emperor Realm brat. Mu Xian, on the other hand, was extremely excited. She smiled confidently, no longer a trace of worry on her face. Kun Yuan, it seems the tables have turned between us. With that, Mu Xian unleashed her ice blades in an attack. When the two great powers collided, a series of violent explosions erupted. Kun Yuan, being too close, suffered collateral damage. Mu Xian looked at her with cold eyes, seeing her in a more pathetic state than herself, unable to even stand firm. Kun Yuan, the words you spoke before, I now return to you. You alone cannot defeat me in Taoist Qin. He who understands the times is a wise man. Surrender. If you submit, and let my Haoyan Empire rule over the Kun Yuan Empire, I will spare your life and give you the opportunity to serve me. Qin Tian stepped on Shuiyu's severed head. Of course, but I'll have to ask my disciple's opinion on this first. Caught between two enemies, Kun Yuan roared in anger. You bastards! Even if I die, I will not let you humiliate me like this. Mu Xian replied coldly. If that's the case, then let your soul be scattered. Taoist Qin, lend me a hand. Qin Tian smiled. The corners of his mouth turned up. Then, along with Mu Xian, he charged forward to attack Kun Yuan. Caught between the two streams of power, she vanished along with the dust and smoke. Only a few tattered pieces of cloth fell to the ground. Half a year after that battle, the Kuan Yuan Empire was completely swallowed by the Haotian Empire. Xiao Ru, linking arms with Qing Qing, ran cheerfully through the streets. Qing Qing, you're finally here. Qing Qing looked at Xiao Ru with a curious gaze. What's the matter that you called me here in such a hurry? You'll see in a moment. As they stepped through the barrier, the peaceful scenery suddenly vanished. In its place was a giant formation in the sky. The air was thick with dust and smoke. Explosions echoed in the quiet space. After a while of walking, under the light of the massive formation above, the space seemed to be separated from the outside world. Qin Tian began to explain to those sitting below him. Now, I have inscribed the entire artistic conception of the painting onto countless powerful formations, because next, I will bestow upon you all a great fortune. He looked at everyone, affirming, That's right, but this fortune will cause me great harm. It will weaken me for several days, and there may be unforeseen side effects. That's why I've kept it so secret. Afterward, everyone needs to maintain a certain distance from me. Hearing this, everyone became worried. Cause great harm. Unknown side effects, too? That sounds very dangerous. That's right, Master. Maybe we should just forget it. Qin Tian looked at everyone with a calm expression. He just smiled gently. Everyone, don't worry. I already have a plan in mind. I have a secret art called the Great Tao Soulmate. It can grant everyone enlightenment once, but it only works the first time. Therefore, I hope you all will cherish this opportunity. Now, let's begin. The moment his voice fell, the sound of a zither rang out. It blended into the quiet space. The melody was melodious, gentle, and full of emotion. It captivated the listeners. This feeling brought an unprecedented sense of peace. No strife, no conflict. Everything seemed to be floating in the void. Everyone seemed to have opened a new horizon. They silently immersed themselves in each note of Qin Tian's music. It wasn't until the end. Qin Tian's expression changed. He pushed open the door and walked into the room, muttering, Too slow, too slow. I didn't expect this great Tao soulmate to absorb the 7 emotions and 6 desires of others. I've absorbed too much at once. Feeling exhausted, he suddenly saw Xiao Ru standing at the door, waiting for him. Qin Tian, I have something to tell you. My mother's birthday is coming up. I want... Before she could finish, Qin Tian lunged forward and pinned her to the ground. Xiao Ru was flustered. She stammered his name. Qin Tian leaned down gently. His breath ghosted over Xiao Ru's cheek. What are you doing here? I came to find you to talk about my mother. But before she could finish, Xiao Ru was distracted by the light kisses Qin Tian was placing on her neck. Neither of them knew that their actions were being watched by Xiao Xiao from outside. At first, the little girl was bewildered, but the more she watched, the more excited she became. The next day, Xiao Xiao and Xiao Ru returned to their hometown with Qin Tian. Xiao Ru hugged Qin Tian tightly, sobbing. I thought I would never be able to come back here. Luckily, I have you, Qin Tian. Still aching from the lump Xiao Ru had given him the day before, he comforted her, Don't cry. If your friends and relatives see this, they'll think I'm bullying you. Xiao Xiao stood beside them, saying innocently, Brother-in-law, you always bully my big sister in bed. I saw everything. Hearing this, Xiao Ru stood up angrily, ready to hit Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, what nonsense are you talking about? There's nothing going on between me and Qin Tian. Xiao Xiao quickly changed her seat. She clung to Qin Tian's arm. Brother-in-law, hurry up and control your woman. I can't hold her back anymore. I told you, I'm not your brother-in-law. You can't stand me, can you? And so, throughout the entire journey, Qin Tian could only sit in silence, watching the 2 sisters chase each other around him. Standing before the gates of Qingxiu City, Qin Tian couldn't help but be surprised. Who is this? To erect such a large statue is a bit too arrogant. Xiao Xiao replied. That's my grandpa. Qin Tian carefully examined the 2 massive statues in front of him. No wonder I can feel an extraordinary aura and a heroic presence from this statue. Very impressive. Xiao Xiao continued excitedly. My grandpa Bai Wudi is currently the strongest in the Fox clan. 10,000 years ago, he had already reached the half-step supreme realm. Hearing this, Qin Tian was stunned. He was already a half-step supreme 10,000 years ago. That's incredible. Then why did you have to leave your clan? Is Di Tian even stronger than your grandpa? Xiao Ru blushed. She turned away in anger. How can you compare Tian to my grandpa? It's just that my grandpa has been in secluded cultivation for several thousand years, and there's been no news of him for the past 100 years. Hearing this, Tian felt a chill run down his spine. He thought to himself, after so long, your grandpa has probably long since ascended. As he entered the city, Tian's eyes darted around, from the magnificent architecture to the bustling streets. Wherever he went, he attracted the gazes of everyone. I didn't expect your Qingqiu city to be so lively, Tian exclaimed. Xiaoru immediately explained, that's because of my mother's grand birthday feast from years ago. So the city has become much more lively. On the side of the road, 2 citizens saw them and immediately cheered. Look, the Empress has returned. Who is that man next to the Empress? So handsome. The Empress too, it's been a long time. She looks more beautiful than before. But how was she able to return? From the Emperor's alliance? They're too much, really. It was hard enough to come back. Don't think about unpleasant things anymore. But this isn't something we can decide. Suddenly, an old white fox demon appeared from head to toe and scolded. If you've already left, why'd you come back? Don't you know this will bring disaster to Qingqiu? By Xiaoru. Xiaoru hurriedly explained, second uncle. I just wanted to come back and see my parents. I'll leave right after celebrating Mother's birthday. Qin gently patted Xiaoru's head and said, you can stay as long as you want. Qingqiu is afraid of the Emperor's men. But I'm not. If they can't protect you, then I will. Bai Hao, seeing a stranger next to his niece brazenly interjecting, showed his displeasure. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you speak so arrogantly in my Qingqiu? Without waiting for the young couple to introduce themselves, Xiao Xiao, with a proud and conceited look on her face, spoke up. This is my brother-in-law. Seeing this, Xiaoru hurriedly refuted, Xiao Xiao. Don't talk nonsense like that. Then she looked at Bai Hao in confusion, trying to explain, but to no avail. Second uncle. Don't believe what Xiao Xiao said. She's just talking nonsense. Despite her efforts to explain, Bai Hao couldn't contain his anger. He unleashed his spiritual power, putting pressure on Tian. A mere spirit movement realm nobody like you dares to demand to be the son-in-law of my Qingqiu. Qingqiu does not welcome you. Get out. Faced with this pressure, Tian remained indifferent and replied, whether I go or stay is not for you to decide. You brat, you really don't know your place. Let me teach you how to talk to your elders. As Bai Hao was about to strike, he was surprised to see his 2 nieces standing in front of him, protecting Tian. You want to be punished too? How dare you protect him? Although Xiao Xiao was scared, she still tried to say, second uncle, I'm not protecting my brother-in-law. I'm protecting you. If you fight, my brother-in-law can take you down with one hand. Xiaoru also tried to calm Tian down. My second uncle has a hot temper. Don't mind him. Stay calm. The more you forbid, the more they do it. Bai Hao condensed a golden ball of spiritual power and held it out in front of him. I like to see just how strong this brat is. With that, despite the pleas of his 2 nieces, he launched the golden ball at Tian. Tian just smiled faintly, summoning his sword in preparation to counter. However, Bai Hao's light bullet was blocked by Xiaoru's giant fox. Startling him, Xiaoru stood in front, protecting Tian. Her voice was firm. Second uncle, we shouldn't be fighting amongst ourselves here. If we do that, how are we any different from them? We are the Qingqiu clan. We always strive for peace. The people around also agreed. The emperor's concubine is right. The elder is being unreasonable. Suddenly, a powerful voice came from behind. All of you stop. When they turned around, I heard the voices of the others paying their respects. Greetings, clan head. As soon as Xiao Xiao saw the man, she rushed over and hugged him. As for Xiaoru, her eyes were filled with tears. She called out, Father. The man who had just appeared was the clan head of Qingqiu, by Jiangyu, also the father of Xiaoru and Xiao Xiao. He walked over, hugging Xiao Xiao with one arm. His voice was gentle but warm. It's peaceful outside. Why did you come back? Now that you've caused such a commotion, the emperor's men will surely know. Seeing Xiaoru's aggrieved expression, Qin draped his arm over her shoulder, both teasing and protecting her. I was the one who brought Xiaoru back. No one can harm her. Bai Jiangyu heard Tian's confident tone and was slightly surprised. Young people can be confident, but not arrogant. You don't understand the power of the emperor's men. With that, he sighed and looked at the young man before him. Sigh. But since you're back, go and see your mother. She misses you very much. In a few days, it will be your mother's birthday banquet. You should come and participate as well." Hearing this, Xiao Ru choked up and asked, "Is that all right?" Bai Jiangyu sighed. "What foolish words are you speaking? You are a daughter." Hearing this, Xiao Ru was as happy as a child. "Thank you, father. I'll go right now." Xiao Xiao and Qin Tian beside her said happily. "That's great, big sister. You can go see mother now. Are you happy now?" Watching the three children leave, the two parents began to talk. Bai Hao asked worriedly, "Big brother, if you let Xiao Ru stay here, what will we do if the emperor's men come looking for her?" Hearing Bai Hao's words, Bai Jiangyu felt a pang of sadness. "Second brother, I'm sure you already know from your exchange with Xiao Ru just now. She has already broken through to the emperor realm. Do you know what that means?" Bai Hao was surprised. "Is it the heavenly fox bloodline?" Bai Jiangyu nodded. "That's right. Xiao Ru must have awakened the heavenly fox bloodline." Bai Hao looked at his older brother with a serious expression. "Then doesn't that mean Xiao Ru has the potential to become a heavenly fox? At that time, our fox clan will not be unable to dominate the central continent." Looking at his grown-up daughter, the father was both happy and heartbroken. "Whether we dominate or not doesn't matter. I just feel that this girl, Xiao Ru, is so sensible it's heartbreaking. It's clearly her mother's birthday, but she can't come back. She must have had a very hard time these past few years. The emperor's men have gone too far. It is I who have failed in my duty as a father. For the future of the Fox clan, prepare for war with the emperor's men." In that moment, Xiao Ru called out loudly, "Mother!" It made the woman freeze in her tracks. Xiao Ru hugged her mother tightly, sobbing in Qinglan's arms. Looking at the daughter she had been separated from for so long, now in her arms, she couldn't hold back her emotional tears and exclaimed, "Silly girl, you're back." Xiao Ru cried and said, "Mom, I miss you so much." Qinglan comforted her daughter, lovingly chiding her. "You silly girl, you must not have been eating properly to have gone so thin." Xiao Ru choked up. "You're starting again, Mom." "Xiao Xiao, why don't you come over and hug me too?" Xiao Xiao shook her head and said confidently, "I can come home anytime. But big sister is different. Mom misses you a lot. That's also why I decided to go look for you." Only then did Qinglan notice Qin Tian's presence and ask Xiao Ru, "Who is this young master?" Xiao Ru was about to introduce him. "Oh right, I haven't introduced you to Mom yet." But Xiao Xiao quickly cut in, "Mom, this is my brother-in-law." Hearing this, Xiao Ru hurriedly corrected her. "Mom, don't listen to Xiao Xiao's nonsense. This is young Master Qin Tian. During this time, he has taken great care of me." Qinglan looked at Qin Tian and said, "So you are my daughter's benefactor. My birthday is coming up soon. If young Master Qin doesn't mind, I hope you can attend." Qin Tian politely replied, "Madam is too kind. Then, this junior will accept your invitation." Qinglan's birthday celebration officially began. In the main hall, the high-ranking officials raised their glasses in a toast. "Happy birthday to the clan head's wife. May you have a long and healthy life, and be happy and prosperous. May you always be smiling and full of joy." Qinglan raised her glass, smiling in return. "Thank you all for attending. I hope everyone eats and drinks to their heart's content." Qin Tian was being given special treatment here. Sweet words flowed endlessly. "Young master's alcohol tolerance is truly admirable. Let this humble servant pour you some more wine, young master. Is this comfortable enough? You're so handsome, young master. It makes one want to get even closer." Qin Tian was being so thoroughly attended to by the charming beauties that he couldn't escape. He thought to himself, "The young ladies of the Fox clan are truly enthusiastic. This trip was really worth it." From a distance, Xiao Ru witnessed this and slammed her fist on the table in anger. "Mother, why are you treating him like this?" Qinglan chuckled. "Young Master Qin is a distinguished guest of Qingxiu. Of course, he must be treated with the utmost hospitality." She turned to ask Qin Tian if he was satisfied, and Qin Tian smiled contentedly, affirming that he was extremely satisfied, seeing Xiao Ru's angry face. Xiao Xiao whispered to Qinglan, "Mother, you're deliberately provoking my sister. She really likes my brother-in-law. She's just too afraid to admit it." Qinglan also whispered to her youngest daughter, "I want to force her to take the initiative when she meets someone she likes. Remember back then? Your father was also pursued by many, but I was the one who won. How do you think I did it?" Xiao Xiao looked around in surprise. "But why isn't father here?" Qinglan smiled. Today, he's discussing matters with the Grand Preceptor and your second uncle. He'll be a little late. It's okay. Let's just continue having fun. Xiaoru couldn't take it anymore. She stood up, her eyes filled with a sharp glint. She walked up to Qin Tian. All of you may leave. I will personally serve young Master Qin. After the girls left, Xiaoru began to massage Qin Tian's shoulders with more force than usual. A commercial smile played on her lips. How does the esteemed guest feel? Although he was in pain, Qin Tian still managed to smile, stammering, It's good. Xiao Xiao gave Qinglan a thumbs up. Mother is still the best. Suddenly, a soldier ran in to report. Madam Zhua, the Emperor's underworld has suddenly attacked us. They're demanding we hand over the Empress. The clan leader and the elders are afraid they can't hold out for long. Hearing the news, Qinglan became anxious. I didn't expect the Emperor's underworld to arrive so quickly. Xiaoru, you stay here. Don't go anywhere. Let me and your father handle this. Young Master Qin, if things get bad, please take Xiaoru and Xiao Xiao and leave. Qin Tian immediately replied, Auntie, please don't worry. Qingxiu has treated me too well. I can't bear to leave. Besides, with the Emperor's underworld, I also have a debt to collect. Outside the main hall, the atmosphere was just as chaotic. A man named Qing Sen stood there, stroking his nose hair with an arrogant air. Bai Jiangyu, I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to hand over your daughter or not? Bai Jiangyu and Bai Hao, though already injured, still replied resolutely, In your dreams. Even if we have to die, we won't let you set foot in this city. That's right. Don't think we of Qingxiu are afraid of you. Qing Sen looked at the damage the Qingxiu people had suffered and sneered. You could defeat the other three, but what about the rest of you? And another cripple. Fine, then I'll just get rid of all of you. With that, he transformed into a cloud of black smoke, as grotesque as the Grim Reaper, and charged in to attack. Bai Jiangyu shouted, Raise the defenses. Even if we have to sacrifice ourselves, we must protect this place. The three of them immediately formed a seal. But Qing San's relentless attacks brought two of them down, one after another. Only Bai Jiangyu was left, struggling to hold on. It wasn't long before he shattered the defensive shield, leaving all three of them severely injured. Qing San pointed at them. Don't try to resist anymore. Brother, just give the injured one a good stab. He ignored Bai Jiangyu and Qi Hu, and aimed straight for Bai Hao. In that life-or-death moment, a flash of light shot past, and stood protectively in front of Bai Hao. Not only did it block the blow, but it also countered the opponent. This sword chi, father must have come out of seclusion. Bai Hao was about to call for his father, but was surprised to realize that the one who had saved him was none other than Qin Tian. Hearing Bai Hao's slip of the tongue, Qin Tian couldn't help but tease him. What did you just call me? Bai Hao asked in disbelief. Is that you? Was that you who just struck? Qin Tian looked at him. If not, who do you think it was? Bai Hao was stunned, petrified. Good thing I didn't attack him before. A person in the spirit realm can actually emit such powerful sword chi. Qing San, seeing the arrival of a new character, began to negotiate. Sir, you are not of the Fox clan. Why must you interfere in the grudge between Qingxiu and the Emperor's underworld? If you leave now, our Emperor's underworld will not pursue what just happened. Furthermore, I quite admire your skills, sir. If you're interested, sir, you are more than welcome to join my sect. The great resources and connections of the Emperor's underworld will also be open to you. I guarantee your life will be glorious from now on. Looking at Qing San's arrogant demeanor, Qin Tian just gave a very handsome smile and said, How should I put this? I hate it most when old men who don't trim their nose hair act all high and mighty. Why don't you do yourself a favor and just get lost? His pride as a nose hair groomer being wounded, Qing San replied with killing intent. I admit you have extraordinary strength, sir, but the power of the Emperor's underworld is beyond your imagination. Besides, even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for your family. Is it worth making an enemy of my Emperor's underworld for a small place like Qingxiu? I hope you will consider carefully, sir, and absolutely do not make a mistake. Qin Tian still maintained a friendly expression. He gently jumped down and replied, You know, I hate being threatened by others the most. Not to mention using my family to threaten me. That's even worse. With that, he immediately unleashed a technique, launching a giant fireball at the Emperor's underworld group. Seeing this, Qing San quickly shouted, formation technique, and his comrades immediately formed the Vajra Guardian formation. The battle was earth-shattering. Even Xiaoru and Xiao Xiao, standing from a distance, could feel the terror of the fight. Faced with the main character's greatly enhanced power, even Vajra Guardian was easily pierced by Qin Tian's technique. The Emperor's underworld group hastily maintained their defensive formation. They exclaimed in terror, "Unbelievable! He's that strong. Qing Qiu has such a character?" Qing Sen was furious. His eyes narrowed to pinpoints. He shouted at his guards. His cultivation is on par with the Alliance Masters. We're retreating now. With that, the entire group vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Qin Tian slung his sword over his shoulder and sneered. "Go back and tell your Alliance Master that Bai Xiaoru is my Qin Tian's person. If he dares to touch her again, I will annihilate the Emperor's underworld." His heroic aura shone brightly, making anyone who saw him feel at ease. Xiao Xiao and Xiaoru looked at each other. Their hearts were filled with both joy and an even greater trust in Qin Tian. Brother-in-law is so cool, a true hero of our time. That night, everyone gathered together. They raised their wine glasses in celebration. Bai Jiangyu raised his glass and said sincerely, "Young Master Qin, you have taken great care of my daughter. Furthermore, you also helped Qingxiu in its most desperate time. On behalf of Qingxiu, I would like to toast you." Bai Hao also came forward to raise his glass. "Young Master Qin, I was wrong before. Today, I would like to apologize here." Hearing this, Qin Tian quickly raised his glass in return. "Uncle Bai, second Uncle Bai, you are too kind. Based on my relationship with Xiaoru and Xiao Xiao of Qingxiu, this is Qin Tian's business." Above, Qinglan was very satisfied with the son-in-law that Xiaoru had brought home. She immediately urged her husband, "My dear, what do you think? We should take this opportunity to decide the matter between Qin Tian and Xiaoru." Seeing Bai Jiangyu hesitate, she continued, "Xiaoru needs a man who can protect her, and Qin Tian has the ability to do so. Furthermore, our daughter's heart is already set on Qin Tian. We should fulfill her wish." While the two parents were in heated discussion, Xiaoru had already come and snatched Qin Tian's cup, downing it in one gulp, to the astonishment of both Qin Tian and Bai Hao. Seeing this, Bai Jiangyu nodded and smiled kindly, agreeing with his wife's words. "All right, then we'll decide it like this. We'll find an opportunity to arrange everything properly." At this time, two new figures appeared at the entrance of the main hall. The one in front, looking serious, was Long Haoyan, and the one beside him, smiling cheerfully, was Long Fifen. Long Haoyan spoke first. "I heard that the Emperor's underworld was causing trouble in Qingxiu, so I rushed over to help. I didn't expect Brother Bai to have already resolved everything himself. Could it be that the old master has come out of seclusion?" Seeing the distinguished guests, Bai Jiangyu replied happily, "Distinguished guests. Distinguished guests. My father is still in seclusion. This time, we were able to repel the Emperor's underworld thanks to the help of young Master Qin." Following Bai Jiangyu's direction, Long Haoyan looked at Qin Tian with suspicion. At the table, Qin Tian was acting confident. He gently poked Xiaoru's cheek. Fallen after just one cup, Bai Hao beside him poured more wine for Qin Tian. "Never mind her. Come on, young Master Qin. Let's keep drinking." Long Haoyan frowned slightly. Spirit dynamic realm? Is he hiding his cultivation? Then he smiled warmly and said, "This young Master Qin is truly capable. A true hero emerges from young. But Brother Bai, in this world, you could be a thief for 1,000 nights, but you can't guard against a thief for 1,000 days." Bai Jiangyu replied calmly, "But it's easier said than done." Long Haoyan stepped in front of Bai Jiangyu. "To be honest with you, Brother Bai, my son has fallen in love with the Empress at first sight. If she agrees to marry into the Dragon Clan, we are willing to form an alliance to destroy the Emperor's alliance, Qingxiu, and eliminate all future worries for Qingxiu." The guests at the banquet nodded in agreement. If we can really form an alliance with the Dragon Clan, the Emperor's alliance will surely be destroyed. Moreover, the Empress marrying the Dragon Clan's crown prince is a perfect match. Bai Jiangyu held his wine cup and sighed. "I won't interfere in my daughter's marriage. As long as she is happy, that's all that matters." However, Qing Lan, sitting beside him, seemed to disagree. But Long Haoyan paid her no mind and continued, "It's good that Brother Bai doesn't object. Of course, we've also brought a gift. With that, he signaled for Fei Fan to open the gift box for everyone to admire. When the cloth covering the box was removed, everyone gasped in awe at the sword that glittered with light. This is a mid-grade Emperor weapon. The Dragon Clan is truly generous. However, Qin Tian looked at the sword and burst out laughing, surprising the entire hall. Long Fei Fan asked with displeasure, "What are you laughing at?" Qin Tian propped his chin on his hand and replied nonchalantly, "You want to marry Xiao Ru with just a measly mid-grade Emperor weapon? You Dragon Clan are far too insincere." Fei Fan roared in anger. "You brat, what do you know about Emperor weapons? Let alone a mid-grade Emperor weapon. Even a low-grade one is something a person like you doesn't deserve to have." Hearing this, Xiao Xiao stood up defiantly to defend Qin Tian. "You're ridiculous. My brother-in-law is the most powerful Emperor-grade weapon refiner. He's won countless Emperor weapons. Who would want your mid-grade Emperor weapon?" Beside his furious wife, Bai Jianyu turned to remind Xiao Xiao, "You mustn't be so rude." Qin Tian gently said to the little girl, "Xiao Xiao, it's not worth getting angry over people like this. Do you want an Emperor weapon? I'll forge one for you right now. It feels like it's been a long time since I've practiced." Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up with anticipation. "For me? Forge an Emperor weapon?" Immediately, everyone in the main hall gathered around curiously to watch Qin Tian forge the Emperor weapon. The forging table was also quickly brought up. Could it be that young Master Qin is really an Emperor-grade weapon refiner? It must be true. If he can't forge one, how will he save face? Let's go and see. Xiao was more sober now. She squinted at the crowd that had gathered and was now commenting, setting aside everything else. Assuming our Qingxiu can really marry an Emperor-grade weapon refiner, wouldn't that be a great deal? Not just a great deal, but a resounding victory, right? It's truly something to look forward to. I wonder what he'll forge. Fei Fan asked worriedly. Outyin reassured his son, "Don't worry. I don't believe he's actually an Emperor-grade weapon refiner." After a long time, Qin Tian still hadn't made a move. He was just staring intently at the forging table as if in thought. Seeing this, Outyin smiled smugly. "Young man, why haven't you started yet? Are you trying to find an excuse to say that you can't do it because you don't have enough Emperor-grade refining materials?" Qin Tian nodded in confirmation. "That's right, the materials are insufficient." Qinglan and Bai Jianyu were sweating profusely. They looked at each other with worry. "My lady, could it be that Long Outyin was right? Is young Master Qin just throwing a tantrum? My lord, we have to think of a way to get our son-in-law out of this situation." Xiao Xiao tilted her head and asked, "Brother-in-law, what materials are you missing?" Qin Tian replied, "I was originally planning to forge a high-grade Emperor weapon, but I'm currently missing some Qingzhou lapis lazuli Oregon." Hearing this, the couple immediately tried to defend Qin Tian. "Ah, that's right. That's the one. I can't believe we've used it all up. Isn't that right, my lady?" Qinglan quickly chimed in. "Yes, and besides, it's a rare material to begin with. Our entire Fox clan can't find a single piece left." Qin Tian sighed. "Well then, there's no other way. Now I can only forge a mid-grade Emperor weapon. Xiao Xiao won't be disappointed, will you?" Xiao Xiao beamed. "Mid-grade is good enough. That's wonderful. Thank you, brother-in-law." The two parents standing behind them looked as if they had been turned to stone. "We just managed to resolve the situation. Why is he continuing to lie? I don't know how to handle this anymore." Just then, Xiao Ru stepped out. She was slightly tipsy. "If it's Qingzhou lapis lazuli, or I have a piece. It was a gift from my father for my coming-of-age ceremony." "You're awake, Xiao Ru." Xiao Ru leaned against the door and continued. "I know where it is, Qin Tian. I'll take you to get it." With that, she threw her arm around Fei Fan's shoulder and left, even though she had mistaken his name. Fei Fan was still willing to leave his precious sword behind to follow Xiao Ru. Xiao Xiao and Qin Tian hurriedly chased after them. "I'm over here. You're leading the wrong person." After gathering all the necessary materials, Qin Tian looked satisfied. "Not bad. This is indeed Qingzhou lapis lazuli Oregon. Now, everything is complete." Jianyu whispered to his wife, "My lady, are we really giving him the Qingzhou lapis lazuli, or? If Qin Tian ruins this rare material, it would be a great pity." Qinglan replied, "Our daughter has already spoken. As long as he helps us fend off the Emperor's alliance out of gratitude. Then let's just give it to him. If by chance he fails, we can just say that our daughter took the wrong lapis lazuli, or, after all, she's already drunk. She doesn't know anything. Taking the wrong one is a normal thing to do. Hearing that his wife's words made sense, Jiang Yu could only sigh. This young master is truly impossible to grasp. It's been tens of thousands of years, and no one in the central continent has been able to forge a high-grade emperor weapon. Why is he so insistent on it? This Qingzhou lapis lazuli or is as good as wasted. When everything was ready, Qin Tian summoned a certain god's hammer into his hand and began to forge like a madman. The sight of Qin Tian forging the sword left everyone in awe. The sword in Fei Fan's hand also vibrated with every strike of Qin Tian's hammer. Outyan watched in shock as the supreme grade item slowly took shape. 1-2. 10,000 swords submit. This hammer is a supreme grade emperor weapon. The onlookers were all stunned. What is that? Is that hammer really a supreme grade emperor weapon? That's too exaggerated. A supreme grade emperor weapon. I've only ever heard of it in legends. Bai Hao asked with a hint of worry. Is this really a supreme grade emperor hammer? Jiang Yu held up his own sword and replied. There's no mistaking it. Only a supreme grade emperor weapon can cause this kind of 10,000 swords resonating effect. Xiao Xiao. What is Qin Tian's background? Could he be the descendant of some ancient power? Xiao Xiao replied. All I know is, he's the junior martial uncle of the sword-hiding peak of the Kunlun sect in the eastern continent. Hearing this, Jiang Yu was extremely surprised. Just a junior martial uncle, and he's already so capable. Is this Kunlun sect that powerful? Xiao Xiao said with great pride. Not really. The strongest person in the Kunlun sword sect is only at the first level of the Saint Realm. Jiang Yu and Bai Hao looked at the first-level Saint Realm expert, who was madly swinging his hammer. Countless questions arose in their minds. After pouring all his heart and soul into every strike of the hammer, Qin Tian wiped away his sweat with pride and declared, done. He carefully examined the structure and design of the sword. He nodded in satisfaction. It's all right. Fei Fan ran over, clutching his own sword, and grumbled. This sword doesn't even have a sword spirit, and you dare to say it's all right? What a waste of a supreme grade emperor hammer. Look at mine again. Qin Tian looked at him with a puzzled expression. I never said I was finished. With that, he pricked his fingertip. He wrote a character on the sword. After he finished writing, the character vanished. At this point, Qin Tian admired the sword and said, now this can be considered finished. Fei Fan pouted. What's the difference? Isn't it still just an ordinary sword? Suddenly, a dazzling light shot up into the sky. The sword in Qin Tian's hand shone with a miraculous light. When the light faded, Qin Tian nodded and handed the sword to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, I've finished forging your sword. Take it. Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up as she looked at the newly forged sword. Thank you, brother-in-law. Is this the legendary high-grade emperor weapon? This feeling is so intense. The spirit energy of the spirit sword is flowing through me. Xiao Xiao joyfully hugged the sword, a radiant smile on her face. The people standing around Qin Tian shouted words of praise. Young Master Qin is truly a peerless talent. The #1 blacksmith in the 9 provinces is none other than him. Young Master Qin is the son-in-law of our Qingxiu. Doesn't that mean we'll all be using emperor-grade weapons in the future? That's right. Young Master Qin and the Emperor's concubine are a handsome couple. A match made in heaven. Why don't we just get married? At this moment, Long Haotian and Long Fifan politely said to Bai Jiang Yu, Brother Bai, I just remembered that there are still matters to attend to in the clan. We'll take our leave first. Jiang Yu smiled warmly and replied, If there are matters in the clan, then I won't keep Brother Long. Have a safe trip. Leaving the banquet, Long Fifan hugged his precious sword, his eyes welling with tears as he asked, Father, are we just going to leave like this? Aren't we going to try a little harder? I really like Bai Xiaoru. Aren't we going to try and take advantage of this rare opportunity? Long Haotian replied wearily, What's the point of trying anymore? He can casually forge a supreme-grade emperor weapon. How are you supposed to compete with that? Why didn't I give birth to a daughter in the first place? Then the Fox clan wouldn't have gotten such a good deal. At this point, Long Haotian collapsed to the ground, screaming internally, I want a son-in-law like that too. After the successful forging of the supreme-grade weapon, Xiaoru's family pushed their plan even further. They skillfully arranged a room for Qin Tian. You can rest here tonight, my dear nephew. Good night, uncle. Good night, auntie. Qin Tian hugged the pillow tightly. Although he had a feeling something was up, his body couldn't help but move closer to the source of the faint fragrance. When he pulled back the curtain, Xiaoru appeared in a hazy steam. Qin Tian was so stunned. He even had a nosebleed. He couldn't help but exclaim, "So white." Only then did Xiaoru notice Qin Tian's presence. She quickly covered herself with a towel and screamed, "Why did you suddenly come into my room? Get out now." Qin Tian quickly wiped away his lecherous expression, wiped his nosebleed, and explained, "I didn't mean to peek at you bathing. Your parents told me to come in here and rest." But Xiaoru wouldn't listen. She charged forward and chased Qin Tian out. Looking at the messy room from the things she had just thrown, Xiaoru grumbled as she got dressed. Father and mother must have listened to Xiao Xiao's nonsense again. How desperate are they for me to get married, who would just offer their own daughter to the wolf's den? Qin Tian, I don't know what happened when I was drunk 3 days ago, but I'm sober now. If you want to sleep, then go ahead and sleep. I'm going to find Xiao, but when she tried to open the door, it was magically locked and wouldn't open. Qin Tian sat on the bed, hugging his pillow, his face bruised and swollen. He said, "Don't worry. They locked the door when I came in. Also, the three of them are eagerly eavesdropping outside, in a room with both a man and a woman." Qin Tian didn't bother to think too much. He comfortably laid down in a corner and said, "Make yourself at home. I'm going to sleep." As soon as he finished speaking, he fell asleep instantly, leaving Xiaoru with no choice but to accept the situation. The next morning, while the air was still fresh, Qinglan and a maid came to unlock her daughter's room. "Madam, is this really okay?" As she unlocked the door, she praised, "Keep your voice down. I'm just coming to open the door. But I might as well see if the two of them have woken up yet." As she was eagerly awaiting good news, she was startled by Xiao Xiao's loud call from a distance. "Mother, father took the supreme-grade emperor weapon that brother-in-law forged for me." Jiang Yu ran after her, holding the sword. "Try to explain, Xiao Xiao. What nonsense are you spouting?" Xiao Xiao choked up, her eyes brimming with tears. "I want brother-in-law to stand up for me." Jiang Yu hurriedly chased after her. "A supreme-grade emperor weapon is too powerful. I'm afraid you can't handle it, so I'm holding on to it for you." In a flash, all three of them entered the room. They stared blankly at Xiaoru, who was sitting up in bed. Xiaoru rubbed her sleepy eyes, looking at her noisy family at the door. "Father, Xiao Xiao, good morning." At that moment, Qinglan quickly covered Xiao Xiao's eyes and left with her. "You two can take your time waking up. I won't disturb you anymore." While she was still confused, Qin Tian's sleepy voice spoke up, "Xiaoru, if it's like this first thing in the morning, I'll have a hard time controlling myself. I don't know what will happen next." But a blood-curdling scream came from her room, marking the start of a new day. The three who had just left could only click their tongues when they heard it. "I already warned them. Why is the commotion getting louder and louder?" Qinglan smiled and replied, "They're young." Qin sat in a daze, staring at the fish tank. "She was the one who sat on me. So why is it my fault? She even said she definitely wouldn't sleep with me tonight. A woman's heart is truly a needle at the bottom of the sea." Bai Jiangyu called out from a distance, "Tianji." Qin Tian saw him and wondered, "Father-in-law, why are you here?" He smiled kindly and asked, "Did you rest well last night?" Qin Tian tried his best to put on a bright face and replied, "Why do you ask?" Seeing Qin Tian's forced and bruised smile made him break out in a cold sweat. "Good? What good? He's bruised all over. Just one look at his face, and I can tell he didn't sleep well." Young people must understand restraint. You can't let it affect your body and hinder your cultivation. Bai Jiangyu sat down next to Qin Tian. He said seriously, "Tianji, I came to find you today to discuss the matter of the Emperor's men. Although you defeated him yesterday, I'm sure that the Emperor's men will not give up so easily." After hearing this, Qin Tian smiled faintly. "The Emperor's men? I'm not afraid of him at all." Bai Jiangyu reminded him with a serious face. "Tianji, don't be careless. The Emperor is no ordinary person. As far as I know, he is in seclusion, cultivating. Once he comes out, his strength will surely reach the supreme level." Qin Tian pondered for a moment. "My current strategy is also equivalent to the supreme level. If the Emperor's men really attack, although I can deal with him, The Emperor's men have more experts than Qingxiu. In the end, our side will still suffer losses, unless we can find help from other experts. I heard Xiao Ru mention before that her grandfather is Bai Wudi, the #1 expert of Qingxiu. 10,000 years ago, he had already reached the half-step supreme level. Can we invite the old master to take action? Bai Jiangyu shook his head. After my father went into seclusion, I have had very little contact with him. Even if I could contact him, it would be difficult for him to take action easily. Qin Tian asked curiously, why is that? Jiangyu explained, because behind the emperor is an entire imperial clan, an ancient family passed down from the time of ancient myths. If my father takes action, the imperial clan will have an excuse to intervene, and the situation will become even more complicated. Qin Tian nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. Father-in-law, I think in a few days, I will take Xiao Ru back to my home on the edge of the central continent, where it will be difficult for the emperor's men to find her. Bai Jiangyu agreed. That's a good idea. I'm also relieved to have Xiao Ru by your side. I wonder if you have any supreme-grade spirit herbs, father-in-law. Jiangyu rummaged through his pockets, and then took out a pill. Supreme-grade spirit herbs are extremely precious. I only have 1 9-leaf spirit grass left. If you need it, my dear nephew, I will give it to you. We have to treat our future son-in-law a little differently, to show our sincerity. Seeing Qin Tian's complicated expression, Jiangyu was a little confused. Could it be it's not enough? Receiving the water bottle from Jiangyu, Qin Tian said confidently, actually, besides forging, I also know alchemy. I originally thought you had many high-grade spirit herbs, father-in-law. So I was planning to refine a batch of supreme-grade emperor pills to share with you. Hearing this, Jiangyu was startled. Tianji, you also know how to refine supreme-grade emperor pills? Looking at the water bottle in Qin Tian's hand, he showed a look of regret. Well, low-grade is low-grade. It's just that this 9-leaf spirit grass pill is a bit of a waste. Bai Jiangyu hurriedly said, Don't be hasty, my dear nephew. I just remembered that there's also a 10,000-year-old earth essence and a 10,000-year-old 100-spirit nether soul grass in the treasury. I'll go to the treasury to get the medicine right now. You must wait for me to return, my dear nephew. Don't sit around and worry. In a flash, it was already dark. Looking at the perfect pill in her hand, Xiaoru was extremely surprised. A supreme-grade emperor rank pill. How did you get this? Qin Tian replied. I saw that you've been stuck at the first level of the emperor realm for a long time. So I refined a batch of supreme-grade emperor rank pills to help you break through. Holding the pill in her hand, Xiaoru was moved to tears. Supreme-grade emperor rank pills are not that easy to refine. You must have put in a lot of effort. You're too good to me. Qin Tian just smiled dismissively. Actually, it wasn't that much effort. Your father provided all the ingredients. All right, it's not early anymore. You should go to bed soon. I'm heading out. Just as he was about to leave, Xiaoru grabbed Qin Tian's sleeve to stop him. She said in a low voice, Don't go. Stay here tonight. In a romantic atmosphere, Qin Tian pretended to be disdainful. Xiaoru, have you fallen for me? Xiaoru, who was feeling emotional, immediately shouted and chased Qin Tian out. The next day, the three of them returned home on the frying pan. Qin Tian glanced at Xiaoru and said, Actually, if you don't want to leave, we can stay a little longer. Xiaoru replied, I can't stay any longer, because every day I stay brings them more danger. Besides, if we don't go back soon, I'm afraid you'll get sick. Seeing her pouting expression, Qin Tian was puzzled. I'll get sick. My body is so healthy. How could I get sick? Xiaoru said with a hint of resentment. Lovesickness, of course. Last night, while you were sleeping, you called out Miaoling's name. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao burst into tears. Brother-in-law, how could you call out another girl's name while sleeping with another girl? The books say that this kind of man is a scoundrel. Qin Tian cleared his throat and explained, I am her master. I'm worried about whether Miaoling's cultivation is going smoothly or not. So I think about it during the day and dream about it at night. Don't let your imaginations run wild. Hearing this, Xiaoru said in a low voice, Sister has been home alone all this time. She must be very lonely. Xiao Xiao was worried. She suggested, Why don't we bring some gifts back for Sister? Qin Tian reassured her, Your Sister doesn't lack for weapons. And I can also refine pills to nourish her. It's just that we're still missing the right spiritual herbs. Shiru immediately suggested, Then we can go to the Langshan Empire to take a look. Maybe we'll find suitable spiritual herbs there. Seeing that Qin Tian didn't seem to know, Xiaoru explained further. The Langshan Empire is a country ruled by the Qian family. There are many spiritual herbs there. I remember my father once had a 10,000-year-old 100-spirit nether soulgrass. He bought it at an auction in Langshan. After hearing this, Qin Tian excitedly decided, in that case, let's go to the Langshan Empire. When they arrived, the Langshan Empire was holding a lively auction. This 1,000-year-old silver, jade, nether lotus is a necessary ingredient for refining the heavenly grade spirit nurturing pill. The starting price is 1 mid-grade earth rank pill. After that, the bidding became fierce among the bidders. Qin Tian watched for a while and then sighed. I thought I could buy something good here. But with this level, I think I've come to the wrong place. Just then, the system panel suddenly appeared. Host has triggered a mission. Collect supreme grade spiritual herbs, including ancient boat Xian, phoenix boat fruit, and great Dao supreme fruit, along with detailed information about the location. Qin Tian immediately felt excited. I was just worried about not having good spiritual herbs, and then I triggered this mission. It's like a pillow came to me when I was sleepy. The system is really considerate. On the auction stage, the hostess announced, the most exciting part has arrived. Next, we will be auctioning the most important item of today's auction, the Nirvana fruit. This item is extremely precious. It has the effect of nourishing one's appearance, beautifying, and even helps to enlarge the chest. This is an indispensable ingredient for refining the youth-preserving pill. After hearing this, Qin Tian's nose began to bleed uncontrollably. I just said this auction had nothing good. It turns out I was too hasty. Xiao Xiao looked at the fruit in the box. Then she glanced at her own undeveloped chest and said sadly, brother-in-law, are you planning to give this Nirvana fruit to Sisterin? But Sisterin is already beautiful enough and big enough. She doesn't need to use it. Qin Tian gently explained, you probably don't know. If an ordinary person uses this Nirvana fruit, it only has a beautifying effect. But if someone with a phoenix bloodline uses it, it can improve their cultivation aptitude. The effect is equivalent to a supreme grade emperor rank pill. Hearing this, Xiaoru immediately understood. Doesn't Sisterin have the ice phoenix bloodline? Then we must buy this Nirvana fruit for her. After hearing this, Xiao Xiao hid her tears in her heart. Her heartbroken cry could not be expressed in words. Seeing the little sister's sad face, the two of them asked, Xiao Xiao, what's wrong? Are you hungry? The little girl sighed. Her voice was full of dejection. Don't mind me. The starting price for the Nirvana fruit is 1 heavenly grade true food pill. The bidding starts now. As soon as the words fell, the entire hall erupted with fierce competition among the sisters of various races. A super handsome Doberman pinscher, just looking at him, exuded the domineering aura of a CEO. He glanced at the crowd fighting over the Nirvana fruit with a look of disdain. It's just a beautifying spiritual herb, and yet they're using so many heavenly grade, true food pills to buy it. The assistant beside him chuckled. These girls are really crazy. The senior sisters standing nearby heard this and immediately criticized him. This person is definitely a single dog for life. But in reality, he was already a certified dog. The assistant heard this and got angry. He immediately transformed and rushed forward to bite. Who are you calling a dog, huh? Woof woof. The other girl was no pushover either. She was ready to go solo. I'm talking about you. Fortunately, the two people beside them intervened in time, averting a pointless bloodshed. Just then, a voice rang out, cutting through the entire hall. I'll pay 2 low-grade emperor rank pills. Instantly, that voice attracted everyone's attention. Who is this person? I can't believe he can take out 2 low-grade emperor rank pills. What a generous hand. This isn't generous. It's reckless. Keep your voice down. That's the crown prince of the Langshan Empire. The young man held a fan high in one hand. The other arm was around a beautiful woman. He looked extremely flamboyant. The girl in his arms swayed. She hugged him tightly. Your Highness, I really like this Nirvana fruit. Then you have to perform well tonight, so that this princess can enjoy herself. 2 low-grade emperor rank pills, going once. 2 low-grade emperor rank pills, going twice. Is there anyone with a higher bid? The 2 beautiful ladies on the stage were about to close the deal. Low-grade emperor rank pills, going 3 times. Just then, Qin Tian suddenly spoke up. I'll pay 1 mid-grade emperor rank pill. Everyone in the hall immediately turned their gazes to the young man who dared to compete with the crown prince. Qin Tian said arrogantly to everyone in the auction room, I'll pay 1 mid-grade emperor rank pill. Is there a problem? Faced with the young man's arrogant declaration, the entire hall was in an uproar. Using a mid-grade emperor rank pill to exchange for a nirvana fruit? Isn't he trying to show off? Didn't you see the 2 beautiful fox women beside him? He's definitely buying the nirvana fruit to please them. It's just a girl. Why does he have to spend so much? If I knew, I would have become a woman too. Even the hostess on the auction stage couldn't help but be surprised. To be sure, she asked again, Sir, are you really willing to pay 1 mid-grade emperor rank pill? Of course. Do you think the value of 1 mid-grade emperor rank pill is lower than 2 low-grade emperor rank pills? The girl was immediately flustered. No. Of course your bid is higher. Then why are you asking again? Don't waste everyone's time. After receiving the answer, the girl shouted, 1 mid-grade emperor rank pill, going once. 1 mid-grade emperor rank pill, going twice. Suddenly, the generous young man spoke up. Wait, his origin is unknown. You can't sell the nirvana fruit to this person. Qin Tian glanced at the couple. He asked in a challenging tone, why not? Doesn't the Langshin Empire's auction house sell to the highest bidder? Or are people not allowed to compete with the royal family? The stern-faced crown prince did not back down. My empire's auction house naturally follows the rules. Whoever bids the highest gets the item. But I suspect you're a fraud. You don't have a mid-grade emperor rank pill at all. The people present also nodded in agreement. The crown prince has a point. This guy is just here to cause trouble. A mid-grade emperor rank pill is so precious. How could he have one? The girl beside the generous young man sneered. You fox demon with big breasts and no brain. She deserves to be cheated on for choosing a pretty boy like him as her man. Xiao Xiao retorted angrily. You 3-no woman. You don't have a chest, a waist, or a butt. You're as flat as a board. And you're still trying to seduce my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law wouldn't even look at you. You only deserve a mangy dog like him. The woman frowned. She turned to the crown prince. Your Highness, you heard her. You must tear this little vixen's mouth apart for me. Crown Prince Wapao smirked. Don't worry. As long as they can't produce a mid-grade emperor rank pill, I'll immediately have these 3 arrested for fraud. I'll leave this little brat to you, my dear consort. As for the older one, I'll deal with her myself. After listening to Qin Tian's long-winded sighing, he asked the organizers, do you have a pill appraiser? When it was confirmed that they did, Qin Tian confidently poured the glowing pill from the bottle into his hand. Then he handed it to the organizers and said, have your appraiser examine the rank of this pill right here. Let's see if I'm deceiving you or not. The entire hall fell silent, waiting for the results. Meanwhile, the beast woman who was posing with the item took the opportunity to rest. Seeing the appraiser's shocked expression, Huapao fanned himself and asked, is there a problem with this pill? The appraiser quickly knelt down. He held the pill delicately with a handkerchief. His face changed color as he said, this heavenly origin pill has a perfectly round shape. It's overflowing with a lustrous sheen, even among mid-grade, earth-rank pills. It could even be considered high-grade. I've been a pill appraiser for over 100 years, and this is the first time I've seen a pill of such quality. Huapao was utterly shocked to hear this. The people present began to whisper amongst themselves. It's really a mid-grade emperor rank pill. This person can actually produce one. What is this? He just casually took one from the bottle. That means the entire bottle is filled with mid-grade emperor rank pills. I've seen rich people before, but I've never seen someone this rich. Today has truly been an eye-opener. Qin Tian shook the pill bottle in his hand and asked the crown prince, Your Highness, shouldn't my bid be counted now? If you still want the nirvana fruit, bid against me. The highest bidder wins. The crown prince, with his consort in tow, left in a huff. I don't want it. It's not like I'm short of 1 nirvana fruit. As he left the auction house, he immediately ordered his subordinates. Send someone to follow those 3. The moment they leave the city, make your move. The auction came to an end. Qin Tian, carrying a large bag full of his winnings, sneered. That Dragon Clan crown prince dared to call me a fraud. In the end, he was the one who got slapped in the face. How ridiculous. Xiaoru said with a worried tone. The Dragon Clan Crown Prince has lost a lot of face. I'm afraid he won't let this go easily. We should leave the Dragon God Empire as soon as possible. The moment she finished speaking, a group of fierce-looking men drew their swords and blocked their path. Stop! Hands up, or don't blame us. A man with a scarred but still handsome face smiled coldly and said, Someone has reported that you are spies. If you're smart, you'll hand over what you're holding right now. Anyone who dares to defy will pay the price. Qin Tian replied calmly, Your Highness, are you resorting to robbery because you can't win a fight? This method is truly unsightly. Have you heard the saying, an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth? Possessing a treasure is a crime in itself. Qin Tian narrowed his eyes and chuckled softly. It's still just robbery. He turned around. He ordered his subordinates. Deal with this guy. As for the two fox beauties, leave them for me. The men received their orders and charged forward. Xiao Xiao drew her new sword. Her face was full of excitement. Brother-in-law, just leave these guys to me. It's a good chance for me to test my sword. The little girl swung her sword in a single arc. She recited the name of some popular move from the martial arts world. With just one slash, the group of men fell to the ground, unconscious. An old man beside him stroked his long beard. He observed carefully. Your Highness, this woman's cultivation is ordinary, but the sword she's holding is a high-grade emperor weapon. Its power is extraordinary. Huo Pao couldn't help but be shocked. A high-grade emperor weapon? Master Gon, can you handle it? The old man nodded. Of course, but if I make a move, it'll be difficult to keep that woman alive as you wish. Huo Pao quickly said, It's fine, Master Gon. Just help me seize that high-grade emperor weapon. The old man accepted the order. He strengthened his body. His clothes tore under the force of his bulging muscles. Then this old man will seize the high-grade emperor weapon on your highness's behalf. Xiao Xiao, seeing the old man approaching, bristled. You stinky old man. You think I'll be afraid of you just because you've turned into a monster? Xiao Ru stepped forward. She stood in front of Xiao Xiao. Leave him to your big sister. It's a good chance for me to see how it feels to fight someone after ascending to the second-level Emperor realm. What will it be like? Seeing this, the old man just chuckled faintly. Shameless boasting. Xiaoru displayed her power. Pink tails appeared one after another. With the regal demeanor of the Fox Demon clan, she looked down at the old beast man from above and asked with a smile, Well then, why don't you come and try? The old beast man looked disdainful. He didn't even bother to look at her. Fox woman. So you're also a second-level Emperor Realm expert. But this old man has been at the second-level Emperor Realm for a full cycle. Even if an opponent of the same level fought me with their life on the line, you would still be no match for me. With that, he charged forward and threw a punch. But Xiaoru lazily used one of her tails to block it. The old beast man was utterly shocked. How is this possible? She blocked my killing blow with just her tail? Is this the trump card you've been cultivating for a full cycle? Is that all you've got? Try and block one of my moves. Xiaoru still maintained her proud and aloof demeanor. Heartbreakingly beautiful, she gently executed her own technique. She summoned a fox to attack the old beast man. Although the old beast man managed to stand his ground after the powerful attack, he was severely injured. He asked with a doubtful tone, Woman, how long have you been at the second-level Emperor realm? Xiaoru gently placed her foot on the ground and replied with a soft laugh. One day. Hearing this, the old beast man was completely shocked. Impossible. I've been cultivating at the second-level Emperor realm for a full cycle. It's been a year. How could I lose like this? With that, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Huo Pao, seeing the old beast man defeated, his arrogant demeanor immediately vanished. Master Gon was defeated in a single move. This can't be happening. I have to run now. Qin Tian blocked Huo Pao's path with his sword and said coldly, Where are you going in such a hurry, Your Highness? Aren't you going to give me an explanation? Huo Pao quickly knelt down, kowtowing and begging. I was wrong. I shouldn't have caused trouble out of greed. Woman, I'll return to the palace now. I'll hand over all my women to you. They're definitely better at serving you in bed than the vixen beside you. As long as you spare my life, young master. A gentleman doesn't take what others cherish. I think Your Highness should offer similar compensation. I'll give you whatever you want. But immediately, a hungry sword pierced through Huo Pao's heart. The movement was swift and clean, giving the opponent no time to react. Now the two of us have settled our scores. Xiaoru tilted her head and looked at Qin Tian. She asked with a curious tone, I thought you would agree with him. He said they're very good at serving others. Qin Tian shrugged and replied coldly, that kind of honey trap doesn't work on me. Xiaoru chuckled softly. Oh, are you trying to say you're not interested in beautiful women? Qin Tian transformed into a suave playboy. He approached Xiaoru with a flower in his mouth. His suave demeanor and the sudden proximity made the girl blush and stammer. No, that's not it. What I mean is, only a honey trap like this can make me fall for it. Qin Tian puckered his lips, as if asking for a kiss. Xiao Xiao, who was eating nearby, cheered excitedly. You and my sister are so sweet. Xiaoru quickly dodged and scolded Qin Tian. Stop messing around. Xiao Xiao is still watching. Pay attention to your surroundings. Qin Tian chuckled softly. The circumstances are indeed not suitable. Let's go. The crown prince of the Shunlang Empire has met with misfortune. If we stay any longer, this Langshan Empire will have to change hands. After Qin Tian's group left, Hua Pao's father hugged the cold corpse of his son. Tears streamed down his face. Who was it? Who was the one that took my son's life? A subordinate quickly reported. Your Majesty, today the crown prince had a small dispute with a man of the human race at the auction house. Beside this man were two female members of the Fox clan. After hearing this, he roared in fury. Investigate this for me immediately. You must find this person. I will grind him to dust to comfort my son's soul in heaven. And Miaoling was home alone, using a tree trunk to pass the time. With just a few graceful movements, an image of Qin Tian appeared on the tree trunk. She couldn't help but sigh. So boring. Why isn't Master back yet? Could it be that he stayed in Qingqiu to become their son-in-law? Oh, Master! As she was lost in thought, Qin Tian suddenly appeared from behind her, carrying a large sack. Disciple. I'm back. His loud call startled Miaoling. She instinctively unleashed her ultimate technique, erasing the carving on the tree trunk without a second thought. Qin Tian saw this and quickly asked, Disciple, what are you doing? She turned around, hiding her blushing face. Just practicing my swordsmanship. I thought Master had stayed in Qingqiu to become their son-in-law and wasn't coming back, so I can only practice by myself. Qin Tian grinned mischievously. He took something out of his sack. All right, don't be angry. Look what I brought back for you. Seeing the fruit in Qin Tian's hand, Miaoling was surprised. Isn't that a nirvana fruit? Qin gave the nirvana fruit to Miaoling and said confidently, I was originally planning to come back a few days earlier, but for this gift, I made a special trip to the Shunlang Empire. So, do you like it? Miaoling looked at the gift, her heart filled with emotion. Of course I like it. This nirvana fruit is very beneficial for my Ice Phoenix bloodline. But Master, please don't take such risks for me in the future. Before she could finish, Qin Tian looked at Miaoling seriously. Then don't be angry with me anymore. I've missed you a lot during this time. After all, we've been apart for so long. I can't let you feel abandoned. Here, take this calming pill first. Miaoling was stunned. Master, you missed me? Qin looked straight into her sparkling eyes and affirmed. Very much. Very much. Miaoling confessed emotionally. Actually, me too. Before she could finish, Xiaoru's voice came from the distance. Qin Tian. Why did you run so fast? Miaoling. Left Qin Tian standing there dumbfounded. Miaoling quickly ran to greet Xiaoru and Xiao Xiao. Why are you all back so soon? Aren't you staying in Qingqiu for a little longer? Xiaoru held Miaoling's hand. We've been there long enough. And it's been a long time since we've seen each other. Miaoling looked around and wondered, strange. Didn't you say you were coming back? She asked, avoiding the question. I don't know either. The two of them, having just met, immediately challenged each other to a duel. Miaoling looked interested. This time while you were out. Your strength has increased so quickly. Xiaoru was also excited. Thanks to the supreme grade Emperor rank pill that Qin Tian refined for me, I've broken through to the second level of the Emperor realm. Hearing this, Miaoling glanced at Qin Tian, who was standing on a tree branch not far away. Master treats you so well, young miss. Even a disciple like me has never used a supreme grade Emperor rank pill. Qin Tian, who was munching on a melon, felt a little embarrassed after hearing this. A supreme grade Emperor rank pill is nothing special. Wait until I can refine a supreme grade pill. I'll let you use it. Your cultivation will surely catch up to Xiao Ru's quickly. Miaoling was surprised. Master, you can even refine a supreme-grade pill? Qin Tian thought for a moment and replied confidently. Probably not a problem. I just need to go to 2 places to get the ingredients. Unexpectedly, Qing and her maid walked in, greeting, Master Qin Tian, you've returned? The next scene, the 4 of them were sitting and enjoying tea while chatting. Qing, why are you in such a hurry? Did something happen? Qing got straight to the point. Master, it's a big deal. I just received intelligence that a phantom of an ancient tomb appeared in the sky over the Tong Tian Sea yesterday. According to the records in the ancient texts, that is a sign that a supreme tomb is about to appear. So I hurried to report it to you. The blood ancient tomb in the sky over the Tong Tian Sea. 80 to 90% of the time, the location of that supreme tomb is on the Yaoshan Island. Yaoshan Island? Isn't that where the heaven-mending vine and the phoenix perch fruit are? Qin Tian then asked Miaoling, have you ever been to Yaoshan Island? Miaoling shook her head. Never. To the human race, this island is extremely dangerous. There are many demon emperors stationed there. Among them, the 9 nether dragon turtle is the strongest. Since my previous generation, it has already been at the half-step supreme level. Qing thought for a moment and then said, a half-step supreme. This Yaoshan Island is truly dangerous. We should just pretend the supreme tomb doesn't exist. Master, you shouldn't go there. Qin Tian leisurely took a sip of tea and then said, no, I must go to Yaoshan Island. There are medicinal herbs on the island that I need to refine a supreme-grade pill. Plus, the supreme tomb is about to appear. This trip is like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. How can I miss it? Hearing this, Miaoling and Xiao Ru simultaneously asked to go with him. But Qin Tian refused them both. He explained, Miaoling just said that Yaoshan Island is very dangerous. With your current cultivation, it's too dangerous to go there. Besides, we killed the crown prince of the Langshan Empire before. If the great emperor of Langshan finds out the truth, he will definitely come for revenge. I need Xiao Ru to stay behind to guard against that. Seeing the worry on their faces, Qin Tian continued, don't worry. If the strongest expert on Yaoshan Island is only at the half-step supreme level, I can still handle it. Just wait for my good news. Choosing a fine day, Qin rode his walk and flew to Yaoshan Island. He thought to himself, this Yaoshan Island is not small. Where should I look for the heaven-mending vine and the phoenix perch fruit? But then again, Yaoshan Island is not an ownerless place. Wherever there are immortal medicines, the demon beasts on the island will surely know. If I catch one and ask, won't I know right away? Thinking this, Qin Tian flew around, searching for a target. At the same time, somewhere in the dense forest, a voice spoke up, hurry up. Don't dawdle anymore. If you don't find 10 spirit herbs today, don't even think about resting. The little girl walked a few steps and then pointed toward a cliff not far away. The girl with her immediately looked over, identified the target, and then shot her tongue, tens of meters long, towards it, pulling up a plant. I can't believe it's 1,000-year-old profound spirit grass. Using a small thing to find treasures is really useful. The great king will surely be very happy when he sees this. While the older sister was lost in her fantasy, the little girl took the opportunity to escape. But she didn't get far. She had already been discovered. The older sister immediately shot out her long tongue, catching the little girl. If I let you escape, the demon emperor will skin me alive. Tonight, when we get back, I'll chain you up. Let's see if you dare to run again in the future. The moment the tongue caught the little girl, it seemed like it was all over. Qin Tian appeared like a gentle breeze, cutting off the tongue and her head. He lifted the little girl up and reassured her, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. You're free now. Don't let those demon beasts catch you again, okay? The little girl, after being untied, just silently removed the ropes that had just bound her. Qin Tian looked back, thinking the little girl couldn't speak, so he didn't ask any more questions. Suddenly, he clutched his head in alarm, looking at the older sister he had just defeated. I forgot to ask her about the heaven-mending vine and the phoenix perch fruit. I'll have to find another demon beast to ask. This memory of mine is so troublesome. I'll have to be gentle next time. He was about to pick up his sword and leave when the little girl grabbed his hand and said, I know where the heaven-mending vine is. Qin Tian looked at the little girl and sighed. So you can talk after all. The little girl, with a blank expression, continued. My Qilin clan is naturally gifted at finding treasures. The M.O. Xian Demon Emperor forced me to find spirit herbs for him. Before, I once found the heaven mending vine for him. Qin Tian nodded. So, Ma Xian Emperor has the Butian Xian in his hands. This will save me a lot of trouble. I just need to confront him directly. The little girl said again, Big brother. Ma Xian Emperor is very strong. He has the strength of a third-level Emperor Realm expert. Qin Tian gently patted the little girl's head. Since you call me Big Brother, from now on, you are my little sister. What's your name? The little girl replied that she didn't have a name. Hearing this, Qin Tian paused for a moment. No name? My goodness. I met a poor little girl. She was captured at a young age, and she never even had a name. Then he said decisively, Then from now on, you'll take my surname. Your name will be Qin Inen. That's right, Inen. Take me to see Ma Xian Demon Emperor. He dared to enslave my sister. I must settle this score with him. In a deep corner of the mountains, Mihu Demon Emperor held a bowl and slurred. Speaking to Ma Xian Demon Emperor, cousin, you came earlier than expected. That place where birds don't sing and chickens don't crow, like the Eastern Continent. What's there to miss? Ma Xian Demon Emperor replied, Cousin, you don't know. It's all because of the peak master of the hidden sword peak of the Kunlun sword sect in the Central Continent. I was captured by them. I suffered all kinds of abuse. I only recently found a chance to escape. Ma Xian Demon Emperor nodded and said, All right, when I find the Supreme Tomb, inherit the Tao tradition, I'll go back to the Central Continent with you. We'll destroy the Kunlun sword sect to avenge you. Mihu was grateful. Thank you, cousin. But the other demon emperors on the island are also looking for the Supreme Tomb. Are you sure you'll be the first one to find it, cousin? Ma Xian smiled confidently. The little Qilin I captured has a talent for finding treasures. How could they find it before me? Miho laughed loudly. If Big Cousin inherits the Supreme Tomb's Tao tradition, won't he be promoted to a Supreme Being? The title of Demon Emperor should be changed to Demon God. Huh. When that time comes, Brother Ho won't treat you badly. Suddenly, a small monkey ran in to report. Demon Emperor, sir. Bad news. A human cultivator has come to attack. He says he wants to avenge his little sister. Ma Xian was surprised. His little sister? I'm only interested in female monkeys. I've never touched a human female. Mihu immediately became angry. A mere human dares to insult my big brother's purity? I must teach him a lesson. You audacious human. You dare to trespass in the cave of the Ma Xian Demon Emperor. I'll let you taste the might of my iron rod. Qin Tian slowly turned his head. The moment he saw Qin Tian, Mihu quickly slammed on the brakes. He stammered in fear. The peak master of the hidden sword peak. Qin Tian replied calmly. The monkey of the savage mountain range. You've escaped from the demon pagoda? Ma Xian, not understanding the situation, ran over and asked, Cousin, why are you kneeling to him? Get up and fight him. Mihu was drenched in sweat. If I could fight him, why would I run to you? Mihu collapsed, his voice weak. I drank too much just now. My limbs have no strength. Ma Xian became even more angry. A little bit of wine made you this drunk? Step aside. Let your big brother handle him. Qin Tian glanced at Ma Xian. You are Ma Xian Demon Emperor? Tell me, how do we settle the score of you bullying my little sister? The henchmen whispered among themselves. Did the Demon Emperor really bully someone's little sister? I think so. Otherwise, why would someone come here to fight? What's so beautiful about the human form? What's wrong with the Demon Emperor's taste? Ma Xian shouted angrily. When did I bully your sister? Don't you dare slander me. Qin Tian pointed at Inen. His voice was full of the anger of a protective older brother. You capture my little sister to find treasures for you. If this isn't bullying, what is? Ma Xian pointed straight at Inen and shouted. You're talking nonsense. She has horns on her head. She's clearly a demon spirit. How can she be your little sister? Qin Tian gently patted Inen's head. His eyes were full of affection. Inen is my sworn little sister. And a sworn little sister is a little sister. Furthermore, she's not even a teenager yet. So your actions constitute illegal child labor. You have to pay double compensation. Take out all your spiritual herbs and magical treasures to compensate my little sister. Ma Xian was so angry he went crazy. He gripped his axe tightly and jumped towards Qin Tian. I'll compensate you, my ass. You could just go to hell. Qin Tian held Inen and quickly retreated to a safe place. Then he said gently, Inen, my sister, you just wait here for me. Let your big brother handle this big monkey for you. Don't worry, it'll all be over soon. After saying that, Qin Tian charged straight at Ma Xin. Ma Xin looked at Qin Tian. A smile lifted the corner of his mouth. You come at the right time. The two sides immediately engaged in battle. They used their first moves to probe each other. Qin Tian smiled faintly and quickly executed a technique. Sun Moon Absorption. Just a few seconds later, a loud explosion rang out. It seemed to want to blow up half the mountain, and then there was nothing left to say. Qin Tian and Anin went down to Ma Xin's treasure vault. Qin Tian looked around and marveled. There was sparkling gold and silver everywhere. Anin rummaged through a chest and pulled out a strange ginseng. Big brother, this is the Butian Xian that I found from Ma Xin Demon Emperor before. Qin Tian came closer to take a look, then shook his head. The Butian Xian is truly a 10,000-year-old treasure. If refined into a pill, it could help Ma Xin Demon Emperor advance from the third level of the Emperor realm to a half-step supreme being. Now he's lost his life for nothing. What a pity. Qin Tian turned to Mihu and his subordinates behind him and asked, Do you want to avenge your master? Mihu replied nervously, These strange treasures in this world can only be owned by the talented. The Great One gave him chance, but he didn't cherish it and lost his life. How can we possibly take revenge? But isn't Tian Mai Demon Emperor your cousin? Mihu replied, trembling. It's been 5 generations, so we're no longer considered relatives. Not counted. Qin Tian was furious. I don't care if your relative's miles away or next door. You must avenge Ma Xin Demon Emperor. There's no reason to refuse. Mihu cried out, Great One. My cousin was a demon emperor, and he was killed by you with one sword strike. How can a demon king like me dare to take revenge on you? Just a flick of your finger is enough to make me explode. Qin Tian smiled slyly. You don't dare. But there are still 3 other demon emperors on 10,000 Demon Island. You can ask them to avenge me. Mihu was terrified. He quickly cowed out. 1,000 times I wouldn't dare. I beg you, Great One, for the sake of being from the same hometown. Spare my life. I will immediately return to the Central Continent and never dare to set foot on 10,000 Demon Island again. Qin Tian leaned in close to threaten him. You could go back to the Central Continent. But first, you have to ask those 3 demon emperors to avenge Ma Xin Demon Emperor. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being considerate. Anin asked, puzzled, Big brother, why do you want the other demon emperors to seek revenge on you? Qin Tian put on a smug face. Watch. Ma Xin Demon Emperor hid so many precious treasures, so the other demon emperors must have them too. The Phoenix Boat Fruit is probably in one of their treasure vaults. Anin was excited. Then let's go to their houses and take it. Qin Tian emphasized, That's not called taking, that's called robbing. If we do that, we'll become bad guys. The innocent little girl asked. Then what should we do? Qin Tian proudly puffed out his chest. That's why Big Brother told the other demon emperors to attack first. That way, we have a reason to demand compensation. This is called using reason to persuade people. Anin naively followed along. Big Brother is so smart. Mihu was speechless after hearing this. This is clearly using force to impose one's will. But Great One, I heard from my cousin, the Great Demon Emperor, that his relationship with the other demon emperors has always been discordant. I'm afraid those 3 won't seek revenge for the Great One. Qin Tian came up with a plan. Just tell them that I know the location of the Supreme Tomb on 10,000 Demon Island. They'll definitely come looking for me. That night, Anin and Qin Tian soaked together in a hot spring, enjoying a moment of peace. Anan's treasure-finding ability is truly amazing. She even managed to find a 10,000-year-old spirit spring like this one. It's a pity Miaoling and Xiao Ru aren't here. It would be great if everyone could soak in the spirit spring together. I can bring them here later. After all, a 10,000-year-old spirit spring has the effect of cleansing the body and refining the marrow. Suddenly, Anin swam closer, cheering happily, Look, I just caught a really big fish. Qin Tian quickly shouted, Anin, let go, quick. That thing is not a fish. Scene change. Xiaoru asked worriedly, Are you sure you want to undergo the tribulation right now? Why don't we wait for Qin Tian to come back and discuss it further? Miaoling replied with determination, It's all because of me that Master went to the Demon God Island alone. I want to level up quickly so I can help him. Xiao Xiao was worried. But tribulations are very dangerous. What if something unexpected happens to you, sisterin? Miaoling held the Nirvana fruit in her hand and said confidently, These past few days, my cultivation has improved a lot from cultivating with your sister. And with this nirvana fruit, I'm confident that I can break through to the Emperor realm. Xiaoru nodded. If you're so determined, then go ahead and face the tribulation. Xiao, and I will stand guard for you to make sure no one disturbs you. Elsewhere, two people were walking on air, talking to each other. Old Lang, are you sure you're not mistaken? This Hao-Ian Empire has no reputation to speak of. Are you sure your son was taken care of by someone from there? Huo Pao's father looked at the man he was with and replied, Old monster, you've been in seclusion for too long. You probably haven't heard that an Emperor-grade weapon refiner with the surname Qin has appeared in the Hao-Ian Empire. My son was killed by him. The person with 2 dots on his face was the Hahuan old ancestor. He pondered. An Emperor-grade weapon refiner. He must have a lot of good stuff on him. The price must be increased. Zhuang Huangpao immediately said, in addition to the 500 female slaves we agreed on before. We'll split the relics on that scoundrel's body evenly. Hearing this, the other party immediately nodded. The two of them looked toward the distant mountain peak. Someone is undergoing a tribulation in this small country. Let's go take a look. Maybe the person who killed my son is there. On the tribulation platform, the air was tense. Suddenly, Xiaoru noticed someone appear behind her and turn around. The 2 old men greeted her warmly. Little sister, do you know a person named Qin Tian? Xiaoru was on her guard. What are you looking for him for? Huo Pao's father didn't hide anything. Why do you ask? That man killed my son. If you know where he is, you'd better hand him over obediently. Otherwise, I'll level this Hao-Ian Empire. Xiaoru smirked. So you've come to avenge that useless crown prince. Your son wanted to kill someone and steal their treasure. He brought death upon himself. As a father, you didn't teach your son properly, and now you dare to come here and cause trouble. His face turned red. Veins popped on his forehead. I remember now. He had 2 fox women with him. It must be you too, right? If that Qin Tian doesn't dare to show his face, I'll take you too as a sacrifice first. Xiaoru revealed her killing intent. Are you two in a hurry to be reincarnated? Her tails quickly appeared behind her. She floated lightly into the air. She dodged the attack of the man called Old Lang. The 2 sides began to fight fiercely. Xiao gripped her sword tightly. She was about to rush up and help, but Ahuan blocked her path. Little vixen, you dare to wield an emperor weapon with your measly cultivation? Offer it to me as a tribute. He threw something from his sleeve toward Xiao. He knocked the sword from the little girl's hand. Tree roots quickly snatched the sword. It's mine. Suddenly, Miaoling used a fire technique, forcing him to quickly drop the sword and retreat. The Hahuan old ancestor was sent flying several meters by Miaoling's powerful attack. When he managed to look up at Miaoling, he couldn't help but be shocked. A phoenix bloodline, and dual attributes too. Miaoling retrieved the emperor weapon and returned it to Xiao. The little girl cheered happily, Sisterin, have you broken through to the emperor realm? Miaoling's expression remained cold. She looked straight at the Hahuan old ancestor and said, Master gave this magic weapon to my little sister. You must keep it safe. If it falls into the wrong hands, the consequences will be unimaginable. After returning the sword, Xiao quickly thanked and apologized to her. Thank you for helping me block him. Now let me handle this. Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. The Hahuan old ancestor wiped the blood from his mouth. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Miaoling. You brat. Even though you've successfully passed the tribulation, you're only at the 1st level of the Emperor Realm. You dare to think you can stand against me, a 3rd-level Emperor Realm expert? I advise you to surrender early, to avoid unnecessary pain. Miaoling drew her weapon and replied confidently, Why don't you try touching your own face? Who's the one in pain here? The Hahuan old ancestor roared in anger. Insolent. I'll show you the difference between a 3rd-level and a 1st-level Emperor Realm expert. With that, he unleashed his Heavenly Demon Paradise technique. Miaoling shouted for Xiao to get back. The Hahuan old ancestor focused all his power into his hands. He was determined to finish Miaoling in an instant. Miaoling's eyes were sharp. She unleashed her departing fire technique. She spewed a raging torrent of fire towards the old man. However, the flames seemed to have no effect on him. The Hahuan old ancestor casually pushed the flames back. Miaoling was shocked. You're not afraid of fire? The flames gradually died down. But the Hahuan old ancestor had vanished. He took advantage of the moment. Miaoling lost her vision. He charged straight at her to attack. How can your cultivation possibly break my heavenly demon paradise? I'm giving you one last chance. Surrender and become my cultivation cauldron. Otherwise, today will be your last. Miaoling remained resolute. If you want to fight, then fight. What's with all the talk? Ordinary methods can't break the heavenly demon infinite art. But with my cultivation, I will use the technique my master passed down. Immediately, Miaoling used swallowing the sun and moon. A flash of light shot out from the distance. It pierced through the moon, splitting it in two. The Hahuan old ancestor's eyes widened in shock. What kind of strange technique is that? Suddenly, the old man's arm vanished. Only his blood-curdling scream remained. My arm! What method did you just use? The old man's face went pale. The ferocious look in his eyes vanished. Miaoling explained gently. This is the supreme sword technique, swallowing the sun and moon. She clenched her sword, warning. Brace yourself. The next blow won't be so gentle. Xiao Xiao cheered. Sister is so strong. Kill him. This guy is weak. The Hahuan old ancestor gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, if old Lang doesn't come and help. I'm going to die here. Lang heard the Hahuan old ancestor's cry for help and turned his head. The moment he saw Xiao Ru, she landed a fatal blow on his knee, stunning the old man. Still worried about others? Worry about yourself first. Immediately, Xiao Ru unleashed her foxfire technique towards old Lang. The power of the foxfire caused the ground where the old man stood to explode. It sank deep and crumbled. Lang was furious. He gritted his teeth. I didn't expect this little fox to be so powerful. Just then, Xiaoho, the master of the Blood Kill sect, appeared. He held a young girl hostage. Stop right there. His sudden appearance made all four of them freeze. Their eyes were glued to him. Xiao Ru was horrified. She cried out, Ching Ching, old Lang. In a dangerous situation, he suddenly sneered. What took you so long? I was starting to think the Blood Kill sect only takes money and doesn't do any work. Xiaoho replied coldly. The Blood Kill sect does business with integrity. How do we take the money and not do the work? But the Haotian Empire's strength is not as weak as you said. So, you have to add more money. The Hahuan old ancestor nodded in agreement. That's right, we have to raise the price. I almost lost my life here. Lang then made a condition with Xiao Ru and Miaoling. All right, if you want the benefits, then you have to listen to me now. If you want your empress back, bring 10 supreme-grade emperor weapons in exchange, within 10 days. If you're late by a single day, I will kill the hostage. Let's go. Xiao Ru asked Miaoling worriedly. What do we do now? Miaoling thought for a moment, and then suggested, let's go to Yao Shen Island to find Master. The scene changes to Yao Shen Island. Qin Tian is cooking for his newly adopted little sister. An is hungry. She stands by, urging, Brother, is it ready yet? Qin Tian calmly replied, and then don't be hasty. Three-legged crow soup needs to simmer for a long time to be delicious. As the two were eagerly waiting, a strange noise suddenly came from the bushes. Qin Tian quickly hugged an in and dodged to the side, just in time to avoid a loud explosion. Turning back to look, he saw a group of demon beasts trampling on his soup pot. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. They held their weapons, ready to fight. After knocking over the soup pot, the demon beasts started arguing. The Feng Lu Emperor glared. Who gave you permission to attack? Ma Yuan is my brother. It's enough for me to avenge his death. You all go back. The Lei Peng Demon Emperor sneered. You stupid bull. Weren't you the one who fought Ma Yuan the fiercest? Hogging the supreme tomb is not a very polite thing to do. The Huang Niu Emperor was angry. That monkey! I warned him not to be so nosy. After this is over, I will definitely smash your head in. The Lai Jiao Demon Beast spoke up. Enough! Now that things have come to this, don't even think about hogging the supreme tomb. The most urgent matter now is to deal with this guy first. If he was able to defeat Ma Yuan, he's definitely not someone to be trifled with. Ma Yuan was always the weakest of the four great demon emperors. His death was just due to his own incompetence. With the combined forces of us three emperors, no matter how strong he is, there's only one way out for him, death. While the others were arguing, Anin looked sadly at the soup pot and exclaimed, Brother, the chicken soup spilled. Qin immediately comforted his little sister. Don't worry, Anin. Brother will get you some new ingredients. And just in time, the ingredients have come to us. Hearing this, Huang Niu flew into a rage and shouted, "Who are you calling an ingredient?" Qin Tian pretended to think and then said, "One of you can be made into ox trotter soup, and the other can be made into braised bird wings." He pointed at Lai Jiao and muttered, "If it doesn't turn out well, then forget it." And then also agreed, "That dish doesn't sound good. We won't eat it." Lai Jiao roared in anger, "Are you looking to die? I'll let you taste the pain of 1,000 cuts." With that, he burrowed his head into the ground, leaving only his long tail exposed. With his rat-like digging skills, Lai Jiao quickly charged towards Qin Tian. The young man said calmly, "After all, you're just a weakling. Is this all you've got?" Qin Tian drew his sword and stabbed it forcefully into the ground. But Lai Jiao was no longer there. Perhaps Qin Tian had underestimated him. Lai Jiao quickly cast the Earth Cage Prison Dragon formation. The ground beneath Qin Tian's feet exploded. Boulders surrounded Qin Tian. In a flash, the young man was buried alive under the pile of rocks. Huang Niu shouted, "Lai Jiao, don't kill him yet. We still have to ask him about the location of the Supreme Tomb." However, as soon as he finished speaking, the pile of rocks exploded. The loud explosion caused Lai Jiao to spit out a mouthful of blood and be thrown back tens of meters. Qin Tian held an in his arms, his voice full of challenge. "Whatever skills you have, bring them all out. Don't say I didn't give you a chance." Huang Niu was furious. Flames erupted around him. But Lei Peng was calmer. "This guy is not simple. Let's team up." Huang Niu nodded. "I think so too." Immediately after, the two demon emperors joined forces to attack Qin Tian. They revealed their true forms to show their power. Qin Tian clicked his tongue. "Then I should use some of my real skills too." Before Huang Niu and Lei Peng could charge forward, Qin Tian muttered, "Great freedom transformation technique. For symbols, divine manifestation." Then he growled out an order. The power of the white tiger erupted. A powerful aura caused the ground to explode. The two demon emperors were sent flying instantly. TT was stunned. "Oh no, I haven't even had a chance to ask them about the phoenix perch fruit yet. These two are too weak." And comforted her brother. "It's okay. And it will definitely help you find the phoenix perch fruit." Hearing this, Qin was so moved he almost cried. "Now, I'll go make you some ox trotter soup and braised bird wings." When it heard about food, her eyes immediately lit up like stars. "The food you make is the best, brother." The scene changes to Phoenix Valley. Two figures in red from Yaoshun Island appear. The fat one asks the thin one, "Boss, are you sure this is the place we're looking for?" The thin one replied, "I used the dragon seeking plate to confirm it. This is the dragon vein of Yaoshun Island. If the Supreme Tomb really exists, it can only be here." The fat one was excited. "Then what are we waiting for? Even if we have to dig 3 feet deep, I have to find the Supreme Tomb." However, as he charged forward, he ran into a barrier. "It's a barrier. Boss, you were right. The Supreme Tomb must be here. Let me break it." The thin one stopped him. "Second brother, don't be rash. One blow from you might not break the barrier, but will attract the attention of the demon beasts on the island." The fat one was unconcerned. "Let them come. What are we afraid of? The 4 great demon emperors." The thin one thought cautiously. "What if it's the 9 nether dragon turtle?" The fat one frowned. "The 9 nether dragon turtle hasn't appeared in 1,000 years. He's probably dead already." "Boss, are you worrying too much?" The thin one shook his head. "The 9 nether dragon turtle is a half-step supreme expert. How could he die so easily? He might be in seclusion, cultivating. We have to be careful on this Yaoshun Island. Don't attract attention." The fat one sighed. "So annoying. So what do we do now?" The thin one thought for a moment and then said, "I have a way. Find the dragon vein. We have to look at the mountain range. Each range is a major pass. If there are 1,000 layers of transformation, there must be a king or marquis here." The formation has appeared. Star shifting and planet moving break. As soon as he finished speaking, the mountain in front of them exploded. The dragon-seeking plate opened an entrance into the mountain. The fat one cheered success. But when he stepped inside, he was shocked to see a person imprisoned on a thunder platform, surrounded by lightning bolts. This person laughed loudly, using all his strength to break free from his shackles. The shackle on his right hand shattered. He gritted his teeth. "Yi Feng, your seal is only this strong." The thin one was startled when he felt a strange aura. He whispered, "Could it be?" He shouted a warning. This is bad. This is the nine-nether dragon turtle. The fat one's face turned pale. What? The thin one continued. The nine-nether dragon turtle is notoriously brutal. With him here, we can't touch the supreme tomb. Run. The fat one asked as he ran. Are you mistaken, big brother? How can it be such a coincidence? The thin one shouted, You fool. There's no time to explain. If we don't run now, we won't make it. However, the nine-nether dragon turtle had already opened its eyes, noticing their presence. No one can escape my sight, and you're no exception. He shot two intense red streams of energy at the two of them. The fat one and the second brother were hit. The red energy streams wrapped tightly around their necks, making it impossible for them to resist. Immediately after, the night sky was stained with the bright red of blood. Meanwhile, Qin Tian quickly prepared dinner for Nen again as promised. As he served the food, he said, The last pot I found was already smashed. I can only make do with this. It's done. Then he called Nen. The ox trotter soup and braised bird wings are ready, and then eat quickly before it gets cold. And then hurriedly ran over and ate greedily. However, as she was enjoying her meal, she suddenly noticed something strange on the ground. She turned and said, Something fell down. Qin Tian looked back and saw a girl fall from the sky. Her twin peaks bounced off the ground. She said urgently, Run, run. Qin Tian offered her a skewer of food. Eat. But the girl was so scared that she pushed Qin Tian away. And then spoke up, Big sister, you were so hungry you had no strength. You fell from the sky, and my big brother gave you something delicious to eat. The girl explained, I wasn't hungry, I was injured. However, at this moment, the girl realized something was different about her. She stood still with wide eyes, feeling the changes in her body. Strange. I was clearly severely injured internally, but in a moment, I've completely healed. The girl suddenly remembered something important. She said to Qin Tian, Oh, right. You guys should follow me and leave Demon God Island. The nine-nether dragon sparrow has appeared. It's slaughtering the human cultivators who come to Demon God Island. Qin Tian asked calmly, Is the nine-nether dragon sparrow one half of the supreme demon clan? The girl replied urgently, That's right. I was just seriously injured by him. If we don't run, it'll be too late. In contrast to the girl's anxiety, Qin Tian said it wasn't a big deal. And then, let's continue eating. If that nine-nether dragon sparrow comes, Big Brother will turn him into roasted bird wings. More food for you. The girl's eyes widened in surprise when she heard Qin Tian. She thought to herself, could he also be a half-step supreme expert? He's not even afraid of the nine-nether dragon sparrow. Just then, the nine-nether dragon sparrow appeared. He heard Qin Tian's words and exclaimed, Interesting. He looked at the three of them. His eyes blazed with fire. Who just said they wanted to eat me? When the girl saw the nine-nether dragon sparrow, she couldn't hide her terror and exclaimed, The nine-nether dragon sparrow. In her heart, she had lost all hope. We're dead for sure. Qin Tian stroked his chin and looked at the nine-nether dragon sparrow. He said confidently, Although I've already eaten a little, it's okay to switch to human flesh. It's not entirely out of the question. The nine-nether dragon sparrow picked his ear. He let out a ha. I like your courage. With that, he flicked the earwax he had just picked out towards Qin Tian. It was just a tiny bit of earwax, but it created a wave of power that flew past Qin Tian's face and then created a massive explosion. Qin Tian's expression didn't change. The young man said to his little sister, and then, Stop eating. Save your empty stomach for roasted bird wings. It's even more nourishing than oxhoof soup and braised bird wings. And then obediently listened to her big brother. Okay. The girl was extremely surprised to hear the two siblings talking. What? Were the oxhoof soup and braised bird wings made from the Wild Bull Demon Emperor and the Thunder Rock Demon Emperor? The girl looked at Qin Tian. Who is he to be so powerful? The nine-nether dragon sparrow smiled. His voice was full of admiration. How interesting. I didn't expect that during the 1,000 years I was imprisoned, humanity would produce a character like you. No wonder I couldn't sense the auras of those four trash. They must have been eliminated by you. Qin Tian replied with a confident voice. So what? Do you want to avenge them? The girl listened silently. She thought to herself, not only the Wild Bull Demon Emperor and the Thunder Rock Demon Emperor, but also the Demonic Medicine Demon Emperor and the Earth-Splitting Demon Emperor were killed by him. The nine-nether dragon sparrow burst out laughing. The great Tao of the world. The strong prey on the weak. What's there to avenge? However, Those 4 pieces of trash were originally my delicious meal. Now that you've killed them, you will become my meal in their place." After speaking, he stomped his foot on the ground and launched himself straight at Qin Tian. But he quickly realized something surprising. He can even keep up with my speed. Instantly, Qin Tian threw a powerful punch at the 9 nether dragon sparrow's face. The punch was full of power. It sent him flying several meters away. He slammed hard into the cliff face, creating a massive explosion. Qin Tian said with a confident voice, "Who is the hunter, and who is the prey? Can you tell the difference?" The 9 nether dragon sparrow finally showed concern. "This is bad. I didn't expect you to also have reached the half-step supreme realm. If it were anyone else, that punch would have left them unrecognizable." Qin Tian clenched his fist. His aura blazed. "You're only just now realizing you should flatter me? Are you trying to beg for your life?" The 9 nether dragon sparrow sneered. "How could that be? A half-step supreme is rare. If I can defeat you, that will be a great achievement." "Ha ha ha." With that, he waved his hand. 5 streams of crimson energy shot out. They shot straight at Qin Tian. Qin Tian quickly drew his life and death sword and cut through the streams of energy. However, one stream of energy wrapped tightly around his leg. The 9 nether dragon sparrow exclaimed triumphantly, "Got you." Qin Tian was about to use ancient condensation to deal with it, but he suddenly realized, the spiritual energy in my body is being depleted. At this moment, the 9 nether dragon sparrow became even more smug. He said in a loud voice, "How interesting. I didn't expect your strength to be at the first level of the Emperor realm. Until now, I've met countless geniuses, but you are the only one who can unleash the power of a half-step supreme with the cultivation of the first level of the Emperor realm. Truly admirable. Such dense spiritual energy. As long as I devour you, I will be able to reach the true supreme realm." Qin Tian seemed to have realized something. The young man said, "So that's how it is. I was too careless just now. But do you think you're the only one who knows the art of absorbing others' spiritual energy?" As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful stream of green energy erupted from under Qin Tian's feet. He took a deep breath, causing the 9 nether dragon sparrow's spiritual energy to begin to shift. He cried out in alarm, "What's happening? The spiritual energy in my body is being sucked away. No, it's about to be completely drained." Just then, the red stream of energy binding Qin Tian's leg began to loosen. Qin Tian had sucked so much of the 9 nether dragon sparrow's spiritual energy that his stomach was as bloated as a 9-month pregnant belly. The 9 nether dragon sparrow struggled for a moment and then managed to find a little bit of spiritual energy. He breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm alive. I was too careless. It seems I have to kill you before I can devour you. It'll just take a little more effort." Qin Tian smiled. "Really? But I don't think killing you will take much of my effort." The 9 nether dragon sparrow smiled smugly. He raised his hand and shouted, "Are you kidding me? Try eating this move of mine." Small yellow lightning sparks appeared around him. Qin Tian smiled faintly and replied sarcastically, "Bring it on, anytime." The two of them engaged in a fierce battle. Their speed was dizzying. Only flashes of light appeared in the sky. At this moment, in another place, holding an in, she leaped high into the air. The girl looked down at the place where the two were fighting and said, "We need to move further away. Getting close to a battle of this level is no joke." Just then, a large rock in the air shattered. The 2 streams of light also shot off in 2 directions. The 9 nether dragon sparrow landed on the ground. His hand was holding a large flame. He said, "To be able to fight me to a standstill like this, you are indeed very strong." Hearing this, Qin Tian just smiled faintly and sneered, "A standstill? Let's see you take this move of mine before you say that." After speaking, he gripped the black sword in his hand tightly. The sword shot out small sparks of lightning. "It's surprisingly powerful," he said smugly. "I have a move that can swallow the sun and moon." As soon as he finished speaking, a round blood moon appeared in the sky. The surrounding space suddenly turned pitch black. The 9 nether dragon sparrow was startled when he saw this. He gritted his teeth and watched nervously. As fast as lightning, he jumped back. A red protective circle appeared around him. He shouted. Qin Tian held his sword and slashed down, but he had already dodged. He only managed to cut off one of his arms. The nine nether dragon sparrow looked down at his arm in fear and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Qin Tian smiled smugly. "I'll take this arm first. What's next?" Realizing the situation was dire, he fled in terror. He shouted as he ran, "This guy's terrifyingly strong. He's clearly only at the first level of the Emperor realm." Qin Tian slung his sword over his shoulder. He put his hands on his hips and looked up at him. "Want to run?" he asked. With that, he leaped up and shot off in pursuit. He was determined not to let him escape. He ran to a volcano. It was surrounded by crimson lava. "Here." He suddenly stopped. Qin Tian looked at him in slight surprise and asked, "Not running anymore? It seems you've chosen your burial place." He didn't answer. He just stood there, looking at the river of lava below. He clutched his severed arm and sneered. "This place is called Phoenix Valley. For 1,000 years, I have been imprisoned here by that old geezer, Yifeng." Black patterns appeared on his face. "But I was blessed in disguise. I comprehended the lava form." With that, he drew up the magma from below, roaring, "Devour all things," from his eyes and mouth. Scorching red flames erupted. Qin Tian watched in amazement. "No way. This guy even eats lava." His severed arm slowly grew back. He stood amidst the lava flow. Flames engulfed his body. He challenged triumphantly, "No one could defeat me here." Qin Tian looked at him, not a hint of worry on his face. He chuckled mockingly. "I didn't expect him to be able to suck blood and replenish with fire. It seems just using a sword won't be enough to kill him. I'll have to switch to another move." With that, he shouldered his sword and began to chant, "Great Freedom Transformation Art. 4 symbols, Lesser Een, Dragon Phoenix Flame." A giant golden dragon immediately appeared behind him. He stretched his hand forward, roaring. The fire dragon shot straight towards him like a giant missile. The storm of fire completely enveloped him, but he only laughed with amusement. "Huh, how foolish. Attacking me with fire will only make me stronger." He clenched both fists. His whole body surged with power as he roared. "Watch me absorb all this fire." The raging flames engulfed him, forming a giant fireball. Wherever the fire went, he devoured it all, but the dragon's fire was too immense. He couldn't eat it all. His whole body was about to turn into a giant ball of fire. Only then did he panic, thinking, "This is bad. There's too much fire inside me. I can't take it anymore." Qin Tian had also noticed his predicament. He smiled menacingly, taunting him, "Don't be shy. Eat a little more." In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and exploded. Only a scream of agony could be heard. The massive explosion was like a volcanic eruption. Looking down from above, the entire area was covered in the red of fire. It was impossible to see what was below. All that could be seen was fire and scorching heat. Zijiao carried it on her back. She rushed towards the battlefield. The little girl urged her anxiously, "Sister Zijiao, can you go a little faster?" Zijiao frowned. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead. She was clearly exhausted. She replied, "This is as fast as I can go. The 9 nether dragon sparrow has never been able to defeat your brother. Don't you worry." Hearing this, Anin fell silent. When they arrived, Anin saw the figure of a person lying motionless on the ground. She quickly pointed. "My brother is over there." It was indeed Qin Tian lying flat on the ground. Anin rushed over, calling out loudly. Qin Tian struggled to open his eyes to look at the little girl, Anin sat down beside him. She said with a worried tone, "You can't die. Anin doesn't want to live alone." Seeing the little girl so worried, Qin Tian raised his hand and patted her head. He smiled reassuringly. "Anin, why are you so worried?" Just then, Zijiao also ran over. Her face was panicked. "Young master is seriously injured. We shouldn't stay here for long. It'll be dangerous if the 9 nether dragon sparrow comes back." Qin Tian sat up, smiling faintly. "Don't you worry, miss. The 9 nether dragon sparrow just self-destructed and died. I just didn't expect his power to be so great. I almost lost my life." Suddenly, Zijiao covered her eyes with her hand. Her face flushed as she let out a scream. She quickly backed away, pointing at Qin Tian. "Young master, your clothes." And then followed her gaze. Then she blushed when she saw Qin Tian's lower body exposed. Not a single scrap of cloth to cover him. Under the bright moonlight, everything was clearly visible. Qin Tian sighed to himself. "Good thing I brought a spare set of clothes this time." He picked up an in and said, "I'm sorry, little sister. I was planning to deal with the 9 nether dragon sparrow. But I didn't expect him to self-destruct. There's nothing left of him. Anin said nothing. She just sniffed intently at Chin Tion. He asked curiously, Anin, what are you smelling? Do my clothes have a strange smell? The little girl replied, I smell phoenix vermilion fruit. It seems to be very close. Chin Tion was surprised. That's right. The 9 nether dragon sparrow mentioned Phoenix Valley. The phoenix vermilion fruit must be growing there. As the night grew later, they continued their journey without rest. Before a cliff, Anin pointed. That's right. The smell of the phoenix vermilion fruit is coming from here. Looking inside, all they could see were rocks, not a single blade of grass. Chin Tion said cheerfully, Good little sister. I was originally just planning to defeat the 9 nether dragon sparrow. I didn't expect to have the chance to find the phoenix vermilion fruit. After I refine the supreme pill for you to eat, you will become a demon god. He carried Anin into the cave. Zijiao followed behind. Anin said, Anin doesn't want to be a demon god. Anin just wants you to be with Anin forever. Chin Tion smiled gently. Anin will always be my good little sister. Zijiao walked behind them. She overheard their conversation. She thought to herself, this young master not only defeated the 9 nether dragon sparrow, but he also knows how to refine supreme pills. A thought occurred to her, and she was suddenly startled. Could he be a reincarnated mighty figure from the legends? At the end of the path, everyone was surprised to see a strange tree emitting a brilliant golden light. On its branches, an orange-red fruit glittered like a radiant flower. Seeing it, everyone exclaimed in unison, Phoenix vermilion fruit. He gently touched the fruit with his sword and said with a confident voice, World Patching Chien. The Phoenix vermilion fruit is now in my hands. Only a great Tao Supreme fruit can be used to refine a supreme pill. Then he gently picked the fruit with his sword. The little girl unhappily held out her hands to receive it and asked, Can I hold it? He pierced the fruit with his sword and handed it to the little girl. No problem. Zijiao, seeing this, shouted in frustration, That's a Phoenix vermilion fruit. Who stabs it straight through like that? That's not a sweet potato from the market. Just then the ground shook violently. Zijiao thought anxiously, An earthquake. The ground cracked, and rocks fell from above like rain. She was standing right where the ground cracked and fell into the deep chasm with no time to react. Below was a sea of red-hot magma. She screamed in terror, falling freely with nothing to grab onto, just when she thought death was imminent. Luckily, a hand reached out and grabbed her. Chin Tion had saved her in time. He stood on a rock, holding her hand tightly and pulling her up. Hold on tight. This place is about to collapse. He held his sword in one hand and shouted, Sword of life and death. Then he fiercely slashed at the peak of the volcano. The fire erupted. Large rocks rained down. But he had already pulled Zijiao up to the volcano's crater, temporarily safe. Suddenly, he looked down in surprise and exclaimed, The Supreme's tomb. Below was a solitary white gate. He pulled Zijiao down to the tomb. On the stone tablet was an inscription. I am the revered Yifeng. I cultivated the night secret scripture to the heavenly venerate realm. But the mysteries of heaven and earth I could not bear. Having lost love, I decided to rest here. Those of virtue who enter this tomb will receive my legacy. After reading it, he mumbled, Heavenly venerate realm? I thought it was a supreme's tomb. Turns out it's an immortal's tomb. There can be no mistake. Zijiao looked on and exclaimed, Amazing. Suddenly, he turned to her. He asked with a suspicious look, You came to Demon God Island for this tomb too, didn't you? You want to enter the tomb? Hearing this, she retorted in frustration, No. Zijiao and my master came here for the Supreme's tomb, but my master died at the hands of the 9 nether dragon sparrow. She said, trembling, This tomb is extremely dangerous. Zijiao knows her own strength is weak. If I enter the tomb, it's almost certain death. If I'm not mistaken, the 9 nether dragon sparrow was also imprisoned by the heavenly venerate Yifeng for over 1,000 years because of this tomb. Senior should think carefully. And then, sitting on his neck, leaned down and frowned, saying, Brother, do you want to go in? And it doesn't want brother to be trapped for a long time. He chuckled softly, reassuring her, Don't worry. There's no place in this world that can trap your brother. Then he set the little girl down and said, Wait for brother to get the treasure. Then I'll take you home. Okay? And obediently repeated, Take me home. He looked over at Zijiao. Holding an inn, he asked for a favor. Miss Ziyao, please take care of an inn for me temporarily. I will repay you when I come out. Ziyao took an inn. Don't worry, senior. I will definitely do my best to protect an inn. The night sky suddenly blazed with a red light. Countless shooting stars streaked across, illuminating the entire space. Qin Tian gently placed his hand on the tomb gate. Senior Yi Feng, I'm sorry to disturb you. The light from the gate erupted as if it were tearing space in two. The brilliant light forced Ziyao to shield her eyes. By now, Qin Tian had already stepped inside the tomb. The surrounding space was pitch black, with only a few small stars twinkling. He stood on a rock floating in the void, carefully observing his surroundings and muttering softly, "This place is..." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Master!" He was startled and turned around, seeing two girls standing on another rock. He immediately recognized them and exclaimed, meowing, "Xiaoru, why are you two here?" Xiaoru was grimacing in pain. Qin Tian asked worriedly, "Wait, why are you both injured?" Xiaoru frowned and replied, "We were on our way to Yao Shun Island to find you, and we were suddenly attacked. We had to find a cave to take shelter, but somehow we ended up here." Hearing this, Qin Tian frowned in anger. "Damn it, who dares to bully you two? I'll kill them." Then he muttered again, "And to push you two into the Tianzuan's tomb." Miaoling asked in fear, "The Tianzuan's tomb? Isn't it a supreme tomb? With our status, won't we die?" Qin Tian helped the two girls up and reassured them, "Don't worry. It's a long story. Sit down. Let me heal your injuries." The two of them nodded. Suddenly, Xiaoru winced and looked down, saying worriedly, "There's no time. Look below." By now, the lava had risen almost where they were standing. The two girls screamed, "The lava is rising." Qin Tian turned to look, also startled. "Damn it, why is there suddenly lava?" He quickly hugged the two girls, trying to think of a way to escape. "Let me get you two out of here first." Xiaoru immediately refused. "No, Qin Tian, if you take us with you, you won't be able to escape." But he insisted on holding them tightly, gritting his teeth and jumping high to avoid the lava. He shouted, "Don't waste your breath. I can't leave you two behind." Xiaoru still tried to persuade him. "We don't want to be a burden to you. Otherwise, you'll die." Miaoling saw the flames getting closer and screamed in fear, "Master, let go. The lava is about to catch up. I'm begging you." By now, the fire had reached their feet. Qin Tian still held the two girls tightly, his eyes filled with determination. He gritted his teeth and said, "Even if the king of hell comes, he won't be able to take you two from my hands." He was sweating, adamant not to let go. Despite the girls' screams of "let go," he would save them at all costs. He gasped in shock when he looked around, and no longer saw the two beauties but two teddy bears, and there was no more lava around. A voice rang out, "You're awake?" He opened his eyes, tears still streaming down his face from the fear of not being able to save Xiaoru and Miaoling. He stammered, "Just now." When he saw the scene before him, he suddenly realized, could it have been just an illusion? A man with silver hair, wearing a white mask, stood with his back to him and said, "Although it was just an illusion, if you had let go and abandoned them, they would be nothing but a pile of mangled flesh now." He suddenly saw the sword in the man's hand and exclaimed in shock, "You're Yi Feng. You're still not dead." The man put down his sword and said sincerely, "That is just a remnant soul of my true self. I left it in a mortal world to wait for someone with fate to fulfill my unfinished wish." Qin Tian asked curiously, "What wish?" Yi Feng looked at him and held up one finger. "Since you have passed the test, you deserve to receive my inheritance. But before that, you must agree to one thing." He was sweating, lying between two ugly teddy bears, staring at Yi Feng without saying a word. Finally, Yi Feng led him to a room where was a giant statue of a wolf clan girl. Yi Feng looked at the statue, his voice sad. "That year, my beloved wife, Qian and I went to the City of Thunder, but we encountered something terrifying. Qian fell, and only a remnant of my soul remained. Before she passed away, she said she missed her home very much. Therefore, I want to ask you to take her remains back to her hometown, Qingxiu." Hearing Qingxiu, Qin Tian suddenly found it familiar. "Qingxiu, could it be that your wife is from the Fox clan of Qingxiu?" Yi Feng nodded. "That's right." Then he looked at the statue again. Furthermore, she was the only supreme heavenly fox in 100,000 fox clans. Qin Tian said confidently, I won't hide it from you, senior. Actually, I'm very close to the Fox clan of Qingqiu. My girlfriend is the current emperor's concubine of the Fox clan. Therefore, for your matter, senior, I will definitely help. But as for becoming your disciple, please forget about it. Yifeng looked at him in surprise. What? To be the disciple of my true self. You find it uncomfortable? Qin Tian touched his chin and said honestly, it's not that I'm uncomfortable. It's just that I don't think you can teach me much, senior. Please take back that thought. Just give me some spirit pills and elixirs, and that'll be enough. Suddenly, Yifeng reached out towards him. A golden thread pierced through his eye. A golden light surrounded Yifeng. He seemed angry that Qin Tian wouldn't become his disciple. You say I can't teach you? Yifeng kept his arm outstretched, his voice cold. I really don't understand what you're basing that on. To dare say such a thing and look down on me like that. Miaoling followed behind Xiaoru and asked quietly, Xiaoru, is Master on Yaoshan Island right now? Xiaoru looked at the distant island and affirmed, Qin Tian and I have a contract, so I can feel his presence on the island. It shouldn't be wrong. Outside the tomb, Ziyao spread her arms to shield an end. In front of the two of them, a group of people were approaching, looking for trouble. One of them spoke up. Ziyao, the Zixian sect is a prestigious and righteous sect in the central continent after all. I'll give you one last chance. The ugly-faced man tilted his head and looked at the two girls, threatening. Hand over the little demon behind you, and I'll let you go. Ziyao resolutely refused, shouting, don't even think about it. But inwardly, she was trembling. What do I do? I knew the Tianzuan's tomb would attract a lot of people, and yet I'm still standing here. A woman in red, holding a rope, stepped forward with a sly smile. Senior brother, don't waste your breath on this girl. She stared at the two girls and threatened. If she wants to die, let's grant her wish. The man nodded. That's right. If fellow Taoist Ziyao is still stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless. He waved his hand and signaled, do it quickly. The woman in red replied, yes. Then she charged towards Ziyao. Ziyao gritted her teeth and thought, I'm sorry, senior. This junior was unable to keep her promise. She created a large ice wall, stopping the woman in red. She stopped in her tracks, startled. Miaoling and Xiaoru had appeared. Ziyao was stunned, her eyes wide. Miaoling looked at the woman in red and sneered. Bullying two little girls? How shameful. Xiaoru also mocked. If you want to fight, let us entertain you. The man quickly told the woman in red, Junior sister, fall back. He knew Miaoling and Xiaoru were not ordinary. He said, sweating, you two fellow Taoists have misunderstood. I'm not bullying the weak. This matter concerns the inheritance of the Tianzuan's tomb. I can't just let that little demon go. But fellow Taoist Ziyao is unwilling to compromise, which puts us in a difficult position. Xiaoru asked in surprise, a celestial venerable's tomb? Isn't there only a supreme being's tomb on Demon God Island? The man said with a smile. Actually, we only found out by looking at the tombstone. The owner of this supreme being's tomb is Yifeng Celestial Venerable from 30,000 years ago. The supreme being's tomb has turned into a celestial venerable's tomb. Xiaoru exclaimed in surprise, what? So it's the tomb of Yifeng Celestial Venerable? Miaoling looked at her and asked Xiaoru, do you know about Yifeng Celestial Venerable? Xiaoru frowned and replied, Yifeng Celestial Venerable is the husband of our sky fox ancestor. He is also the strongest son-in-law in the history of Qingqiu. Later, the two of them disappeared together. I didn't expect them to be buried here. Miaoling frowned and looked at the group of people, her voice cold. Whether this is a supreme being's tomb or a celestial venerable's tomb, if you want to receive the inheritance, step in yourselves. Why are you forcing a little girl from someone else's family? He stepped forward, muttering as he walked. The big brother of this little demon was the first to enter. He even activated the restriction, preventing others from entering. Xiaoru asked in surprise, if the restriction has been activated, what's the point of you capturing the little girl? Holding it in tightly, she shouted and explained, they want to capture an in to force the senior to hand over the inheritance of Yifeng Celestial Venerable. Hearing this, Miaoling cursed coldly, despicable. The fat man quickly defended himself, fellow Taoist. You're wrong. As people often say, those of a different race will surely have a different heart. If we let this little demon's big brother monopolize the inheritance of Yifeng Celestial Venerable, one day he will become a demon god and bring disaster to the people. If we don't act today, We will leave behind a future of endless trouble. And then immediately shouted, "You're lying. My big brother is human." She also confirmed, "Senior Chin Tian is indeed human. I can testify." As soon as she finished speaking, both Miaoling and Xiaoru turned around in surprise. "What did you say, kid?" Xiaoru exclaimed. "Is Chin Tian your big brother?" And then looked at the two and said, "Big sisters." "I'm not lying. Big brother saved me and adopted me as his little sister." The little girl continued, "He even gave me the name Chinanen. So big brother is definitely not some demon." The two girls' eyes lit up with interest. Xiaoru clasped her hands to her cheeks, her voice gentle. I'm your big brother's disciple. With me and big sister by here, no one will dare to bully you." The girl's eyes sparkled. She placed her hand on her chest and praised, "What an adorable little sister. Whoever dares to bully you, I'll kill them." And then broke out in a sweat, flustered. The two girls immediately hugged the little girl tightly. So cute. Just then, the girl in red with a whip charged forward, shouting, "So you're this brat's accomplice, huh? If you want to take it all for yourselves, you'll have to get through the whip in my hand first." A loud explosion echoed on the island. Fire erupted in a corner. In the blink of an eye, the girl in red was knocked to the ground, as if stepping on her. She sneered contemptuously, "If you dare to open your stinking mouth again, I'll poke 5 more holes in your head." The girl in red trembled. She apologized in fear. Just then, an old man appeared, his voice threatening. "You fox demon, you're only at the 2nd level of the Emperor realm, and you dare to call yourself Bai Wudi?" Seeing the old man, the fat man exclaimed in surprise, "Master." The old man's face had 3 long scars, as ugly as his disciple. This was the master of the Batian Palace, Ba Zhe. The old man sneered. Furthermore, even if Bai Wudi were here, he wouldn't dare to dream of humiliating the Batian Palace in front of me. What are you to even compare? As if unafraid, her foot still on the girl in red, she retorted forcefully, "You're the master of the Batian Palace? I heard you've been a half-step supreme for over 500 years. She sneered contemptuously. "My grandfather, Bai Wudi, was already a half-step supreme over 10,000 years ago. What are you to compare yourself to my grandfather?" The old man was ridiculed in front of the crowd. His eyes flashed with killing intent. "Insolent," he growled. Instantly, he unleashed an attack on her. After all, the old man was a senior. His strength far surpassed Xiaoru's. She was sent flying. Miaoling was worried. She turned her head and shouted, "Xiaoru." She quickly drew her sword and unleashed the swallowing sun and moon technique. Space seemed to be torn in two. Darkness enveloped the sky. A blazing red fireball appeared. This move of Miaoling's cracked the old man's protective barrier. It pierced through the shield like glass and shot straight at the old man. The old man leaned back and smiled faintly. "Not bad. I'll take this sword strike of yours." In the room, Chin Tian stood before the statue of a fox demon. His entire body glowed with a golden light. His eyes were unfocused. At this moment, Yi Feng had entered his mind, standing before the tree of memories. Looking at the images appearing, he couldn't help but be astonished. Who is this kid? How can his body contain so much karma? He even saw scenes from Chin Tian's past life, when he was lying in a hospital bed, covered in blood. These images were all foreign to Yi Feng. It made him exclaim, "What are these things?" Suddenly, he was startled. An invisible force pulled him from the tree of memories. His soul was ejected from Chin Tian's body. He looked at him and exclaimed, "How can you enter my body without permission? I thought you were trying to possess me." Yi Feng looked at him. He thought to himself, "What kind of person is this kid?" He laughed and said, "Haha, possession? Don't worry. With karma as great as yours, no one in this world would dare to possess you. No wonder you dared to say you didn't need to take me as your master." Chin Tian turned around and said, "If I can come here, it means we are fated." Yi Feng was silent. He said nothing. He touched his shoulder, his face blushing. His eyes lit up with confidence. He gave a thumbs up. "Most importantly, I'll go out and find a successor for you. Don't be sad, Senior Yi Feng." Yi Feng was dejected, both curious and confused. "No. So what did you come in here for, then?" Usually, people come in here to find a successor. But Chin Tian didn't need one. Just then, the entire building shook violently. Chin Tian looked around in surprise. "An earthquake?" Yi Feng replied coldly. "It seems someone wants to force their way in." With that, he waved his hand. A golden screen of light immediately appeared. It formed a large screen showing the scene outside the tomb. On the screen, Xiaoru and Miaoling were being beaten mercilessly. The girl in red stepped on Xiaoru's body with her foot. Her voice was full of contempt. You dare to step on me? So brave. Miaoling roared in anger. You bastard. You should be aiming for me. Another man immediately grabbed Miaoling's chin. He squeezed it tightly and growled. I am aiming for you. Witnessing his two friends being bullied, Qin Tian roared in anger. Are you tired of living? On the screen, the despicable old man leaned close to Miaoling's face and smiled lecherously. Do you think I'll spare your lovely face? Qin Tian immediately grabbed Yi Feng's shoulder and yelled, Senior, let me out. I have to kill them all. But unexpectedly, Yi Feng punched him straight in the chest, causing Qin Tian to spit out a large mouthful of blood. He was sent flying. He asked in shock, What are you doing? Yi Feng explained in a deep voice. When I inspected your body, I discovered you have internal injuries. This punch will help you force out the stagnant blood. Then he pointed at Ba Zhe on the screen and continued. In your current state, you're not necessarily his match. His cultivation is at least at the half-step supreme level. Qin Tian was unfazed. His eyes were fierce. Whether he's a half-step supreme or supreme, even a celestial venerable, if he dares to touch my people, I will definitely kill him. Hearing this, Yi Feng clasped his hands behind his back. He slowly approached, saying, Well said, this young man may be sentimental, but his spirit is extraordinary. Then he held his glowing hand in front of Qin Tian. Then let me give you a hand. A stream of golden light from Yi Feng's hand wrapped around Qin Tian, lifting him into the air. Qin Tian shouted in surprise, Senior, are you transferring your power to me? But I haven't even acknowledged you as my master. This isn't right. Yi Feng didn't answer. He just said coldly, The time my remnant's soul has left in this world is not much. I know you don't want me to transfer my power because you're afraid I'll dissipate. But if I don't do it now, it will just be a waste. Qin Tian panicked, trying to stop him. But Senior, if you transfer your cultivation to me, won't you die? Stop quick. Yi Feng had already made up his mind. He chuckled lightly. Since you promised to take Xianxian back to Qingxiu, then it's worth it even if I disappear. My cultivation techniques and martial arts. If you don't need them, please help me find a successor to inherit them. Outside, the lava had risen high, covering everything. Xiaoru glared at the other girl, threateningly. Do what you want, kill me if you must. But when Qin Tian appears, don't you dare hope to survive. Hearing this, Miaoling also spoke up. That's right. Our master will definitely not let you off. The ugly, fat man was still holding Miaoling's zither tightly. He sneered. In front of my master. What is your master? Just then, the tomb door opened. A cold voice echoed. Is that so? Qin Tian had appeared. He carried a sword on his shoulder. His sharp gaze was fixed on the group in front of him. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Let's see who can take my life. Seeing him, the girls were overjoyed. They shouted, Qin Tian, Master, Senior, Brother. A chaotic chorus of calls echoed everywhere. The fat man turned and saw him. A sense of fear suddenly welled up inside him. This is bad. This person's aura is too strong. The old man, Baze, stood from a distance with his arms crossed. He said coldly, You brat. Since you've come out of this heavenly venerate's tomb, that means you've inherited the legacy of the heavenly venerate Yi Feng. Qin Tian looked at the old man coldly. So what if I have? Baze chuckled faintly and said, A mere second-level realm expert like you. What right do you have to inherit the legacy of a heavenly venerate? Meekly hand over the treasures in the tomb to me, and I might spare your life. Qin Tian frowned. His voice was filled with threat. And if I don't? The girl in red dared to interrupt. She raised her whip, ready to strike Xiaoru, shouting, If you don't, I'll beat them to death. Her fat companion quickly shouted, You idiot. A flash of extreme anger appeared in Qin Tian's eyes. He roared, Did I say you could move? The moment he finished speaking, her rope was slashed into 100 pieces by him. A giant red monster appeared. It crushed her to death instantly. Xiaoru was stunned. Her eyes were wide with shock. The fat man's jaw also dropped. He had no time to react. That red monster had already crushed her to death. The fat man realized with horror. This is the legacy of the heavenly venerate's tomb. He quickly looked towards Baze and shouted, Master, This person is strangely powerful. We have to run. But before he could do anything, Qin Tian's monster had already killed the fat man. The old man, Baze, stood in the middle of the area, his eyes wide. Qin Tian frowned. His eyes were cold as he looked at them. Did I say he could run? The old man had lost 2 of his disciples in one go. He gritted his teeth in anger and cursed. You brat, you dare to kill my beloved disciples. He immediately drew a sword and shouted, Iron-framed giant sword. Then he charged forward with his sword. He intended to strike Qin Tian. Go to hell. Qin Tian also raised his sword and shouted, swallowing the sun and moon. Instantly, a giant red circle appeared in the pitch-black space. It swallowed the old man, Baze. The night was late. The sky was quiet. He sat down calmly. He untied Meowling. Then he asked with concern, Meowling, Xiaoru, how are your injuries? Meowling smiled and replied, they're just minor injuries. Baze only wanted to force me to reveal the weakness of swallowing the sun and moon. He didn't actually try to kill me, and then ran over from behind. She hugged him tightly and said with a choked voice, Brother, I thought you'd never be able to get out of the tomb. During this time, Sister Zijiao and these 2 big sisters have been protecting an inn. I was afraid I would never see you again, brother. He turned back. He looked at the little girl with a tender gaze. He comforted her gently. I'm sorry, Inin. Then he patted the little girl's head, consoling her. Brother promises. From now on, I won't let any bad guys bully you again. He turned to Zijiao. Miss Zijiao, thank you for taking care of my little sister. I said at the beginning, when I get out of the tomb, I will give you a great fortune. Now, I will fulfill that promise. Hearing this, Zijiao quickly shook her head, refusing. Her face was flushed with embarrassment. No, you don't have to. Senior, you're too kind. I never asked for anything. Protecting, and it was also my way of repaying you for saving my life before. But before she could finish, he had already placed his hand on her forehead. A brilliant light flared up. It spread throughout the space. He said seriously, when I was in the tomb, I promised Senior Yifeng that I would help him find a successor. Under this starry sky, I will pass on to you the essence of Senior Yifeng. I feel that your temperament and character are very suitable to be his successor. Now, on behalf of Senior Yifeng, I will impart to you the profound night secret scripture. Zijiao's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe what was happening. The brilliant light slowly seeped into her body. He smiled and asked gently, Are you satisfied with this fortune? Zijiao immediately knelt down. She clasped her hands and bowed her head. Her voice was filled with reverence. Senior not only saved Zijiao's life, but also bestowed upon Zijiao a priceless fortune. Zijiao will never forget this great kindness. If I break this vow, may I be struck by lightning. He quickly helped her up, saying gently, Miss Zijiao, your words are too heavy. He helped her to her feet. Then he instructed her with concern. Senior Yifeng did me a great favor. I hope that in the future, you will bring glory to his legacy. Zijiao nodded seriously. Her voice was filled with determination. Zijiao will definitely cultivate diligently. I will absolutely not disappoint Senior Yifeng and you, Senior. Suddenly, he turned back to look at Meowling and Xiaoru. He asked with a suspicious tone, That's right. Meowling, Xiaoru, why did you 2 come to Demon God Island? Did something happen at home? Meanwhile, under the starry night sky, at the Langshan Empire, a grand feast was taking place in the tents. Several men sat around a table. They held Wolf Clan women in their arms. They were laughing and talking cheerfully. One man asked, Do you think a Qingai will come? 10 high-grade soldier swords. Even if he's an emperor-grade weaponry refiner, I'm afraid he won't be able to produce them. The Lang Emperor held his wine cup and replied calmly, The Haotian Empress and he have an unusual relationship, so he will definitely come. As for whether he has many high-grade emperor weapons or not, it doesn't matter. An old man in a pink robe sneered. Are you planning to set an exorbitant price and let him bargain? The Lang Emperor replied coldly. How could that be? I want to kill him, then refine his corpse into a demonic corpse, so that he will forever refine weapons for us. A red-haired man, sitting at another table, suddenly spoke up. I don't care what you plan to do with him. Just remember that. The promise you made to me must be fulfilled. The Lang Emperor said confidently, Of course. After the matter here is settled, I will send troops to help Shaho seize the Haoyan Empire, so that the entire Bloodkill sect will become the Blood Corpse Nation. Just then, someone walked in from outside. Qin Tian had appeared. He carried a sword on his shoulder. He stood outside the tent door and shouted, "Your little master, Qin Tian, has arrived. Lang Shun, Great Emperor, come out and meet me. If not, I will raze your wolf den to the ground." Several wolf soldiers immediately blocked his way with their long spears. A few came out from inside. One asked, "Are you Qin Tian, the one who killed my son?" The wolf emperor looked at him and said, "You're quite brave, to dare to barge into my wolf god palace alone." He replied coldly, still carrying the large bag on his shoulder. "Cut the crap. Didn't you want to make an exchange? If we come this far." The wolf emperor waved his hand, signaling. Immediately, someone brought out the Hao Tian Empress. Seeing him, she called out in fear, "Master." The wolf emperor looked at him expectantly. "I brought the person. Where are the 10 supreme-grade emperor weapons I wanted?" He said nothing. Just put the bag down on the ground. Inside was a brown wooden box. He opened the box. The swords they had requested were revealed. Qin Tian frowned. "They're all here. Let her go." The old man in pink saw the swords. His eyes lit up. He said in surprise, "You still have so many supreme emperor weapons?" He rubbed his neck and smiled. "Actually, I don't have that many. But I just happened to find a tomb on Yao Shan Island, so I was able to collect them." The old man behind him snorted. The wolf emperor also laughed. "Hao Tian Empress." She quickly ran to him and hugged him, crying with joy. "Master, I'm sorry for embarrassing you." He hugged her and comforted her. "You've been wronged. Master will take you home." She buried her face in his chest and replied softly. The wolf emperor, standing behind them, laughed slyly. "That Qin, do you really think I let you go?" He signaled with his hand. "Let me tell you, I will kill you and refine you into a demonic corpse, so that you will never be reincarnated. Charge!" His subordinates immediately rushed forward. The swords he had brought, lying on the ground, began to tremble. Then they suddenly flew into the air, radiating a terrifying power. He smiled faintly, holding the Hao Tian Empress in his arms. "Coincidentally, I was also planning to destroy the Wolf God Empire before returning, so that no more stray cats and dogs will come to bother me in the future." The red-haired man charged forward to attack with astonishing speed. As he fought with the swords, he shouted, "Who is this guy? To be able to control 10 supreme-grade emperor weapons again." The silver-haired old man quickly dodged a slash that was coming at him. Fear rose in his heart. He shouted, "Hey, old Lang, if you have any trump cards, use them now. Don't try to steal a chicken only to lose the rice." Only then did the wolf emperor clasp his hands together. Anger flashed in his eyes. He shouted, "You stinking brat. Don't be so arrogant." Stone pillar great formation seal. Immediately after, a series of giant stone pillars shot down from the sky, plunging into the ground. They formed a green circle with red lines inside. A red character appeared, trapping Qin Tian, who was standing in the middle of the formation. The circle turned into a sphere, enveloping him. It swallowed the person inside. Seeing the formation succeed, the wolf emperor laughed smugly. "This formation was created by my ancestors. It is the national defense formation of the Wolf God Empire. Even a half-step supreme expert cannot escape. Old Lang, this formation is truly powerful. Even a supreme-grade emperor weapon can't break it." With that, the old man clasped his hands together, forming a circle. He struck the formation with a powerful palm. Rocks fell down on Qin Tian and the Hao Tian Empress, who were trapped inside. The wolf emperor clasped his hands and smiled with amusement. "This formation was created by my ancestors. It is the national defense formation of the Wolf God Empire. Even a half-step supreme expert cannot escape." But just then, as the large rocks were falling, Qin Tian inside just waved his hand and instantly shattered the formation. The wolf god shouted in alarm. "How can this be? The ancestors' pillar great formation clearly can't be broken even by a half-step supreme expert." Qin Tian pointed his sword at him and sneered. "A half-step supreme? On Yaoshan Island. I've already killed 2 of them." Hearing this, the white-haired old man turned and fled. He cried as he ran, "I'm not from the Wolf God Empire. I'm leaving." Qin Tian glanced at him and warned coldly, "Did I say I let you go?" With that, dozens of swords flew up, aiming straight at the old man. The old man glanced back as he ran and shouted, You're pushing it too far, you brat. I'll fight you. His whole body flared with a mysterious pink light. Nineteen secret art. Then he took out a shield. Heavenly demon protection. The old man laughed smugly. I have the heavenly demon shield and the heavenly demon armor. What do you do to me? But as soon as he finished speaking, a stream of light pierced through his body, killing him instantly. The old man's entire body exploded in midair. The red-haired man, standing below, watched this scene and thought in fear. Ancestor He Hua is dead. I have to run. With that, he burrowed into the ground and disappeared, leaving the Wolf Emperor alone. But Qin Tian had no intention of letting him go. He held the Empress in one arm and carried the sword on his shoulder with the other. He said coldly, "Try to run? Don't even think about escaping, even if you hide underground. Even if you hide in the underworld, you can't escape." He flicked two fingers and shouted, "Kill him." Immediately, the ground collapsed, crushing the other guy. From a distance, the ground exploded, and the red-haired man's entire body was thrown into the air, screaming in pain. Witnessing the gruesome death of his accomplices, the Wolf Emperor was terrified and tried to flee. But Qin Tian had already blocked his way coldly. "Where do you think you're going?" His cold eyes were devoid of emotion. His words carried a threat. "Next, it will be your turn." The Wolf Emperor was startled and shouted, "Qin, don't think you can kill me. The background of the Wolf God Empire is not something you can just have." Qin Tian paid no attention to his words. He just gently comforted the Hao Tian Empress in his arms. "You just rest. I'll come back to get you when I'm done." The Empress nodded in agreement. Qin Tian carried his sword and turned to look at the Wolf Emperor with a bored expression. "If you have any more tricks, just use them. Today, I will give you a clear death." The Wolf Emperor quickly took out a talisman, blew fire on it, and threw it into the air. "It's still not certain who will die." A blue light flashed. An old man with a white beard and hair appeared with great majesty. That was Lang Shanlai Tian, the founding ancestor of the Wolf God Empire. The ancestor looked at the Wolf Emperor. "Grandson, why did you summon my clone?" The Wolf Emperor quickly pleaded for help. "Ancestor, I was framed by this little thief, Qin Tian. He even killed the royal capital and wants to destroy my Wolf God Empire." The ancestor turned and asked, "Where is Qin Tian?" Qin Tian stood tall, his aura soaring. "Your humble servant is here." The Wolf Emperor pointed at him. "Yes, that's Qin Tian." The ancestor was angry and slammed his fist on the Wolf Emperor's head. "You useless thing. You are an emperor, yet you were bullied to this extent by a second-level Emperor realm cultivator. I must have been blind to let you succeed the throne back then." The Wolf Emperor held his head and cried, "I am incompetent." Although Qin Tian was alone, he broke through a national protection formation. "I am really no match for him." The ancestor stared at Qin Tian, shocked. "A second-level Emperor realm cultivator broke my formation? He must have a heaven-defying cultivation technique. His luck is not bad." The ancestor lowered his head and extended a hand towards Qin Tian. "Qin Tian, you killed my grandson. This crime is unforgivable. But I am a virtuous person, and I can't bear to see a talent like you go to waste. Today, I will give you a way out. Just become my disciple, and I will forget about what happened today." The Wolf Emperor was startled and roared, "Ancestor, you can't take him as a disciple. My son died at his hands." The ancestor replied nonchalantly, "If he's dead, then just have another one. As an emperor, you must be ruthless and use any means necessary to get what you want." Qin Tian looked at the old man who was putting on a show in front of him and smiled in response. "What is this old man talking about? You want to be my master? Are you even qualified?" The old man was angry, but remained patient. "Young man, although your talent allows you to break my formation with the cultivation of a second-level emperor, your combat power is only between a half-step supreme and a supreme being. I, on the other hand, am a celestial venerable. I am more than qualified to be your master." Qin Tian was unmoved. He asked coldly, "That's just baseless talk. Do you dare to take one of my moves?" The old man thought for a moment and then replied, "Even though this body of mine only has half its strategic power, it's still enough to deal with a supreme being. This kid is no big deal." Thinking this, he agreed immediately. "I'll stand still. You can make your move." Qin Tian immediately raised his sword. "Then I won't be polite." The entire ground where he stood began to sink. Sparks of lightning shot out, He raised his sword. I have one sword. He delivered a powerful slash and shouted, "Swallow the sun and moon." The old man also braced himself. His attire changed. He wore golden armor and said, "The spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Obey my command. Transform into a strong shield. 100 kills become one." In the sky, walls of a fortress immediately appeared. They pieced themselves together. The old man held out his hand and shouted, "Wall shield." But a single slash from Chin Tian cracked the old man's shield. His eyes widened. He was stunned, his mouth agape. How can this be? The old man quickly dodged to the side. The spot where he had been standing exploded. Seeing this, Chin Tian raised an eyebrow and sneered. Didn't the old man say he wouldn't dodge? No skill, yet you still pretend to be the big boss. The old man was furious. He rushed forward and cursed. "You brat. I pitied your talent. I was going to spare your life. But you don't know what's good for you. Then don't blame me for taking your life." After speaking, the old man created a giant golden hand. Great sun crushing heaven palm. The old man's hand slammed down on Chin Tian, trying to crush him. But Chin Tian only needed one move to sever the old man's golden hand. He sneered at the old man. "Is that all you've got? You'd better hurry up and call out your true body so I can fight it and save time." The Lang Emperor, watching the battle from below, was terrified. How can he be so strong? Even the ancestor can't do anything to him. The old man's whole body glowed. He roared in anger. "You little brat. Don't think you're the only one in the world who knows swordsmanship. Today, I'll show you what the Emperor's sword is," he shouted. "Sword, come to me." Immediately, a large sword placed on an altar in a tent began to vibrate violently. It flew into the old man's hand. He gripped the sword tightly and proudly declared, "This is the nation-guarding divine sword, worshipped in my ancestral temple." The sword in the old man's hand glowed brightly, as if it were merging with its master. The old man whispered to the sword, "Old friend, you've enjoyed the incense of the Langshan Empire for 10,000 years. Today, help me slay this man and protect my bloodline." After speaking, the old man threw the sword at his opponent and shouted, "Go!" Faced with the powerful sword, he did not flinch. He quickly used the swallow the sun and moon technique. A giant black shadow appeared. It caused the other sword to suddenly slow down. It lost its initial ferocity. He jumped up and dodged the attack. The sword plunged straight into the ground. Without hesitation, he shot up into the sky. The sword immediately gave chase. The two of them shot across the sky. One ran, the other chased. When the sword was about to catch up, he turned around. His eyes were cold. "How strong? Then let's see whose sword is sharper," he shouted. 10,000 swords returned to the source. The swords he carried flew up into the sky. They gathered in the palm of his hand and emitted a strange light. They merged into a giant sword, on par with the old man's sword. He gripped the sword tightly. The two blades clashed, creating an explosion that shook the entire sky. The old man stood on the ground. His eyes followed the duel. Suddenly, his sword shot down and pierced through the old man's chest. It pierced through his armor as if it were tofu. The Lang Emperor, witnessing this, was aghast. A cold sweat broke out on his brow. He screamed in terror, "Ancestor!" The old man grabbed the sword in his chest and cried out urgently, "Little friend, wait. I have something to say." He smiled mockingly. "Begging for mercy now? Isn't it a bit too late?" The old man frowned and said, "Little friend, the nation-guarding divine sword has shattered. The fortune of the Langshan Empire has also dissipated. Consider the score settled. I only ask that you spare my grandson's life. I will tell you a great secret of the 9 prefectures." He looked at the old man. "What secret?" The old man's voice was low. "Little friend, do you know why masters on the 9 prefectures continent are so rare nowadays? Even the supreme level is just a certain existence." He held out his hand coldly and said, "Get to the point. Don't beat around the bush." The sword in his hand exerted more force. The old man's armor immediately shattered. The old man screamed in fear, "I'll talk. I'll talk." A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He frowned and recounted. In the ancient age of myths, when the 9 prefectures continent and the Soul Clan from the outside world invaded, a long great war broke out. Although the Soul Clan was eventually defeated, the 9 prefectures continent also suffered heavy losses, causing the spiritual energy to decline severely. Therefore, the gods of the 9 prefectures joined forces and created a new world suitable for cultivation. It was called the Upper Realm. From then on, any master on the 9 prefectures continent who reached the Supreme Realm could no longer continue to cultivate here and had to ascend to the Upper Realm. Although Little Friend has the cultivation of the Emperor Realm and the combat power of the Supreme Realm, with his heaven-defying talent, if he ascends to the Upper Realm, Little Friend can cultivate the Great Tao. Why waste time in the 9 prefectures? Qin Tian frowned and asked, whether I go to the Upper Realm or not. What does it have to do with you? The old man broke out in a sweat. He cried out in alarm. Little Friend doesn't know. In the 9 prefectures, there is only one passage to ascend to the Upper Realm. As long as Little Friend spares my grandson's life, I will reveal its location. In his heart, the old man thought to himself, once he ascends to the Upper Realm and achieves the glory of a supreme being, no one can resist the allure of the divine realm. Suddenly, the old man's eyes widened. Streaks of red blood appeared. He clenched his fists, trying to hold on to his life. Qin Tian sneered. Since I already know of the existence of the passage to the Upper Realm, even if you don't tell me, sooner or later, I'll find it. He decisively slashed across the old man's body. Then the sword continued to slash through the Lang Emperor's body. The old man roared. Qin Tian's sword is longer. He said coldly, furthermore, the ancients taught us to keep our word. His expression was terrifying. He continued with a frown. I said your grandson would die for sure. So today he must die. The old man's whole body lit up. His eyes rolled back in his head. He screamed, you little brat, I swear, once you step into the Upper Realm, I will cut you into 100 pieces. Qin Tian still held the sword tightly and shouted, noisy. At this moment, the Hao Yian Empress flew to his side. Seeing this, she said, Master, I'm sorry. She looked down. If you're worried, let Master provoke. Will the Langshan ancestor return for revenge against such a powerful enemy? Qin Tian turned around and replied calmly, don't worry. The passage between the 9 prefectures and the Upper Realm is only one way. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said to wait until I entered the Upper Realm to get his revenge. The Hao Yian Empress was still worried. Doesn't that mean Master will never be able to enter the Upper Realm? Qin Tian smiled faintly. He gave a thumbs up and a confident wink. Today I destroyed the old wolf's avatar. Tomorrow, I can also defeat his true body. Sooner or later, I will ascend to the Upper Realm. She was still a little hesitant, but Qin Tian immediately interrupted her. All right, now that that's done, let's go back to the Hao Yian Empire. This time, when I went to Demon God Island, I made an adopted little sister. I'll introduce you when we get back. At the headquarters of the Emperor's underworld, the Heavenly Emperor City. A luxurious and magnificent place. The atmosphere seemed to be stretched to its breaking point. In the main hall of the palace, a group of people knelt on the floor. Their eyes were filled with anxiety, as if they were waiting for something important. Suddenly, the large doors swung open, and a silver-haired man walked in. Immediately, the kneeling people shouted in unison, we respectfully welcome the young master of the Emperor's alliance out of seclusion. That man was the leader of the Emperor's alliance, Tian. He walked in with a cold expression, while the crowd continued to shout, congratulations to the young master on ascending to the Supreme Realm. An old man stepped forward. He clasped his hands and bowed his head. Congratulations to the young master on ascending to the Supreme Realm. Does the young master intend to ascend to the Upper Realm to cultivate? Tian frowned, replying coldly, no rush. I want to complete my cultivation of the Heavenly Venerate Realm before ascending to the Upper Realm. I must show everyone that Tian is the most outstanding successor of the Emperor clan. He glanced at the kneeling people on the floor. His voice was filled with authority. Qing Shan, have you captured the Qingqiu Empress I wanted? She has the bloodline of a heavenly fox. It would be very beneficial for my ascension to the Heavenly Venerate Realm. The old man knelt on the floor. His whole body trembled as he stammered. This subordinate is incompetent. Hearing this, Tian immediately tightened his grip. A flash of light appeared in the palm of his hand as he questioned him. Incompetent? You've been given so much time, and you can't even accomplish this one small task. So useless. What am I keeping you around for? Qing Shan tried to plead. Young master, please calm your anger. A man with long white hair and a purple robe, clasped his hands, and bowed his head. It's not that Elder Qin Shan didn't do his best. It's because a person named Qin Tian interfered, which is why the capture of the Qingxiu Empress was unsuccessful. Di Tian kept his hand raised, without a hint of mercy. Who is Qin Tian? The man with the long, white hair continued. That person is from the Kunlun sword sect in the eastern continent. He's also a famous weapon refiner throughout the 9 provinces. Currently, he is the only emperor-grade weapon refiner. Di Tian's lips curled. His hand still gripped Qin Shan tightly. Just a weapon refiner. No matter how skilled he is, he can only protect by Xiaoru. He squeezed his hand tighter. Qin Shan, you didn't receive any benefits from him, did you? Qin Shan was being choked. His whole body trembled. He screamed in pain. This subordinate would not dare. The man with the long white hair quickly pleaded. Young master, do not underestimate Qin Tian. Although this subordinate has never met him, I'm certain that he is a supreme realm expert. Di Tian turned to him and snorted. His eyes were filled with suspicion. A weapon refiner with a supreme realm cultivation. Taishu, are you sure you're not mistaken? The man with the long white hair clasped his hands and bowed his head. This subordinate has reliable information. Not long ago, Qin Tian went to Demon God Island and annihilated the 9 Nether Dragon Sparrow and Princess Bays of the Bay's Heavenly Palace. Just yesterday, he used a small number of people to destroy the Dragon God Empire. Witnessing this scene, Di Tian released Qin Shan. He still had a hint of doubt. Is this true? He single-handedly destroyed the Langshan Empire? Qin Shan, having been released, rubbed his neck, coughing violently. I was almost strangled to death. Di Tian glanced at his subordinate and said, although the Langshan Great Emperor's strength is not high, his old ancestor is also someone who has ascended to the upper realm. Could it be that he didn't have a last resort? The subordinate clenched his fists, frowning as he replied with a worried tone. Indeed, the Langshan old ancestor did leave behind a final measure. But even when the Langshan Great Emperor summoned the old ancestor's clone, he was still defeated by Qin Tian. Hearing this, Di Tian propped his chin on his hand and said with contempt, the Langshan old ancestor is a heavenly venerate realm expert, even if the clone's power is not equal to the original body. It's not that far off. It seems this Qin Tian has indeed reached the supreme realm. The subordinate bowed his head. This subordinate thinks so as well. Di Tian's face darkened with anger. He rested his forehead in his hand. I never expected that the eastern continent, the most unremarkable of the 9 provinces, would have someone like this. I can't wait to meet him. He touched his forehead. He stared at his subordinate. Taishu, gather all the strategic forces of the Emperor's alliance. I must kill a chicken to warn the monkeys. The subordinate asked hesitantly, dare I ask the young master, is that chicken Qin Tian? Di Tian touched his chin, frowning as he replied mysteriously. Let's consider him the monkey for now. As for the chicken, it is, of course, the Qingxiu Fox clan. That day, the sky was clear and blue. The scenery was peaceful. But that night, at the Qingxiu Fox clan, flames erupted, burning everything. Screams echoed everywhere. A panicked fox girl ran, shouting, everyone, follow me. Qin Shan clasped his hands and bowed his head. By the order of the Alliance Master, the Qingxiu Fox clan is no more. He brandished the feather duster in his hand. He looked down at the chaotic scene at the border. Whoever kills by Jiangyu will be greatly rewarded. Di Tian's cruel soldiers shouted in unison. Everywhere was engulfed in flames. Finally, the ground cracked, separating the 2 places. A fox person in white flew through the air, shouting, this old man is here. The Qingxiu old ancestor, by Wudi, had appeared. Holding a large sword, he roared, who dares to destroy my Qingxiu? Seeing the old man, Qin Shan gritted his teeth in fear and shouted, by Wudi. Just then, a group of people approached from behind. A voice rang out. As expected, you've also reached the supreme realm. Di Tian propped his chin on his hand. His eyes were filled with challenge. I know that with your talent of secluded cultivation for 1,000 years, you want to break through to the heavenly venerate realm, right? Old Bai Wudi glared. He frowned at the group of people. His voice was filled with contempt. Di Tian, you think that just because you've become a supreme, you can do whatever you want. When this old man was roaming the 9 provinces, you were still in diapers, you brat. Call out Dizwa. Bai Wuti looked down below. His voice was filled with threat. Today, this old man will not let you two despicable people continue to exist. The foundation of the Emperor clan in the 9 provinces will be cut off. A cold voice rang out from below. No need to rush. I have time. Beside Dtion, a golden light suddenly appeared. A white-haired person appeared. He rubbed his arm and said, "Young master, this old man's strength should not be underestimated. We should deal with him together." Dtion sat on his throne. His hand was still propping up his chin, a cunning smile on his face. "You don't need to interfere. I'll deal with him alone." He stood up. He clasped his hands behind his back. He looked up at Bai Wuti. His voice was filled with arrogance. "Bai Wuti, I will make you understand that. Your talent is nothing before me." In the sky, a group of people were riding a flying pan. "Hello," a little girl said excitedly, "brother-in-law. This time when we go back to Qingxiu, you should just marry my big sister, so my parents won't have to keep nagging her about marriage." Xiaoru blushed. She quickly scolded the little brat. Xiao. What nonsense are you talking about?" Qin Tian was a little awkward. He glanced nervously to the side. His face darkened. He broke into a sweat. He quickly explained to Miaoling, "This time we're going to Qingxiu to bury Senior Yi Feng and Senior Bai Qianqian. The matter of the wedding can be discussed later." Miaoling, sitting beside him, had a dark expression on her face. She was so angry her hair was standing on end. Her eyes were burning with fire. Xiaoru, on the other side, was covering her little sister's mouth. "I have to shut your mouth. No more nonsense." A bright orange light shone down on the group. The scene of the raging fire below made them freeze. They were both scared and stunned. Why has Qingxiu been burned to the ground? Everyone landed in the city. Now, the place was filled with smoke and fire. Desolation was everywhere. Xiaoru exclaimed in panic. How did it come to this? The girl looked at the scene before her. Tears streamed down her face. She cried out in pain, "Father, where are you two? Please answer me." Qin Tian quickly grabbed her hand. His voice was gentle and reassuring. Xiaoru calmed down, but Xiaoru still tried to rush forward. She screamed in helplessness. "I can't calm down. This was definitely caused by the Emperor's alliance. They couldn't catch me, so they attacked Qingxiu. I'm the one who brought disaster to this whole city." Qin Tian grabbed her hand, pulled her forcefully towards him, and hugged her. He gently patted her head, comforting her. "If it really is the Emperor's men, then I will make them pay with blood. But now is not the time to blame yourself. We must first find the culprit and clarify everything." Miaoling's voice came from behind. "That's right. No matter who did it, this debt must be repaid. As Master taught us, we need to find a culprit first." Xiaoru turned back, her eyes filled with tears, and whispered, "The culprit." Suddenly, she was startled and shouted, "I know where to find them. Follow me." Xiaoru led the group to a secret place in the forest. She opened a door on the ground and looked inside, her voice low and warm. "This is the secret passage leading to the Heavenly Fox Imperial Palace." Qin Tian and the others stood on high, looking down. Xiaoru explained, "If there is a culprit, they might be hiding here." She walked down the steps. Inside, flickering flames and a few figures could be seen. Among them, a group of fox people were in an uproar. A young girl exclaimed nervously, "Madam, someone's here." The red-haired woman frowned, her eyes tense as she looked ahead. "Don't cry. Remember, the Fox clan of Qingxiu can die, but we cannot be disgraced." The young girl trembled with fear, while the lady of the Fox clan gripped her sword tightly, raising it with determination. At that moment, Shiru appeared, startling the two girls. They exclaimed in unison, "Xiaoru," while the young girl smiled happily and replied, "Emperor's concubine." The mother looked down at her two children, both worried and lovingly scolding, "You two fools. Why did you come back?" Xiaoru hugged her mother tightly, sobbing. "This is great." The little girl also called out. The mother stroked Xiaoru's head and said gently, "Silly girl." At this moment, Qin Tian looked at her. "Mother-in-law, who did this? Was it the Emperor's men?" She nodded. "Yes." As she stroked Xiaoru's head, she explained, "The alliance leader of the Emperor's alliance, Dtion, personally mobilized his army to attack Qingxiu. After coming out of secluded cultivation, he has reached the supreme realm. If grandfather Bai hadn't come out in time, we would have." Hearing this, Xiaoru looked up at her mother in surprise. Are you all talking about Grandfather by Woody? He's out of seclusion? She looked at her gently and nodded. That's right, it's just... Outside, the battle between the two was raging. Bai Woody held his saber high, while Tion concentrated countless points of light. With a wave of his hand, the points of light immediately shot down like shooting stars. A protective barrier appeared around Bai Woody. He sneered, Tion, is this all you've got? With that, he swung his saber and slashed fiercely. Bai Woody looked at Tion and smiled mockingly. How disappointing. He taunted as he fought. Or should I say, the only strong thing about you is your mouth? Tion's face was as cold as ice. He replied, Bai Woody, if you're so eager to die, I will grant you your wish. With that, a stream of blue light flew towards Bai Woody. Then Tion used star shifting, creating two exact copies of himself. Bai Woody stood below, his saber in hand. He looked up with contempt and said coldly, even with two more clones, it's still useless. He frowned, his sharp gaze fixed on Tion, full of threat. You still dare to be so arrogant in front of me? Tion stood on high looking down. His voice was full of arrogance. These are not clones. They are all my true bodies. He glanced down contemptuously and continued smugly. Therefore, I alone can exert 3 times the power. 3 identical figures appeared, stunning everyone. Bai Woody looked at the scene before him. If they're all true bodies, then it will be difficult for me to escape unscathed this time. He shouted a warning. Bai Woody, no matter how powerful you are, you can't fight 3 Supremes at once. The 3D Tions charged forward in unison, their voices filled with killing intent. Die for me. The 2 sides clashed, the battle raging with no clear winner. Bai Woody remained calm and chuckled, asking, is it just about numbers? He stabbed his saber straight into one of the Tions. Even so, you still can't kill this old man. The Tion who was stabbed just smiled faintly. He held the saber with one hand. When Bai Woody stabbed one of them, the other 2 attacked at the same time, seriously injuring him. Blood spurted from Bai Woody's mouth, but he remained unfazed. The 2 Tions on either side looked at him and sneered, Bai Woody, you're not lightly injured, are you? Bai Woody sneered faintly. Aren't you the same? One of the Tions gripped Bai Woody's saber and pulled out of his chest. You think you're exchanging 1 for 1 with me? He landed in front of Bai Woody and pulled the sword out of his body. The 3D Tion stood before Bai Woody. Don't forget, this body is only one of my 3 true bodies. He shouted, return. Immediately, the 2 on the sides disappeared, merging into the main body in the middle. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said smugly, therefore, my injuries are only 1/3. What do you have to compare with that? Bai Woody smiled faintly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. In that case, you are also injured, so this old man still has the upper hand. Tion was startled and looked at him, his eyes full of vigilance. Bai Woody slammed his saber into the ground. His voice was full of authority. Look carefully. He placed his hand on his wound and said smugly, this is the self-healing divine ability I obtained after ascending to the supreme level. He puffed out his chest, revealing his solid 6-pack. Not a single wound remained. No matter how severe the wound, I can quickly recover. You little brat, Tion, what do you have to fight this old man with? The people around were dumbfounded. They screamed in astonishment. Self-healing wounds. What's the point of fighting anymore? The man in the green robe looked at the scene and muttered, we can only retreat. Tion remained calm, not the least bit worried, and replied, so this is your divine ability. Now I understand your strategy. You can't defeat me. Bai Woody charged forward with the saber, his face filled with fury. He gritted his teeth and roared, let this old man poke a few holes in you, and we'll see who the real winner is. The 2 clashed, creating a world-shaking explosion. Bai Woody was injured again. Tion said smugly as he attacked, do you find it strange? Why do I know the weakness in your moves? He glanced at the old man, his voice full of arrogance. Because I have reached the supreme realm, and I possess the divine ability of deduction. Just now, it seemed like just 1 move, but I have actually deduced 1,000 moves. You can't win against me. In the cave, Sharu asked with wide, worried eyes. Who will win, grandfather or Tion? Her mother frowned and replied, at that time, your father told me to take the women and children to a safe place. So I don't know the final result either. The little girl raised her hand and said with a frown, "Grandfather will definitely win. Grandfather can heal his own wounds, so he will definitely have the advantage." Xiaoru also nodded hopefully. "That's right." However, Qin Tian, who was standing behind them, offered a different opinion. "Based on what your mother-in-law just said, the final winner will be D. Tian." Hearing this, the little girl quickly turned around and asked worriedly, "Why D. Tian? Grandfather's divine ability is clearly more advantageous in a prolonged battle." Qin Tian looked at everyone and explained, "Although Senior Bai's divine ability can heal wounds, casting a divine ability consumes spiritual energy. The better the recovery, the more spiritual energy is consumed." He frowned, sweating. He held his chin and continued. "Meanwhile, D. Tian's divine ability of deduction is continuous, constantly inflicting injuries on Senior Bai. Therefore, a prolonged battle is not to Senior Bai's advantage." After Qin Tian finished speaking, Xiaoru's mother bowed her head, breaking out in a sweat. She admitted sadly, "Young Master Qin's prediction is correct. Your father saw that the old master's recovery was slowing down. So he told me to bring everyone here to take refuge." Xiaoru asked anxiously, "Then where is father?" She replied, "He said he wanted to stay with the old master and fight a decisive battle with the emperor's underworld." Hearing this, the little girl rushed over and hugged Qin Tian tightly, crying and begging, "Brother-in-law, please save my father and grandfather." Qin Tian hugged the little girl and reassured her, "Don't worry, I will definitely do that. I will absolutely not let the emperor's underworld get away with this." With that, he quickly told everyone, "This matter cannot be delayed. Auntie, please take me to the place where Senior Bai and D. Tian are fighting." Everyone immediately set off. When they arrived, a chaotic scene appeared before them. The fire was still raging fiercely, but there was no one around. Everyone called out together, "Clan leader, father, where are you?" "Old man," Xiaoru cried as she shouted, "Father, can you hear me?" Qin Tian observed his surroundings, then said coldly, "Xiaoru, stop looking. The aura around here is very sparse." Hearing this, she became even more frightened. She turned back to ask him, "Could it be that father and grandfather are in danger?" Qin Tian broke out in a sweat. If that were the case, there would surely be the bodies of uncle and senior Bai around here. Mother stood behind him and said, looking at him, "As young Master Qin sees it, my husband and the old master have been captured by the emperor's underworld." Qin Tian turned to look at her and nodded. "That's right, although I don't know what the emperor's underworld is planning. Uncle and senior Bai are definitely still alive." He rubbed his wrists. His face was grim. Meowing, "Xiaoru, let's go to the emperor's underworld's headquarters. I'm going to meet D. Tian." In a dark room, on a large rock, Bai Wuti was tightly bound by his hands. His entire body was pierced by sharp spikes. Blood from his wounds flowed down to a table. The old man was so tired he had passed out. Clearly, his blood was being forcibly drawn. D. Tian stood there, observing coldly. A subordinate knelt and reported, "Young master, can Bai Wuti's blood essence really help you break through to the celestial venerable realm?" D. Tian tilted his head back to look at the ceiling. "That's right. Remember back then, Yifeng was just an ordinary supreme being. But after he married the Sky Fox Supreme by Qianqian, the Sky Fox bloodline helped him ascend to become a celestial venerable. His fame spread throughout the 9 prefectures." He looked at Bai Wuti and continued, "Currently, the Sky Fox bloodline in by Xiaoru is the most concentrated. I had planned to use her as a cultivation vessel, but she escaped. Now I can only take a step back, refining the Sky Fox bloodline from Bai Wuti's blood essence. It's estimated to take about a month." The subordinate frowned and replied with a cupped fist, "Just 1 month? The young master will be able to reach the celestial venerable realm? Truly lightning fast. When that time comes, the entire 9 prefectures will revere you." D. Tian's face showed no sign of joy. He frowned. "This is just the first step. One day, the entire upper realm will know my D. Tian's name." The subordinate then asked, "Young master, Bai Jiangyu and the Qingqiu officials are all imprisoned in the dungeon. Do you need to draw their blood essence to test the Sky Fox bloodline?" D. Tian was uninterested. He walked up the steps. "There's no need to take from such insignificant people. Their lives are only being spared to serve as bait. Understand, subordinate. The young master wants to use them to lure Bai Xiaoru here. The next morning, at the Emperor's underworld, the members of Qin Tian's group had disguised themselves and infiltrated the city. A man peeked out from behind a wall. He observed carefully and then whispered, "I've found it." It was Qin Tian. He lifted his hat slightly and peered inside. "The sin of her father is coming from here. They must be imprisoned in this place." His eyes were fixed on the imposing building in front of him. As if stepping forward impatiently, she said, "Then what are you waiting for? Let's act now." Qin Tian quickly raised his hand to stop her. "Don't be rash. You two have a more important task to complete." He smiled faintly. He glanced at the other building. "Tonight, we'll have a good show to watch." Night fell quickly. The sound of a rattling wooden clapper was heard, signaling the arrival of a soldier. The soldier on guard saw his comrade arrive and grumbled, "Why are you so late?" "I'm starving to death." The newly arrived soldier handed him a lunchbox. "You stand guard for another 2 minutes. I want to eat first." But before the other soldier could take the lunchbox, a blade was raised. The one who had just struck had glowing red eyes. His whole body was as stiff as a corpse. Qin Tian, standing on a nearby roof, continuously shook a small wooden rattle. He watched the scene unfold and smiled smugly. The stars were shining brightly. His eyes were fixed on the living corpse below. He ordered, "Rise up for me." At this moment, fires were raging everywhere in the city. The soldiers were fighting fiercely. The man named Qing San looked at the corpses strewn about. The houses were burned to the ground. He shouted in alarm, "What are you all doing? Have you all gone mad?" A loud shout echoed everywhere. "Stop!" He turned to look at his subordinates and roared, "Stop it right now." But behind him, a corpse slowly stood up. That person charged forward with a sword. He leaped up, intending to kill the man named Qing San. A humph rang out. "Careful, Your Excellency." The man named Qing San looked at his two subordinates fighting each other and asked in alarm, "What's going on?" A soldier quickly explained, "These corpses are all being controlled. We can only cut them at the waist." The sound of the wooden rattle became increasingly eerie. Suddenly, something flew over and shattered the wooden rattle in Qin Tian's hand. He sat in silence, looking at the shattered rattle. Tian had appeared. He stood before him. He pointed at him and said, "You are the one who can cause chaos in the Emperor's underworld." His face was cold. He held out his hand. His palm glowed. "Qin Tian, you haven't disappointed me." Qin Tian turned to look at him. "You are the alliance master of the Emperor's underworld, Tian," he sneered. "You don't look like anything special. What a disappointment." Tian was not angry. On the contrary, he smiled broadly. "Is that so? But I believe that very soon I will change your impression of me." With that, he swung his blade fiercely at Qin Tian. Qin Tian quickly stepped back. His eyes were filled with astonishment. So fast. He drew a knife and thought, "Although we are both in the supreme realm, this guy is completely different from before." Qin Tian then slashed at him and shouted, "Life and death sword." Tian easily blocked the blow and sneered, "Qin Tian, compared to Bai Wudi, you're a bit more interesting." After saying that, the two of them engaged in a fierce battle again. Tian swung his sword powerfully and shouted, "Heart sword art!" Immediately, a flash of black light appeared in the space. The two techniques collided, creating a violent explosion. Tian was sent flying, but he was still smiling with amusement. His eyes sparkled. Qin Tian did not stop. He continued to unleash a powerful move. A stream of light shot straight at Tian. He quickly raised his sword to block. The two of them faced each other. Qin Tian smiled faintly and taunted, "As the mighty Emperor's underworld, all you know how to do is dodge." He smiled triumphantly. "I've seen through your moves, and I've figured out how to break them." Qin Tian asked softly, "So what?" Then he swung another extremely powerful move and shouted, "Die." This move was so powerful it shook the very ground. But both of them stood firm. Neither of them would back down. Tian looked at him and sneered, "You don't stand a chance of winning." His eyes flashed green. He seemed to transform into a different person. He moved as fast as lightning and attacked Qin Tian relentlessly. His sharp sword swung through the air, clashing with the giant beam of light from Qin Tian. The two beams of light collided, creating a terrifying explosion. Qin Tian was injured. Blood sprayed from his mouth. But Tian remained calm. His eyes were triumphant. "You lost. A series of explosions erupted in the city. Qin Tian and Di Tian continued to fight without stopping. They unleashed a relentless barrage of techniques. Di Tian sneered and shouted, "Now, you must die." He swung his sword fiercely, roaring die. But in the middle of the fight, he froze. He exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible?" Qin Tian held a small dagger in his mouth. He used a surprise attack on Di Tian, catching him off guard. Di Tian was sent flying once again. His eyes were filled with surprise. "According to my calculations, you shouldn't have been able to dodge that blow. It seems you still haven't used your full strength." Qin Tian took the dagger out of his mouth and chuckled lightly. "Now that I know your supreme divine ability is deduction, I'm not stupid enough to reveal my full strength." Di Tian laughed with amusement. "A clever choice. Then let me see how much more you're hiding." With that, the two of them charged into battle once more. The two sides were evenly matched. They fought so fast that only flashes of light could be seen, not the people themselves. Di Tian's eyes were completely white. He said coldly, "Taishu was right, Qin Tian. You truly are my greatest rival. But now, I have a full grasp of your strength. In the end, you will be just like Bai Wudi, defeated by my hand." He relentlessly charged at Qin Tian with unstoppable madness. Suddenly, an explosion rang out from the corner of a building. Qin Tian quickly glanced in that direction. From within the smoke, a figure rushed out. It was Miaoling and Xiaoru, helping a man escape. Miaoling shouted, "Master, we've rescued him." Qin Tian nodded and shouted back, "You guys go on ahead. I'll catch up later." Seeing this, Di Tian let out a soft, mocking laugh. "Qin Tian, you think I'll let you escape? I only spared those useless people in Qingxiu to lure you here." Although his mouth was already bleeding, Qin Tian showed no fear. He looked straight at him and smiled. "Di Tian, you're right. Dragging this fight out won't be to my advantage. So I have to use one move to end this battle." With that, he swung his sword forcefully towards Di Tian, shouting, "Witness this move, my ultimate technique, swallowing the sun and moon." Instantly, a blazing red orb appeared. The surrounding space was plunged into darkness. Di Tian quickly leaped up to dodge the blow. Qin Tian's technique was incredibly powerful. It created a long trail of fire that scorched the ground. Di Tian was sent flying. The fire nearly engulfed the entire area. When the dust and smoke cleared, Di Tian was still standing. He frowned and said coldly, "A powerful move. You really pushed me to this point." He glared. He shouted with excitement, "Come on, let's fight for 300 rounds." But in front of him, there was no longer any sign of Qin Tian. He had vanished at some point. Just then, a group of subordinates ran over in a panic, shouting, "Young Master Di Tian, hurry!" Several subordinates ran up to report. "They've taken Bai Jiangyu away." Di Tian was furious. He replied coldly, "It doesn't matter. It's fine to return that piece of trash to them." He stuck his sword into the ground and ordered, "Take the injured to be treated first, and Diming, this fire must be extinguished immediately." The old man, Qing Shan, quickly replied, "Yes." Then he shouted orders to his subordinates. "Everyone, collect the bodies of the injured." Several other men also ran to the burning areas, shouting, "Come with me to put out the fire." The subordinates replied in unison. Suddenly, Di Tian coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. He gritted his teeth and called out Qin Tian's name. "I'll let you go for today. Wait until I ascend to the heavenly venerate realm in a month. Then I'll settle today's score with you." The night was late at Qingxiu. Before a large tomb, Qin Tian spoke. "Senior Yifeng, I have done as you asked." He stuck several incense sticks in the ground and continued, "I have brought you and Senior Bai back to Qingxiu." Then he clasped his hands. He closed his eyes and prayed, "May you all rest in peace." Just then, Xiaoru's father punched himself hard in the chest. He cried out in pain, "It's all because I, Bai Jiangyu, am useless. I couldn't protect my clansmen, and I couldn't save my father. I am ashamed to face the ancestors of Qingxiu." His two daughters quickly hugged him. Xiaoru comforted him, "Father, please don't get so agitated. Your wounds haven't healed yet. You must take care of your health." The little girl also sobbed, "With brother-in-law here, he'll definitely be able to save Grandpa." "Right, brother-in-law." Qin Tian turned around and replied seriously, I also want to save the old senior immediately. But Tion is truly not easy to deal with. In today's battle, I used my full strength, but it was still difficult to win. With that, he stood up. A weary look was evident on his face. Moreover, Tion possesses the supreme, divine ability of deduction. The longer we fight, the more it benefits him. To be honest, if he and I were to continue fighting, the loser would be me. Seeing this, Xiaoru looked at her father and said sadly, "It's all my fault. I brought a great disaster upon Qingxiu. When the Emperor's alliance wanted to capture me, I shouldn't have run away." Bai Jiangyu looked down at the ground, replying helplessly, "This is not your fault. If there's anyone to blame, it's our heavenly fox bloodline. It makes people covet it." Hearing this, Qin Tian turned around. He asked with a confused expression, "Uncle, what's so special about the heavenly fox bloodline?" Bai Jiangyu was even more surprised than him. He asked back, "You don't know, young Master Qin?" Then he explained seriously, "Among all the ancient bloodlines, our heavenly fox bloodline is considered to be a super supportive bloodline. Not only does it help one's own cultivation to be faster than others, but it can also raise another person's cultivation by one realm." Hearing this, Qin Tian became interested and asked further, "Raise their realm? Could it even go from the saint realm to the supreme realm?" Bai Jiangyu nodded. "Not only that, before, when my son-in-law, Yi Feng, married into Qingxiu, he was originally just a supreme. After marrying my ancestor, Bai Qianqian, he became a heavenly venerate." Qin Tian stroked his chin in thought and said, "To be able to go from a supreme realm to the heavenly venerate realm, it truly deserves to be called the strongest support bloodline." But Bai Jiangyu said with a sad tone, "However, the act of helping another person ascend a realm can only be performed once. After that, one's own cultivation will forever be stuck at the current level." Hearing this, the little girl looked up at her father with a resentful expression. "Doesn't that mean sacrificing yourself to help others cultivate?" "I'm not doing it." But the old man frowned and glanced at the girl. "Some things are not for you to decide. Whenever a heavenly fox bloodline appears in the Fox clan, it is sure to attract the attention of the major powers. Even though my ancestor, Bai Qianqian, was married to my son-in-law, Yi Feng, she was still coveted by other powerful experts." Before this tomb, the old man only recounted that his ancestor, Bai Qianqian, in order to sever the thoughts of those people, used her heavenly fox bloodline on my son-in-law, Yi Feng. During that period, countless supreme realm experts fell because of this matter. With that, the old man turned to look at Xiaoru. "After the ancestor, Bai Qianqian, the people of Qingxiu, who have the greatest potential to awaken the heavenly fox bloodline, are you and your grandfather. Tian also made a move against you because he saw that point." Hearing this, Qin Tian suddenly widened his eyes in alarm and exclaimed, "Wait a minute. If Senior Bai also has the heavenly fox bloodline, then Tian's true purpose in attacking Qingxiu must be for Senior Bai." At this point, Bai Jiangyu also gritted his teeth in anger. That's right. Now that Tian is already a peak-level expert in the supreme realm, if he also obtains my father's heavenly fox bloodline, he will ascend to the heavenly venerate realm, and no one in this entire 9 provinces will be his match. Hearing that, Xiaoru also cried out in alarm. "If I also have the heavenly fox bloodline, then I can use it on Qin Tian, just like how the ancestor, Bai Qianqian, did everything for the heavenly venerate Yi Feng back then." The old man exclaimed in shock, "Xiaoru." Qin Tian immediately replied, "I do not agree." Xiaoru was on the verge of tears. She shouted, "Qin Tian, I know you're worried that my cultivation will stagnate, but this is my own choice. Only in this way can I help you defeat Tian." Suddenly, he flicked her forehead, making her wince and exclaim. The girl had calmed down. She held her aching head and asked, "What are you doing? I'm talking to you seriously." He smiled faintly and replied, "Who said that's the only way to defeat Tian? Who are you looking down on?" The girl looked at him innocently, her eyes wide with surprise. "But didn't you just say you couldn't beat Tian?" He turned and walked away, replying with confidence, "That's right, I can't beat him now. But in a few days, that will no longer be the case." The little girl grabbed her father's hand, her eyes welling with tears as she asked, "How is brother-in-law going to defeat Tian?" He clasped his hands behind his back and looked at them. "Didn't I tell you all? That I was planning to refine a supreme grade pill? His eyes shone with hope. Now I just need to find one more great Tao Supreme fruit, and I can refine it. With the help of a supreme grade pill, I believe I can break through to the supreme realm. Then we'll see how I deal with DT on. Bai Jiangyu broke out in a sweat and looked at him worriedly. Young Master Qin, are you not a supreme right now? He froze, turned to look at the old man, and chuckled. No, I'm only in the emperor realm. Hearing this, the old man's face changed. He shouted in disbelief. What? The old man thought in horror. He can already fight against the supreme level DT on while still in the emperor realm. Then if he breaks through to the supreme level, won't even a heavenly venerable be unable to do anything to him? Young Master Qin couldn't be the illegitimate son of some ancient god from the 9 provinces, could he? In the skies of the supreme mountain in the central continent, several people, including Qin Tian, were riding a walk, flying across the area. Xiaoru suddenly wondered. Father once said that the Great Tao Supreme Tower is on the Supreme Mountain. But why don't I see any tower here? Miaoling frowned. There's so many people here. We can just go down and ask. With that, the group got off the flying walk. Ahead, a man who looked like a fortune teller was sitting in front of a table, loudly calling out. Place your bets. Just guess who will pass through the Great Tao Supreme Tower this year. First place gets half the winnings. Seeing the 3 of them, Qin Tian approach, he asked, would you 3 like to try your luck? We'd like to ask you, sir, where is the Great Tao Supreme Tower on the Supreme Mountain? The fortune teller looked at them and waved his hand, signaling, I know about this, but I need a little bit of sincerity. The other person immediately dropped a heavy bag of money into his hand. Is that enough? The fortune teller immediately replied happily. Enough. Enough. This old man will definitely tell you everything. I wouldn't dare to hide anything. The other person asked again, then tell us. Where's the Great Tao Supreme Tower? Unexpectedly, the fortune teller calmly replied, it's right here. But in front of them were only mountain ranges and a vast valley crowded with people. There was no tower in sight. Thinking they had been tricked, Xiaoru and Miaoling angrily rushed forward and grabbed the fortune teller by the collar. Old man, you dare to trick us? Do you believe I'll smash your stall right now? The fortune teller was terrified. His head was thrown back. He explained, trembling, this old man wouldn't dare to play with you. The Great Tao Supreme Tower is indeed here, but it only appears for 7 days every 5 years. Then it disappears, and you have to wait another 5 years for it to appear again. Miaoling frowned and asked further, then when will the tower appear this time? Don't tell me we have to wait a few more years? Definitely not. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people gathered here. The fortune teller also smiled and confirmed. The young man is right. Today is the day the Great Tao Supreme Tower appears. You have arrived at just the right time. As soon as he finished speaking, a shout suddenly rang out. Everyone look! Princess Wenren Muyue of the Guangming Divine Kingdom has arrived. Immediately, a flying ship appeared in the sky, attracting the attention of the crowd. Everyone was in awe. That's Princess Muyue's flying ship. The flying ship slowly landed in an empty space. A female attendant stepped forward and scattered rose petals on the ground. The crowd around cheered enthusiastically. Princess Muyue! Princess Muyue! From the flying ship, a beautiful girl stepped down, flanked by 2 attendants. The cheers of the crowd grew louder and louder, unceasingly calling her name. A princess! Princess Muyue! Qin Tian also looked over and couldn't help but exclaim, how ostentatious. The old man beside him cackled and said, of course. The Guangming Divine Kingdom is the most powerful empire in the central continent. As for her beauty, Wenren Muyue is considered the #1 beauty in the central continent. If any man could marry her, he would surely save himself 500 years of struggle. No need to say any more. Before anyone could react, the old man had already rushed towards Muyue like a dog greeting its master, shouting, Princess Muyue, I'm here. One of the princess's attendants raised her hand, signaling for silence. Silence. She stood tall, looked at the crowd, and announced, ladies and gentlemen, the Great Tao Supreme Tower is about to open. Our princess also wishes to enter the tower to pray for good fortune. Anyone who can reach the 8th floor. The princess will personally host a banquet and play a piece of music for that person. Hearing this, some people in the crowd whispered to each other, I heard that Princess Wenren Muyue is still unmarried. Could it be that she's here today to choose a husband from under the tower? Another person covered their mouth and replied, "The Great Tao Supreme Tower has a total of 9 floors. If someone can reach the 8th floor, they are definitely a top-level expert. Using the tower to choose a husband is also reasonable." At this moment, a man stepped forward, knelt before the princess, and said solemnly, "Princess Xing Yunxian," a rather handsome man. He placed a hand on his chest, looked straight at her, and declared, "I will definitely reach the 8th floor and get to hear the princess play." 2 people standing nearby saw this and scratched their faces, saying, "Xing Yunxian, the young master of the Heavenly Tao sect. I heard he was already a half-step supreme 10 years ago." The person next to him replied, "Until now, he is probably the only one who has a chance to date the princess." Qin Tian also heard these words. Xiaoru turned to him, placed a hand on his shoulder, her expression filled with sarcasm. "Qin Tian, don't you also want to attend the banquet of the princess of the Guangming Divine Kingdom?" Miaoling, beside him, also frowned and looked at him. Master is such a flirt. He stood between the 2 girls, his arms crossed, sweat beading on his forehead. He looked awkward. "Attend what? I don't have time for that." His eyes flashed, and his face became serious. "Furthermore, I don't think her beauty can surpass that of the emotionless empress or the emperor's concubine of Qingxiu." These words made both girls blush with embarrassment. Seeing this, the old man from before suddenly fanned himself and stood behind them, speaking up. "This young man's words are not quite right." Qin Tian glanced at him and snorted. The old man had put on a pair of black sunglasses and was holding a fan. He was acting like he knew everything. "The emperor's concubine of Qingxiu is beautiful, yes, but she's also a jinx. Haven't you heard that the emperor's alliance has destroyed Qingxiu? It was all a disaster caused by that girl." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoru immediately became furious. Her face turned purple, and she glared at him, shouting, "What did you say?" Qin Tian quickly stopped her. "Calm down, Xiaoru." He smiled at the old man and said, "Old sir, can I place a bet now?" The old man nodded without hesitation. "Of course. Who are you betting on, young man?" Qin Tian took out a large bag of money and held it up, saying seriously, "This is 100,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. I bet on myself to pass through the Great Tao Supreme Tower." At that moment, swirling white clouds appeared in the sky. A giant tower suddenly appeared. The entire tower radiated a strange golden light, as if full of power. The crowd immediately shouted, "The Great Tao Supreme is open. Quick, enter the tower." Qin Tian turned to look at the tower and said to the 2 girls, "Let's go too." Xiaoru turned back and cursed at the old man. "You old fart. I'll let you off for now." The old man took Qin Tian's large bag of silver and smiled faintly. "Oomph. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. My place is already opened for betting 10 times. Before, only one mysterious woman passed. I haven't seen anyone else succeed." The old man's triumphant eyes were full of cunning. "This 100,000 supreme-grade spirit stones are already mine." Inside the tower, the doors gradually began to glow with a strange light. One by one, they stepped inside, and Qin Tian was among them. He stood there, his eyes wide with astonishment at the scene before him. Then he let out a soft humph. Before him was a fox with shimmering golden fur. Its red eyes, like fire, were waiting for him. Qin Tian looked at it and said slowly, "It seems that to prevent them from rushing into the tower, there are many independent spaces inside the Great Tao Supreme Tower. That's good. Miaoling and Xiaoru can take this opportunity to train more." He scratched his neck lightly, stretched his body, and chuckled. Hey, don't let me get bored." Outside the tower, the space became quiet. Only Mu Yu's flying ship remained. A servant turned to ask her, "Princess, do you think anyone will reach the 8th floor this year?" Another servant also spoke up. "It's hard to say for the others, but for Ling Yunxian, it's definitely not a problem. After all, he's a half-step supreme master." Hearing this, a princess chuckled softly. Her eyes narrowed. "You're mistaken. Climbing the Great Tao Supreme Tower is not just about having a high realm. Even a supreme being may not be able to reach the top floor, let alone reaching the Emperor realm." The servant asked in surprise, "Why is that?" She explained, "This Great Tao Supreme Tower starts from the 1st floor. Each floor generates a tower guardian spirit body with a realm equivalent to the person who enters the tower. She looked up at the towering tower and continued. The first floor has 1 spirit body. The second floor has 2. And so on up to the 8th floor. Ling Yunxian is a half-step supreme. If he wants to reach the 8th floor, he must defeat the combined attack of 7 half-step supremes. Speaking of this, she sounded a little worried and regretful. Even if he's a genius of the Heavenly Tao sect that only appears once in 1,000 years, it won't be easy for him to do that. The servant beside her asked in surprise. This great Tao Supreme Tower is really hard to climb. If you want to reach the top, don't you have to defeat an opponent of the same realm? Princess Muyu looked up at the tower. The 9th floor is different. There is only 1 guardian spirit body there. It's the spirit body clone of the previous person who passed. Both the cultivation and the realm are exactly the same as the person who passed. That means anyone who wants to pass the Great Tao Supreme Tower must defeat the previous person who passed. It's also for this reason that for the past 100 years, no one has been able to pass the Great Tao Supreme Tower until that person appeared. Just then, a few people shouted, "Look! The 6th floor lantern is lit. Someone has reached the 6th floor." The lanterns hanging outside the tower were lit up to the 6th floor. Muyu looked at this scene with astonishment. She thought to herself, could it be Long Yunxian? With the background of the Heavenly Tao sect, it's not strange that he can defeat 5 half-step supremes. It's just that this speed is really fast. It seems I've underestimated him. In the blink of an eye, the shouts rang out again. Impossible! The 7th floor lantern is also lit. The people around the princess were all astonished. She couldn't believe it. She thought to herself, that's not right. It's not Ling Yunxian. No matter how powerful he is, he can't kill 6 half-step supremes in the blink of an eye. Then who is it? Her servant at this moment also exclaimed in surprise, Princess, the 8th floor lantern is also lit. Should we start preparing the banquet? Muyu's eyes widened. She said in a panic, even if a person is a monster, they can't kill 7 opponents of the same realm. Could it be that there's a problem with the Great Tao Supreme Tower's lanterns? Just then, a massive explosion came from inside the tower. His foot was on his opponent. He praised. Every time you go up a floor, there's 1 more spirit body of the same realm. For an ordinary person, this test is not bad. He smiled smugly. He held his sword, slung over his shoulder. He looked at the opponents lying on the ground and said with amusement, but for me, it's not even enough for a warm-up. Oh well, let's go past the 9th floor. After I get the Great Tao Supreme Fruit, I'll go out and meet Miaoling and Sheru. After speaking, he disappeared instantly. He was transported to the 9th floor of the tower. A female figure appeared before him. He let out a surprised humph. He approached the girl in front of him and asked, why did the difficulty decrease here? The 9th floor guardian is just a woman. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl suddenly attacked him. Caught by surprise, he couldn't react in time. He quickly raised his sword to block the blow, gritting his teeth. He frowned and thought to himself, the spiritual pressure is too strong. Even D-Tion couldn't make me feel this suppressed. He knocked away the girl's attack and shouted, no matter who you are, I will definitely defeat you and pass this floor. Let's fight. The girl suddenly turned around and said with a smile, since when did you become so discriminatory against women? Our little Tion is still very promising. He looked at the girl, stunned. He tried to get a better look. When he realized, he shouted in surprise, why is it you, sister? The beautiful girl with white hair, wearing a red cloak, was none other than Jiang Qingxue, the former peak master of the Hidden Sword Peak, of the Kunlun Sword Sect. She looked at him and teased, why? Are you the only one allowed to come here to break through the Great Tao Supreme Tower? And I'm not, he replied shyly. Of course not. But when did you get here? Qin Tian frowned and asked anxiously, furthermore, isn't the Great Tao Supreme Tower a place where all who pass enter a small, independent space? How did you find me, sister? She held her sword, crossed her arms, and explained with a smile. I didn't need to find you. In the Great Tao Supreme Tower, any 9th floor guardian is me. He frowned in surprise. What's going on here? She looked at him and answered, actually, it's nothing major. That was 5 years ago. When I stormed the Great Tao Supreme Tower, I discovered that the guardian of the 9th floor would be the soul of the person who had successfully cleared the tower before. He asked in surprise. So after you passed the Great Tao Supreme Tower, the ninth floor guardian became your spirit body clone. Jiang Qingxue smiled broadly and admitted, That's right. But at that time, I left a trace of my spiritual consciousness on this crystal, so I can talk to you like this now. The two stood a short distance apart and continued to talk. He asked, So you knew I would come here later? She nodded. That's right. He was a little disappointed. Are you hiding something from me, sister? Where are you now? After all these years, you haven't come back to visit me. What are you trying to do? She didn't answer directly, just said, You're asking too many questions. But what I can say now is that I'm doing something very important in the upper realm. He said quickly, What important thing? I can help you, sister. She looked at him seriously. You can't help me right now. Besides, isn't there something more important for you to do in the 9 prefectures? The question left him flustered. She quickly drew her sword and interrupted him. Enough, little Tion. Our conversation ends here. Now it's time for you to pass the trial. Her snow blossom-adorned sword flashed with a sharp light. She swung 2 cross slashes at him. Cross slash. He quickly jumped to the side to dodge the blow. Her move was so powerful that it blew up everything in its path. It made him cry out in alarm, No way. Are you really serious, sister? She charged at him. She said as she ran, Of course I'm serious. If you can't defeat me, you won't get the Great Tao Supreme Fruit. He quickly blocked the blow, while still hearing her voice ring out. I won't show any mercy. He fought while thinking to himself. When you left, sister, the hidden sword peak had only just broken through to the Emperor realm. Now, I'm afraid even a supreme being would have a hard time taking a few of your sword strikes. But I'm not the same Qin Tian as before either. He raised his sword and executed the swallowing sun and moon technique. Outside the tower, the lanterns were lit up to the 8th floor. Only the 9th floor remained unexplored. The princess's servants were helping those who had been knocked out of the tower bandage their wounds. 2 of them were talking. Brother Zhao, which floor did you reach this year? The person next to him replied, I only made it to the 6th floor, but I still hope to enter the 8th floor to attend Princess Mu Yu's banquet. He turned and asked the servant, Can your princess lower the requirements so that those on the 6th floor also have a chance to participate a little? The maid immediately replied, Impossible. That is the princess's rule. But being able to climb to the 6th floor is already very good, in my opinion. This year, besides Ling Yinxian, no one can reach the 8th floor. Just then, the tower cracked, and a person was thrown out. That person fell to the ground, spitting up fresh blood. It turned out to be Ling Yinxian. The people around exclaimed in shock. It's Long Wen Xian. I can't believe he also only stopped at the 7th floor. Another person's eyes widened as he said loudly, Impossible. Then why is the light on the 8th floor on? I thought he was on the 9th floor. The maid also suddenly became suspicious. Could it be that the Supreme Tao Tower really has a problem? Mu Yu said sadly, Let's go home. The maid beside her was startled. Princess, aren't you going to wait any longer? Even if Ling Yinxian couldn't reach the 8th floor, other people still have a chance. Mu Yu looked sad. Ling Yunchuan's talent couldn't even reach the 8th floor. Let's not even talk about the others. Just then, the tower shattered once more. Xiao Ru and Miaoling were thrown out of the tower. Xiao Ru looked at Miaoling and said excitedly, Miaoling, you're not bad at all. The girl also smiled and replied, You too. The people around watched this scene and exclaimed in unison, Look, they were both knocked out from the 8th floor. I can't believe it. Someone actually managed to reach the 8th floor. And they're 2 women, no less. Upon seeing that the 2 of them had reached the 8th floor, Mu Yu approached them and said politely, Young ladies, I am Wenren Miua, Princess of the Guangming Divine Kingdom. May I invite you two to join my banquet? Unexpectedly, Xiaoru coldly turned her face away and replied flatly, Not free. This attitude left Mu Yu stunned. She stood there like a stone statue. She thought sadly to herself, I've been rejected. Seeing this, Miaoling smiled gently and turned back to explain, I'm so sorry. We are waiting for our master, so we can't make the appointment. Hearing this, Mu Yu's eyes widened in surprise. I wonder where your master is. I can invite him to come along. Miaoling looked up at the tower. My master is probably on the 9th floor right now. Meanwhile, on the 9th floor, a fierce battle was taking place. Jiang Qingshue's shout rang out, Nanhua. She fought as she spoke to Qin Tian, Xiao Tian. You've tried many times, but this move of yours is ineffective against me. With that, she unleashed several powerful slashes in a row, sinking God's sword. This made Qin Tian panic. He gritted his teeth. One of her blows sent him flying into a wall. The force was so strong that the wall of the 9th floor almost shattered. Qin Tian quickly stood up. He thought with a worried heart, that was close. I was almost knocked out of the tower. He frowned. He tried to think of a way to deal with this critical situation. Jiang Qingxue walked forward with her sword, without a hint of hesitation. She looked straight at him and said, Xiao Tian, although I've been away for a while, it's clear that you've improved a lot. However, you are still no match for me at the moment. Her voice was filled with mockery. Even if you give up now, no one would dare to look down on you, because you have reached the 9th floor, a once-in-a-thousand-year achievement, only second in the history of the Supreme Dao Tower. Moreover, you don't have to worry about the clearance reward. With that, she held out her hand. She gave him an object. He looked at it in surprise and asked, a fruit? He brought it close to his nose to smell it. He thought to himself, this is no ordinary fruit. Such a potent medicinal property, it must be a supreme-grade treasure. He quickly took the orange and shouted, could this be the great Dao Supreme fruit? She nodded. That's right. This is the reward I received for clearing the tower 5 years ago. So, your purpose for this trip has been fulfilled. You can leave the tower now. He took the orange. His face was serious. Did you not believe I could pass the trial back then? Is that why you left your spiritual consciousness on this spiritual body and gave me the great Dao Supreme fruit? Hearing the question, Jiang Qingxue was startled. She broke into a sweat. She quickly waved her hands and explained, Xiao Tian, I never underestimated you. If you had to face the tower guardian I once met, I'm sure you would have cleared it. She thought anxiously, did I hurt his pride? What should I do? Although she had good intentions, her actions had unintentionally made him feel hurt. His face was still dark. But the one I'm facing is you. She quickly patted his head. Xiao Tian, my dear, I'm older than you. I started cultivating earlier, so it's understandable that I'm stronger than you. He trembled with anger. I'll keep this great Dao Supreme fruit, because this is a token of your kindness. He raised his sword in his hand. But I will not leave the tower. I will continue to clear the trial. She looked at him in surprise. Xiao Tian, there's really no need. But he insisted, placing his sword on her shoulder. No, if I leave just like this in your eyes, I'll always be the little Xiao Tian who needs you to worry about him. It's not easy for me to be alone in the upper realm. I can't let you continue to worry about me. She was also taken aback by his aura. She exclaimed, Xiao Tian. Finally, she nodded. You really have grown up. If you're so determined, then let's continue. She also took up her sword. Then let's move forward together. But he suddenly held up a hand. Wait a moment. She stopped, confused. He ran to a corner and opened the system. If I still get beaten by you after saying all that, I'll have no face to see anyone else. I need to power up immediately. He looked at the screen and pressed the login button. If I remember correctly, today's makeup login. Seeing the reward appear, he smiled. As expected, with today's login, the Great Transformation Freedom Art has finally reached the 17th level. Then I can use that move. Jiang Qingxue looked at Xiao Tian with a curious gaze. She asked Xiao Tian, what are you doing? Are we going to continue fighting? Xiao Tian stood up. He nodded resolutely. Of course we're fighting. I just comprehended a new sword technique, and this is my strongest move at the moment. Jiang Qingxue's eyes widened in surprise. Stronger than sun and moon? How interesting. Then hurry up and show me the power of this move. Xiao Tian shouldered his sword. He nodded in agreement. I was just about to. After that, he smiled smugly. Get ready to receive my move. Then he shouted, Guardian of the Star River. Immediately, the surrounding space darkened, like a night sky glittering with stars. Thousands of large specks of light rained down like shooting stars, both beautiful and dangerous. The fantastical scene surrounded the two of them, making them feel as if they were standing in the middle of the vast universe. Jiang Qingxue tilted her head back to look up. She couldn't help but exclaim, this sword can actually touch the power of space. Suddenly, a fireball like the sun shot down, followed by a barrage of other fireballs. They aimed straight for her and exploded like bombs. The smoke slowly cleared. Jiang Qingxue's sword appeared, along with a helpless admission of defeat. I surrender. My strength is far inferior. Xiao Tian swung his arms back and forth, sighing. This old man Star River has completely drained my strength. But I still couldn't even scratch you. Jiang Qingxue smiled and explained. I've used a power that I didn't have 5 years ago. This simulated body can no longer withstand it. Her entire body began to glow with a pink light. It gradually faded away, before she completely vanished. She said softly, Xiao Tian, you have surpassed the me of 5 years ago. I'll be waiting for you in the upper realm. At that time, everything you want to know, I will tell you. She continued, Supreme Grade Pill Refining Arts. This reward came at just the right time. Otherwise, if a mistake occurs during pill refining, it would be a real pity to waste supreme grade medicinal ingredients. With that, she completely disappeared. Hearing those words, Xiao Tian was filled with surprise and contemplation. In the empty room, he was the only one left. Suddenly, a round rock fell down, emitting a colorful light, with a brilliant orange fruit in the middle. He stared intently at the orange fruit that was emitting a strong light. At that moment, the system displayed a notification. Congratulations, Master, on completing the mission. You have received the reward, Supreme Grade Alchemy Technique. He repeated her words in confusion. At that time, everything you want to know, I will tell you. He touched his chin, stared intently at the orange fruit, and exclaimed, That's right. Refining this supreme grade medicinal ingredient will surely create a phenomenon. If I refine it outside, it might attract attention. So why not just refine it safely inside this great Tao Supreme Tower? After all, that old man did say that. The great Tao Supreme Tower will exist for 7 days after it appears. This amount of time should be enough to refine the pill. Outside, the light on the 9th floor had lit up. The sky had also darkened. 6 days later, there were still a few people staying to observe. The servant said, Princess, today is already the 7th day since the great Tao Supreme Tower opened. Their master still hasn't appeared. Could something have happened? Miyue stood on the boat, looking down at Xiaoru and meowing. Although these two are only at the Emperor Realm, they were able to reach the 8th floor. It's clear that their talent is truly outstanding. The person qualified to be their master is definitely no ordinary character. She couldn't help but feel worried. This year, the guardian of the 9th floor is a woman in red. I'm afraid things won't be simple. That's all for this video. Don't forget to like the video so Gao can release more great stories. Thank you and goodbye everyone.